My name is Lin Xuan. In my previous life, my boss made me a beautiful promise that as long as I worked hard, I would naturally have a car and a house. I worked overtime desperately and created 300 million in sales for the company. However, when I was about to ask for a raise, my boss ruthlessly sent me on a business trip and threatened to fire me if I didn't agree. Although I was reluctant, I accepted this arrangement for various reasons. However, when I reached my destination, a wave of zombies suddenly attacked me, and I fought with all my might. But in the end, I was exhausted and was bitten several times by the zombies. When I opened my eyes again, I was back to the time before the end of the world. This time, I activated the system, and as long as I come into contact with the target, I can gain all of the opponent's talents. That black-hearted boss actually possesses SSS-level rare element talent? The end is here. Who cares who you are? I punched him without hesitation, and the control of the fire element was perfect. With just a thought, endless flames can burn everything in an instant. Just then, a hurried shout came from the stairs. Lin Xuan, you can't leave! Zhang Junbao's voice was full of anxiety. I glanced at Zhang Junbao in front of me, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Why? You hit Mr. Wang. The police will be here soon. You must stay to deal with it. Zhang Junbao said anxiously, as if I would get into bigger trouble if I didn't stay. I cursed inwardly and almost laughed out loud. Facing these people, I was too lazy to say anything more, so I prepared to use the ignition element to teach them a lesson and vent my anger at the same time. Just then, there was a faint noise outside and chaotic footsteps approaching. My heart tightened and I unconsciously looked up at the clock on the wall. 9:03. Damn, is it about to start? My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and my brows knitted. Time was running out. At 9:15, a full-scale outbreak of the zombie virus was almost inevitable, and it seemed that the epidemic had already spread to other areas. The employees in the office also noticed the abnormality outside and gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the street. What's going on? Is there a fight down there? Someone asked in a low voice. On Financial Street, several people were running from west to east in panic, their faces terrified, and they kept shouting, "Run! Run!" As the situation became increasingly unsettled, the employees grew more curious, and even shadows began to flash in front of the windows of the surrounding office buildings. I subconsciously turned my head to look at the building opposite, but found that Luning Xiang had disappeared. My heart tightened, and I felt worried, and I almost wanted to turn around and leave. I said, you can't leave! Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned around and saw that it was my colleague Lin Xuan. He looked hesitant, but there was a subtle anxiety in his eyes. Let me go, I said coldly, with a hint of pressure in my tone that could not be refused. Lin Xuan was slightly shocked, and his eyes swept over Wang Chao and others who were still lying on the ground groaning, and he seemed a little hesitant. But soon, he said firmly, the ambulance will be here soon. At least you have to come with us to take Mr. Wang to the hospital. He raised his voice when he said, Mr. Wang, obviously trying to gain some favor. I was too lazy to get entangled with these people, so I exerted a little force and easily broke free from his weak grasp. At the same time, the commotion outside became more intense, and even bursts of destruction could be heard. I turned my head and looked at the street, and found that the crowd had fallen into complete panic. Groups of people were running away frantically, and everyone's face was full of fear, as if they were desperately running for their lives. What's wrong? What happened? The office employees began to whisper, looking uneasy. Fighting? Terrorist attack? Some people began to speculate wildly. Fuck! Why is that guy still biting people? A scream broke the air and everyone looked out the window. On the street, a woman pounced on another person like a madman, which made people terrified in an instant. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became solemn, and everyone's face turned pale in an instant. It is as I expected, I whispered coldly, my eyes unconsciously sweeping towards the wall clock. 9:07. Time was passing quietly, and there were less than 8 minutes left until the full outbreak of the virus. While everyone's attention was drawn to the noise outside, I quietly walked around the crowd and prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Chao on the ground made a strange sound as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat and he couldn't cough it out. An employee noticed me walking towards the door and quickly walked towards me. However, the moment the man walked to Wang Chao suddenly went crazy, pounced on him and bit his leg hard. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly resounded throughout the office, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. "Wang, Mr. Wang, why did you bite me?" The man struggled in pain, crying and his eyes full of fear. At this time, Huang Zhigao and Liao Xianda beside Wang Chao rolled their eyes, made low, ho-ho sounds, and kept making strange hoarse sounds from their mouths. "Zombies! Zombies! Zombies!" Suddenly, a sharp scream of a girl broke the air, full of despair and fear. Almost every young person in the office had seen zombie-themed movies and TV series. The familiar scene before them made everyone's heart tighten, and fear instantly swept through the entire place. As soon as the screams came out, the whole office fell into chaos. Employees began to flee frantically, and the air was filled with panic and despair. At this moment, the man whose calf was bitten by Wang Chao suddenly changed his expression, his eyes filled with astonishment and anger. He cursed at Wang Chao, whom he respected on weekdays, and suddenly raised his foot to kick Wang Chao. However, the moment he raised his foot, Huang Zhigao and Liao Xianda had completely changed. Their bodies were covered with burns, their skin was pale, and dark red lines were faintly visible under their blood vessels, but their movements were still extremely swift. Before the man could react, they pounced on him, opened their bloody mouths, and started biting him frantically without hesitation. The incident happened so quickly that the whole office was instantly ignited by panic. Dozens of employees fled in all directions, and no one cared about me anymore. "Run! Zombies are breaking out!" A scream pierced the air, followed by chaotic footsteps and screams. "Calm down! Calm down! Have you all seen The Walking Dead? The more panicked you are, the easier it is to die." Several people tried to calm everyone down, but their pace was faster than rabbits. Several men had already rushed to the access control and pulled the door handle eagerly. I stood there, calmly looking, my eyes fixed on Wang Chao, Huang Zhigao and Liao Xianda. They had turned into zombies and were biting another colleague's neck tightly. The system's prompts instantly flooded into my mind: name, Huang Zhigao, gender, male, zombie, innate ability, physical enhancement. After zombies mutate, their physical fitness is strengthened, and their speed, strength, and endurance far exceed those of ordinary people. I locked my eyes on the information above the heads of the three zombies. Without hesitation, I raised my finger and aimed at Wang Chao's head. Swish! A ray of flame shot out quickly and pierced Wang Chao's forehead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie and gaining 1 experience point. The system's prompt made me pause for a moment. It turned out that killing zombies was how I gained experience. I quickly adjusted my posture, raised my finger again, and prepared to aim at Huang Zhigao. However, a chill suddenly struck my heart. Level 1 zombie? Did the system just say level 1 zombie? So, what's next? Level 2, level 3 zombies, or even more powerful ones. The cruel scene of the doomsday world emerged in my mind. After the zombie tide broke out, more than 80% of humans turned into ferocious zombies. Among the survivors, only a few awakened their innate abilities. And those mutated zombies are constantly evolving and becoming more and more powerful. Just when I was distracted for a moment, a terrified scream rang out in the office. I turned my head sharply and saw that Zhang Xiaohua had mutated and was biting the girl next to him crazily. The girl looked up at me in despair. She witnessed how I killed Wang Chao. My expression didn't change at all. I calmly raised my hand and waved it gently towards Zhang Xiaohua. Swish! A flame rushed out, and Zhang Xiaohua's head exploded instantly, ending his life completely. However, the misfortunes did not end there. The colleagues who were originally normal suddenly mutated one after another, as if they were possessed by evil spirits. Their bodies twisted, their joints made horrible crackling sounds, their faces became hideous, and they began to frantically look for new prey. They quickly locked onto me and pounced on me without hesitation. I remained calm and took 2 steps back, raising my hands and facing the zombies that were rushing towards me. Swish, swish, swish! Several flames shot out like bullets, accurately piercing the zombies' heads. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie and gaining 1 experience point. A series of prompt sounds rang in my ears. Without stopping for a moment, I quickly turned around to face the mutated Huang Zhigao and Liao Xianda. They noticed me and pounced on me with incredible speed. Swish, swish. Two flames flew out and hit the heads of Huang Zhigao and Liao Xianda like accurate bullets, and they fell to the ground together with their bodies. I turned my head to look in the direction of the access control, and more than a dozen pairs of white eyes, revealing a fierce aura, stared at me. The zombies seemed to be activated by some kind of power, roaring angrily and rushing towards me frantically. Their speed was so fast that even Bolt would be ashamed of himself. Without hesitation, I quickly stepped back, and with a movement of my mental power, the golden flame element condensed in my hand, and in an instant it turned into a 3-meter-long flaming machete. I held the hilt tightly with both hands, raised my right hand, slashed with the crescent moon, and the flaming blade shot out. However, they did not die. Instead, they twisted their upper bodies frantically, crawled quickly like snakes, and continued to pounce on me. At this moment, blazing flames suddenly erupted from the 3 zombies, and the flames devoured them like wild beasts, quickly spreading to the other zombies that were still rushing in. Scary screams echoed in the small office, like the roar of a wild beast, shaking every wall. At the same time, I could hear more zombies roaring in the corridor. I looked up at the clock on the wall. The thick smoke almost covered the entire clock face. Only the faint light of the pointer pointed to 9:17. The disaster of mutation had completely erupted. There was no time to think. The crisis in front of me forced me to focus all my energy on dealing with it. There were not many zombies in the office, but each one had mutated, and their eyes were fixed on me. They were approaching rapidly in the smoke and fire. I didn't waste any more time. The fire element quickly condensed and turned into precise flaming bullets, which slammed into the head of each zombie, causing them to fall down one after another. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie and gaining 1 experience point. After a brutal battle, all the mutant zombies were finally eliminated. I looked around and confirmed that there were no remaining zombies or humans, then quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a clang suddenly broke the silence. I suddenly stopped and turned to stare in the direction of the sound, my eyes fixed firmly on the desk behind me on the right. A weak figure was curled up in the corner, sobbing faintly, as if he was trying hard to suppress his fear. There are actually survivors? I was shocked and stunned for a moment. Taking a deep breath, I whispered, "Come out! Can you not kill me?" The voice was obviously crying, trembling and helpless, weak but surprisingly clear. A familiar name instantly emerged in my mind, as well as the figure that I once saw often, Shuizhenjin. The figure under the table slowly poked its head out, and cautiously crawled out from the shadows. Name, Shuizhenjin, gender, female, human, innate ability, none. It was indeed her, no doubt about it. Shuizhenjin, with a graceful figure, curvy body, and pretty face, looked exactly like a 23-year-old youth. She used to be able to interact with people in the office freely with her good looks and was a social expert. She was particularly good at dealing with men, and often got some unearned benefits in this way. Even many people listened to her and did what she said. But that was none of my business. I had never been moved by her charms and I glanced at her, confirmed that she had not mutated, and turned to leave. However, the moment I turned around, there was a strange noise coming from upstairs, and then a few zombie roars broke the silence, which was chilling. Shuizhenjin's face suddenly changed, her whole body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of fear. She stared at my back, tears welled up in her eyes, and hurriedly caught up with me and grabbed my arm. "Lin Xuan, can you take me away?" Her voice was trembling and pleading. Her fragrance mixed with a faint smell of sweat hit me in the face, and the touch almost made my heart stop. I subconsciously clenched my fists, frowned slightly, and growled in a deep voice, "Let me go!" Shuizhenjin has always been good at using her weak attitude to arouse sympathy from others, but at this moment, my vigilance instantly rose. She has no awakening talent, and will only drag me down. In this end times, any burden may become a fatal burden. I shook her hand off, my eyes were firm, but an urgent thought flashed through my mind: I have to find Luning Xiang. She is a gifted awakener, and her ability is extremely powerful, even surpassing my fire power. If I can unite with her, I believe I will gain even greater power. Please, Lin Xuan. I will agree to anything as long as you take me away. I'm too scared to be alone. Shuizhenjin's voice trembled again, and tears slid down her cheeks, like pear blossoms in the rain, so weak that people couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. I looked at her coldly, without any fluctuation in my eyes, but I sighed in my heart. If only you had turned into a zombie just now, I could have freed you with one shot. If you want to attract zombies to die faster, just cry, and cry louder, I said in a cold and merciless tone. Shuizhenjin's crying suddenly stopped. She was stunned for a moment, holding my arm tightly, with a wavering look in her eyes. At this moment, the smoke alarm in the office suddenly sounded, thick smoke spread from the fire, and the shrill alarm sound echoed in the space. The sprinkler on the ceiling started up immediately, and water poured down like a rainstorm, soaking me from head to toe in an instant. The shirt that stuck to my skin tightly outlined my strong muscles, as if emitting a masculine charm that could not be ignored. I turned my head subconsciously, and almost couldn't hold back my heartbeat. I suppressed my inner fluctuations and turned my gaze to Shuizhenjin in a calm manner. At this moment, I suddenly felt relieved. She let go of my hand, lowered her head, pulled her slightly thin business suit, and crossed her arms. Her subconscious action, although she wanted to cover something, inadvertently highlighted her figure even more charming. What a hassle! I cursed in my heart, and a hint of helplessness flashed across my eyes. I smiled lightly and said to myself, no wonder those low-level men flock to her. This is the first time I have observed her so closely, and I can't help but feel a little helpless. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Shuizhenjin's face was trembling slightly because of blushing, and I couldn't hide the fluctuations in my heart. Suddenly, there was a ding sound from outside the elevator. The elevator stopped at this floor. At that moment, my eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring straight in the direction of the elevator. Shuizhenjin instinctively hid behind me, her eyes full of fear. It's too quiet here, too quiet. Let's go! As the elevator door opened, a burst of hurried footsteps followed by a trembling female voice. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. A deep and powerful male voice sounded, but it was not difficult to detect a hint of nervousness in it. The elevator then began to descend, and it was obvious that the two people had left. It was a false alarm, and I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that my tense nerves were finally relaxed. I casually opened the system panel and quickly checked the current status. Doomsday Supergod System LV1, 0/10,000, name, Lin Xuan, gender, male, human, talent, fire element control LV1, 0/100, strength, 13, normal 10, agility, 12, normal 10, constitution, 12, normal 10, spirit, 21, normal 10, experience, 37. Can be freely allocated. Tip: more talent columns can be unlocked after the system is upgraded. Just now in the office, I defeated those mutant colleagues and gained 37 experience points. Although this is not enough for me to improve my ability to control the fire element, it is also a starting point. I looked at my attribute panel and an idea came to my mind. There are at least 6 or 7 companies on this floor of the office building. Each company has an independent office area and access control system, which is completely isolated. I only cleaned up the zombies in our office area. In other words, there are still a lot of zombies on this floor. However, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet and almost no movement could be heard. I knew in my heart that this was because these mutant human zombies were extremely sensitive to sound and light. Just like the zombies in the movies, any noise would trigger their collective attack. After losing their target or entering a relatively quiet environment, they would temporarily stop and fall into a state of aimless wandering. My plan is simple: to completely clear out the zombies here. Only in this way can I gain enough experience points to help me improve my talent level. Thinking this in my mind, I took out the access card from my pocket without hesitation and walked towards the access control system. At this moment, Shuizhenjin suddenly grabbed my arm, her face pale, her eyes full of fear, her lips trembling slightly, and she said urgently, "You can't go!" I looked back at her. She kept shaking her head, her eyes revealing helplessness and panic. Her voice was a little choked. "You can't leave me, I'm afraid." I interrupted her coldly, my voice low and cold. "If you want to stay here and don't make trouble." If you want to live, don't delay me. My words were like cold water poured down on her. Shuizhenjin was stunned for a moment, then she let go of my hand. Her face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Lin Xuan, I will listen to you, everything is up to you. But I ignored her and walked straight to the access control, swiped my card, pushed open the cold door, and walked into the passage outside. On both sides were other companies' areas, and the gates were all closed, and it was obvious that no one dared to come out easily. I slowed down and walked to the left. After walking a few steps, I suddenly stopped. Through a glass window, I saw a zombie standing inside, with a hideous face, a mouth full of blood, and empty eyes, as if gnawing at the marks on the glass. What surprised me was that there was a group of zombies wandering behind the glass, and they seemed to have completely mutated. No wonder it was so quiet here. I didn't act immediately, but quietly observed and thought about the next plan. At this moment, the zombie behind the glass suddenly discovered me, and it instantly became violent and began to slap the glass frantically, causing the vibration to make the glass tremble slightly and emit a low sound. At that moment, the zombies around were attracted and rushed towards the glass like a tide, slapping it frantically, as if they wanted to tear it into pieces, break through this barrier and pounce on me. Shuizhenjin was so scared that she hid behind me, grabbing my sleeves with both hands, her body trembling slightly. However, I remained calm. My mental power quietly activated, and the golden fire element quickly condensed and took shape in my consciousness. Without any hesitation, I waved my hand gently. Boom! With a loud bang, raging flames broke out from the group of zombies. The flames swept around like a torrent, instantly engulfing those unconscious monsters. This is the advantage of controlling the element of fire. No matter what obstacles there are, my flames can penetrate everything and reach the target without mercy. Sharp screams pierced the air. The zombies on the floor became more violent under the burning flames and banged frantically against the glass door in front of them. Some zombies rolled on the ground in pain, struggling to escape the burning fireworks. These violent movements soon attracted the attention of other zombies on the same floor, and roars rang out one after another. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud crash, and the zombies desperately slammed the access glass, as if they wanted to smash everything that blocked them. Shuizhenjin was so scared that she started crying again and hugged me tightly, fearing that she would be eaten by zombies. She almost never let me go. But I didn't have time to comfort her. My eyes were calm, and the moment I turned around, I waved my hand, and the fire element quickly rushed to the office in front. The fire element condensed into sharp flaming flying knives suspended in the air, cutting through the air, and piercing through the head of every zombie accurately. At the same time, the ding 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 system prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. It seems that a headshot is the most direct and effective way, I concluded secretly, with a hint of coldness in my heart. Other attack methods are too complicated. With my current mental strength and fire element, this is the most labor-saving method. Next, I no longer simply used flames to burn, but condensed the flames into flying knives, fire bombs, and fire bullets, and delivered fatal blows accurately and quickly. In less than half a minute, all the zombies in the office were cleared out. I didn't stop for a moment, and immediately walked to the next office. Lin Xuan, you are so awesome! Shuizhenjin finally recovered from her fright. Her eyes were full of admiration. Seeing me efficiently deal with the zombies, she felt much more relaxed. She even dared to stand next to me and secretly observe my every move. As I quickly cleared out another wave of zombies, Shuizhenjin's mood gradually calmed down, and she even became curious. Lin Xuan, your ability is... She suddenly remembered the strange incident in the office before, and a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. The thing about Wang Chao, Huang Zhigao, Liao Xianda and others being on fire, is this the power you are using? Her eyes were filled with shock, and she realized that I didn't seem to be an ordinary person. I glared at her coldly, with a hint of impatience in my tone. Don't ask what you should ask. I turned around and hurried towards the next target. As I walked, I opened the attribute panel and saw that my experience value had reached 95 points. If I killed 5 more zombies, my talent would be upgraded to the next level. But at this time, I also felt a little tired. The burden of fighting had begun to show after continuously mobilizing my mental power to control the fire element. I must improve my talent as soon as possible to gain stronger mental power. I made up my mind and quickened my pace. Soon, I came to the fourth office. Through the thick glass window, I saw a figure moving flexibly inside, dealing with a group of zombies. There are actually awakened people? My heart moved, and my eyes involuntarily focused on that figure, thinking secretly. The figure was as agile as a ghost, and his speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Even when facing mutated and powerful zombies, he was still able to handle them with ease. He shuttled between the tables and chairs, his movements were as fast as lightning, and the golf club in his hand was swung like flowing water. Every hit was a precise headshot, and the zombies fell down instantly. Life and death were unpredictable. I noticed that the man's body had also changed. His skin was gray and almost transparent, with the outlines of his blood vessels and muscles vaguely visible. This was similar to the appearance of a zombie, but his eyes were still bright and clear, which was obviously different from a zombie. The information quickly emerged in my mind: name, Chao Jinshui, gender, male, human, innate ability, rage LV1, 0/100, strength, 27, normal 10, agility, 25, normal 10, physique, 28, normal 10, spirit, 10, normal 10. Judging from these data, Chao Jinshui is obviously a human, and one of the awakened ones. But his talent is not complicated, it is just strength-based, simple but powerful. This talent gives him enough physical strength and speed to fight zombies. His strength, agility, and physique are far superior to ordinary people, even me. The only thing I have a slight advantage in is mental strength. The most eye-catching thing is the 1/1 after the talent ability, which reminds me that each awakener usually has only one talent. It is rare for someone like me to have multiple talents at the same time. Just as I was thinking about it, Shuizhen suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chao." Her voice interrupted my thoughts. I couldn't help but look sideways, thinking to myself, it turns out that she is not only a socialite in her own company, but can also collude with people from the neighboring company. Chao Jinshui turned his head, glanced at us, and then quickly threw himself into the fight with the zombies. Without giving it much thought, I stepped forward. Through the thick glass, I concentrated my mental strength and condensed a flying knife. The flaming flying knife cut through the air and instantly slashed at the zombie. Chao Jinshui was startled by my sudden attack, and suddenly jumped onto the table, staring at me vigilantly. I didn't say much, just focused on controlling the flying knife, and each knife accurately harvested the lives of the zombies around me. Every kill accumulated my strength and brought me more experience. After a while, more than 50 zombies in the company were cleared out. After the battle, I felt dizzy physically and mentally, and the excessive consumption of mental energy made me feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, a prompt sounded in my mind: ding! It is detected that your current experience value meets the talent upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade your talent ability level immediately? I didn't hesitate at all and chose, okay, without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on upgrading your talent fire element control to LV2. The moment the prompt sound faded, a familiar warmth surged into my heart, as if the fatigue and exhaustion just now were swept away in an instant. The warmth, like a spring breeze, gently wrapped me up, and with the flow of energy, it nourished every inch of my muscles and every nerve, as if my whole body was being reborn. The warmth lasted only a few seconds before it quietly dissipated, but what was left was an exhilarating feeling of fulfillment. My spirit was refreshed, every cell in my body was cheering, I felt more energetic than ever, and every part of my body became unusually sharp, as if I was integrated with everything around me. I couldn't wait to open the attribute panel, and I saw that the level of fire element control jumped from LV1 0/100 to LV2 0/500. At the same time, my mental strength also jumped from 21 points to 31 points. The increased mental strength allowed me to control the flames more easily. I concentrated my mind and felt the control over the fire element. At this moment, I could easily control the flames 20 meters away, and in a short moment I could gather stronger flames and burst out more fierce attack power. In other words, to advance to the next level, I have to kill at least 500 zombies. I whispered to myself, my eyes unconsciously looking out the window, quickly thinking about my next move. At this moment, I heard footsteps outside the door. I came to my senses and saw Chao Jinshui standing in front of the access control, watching Shuizhenjin and I through the glass. He obviously recognized Shuizhenjin, and although I didn't remember him, after all, we were on the same floor, so I had some impression of him. "You are from the company next door, right?" Chao Jinshui frowned, with vigilance in his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Chao," Shuizhenjin replied. "There are only 2 people left in the company, Lin Xuan and I. If you are willing, we can form a team and take care of each other." The expectation in her words was self-evident. Her eyes lingered on me for a moment, and I knew she was waiting for my response. Without hesitation, I nodded. "You just saw it. I'm an awakener," I said calmly, with a sharp gleam in my eyes. "The situation outside is a mess now. We don't know what the world has become. It should be safer to form a team and take care of each other." A trace of vigilance flashed across Chao Jinshui's eyes, but in the end, he opened the door without hesitation. "You two come in, it's not safe outside." I walked into the room without hesitation, and when I turned around, I extended my hand politely and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Chao, I am Lin Xuan." Chao Jinshui paused slightly when he turned around, obviously a little surprised, but then he smiled and shook my hand back. "It's the end of the world. We may have to rely on each other in the future. There's no need to be so restrained." After he finished speaking, he let go of my hand easily, with a relaxed smile in the corner of his eyes. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new talent Rage. You can view the talent details in the attribute panel." A warm current instantly surged through my body, but this warmth was completely different from the feeling I had when I awakened the control of the fire element. A sharp pain like my muscles being torn apart followed, and although it was short-lived, it made me almost grit my teeth to endure it. Fortunately, the pain quickly subsided, and was replaced by an unprecedented surge of energy. My muscles became tighter and stronger, and even the lines of my abdominal muscles became more obvious. I looked down and saw that the visible muscle texture was more distinct than before. I immediately opened the attribute panel and saw that the values of strength, agility, and constitution had all increased. Strength increased from 13 to 23, and agility and constitution were also increased by 10 points each, reaching 22. The improvement in each of these values means that my physical fitness has been greatly strengthened. Nowadays, not only is it easier to control my mental power, my explosive power, reaction speed and endurance in close combat have also been significantly enhanced. This kind of talent improvement is undoubtedly a huge help for survival in the doomsday. If I consume too much mental energy, I can still rely on my strong physical strength to fight against the enemy and avoid falling prey to zombies or awakened beings. After all, in this doomsday world, mage-type, awakened people who rely too much on spiritual power often get into trouble due to exhaustion or empty power, and ultimately do not die well. "Brother Lin Xuan, what's the name of your innate ability? Just now you easily eliminated those zombies in just a few strokes. It's simply much better than my innate ability." Chao Jinshui's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. I smiled slightly, then came back to my senses and looked at Chao Jinshui. "It's just the ability to play with fire." Chao Jinshui smiled knowingly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He did not continue to ask questions, but he had already decided to build a closer relationship with me. Obviously, my strength is far beyond his, and in this chaotic situation of the end of the world, it is undoubtedly a good deal to have a strong teammate. "Wait for me for a moment, I'll go get some golf clubs for self-defense," Chao Jinshui said as he walked towards his office. I took the opportunity to look around and found that this company was similar to the one I worked at before, both of which were small-scale micro-enterprises with only a few dozen employees. There were boxes of all kinds piled up around, with the names of snacks and side dishes written on the labels, and I had an idea in my mind. This was obviously a company that mainly sold snacks, and its products were mostly preserved fruits, beef jerky, biscuits, and candies. At this time, Shuizhenjin saw my thoughts and couldn't help but explain. "Mr. Chao's company mainly sells snacks, preserved fruits, beef jerky, biscuits, candies, etc., and—" I waved my hand to interrupt her and said, "Since it's a food company, it should have a warehouse to store supplies, right?" I asked calmly, my tone calm but with deep meaning. As a survivor of the apocalypse, I know very well that the scarcity of supplies in this world can even determine life and death. In order to compete for resources, humans often expose their darkest side. Even Chao Jinshui's company stores mostly food, but it is still a precious resource necessary for survival. Unexpectedly, I met a potential partner by such a coincidence. I couldn't help but feel lucky, thinking that this might be a breakthrough for me to regain control of the situation. Shuizhenjin nodded with a calm expression on her face. Yes, Mr. Chao rented 3 large warehouses nearby to store a large amount of food, and there is also a cold storage, mainly imported fruits and frozen meat. However, the situation outside, it is not easy to get there. Before he finished speaking, Chao Jinshui came out of the house holding 2 golf clubs. Hearing Shuizhenjin's words, he immediately took over the topic. Brother Lin Xuan, don't worry. I have always advocated win-win cooperation. He smiled sincerely and friendly. Now that the doomsday is coming, we should work together to overcome the difficulties. I glanced at him, with a hint of caution and suspicion in my eyes. However, Chao Jinshui obviously saw through my thoughts and smiled slightly, as if he had been prepared. I nodded, but I had already started to think in my mind, the food problem can be solved temporarily. But what about shelter? Chao Jinshui was delighted when he saw that I agreed to cooperate with him. After all, he had seen Lin Xian's talent, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to get closer to him. Just like he said, in the apocalypse, only cooperation can help people survive. Chao Jinshui didn't have the confidence to face the surging zombies outside alone, not to mention that he had to be wary of other awakened people and those survivors with ill intentions. He knew very well that the world before him was no longer the peaceful era of the past. Now, who could guarantee that the next human being he met would not be an enemy who wanted to take his life? In such an environment, fighting alone was obviously not a wise move. The glass here is bulletproof and very strong. He looked around, his eyes lingering on the zombies outside the window, trying to make the atmosphere more relaxed. We are safe here for the time being. Let's wait until the noise outside is quiet before going out. He changed the subject and looked at Shuizhenjin with a smile. Would you like a cup of coffee? I shook my head and flatly refused. Just give me a bottle of water, we won't stay long. Now, I just want to find Luning Xiang as soon as possible and find a safer place. The outside world has completely collapsed, zombies are rampant, and the survivors are becoming more and more sinister. I understand that staying outside and exposed to danger is not a long-term solution. I must find a truly safe shelter to survive. I know in my heart that this is only the initial stage of the zombie virus spreading, and the real disaster is yet to come. With the outbreak of the second wave of the virus, zombies and mutants will become more terrifying. At that time, mysterious rifts around the world will bring more unknown threats. Even the awakened ones will not be able to avoid the fate of death if they cannot quickly improve their abilities. Shelter is essential, and I have locked onto a target, but before that, I have to leave this building. Most importantly, I have to find Luning Xiang. After seeing my refusal, Chao Jinshui did not show disappointment. Instead, he looked at Shuizhenjin with a smile and said softly, Lin Xian, it's so dangerous outside, it's not a bad idea to stay here. As he spoke, he walked towards the drinks box, and while busy getting some water, he added, There is food here and… He paused, his smile deepened. You can stay if you want, after all, it's your own decision. I ignored him, took 2 bottles of drinks from the drink box next to me, and turned to leave. There were still many zombies in this building that had not been cleared, and I didn't want to miss out on these white experience points. Brother Lin Xian, where are you going? Chao Jinshui was coming back with some water. When he saw me about to leave, he was stunned, looking a little surprised. Go clear out the zombies on this floor and find a safe exit. I said briefly, opened the door, and walked out without hesitation. I quickly arrived at the company next door, and sure enough, all the employees inside had mutated into zombies. When they saw me, they pounced on me without hesitation. Fortunately, the protective glass separated me from them. I raised my hand and waved it, and the fire element quickly condensed into a flame blade, spinning like a propeller, and quickly flying towards the target. Puff, puff, puff! There was a series of explosions, and before the zombies could react, their heads exploded and their bodies fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie and gaining 1 experience point. The system's notification sounds kept coming, but I didn't stop and turned around and walked quickly towards the next company. As my control over the fire element improved, I became more and more adept at manipulating flames, and could accurately eliminate every target with almost no pause. I sped through the corridor outside the company, and with a flick of my hand, the flying knife turned into flames, accurately piercing the heads of the zombies that were chasing me. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground, without any resistance. At the end of the corridor is the last company. The frosted glass outside the door prevents me from seeing directly what is going on inside, but I can vaguely see some blurry figures swaying. I concentrated my mind and raised my hand, and the golden flames quickly condensed into a small firestorm. Boom! A fire tornado erupted, and the strong wind and flames swept through the entire office, and all the zombies were devoured in an instant. Screams immediately rang out, and I took the opportunity to release the flying knives, accurately killing every exposed target. A few minutes later, the zombies on the floor were almost cleared, and the experience value was about 270 points. I opened the attribute panel to check, but I was not in a hurry to improve my talent. There's no need to improve rage now, I thought to myself. The key is the control of elements. Continuing to improve fire control or enhancing the system level is the most cost-effective choice. Just as I was about to go to the next floor, I suddenly heard a panicked cry. What happened? I frowned and turned back immediately. Experience points should not be wasted, and the danger in front of us may contain opportunities. I hurried back to Chao Jinshui's food company. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw 4 or 5 figures standing outside the door, pointing at Chao Jinshui and Shuizhenjin inside, and whispering unbearable things. Oh my God! Brother Long, look, the woman in there looks even sexier than the one we just met. One of them stared at Shuizhenjin greedily with an evil smile. It really looks very moist. Hee hee. Brother Long, you came to the right place today. It really is a food company. With supplies, our survival is guaranteed. Several younger brothers clamored, and the man with the crew cut named Brother Long immediately revealed a ferocious look. The man with the crew cut had a violent gleam in his eyes. He threatened furiously and punched the bulletproof glass in front of him without hesitation. Fuck you! Open the door! Come out honestly! If the glass breaks, you're dead! Boom! There was a deafening sound, and the entire corridor seemed to tremble slightly with the blow. I couldn't help but be stunned. When the man with the crew cut retracted his fist, a deep fist mark was left on the glass, which was clearly visible. Awakened? I frowned slightly, and moved my eyes away from the marks on the glass, locking onto the man in a suit and a crew cut. This power is obviously extraordinary. Even boxing champion Tyson at his peak state probably couldn't do this. After all, that was bulletproof glass made in Dragon Country. After confirming that the other party was an awakener, a hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. The situation in front of me was obvious. This group of people were obviously here to rob. Outside, the big signboard of Yuan Food Sales Company, Limited, was clearly visible. From their words, I can already infer that they have committed many crimes on other floors, especially against non-mutant humans. Now, there is still fresh blood on their clothes, and the smell of blood is pungent. I glanced at them, and each person's information came to mind. Among the 5 people, only the man with the crew cut was an awakener, and the remaining 4 were just ordinary thugs. Name, Ludrin, gender, male, human, talent, wild LV1, 0/100, 1/1, strength, 30, ordinary person 10, agility, 22, ordinary person 10, physique, 27, ordinary person 10, spirit, 10, ordinary person 10. It turns out that he is a power-type awakener, the most common type in Doomsday. According to my past observations, pure power awakeners account for about 1/3 or even 1/2 of the total. In comparison, elemental mastery and control awakeners are much rarer, but their strength is often stronger. I have already awakened my talent for strength, and am not interested in Ludrin's abilities. At this moment, the other party's eyes turned to me. They quickly noticed my arrival and focused their vigilant eyes on me. However, when they saw that I was alone, looked young, and posed no threat, they breathed a sigh of relief and began to yell. What are you looking at? Are you looking for death? The end of the world is coming, the zombie virus is rampant, and the world order is collapsing. These people have just survived a fierce battle and are still in an excited and bloody state. In their eyes, I am no longer a human being, but a prey. A prey that can be hunted and played with at any time. Come here, call me Brother Long. I'll protect you from now on. Lu Delong suddenly came back to his senses, and when he saw that I didn't respond, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He sneered and hooked his finger, with a cunning light in his eyes. The apocalypse is coming, zombies are rampant, these subordinates in front of him seem loyal, but in fact they are just chess pieces he uses to make up the numbers. The skinny boy in front of him doesn't seem worth mentioning. In Lurin's eyes, such a person might be able to block a few bullets at a critical moment, or serve as bait for zombies. A sneer welled up in his heart, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. What are you standing there for? I'm an awakened one, I'm very powerful, he shouted. Come here if you don't want to die. Seeing me still standing there, several brothers behind me began to murmur. This guy is an idiot, Brother Long, forget it. We don't have much supplies, and one less person will make life easier. Lurin was silent for a moment, and he obviously felt that there was some truth in this. In the apocalypse, supplies were scarce, and it would be better to kick away the useless people who were dragging you down. Lin Xuan, they are here to steal our things. Shuizhenjin's voice came through the access glass, full of anxiety and helplessness. When she saw me, she pointed at Lu Delong and his group in panic and shouted anxiously as if she had found a life-saving straw. Chao Jinshe frowned and understood the meaning. Of course, Lu Delong also heard it, and his sneer deepened. He turned to look at me, with a cold flash in his eyes. Oh? So you are in the same group? No wonder you are not afraid of death, catch him! Lu Delong's face suddenly darkened, his eyes were fierce, he waved his hand and shouted coldly. Go! Leave no one alive! Several of the younger brothers gnashed their teeth, their faces full of anger, and rushed towards me with fists, spewing obscenities that were unbearable to the ears. They were wearing suits and ties, their leather shoes clacking against each other, but they were covered in blood, which made them look particularly disgusting. I'm used to this kind of scene. The end of the world is coming, social order has collapsed, human life is worthless, and some people even regard their own kind as prey or food. The scene before me is just the daily life I'm used to. But I don't care. I calmly turned around and said to Chao Jinshe and Shuizhenjin, the zombies on this floor have been cleared out. Get ready and we'll go to the next floor. After saying that, I glanced at the four approaching guys coldly, my eyes sharp as a knife. One more step forward, and you're dead. The words were brief, but they carried a chill that could not be ignored. This was my last warning to them, a warning from a human. At the same time, I quietly activated my mental power, and the golden fire elements quickly gathered around the four of us. Those flames did not appear, but they were hiding in the air, ready to burst out with deadly force once I gave the order. Facing my calm and composed aura, the four people hesitated. They exchanged glances, clearly hesitating, and did not dare to move forward rashly. After a moment, Lu Delong shouted angrily, What are you looking at? He's just a skinny boy, what are you afraid of? Go on! As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take action himself. The nearly 2-meter-tall man with a buzz cut, Lu Delong, approached step by step, with an aggressive and oppressive aura. Death. I uttered these two words concisely without any hesitation. Before he finished speaking, the fire element exploded, and a roar suddenly sounded in the air. The space between the four people and Lurin was instantly engulfed by flames, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat, followed by several shrill screams. Lurin was quick-witted and swift-handed, and he jumped away swiftly, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the blazing flames. At that moment, his reaction almost allowed him to escape the pursuit of the god of death. His eyes flickered and he stared at me with suspicion. So you are also an awakened one? I didn't answer, and the coldness in my eyes deepened. Suddenly, the fire element quickly gathered around Lurin, as if it had consciousness, and quickly wrapped his skin and clothes. Almost in the next second, the flames burst out violently from his body. Ha! Aha! A trace of fear flashed across Lurin's eyes, and then he rolled on the ground in pain. The severe pain of his skin being burned by the flames made him scream heartbreakingly. Every wail of pain seemed to be a signal, and the zombies upstairs began to roar low, as if they were awakened. There was a loud banging sound coming from the ventilation duct above my head. Bang, bang, bang. As if something was hitting it hard, ready to break through the thin layer of iron and fall down at any time. I raised my head calmly, looking through the smoke and upward. Something seemed to be moving in the ventilation duct. I frowned, intending to control the fire element to wipe out the hidden threats above. However, at this moment, a loud noise broke the oppressive air. A big hole was torn in the ventilation duct, and several zombies jumped out of the gap and rushed straight towards Reborn. Without hesitation, the zombies pounced on the four still burning enemies, opened their bloody mouths, and began to bite them violently, as if they were enjoying a disgusting barbecue. I smiled coldly, waved my hand, and the flaming bullets rushed forward like lightning, instantly burning the four burning enemies to ashes, completely ending their suffering. Then, the flaming bullets circled in the air, turned sharply again, and accurately hit the zombies falling from the ventilation duct, killing them one by one. That's all? I frowned and thought to myself. Killing these non-mutated humans doesn't seem to give me any experience bonus. I walked back to the gate as if nothing had happened and looked around to make sure there were no other threats outside. No, don't kill me! I was wrong! I was really wrong! Lu Delong begged for mercy in horror, his voice trembling. Even though the flames on his body were still burning, his physique was much stronger than that of an ordinary person due to his awakened talent. He still endured the severe pain, knelt on the ground with a slight tremor, and cowed out continuously. I glanced at him and said coldly, "It's too late." He had shown his killing intent, and the pain in the flames would only make him more resentful. There was no reason to leave this time bomb. As soon as I finished speaking, I attacked without hesitation. The flaming bullet pierced through Luden's forehead, instantly ending his life. After confirming that there were no other threats outside, I turned around and signaled Shuizhenjin to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chao Jinshui was seen carrying 3 heavy backpacks, his face full of fatigue, while Shuizhenjin was also carrying a huge package on her shoulders. At this time, Shuizhenjin had changed into clean sportswear and a pair of marten boots, looking neat and tidy. I noticed that Shuizhenjin noticed the change in my gaze and seemed a little uncomfortable. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, revealing a hint of shyness. "There are still a lot of supplies here. It's a pity that we can't take them all away." Chao Jinshui looked back at the mountains of goods in the office with a hint of regret in his eyes. "Don't worry about it," I said calmly, my voice brief and calm, and turned to walk towards the elevator. "Come back and get it when you have a chance." My company is located on the 39th floor of the building. There are office areas on the upper floors, but most of them are vacant, and there are almost no companies. Therefore, I don't plan to waste time searching higher up. I went downstairs and cleared out the zombies on other floors, and I gained a lot of experience points. Chao Jinshui followed me silently, glancing at me from time to time. He watched me meticulously deal with each zombie, with clean and neat movements, like a veteran who had been through many battles. I never talked much, and I always act directly and decisively with clear goals, as if this disaster has become a part of daily life. Chao Jinshui couldn't help but look at me a few more times, and doubts arose in his mind. He didn't speak rashly, but decided to wait for the right opportunity to ask me why I could be so calm and composed in such a life-and-death situation. At this time, my cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Luning Xiang. "I am on subway line 3, are you okay?" Luning Xiang's proactive greetings made me feel a little warm in my heart. "Line 3? Aren't you at the company?" I replied in confusion. I remember that before my rebirth, when the apocalypse just broke out, Luning Xiang had never been to the subway. "I remember you were supposed to be going somewhere else at that time, so how come you were on line 3? I thought about it and continued to reply. "It's okay. I was just about to meet a client when the situation suddenly changed." Luning Xiang's tone remained calm, and she didn't seem to be panicked at all. "Where are you? The subway has stopped running, and the carriages are full of zombies." I couldn't help but frown, feeling uneasy. Luning Xiang didn't reveal her specific situation. I knew she must have encountered some difficulties, but now there was obviously no time to ask in detail. There seemed to be some unspoken secret behind her tone. She seemed to have awakened some new ability. Wait, I'll be there soon. I quickly typed a reply and then sent a voice message. Putting away my phone, I looked up at Chao Jinshui and Shuizhenjin with a gaze as firm as iron. Once you get downstairs, go directly to the warehouse. I'll come find you. I gave the brief instructions and headed for the elevator. The elevator door opened slowly with a ding. At this moment, 3 zombies suddenly jumped out of the elevator, with horrific expressions of decay on their faces and sharp claws open, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 13: The Elemental Awakener at the Subway Station. This elevator is too dangerous. Lin Xuan, do we really want to take this thing down? Shuizhenjin's chest heaved rapidly, and she was obviously still in shock. She gripped the golf club tightly, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and looked at Lin Xuan. I suggest we go down the stairs. This elevator is scary just looking at it. Chao Jinshui pointed to the ceiling of the elevator car, where a hole had been opened. Then take the stairs. Lin Xuan didn't want to waste time, so he pushed open the emergency fire door on the side and walked directly down the stairs. The other 2 immediately followed without saying a word. They had just reached the 38th floor, and before Lin Xuan could push open the door and walk in, the zombies wandering inside the elevator had already discovered them through the window on the door. Roar! A zombie pushed open the fire door with all its might and rushed directly towards Lin Xuan. But the next second he fell to the ground with a thud. The small hole on his forehead that was burned by the flames, as thick as a finger, was still smoking. Lin Xuan did not make any unnecessary movements. Controlling the fire element, he killed all the other zombies wandering around the elevator in no time. It looks like this place is totally out of control, be careful. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he opened the door and walked in. Sure enough, 2 more zombies pounced on them immediately. The 38th floor of the office building was completely occupied, and zombies rushed out from various companies, looking crazy and ferocious. Lin Xuan coordinated his 10 fingers to release one fire attack after another. The bullets whizzed through the heads of every zombie, killing them instantly with a headshot. The whole process took less than 3 minutes, and Lin Xuan had cleared all the zombies on the entire floor. Chao Jinshui couldn't help at all throughout the whole process. There is no need to say more about Shuizhenjin. She looked at Lin Xuan, who was walking back with admiration on her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Xuan had already pushed open the fire door and walked to the lower floor. After looking at Chao Jinshui helplessly, the 2 of them hurriedly caught up again. When he reached the 37th floor, Lin Xuan still didn't waste any time and continued to kill as usual. The same is true for the 36th floor. Next is the 35th floor. In this way, the 3 of them fought their way down from the high floors to the low floors, and only after they reached the 2nd floor did Lin Xuan slow down his pace. The fire escape here is connected to the 1st floor and the underground parking lot. The zombies should have escaped. After a round, Lin Xuan only killed a dozen zombies. No other existence was found. He looked at Chao Jinshui and Shuizhenjin. Next, the 2 of you should find a way to get to the warehouse. We will meet up there later. If I'm not back before dark, you'll find a way to get to this place. Lin Xuan took out his cell phone. Just wanted to add Chao Jinshui's contact information. But at this time I found that my mobile phone had no signal and no network. I knock! He cursed inwardly. It seems that the communication base station or other control systems have been destroyed, resulting in the current communication interruption. Chao Jinshui also discovered this situation. What now? He frowned and looked around vigilantly. Just as they were talking for a while, strange noises were heard all around them. Lin Xuan raised his wrist and looked at his mechanical watch. The time now is 10:27 a.m. More than an hour has passed since the global zombie outbreak. If I don't come back before dark, you'll have to find a way to wait for me in the emergency air raid shelter in the south of the city. Be careful yourself. Lin Xuan didn't say much. After giving a few instructions, he turned around and prepared to leave. Since there is no signal on my cell phone and I can't contact Luning Xiang, I can only rush over to find her now. Fortunately, there is an entrance for Metro Line 3 nearby. The station where Luning Xiang is located is not too far from here. With Lin Xuan's current physical condition, it would only take him a few minutes to get there at full speed. Lin Xuan! Lin Xuan turned around and was about to leave when Shuizhenjin suddenly rushed over and grabbed his arm tightly. Can I go with you? She looked at Lin Xuan eagerly. Then he turned around a little embarrassedly and looked at Chao Jinshui. Lin Xuan's strength is obvious to all. Although Chao Jinshui is also an awakened person, he is still far behind Lin Xuan. Obviously, it is safest to stay with Lin Xuan. Hearing what Shuizhenjin said, Lin Xuan frowned. I'm not going there to play. It's inconvenient to take you with me. Lin Xuan rejected Shuizhenjin's proposal. He had no emotional connection with this woman. The reason we saved her was simply out of our shared moral obligation as human beings, and we were the only two survivors from the same company. That's all. If Lin Xuan wanted to do that, he could completely ignore this woman, and no one could morally blackmail him. Shuizhenjin was rejected and said "oh" in grievance, and reluctantly let go of Lin Xuan's arm. Lin Xuan glanced at her and Chao Jinshui, turned around and walked downstairs without saying anything. On the streets outside, the fighting and chasing continued. Some of the luckier survivors escaped the first wave of zombie virus and did not turn into those ferocious monsters that lost their minds. But before they had time to be happy, they fell into a new crisis and became the target of the zombies. Of course, there were also some awakened people on the streets at this time. They are using their newly acquired talents to deal with the zombies. Lin Xuan looked around. Not surprisingly, almost all of them are awakened people with power talents. While he was clearing out the zombies that were attacking him from all directions, he was also observing the survivors on the road. I couldn't find the rare talent I wanted for a long time. So he quickened his pace. Soon Lin Xuan arrived at the entrance of Metro Line 3 station. Before Lin Xuan approached the underground entrance, a fishy wind blew in his face. Roar! An angry roar came from the underground passage at the entrance. At the same time, Lin Xuan felt that there seemed to be elemental power surging inside. Not a fire element. An elemental power awakener? His heart moved slightly, and he immediately quickened his pace and rushed down the stairs into the station. I also killed 2 zombies while going down the stairs. When we arrived at the underground passage, the roaring sound became clearer and stronger. At the same time, Lin Xuan felt the fluctuation of elemental power, which became stronger and clearer. He condensed the fire element into a 5-meter-long sword, clenched his hands in a defensive and attacking posture, and moved closer step by step to the direction where the sound came from. Roar! A huge black shadow flashed by in front of the flickering passage. Along with it came a strong smell of fishy wind. Chapter 14 Thunder Element, Wu Xianmei. Feeling the strong fishy wind, Lin Xuan subconsciously blocked his breathing. At the same time, he slowed down his pace and looked around vigilantly. The lights in the subway flickered, and sparks appeared from time to time. What happened to that black shadow just now? They don't look like ordinary zombies. Lin Xuan felt very confused. Ordinary zombies are basically mutated humans, and individuals may have slight differences in height, weight, and size. But the black shadow just now was obviously beyond the size range of a normal zombie. Rather than calling them zombies, it would be more accurate to say that they were other larger creatures. Could it be that those mutated creatures appeared ahead of time? Lin Xuan was feeling alert. At this moment, there was suddenly a bright light in front. Suddenly, blue and white lightning burst out from the corner on the left that was out of sight. It was like a sensitive poisonous snake. The flashing lightning illuminated the darkness along the way and instantly hit the target hiding in the corner about 25 meters ahead. Take advantage of the moment when the thunder bursts and brings light. Lin Xuan saw clearly who the big guy in the corner was. Mutated animals! Lions? Lin Xuan's heart trembled slightly. He remembered that in the previous doomsday, there were indeed other mutated animals that became zombies. For example, all kinds of animals that people are familiar with in daily life. Moreover, some wild beasts and birds of prey have more muscle content than humans. The body structure is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. After mutation, they became monsters that were more powerful and ferocious than ordinary human zombies. And the lightning struck the target at that moment, causing the dark giant in the corner to roar. Roar! The thunder fell on the mutated lion, which was 2 sizes larger than normal. But it didn't seem to cause any harm to it. No, to be precise, it missed the target. The awakened one who made the move was obviously a novice. The innate ability has just awakened, and I haven't yet fully familiarized myself with it. It can be seen that the other party was planning to attack the mutant lion's head, trying to kill it with one blow. Unfortunately, it hit its neck with thick mane. Not only did this attack fail to kill the target instantly. Instead, it completely enraged the mutant lion. It jumped out from the corner and rushed towards the invisible corner on Lin Xuan's left. Roar! The bloody mouth opened, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, and at the same time, a fishy smell wafted out again. Ah! A panicked shout was heard from around the corner. Still sounds like a girl. Lin Xuan came to his senses without saying a word and took action quickly. Call out! The fire element transformed into a flaming bullet and pierced through the mutant lion's head. Bang! The mutant lion died on the spot. Its huge body fell heavily to the ground, slid forward and disappeared in Lin Xuan's blind spot. And just at this moment, a sharp scream came from the corner. At the same time, Lin Xuan only saw bolts of lightning flying around like crazy. Crackle! Thunder and lightning burst out from the corner, flying everywhere and hitting the surrounding walls or ceiling, leaving dark traces of the explosion on the walls. At the same time, the insulation layer on the ceiling was blown to pieces, and fragments fell down. He's already dead, why are you in such a panic? Lin Xuan was puzzled and complained in his heart. When the noise died down a bit, he calmly walked out from the corner. Turning around, he immediately saw the mutant lion he had just killed lying limply and motionless against the wall about 7 or 8 meters in front of him. Less than half a meter in front of it, a petite figure was shivering against the wall. She was wearing a school uniform and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Looks like a student. Judging from his height and age, he looks to be about 17 or 18 years old. At this time, his eyes were closed and a strange seal was formed in his hands. You can see slight sparks of lightning still lingering between her slender fingers. It seems that those flying lightning attacks just now were released by her. A prospective freshman? Lin Xuan frowned. Name, Wu Xianmei. Gender, female, human. Talented ability, Thunder Element Control LV1, 0/100, 1/1. Strength, 7, normal person 10. Agility, 5, normal person 10. Physique, 8, normal person 10. Spirit, 25, normal person 10. Lin Xuan focused his eyes on the other person, and relevant information immediately appeared on his head. It turns out that he is an awakened person who controls the element of lightning. He was secretly happy. Take a look around. In the dim subway station, the vision is not very far, and you can only see what is going on about 20 meters away. Further away, it was pitch black. There were figures lying in all directions on the ground all around. Occasionally there were some luggage and other miscellaneous items scattered around. In addition, the extremely low brightness lights on the ceiling flickered frequently or flickered on and off. At this moment, there was an eerie and terrifying atmosphere surrounding the surroundings. There are no other dangers for the time being. Only then did Lin Xuan slowly walk towards Wu Xianmei. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Wu Xianmei immediately shrank back and buried her head in her arms, not daring to look up to see what was happening around her. There was even a sound of sobbing. Classmate, you are not dead, right? Lin Xuan slapped the man on the head without any hesitation. He used his fingers to gently lift her head up a little. Seeing that fair, delicate face with exquisite features, Lin Xuan subconsciously exclaimed in his heart. Fuck! The name really suits the person. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new talent Thunder Element Control. You can view the talent details in your attribute panel. As Lin Xuan placed his hand on Wu Xianmei's head, a system prompt immediately came to his mind. After Wu Xianmei's body trembled slightly, she suddenly raised her head. She just glanced at Lin Xuan with her big, terrified eyes. To Lin Xuan's surprise, she suddenly attacked him. Wu Xianmei stood up suddenly, and while pushing Lin Xuan away with both hands, she also released a ball of lightning to try to attack Lin Xuan. However, the small ball of lightning slowly spread outwards, and when it was about 30 centimeters away from Lin Xuan, it dissipated into nothingness. Wu Xianmei felt exhausted and fell to the ground again. A typical sign of excessive mental exertion. Apparently, the unfamiliar and random attack she had just launched had consumed all of her mental energy, which was already limited. Chapter 15. More survivors, banding together for warmth. Because he was not familiar with the abilities he had just awakened, and had never experienced such a super-large doomsday disaster that affected the entire world. In the early stages of the doomsday outbreak, many awakened people, even if they gained powerful powers, were killed by zombies or other humans. Lin Xuan looked at the other person helplessly. He was just about to say that he was not a bad person. At this time, I noticed that Wu Xianmei's clothes were a little messy. There were also 3 clear scratches left on the snow-white, slender neck. When Lin Xuan saw this situation, he instantly became alert. "Were you scratched by a zombie?" In an instant, Lin Xuan's face darkened. There was a blaze in his eyes, and a large amount of fire elements gathered around his body, burning fiercely. These flames seemed to form a firewall-shaped shield around Lin Xuan's body. Keep him well protected inside. Wu Xianmei was also stunned by this scene. She finally came back to her senses and looked at Lin Xuan in front of her with surprise and suspicion. Feeling the warmth brought by those flames, I inexplicably felt a sense of security. You are a human, an awakened one?" Wu Xianmei came back to her senses and subconsciously covered her snow-white, slender neck with her collar. She looked at Lin Xuan carefully. "Answer my question just now!" Lin Xuan didn't waste any words with the other party, nor did he dare to let his guard down at all. Although he has become an awakened person, he is still not immune to the attacks of the zombie virus. If you get scratched by an infected person, you're doomed. No. Wu Xianmei saw that the flames on Lin Xuan's body were obviously more intense than before. She immediately shook her head subconsciously. Hearing this answer, Lin Xuan felt relieved. It certainly doesn't look like the wounds were caused by zombies. She is in such a delicate and tender state. If those powerful and ferocious zombies scratched you, there would definitely not be just 3 bloody marks. Since these scars were not caused by zombie scratches, there is only one explanation. Lin Xuan looked at the other person's clothes again, which were slightly torn. I already know the answer in my heart. The doomsday catastrophe is coming and the world order collapses. Humans will show the greatest malice towards each other, which is rarely seen and unimaginable. However, Lin Xuan did not ask the other party what he had experienced. At this moment, he heard some noise coming from the stopped elevator behind him, and immediately became alert again. He suddenly turned around and looked behind him. At the same time, he observed his surroundings with sharp eyes. "How do you feel? Can you move on your own?" Lin Xuan asked in a low voice while vigilantly observing the darkness around him. Seeing this relatively handsome man who was quite pleasing to her eyes, her tall figure gave her a sense of security. And the other party didn't seem to covet her beauty at all. Wu Xianmei relaxed her guard a little. She shook her head. Then he explained to himself. "I feel very exhausted and mentally exhausted now. The scar on my neck is because a wave of zombies suddenly broke out when I was in the subway just now. When I was escaping, I encountered a few crazy men who tried to drag me into the power distribution room. Then I resisted fiercely, and suddenly electric sparks came out of my hands and knocked them out. I fled here, and then I met the monster." When Lin Xuan heard this, he quickly turned around and gestured to keep quiet. Wu Xianmei was slightly startled and immediately stopped talking. She followed Lin Xuan's gaze and saw several figures appear in the dark elevator. Duh. The light footsteps on the elevator seemed particularly clear in this eerie and quiet underground space. Soon, Lin Xuan saw those figures. The information that appeared on those people's heads showed that they were human beings. But they are all ordinary people and have not awakened any special talents or abilities. At this time, those people also saw Lin Xuan and Wu Xianmei with the help of the dim light that mixed light and dark. After confirming that it was not a zombie, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You too, we are humans, not zombies." The 3 people in the elevator raised their hands at the same time, carefully stepped over the corpses lying all over the place, and tried to get closer to Lin Xuan and Wu Xianmei. Where did you come up from? Lin Xuan was concerned about Luning Xiang's safety, and immediately asked when he saw the three people coming. I came out of the underground tunnel heading east from line 3. I was so scared, oh my god. The girl with long straight black hair walking in front looked frightened. The two men beside her looked at the flames on Lin Xian's body in surprise. To the east. Lin Xuan did not explain his innate ability, but murmured in a low voice. Just now Luning Xiang said that she was on the subway heading west. There was no signal on the cell phone, so I couldn't send any messages or contact Luning Xiang. I don't know what the situation is like over there now. Were there still zombies down there when you came up? At this time, Wu Xianmei looked at the three people and asked. Yes. Lots. There are zombies everywhere down there now. We managed to escape with great difficulty. The others are probably dead. When we escaped, others were being attacked by zombies. The man on the left immediately answered in panic and excitement, but at the same time he looked a little gloomy and as if he was about to cry. When the zombies were mentioned, the other two also became nervous. There was a hint of sadness in the same expression. Needless to say, their loved ones may have died in the recent virus outbreak. Let's get out of here! At this time, the girl with long black hair suggested with a slight crying voice. Where can we go if we leave here? There should be zombies everywhere outside. We'll be dead if we go out. My phone has no signal at all, so I can't contact anyone else. There's no way to call the police either. Mine too. The subway stopped running and the emergency broadcast didn't even have time to sound. I'm afraid the situation is very bad. The two grown men were analyzing and guessing one after another, looking at each other with a look of helplessness on their faces. So, what should we do now? Should we team up? It's safer for us to be together. The girl with long straight black hair subconsciously looked at Lin Xuan. The two men beside her also instinctively saluted Lin Xuan. Everyone subconsciously placed their hopes on Lin Xuan. The flames on Lin Xuan's body made it clear that he was not an ordinary person. As modern people, we have watched too many science fiction and fantasy films, as well as American superhero movies and TV series. These young people were very receptive to the fire on Lin Xuan's body. Deep down, I subconsciously thought that this was the legendary superhero. A superhero from Dragon Country who hides among ordinary people. Chapter 16 Zombie Chase, Arrival at the Subway. The three newly emerged survivors looked at Lin Xuan with burning eyes, some expectant and some helpless. At this time, Lin Xuan also came to his senses. He glanced at these people. Name, He Xiaochun. Gender, female, human. Talented ability, none. Name, Xiang Shodong. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, none. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, none. The names and information of the three people appeared in his mind again. They all looked to be in their 20s. Lin Xuan already had an idea in his mind. They are right. There are zombies everywhere outside now. You might as well stay here instead of going out. Maybe you can live longer. After observing them for a while, Lin Xuan answered calmly. Upon hearing this, the three people's faces changed slightly at the same time, and Wu Xianmei behind Lin Xuan also had a stunned expression. She took half a step back, finding it hard to accept. Are there all zombies outside? Then wouldn't my mother also be? Wu, Mom! Suddenly Wu Xianmei squatted down, hugged her knees and started crying sadly. Seeing her appearance, He Xiaochun and the other two showed sad expressions again. He Xiaochun walked forward, squatted down and comforted Wu Xianmei. My mom and dad were also attacked by zombies in the subway disaster just now. They both. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yu and Xiang Shodong, and did not continue speaking. Now is not the time to be sad here. If you want to live, follow me. Lin Xuan glanced at them and without saying a word, he withdrew the fire element from his body, and the flames disappeared by more than 95%. Only 2 fist-sized fireballs remained, floating above his shoulders. This can serve as a light source so that you won't be attacked in the dark without knowing it. At the same time, Lin Xuan walked towards the escalator. No, brother, where are you going? Seeing that Lin Xuan was actually going to go downstairs, He Shodong's face suddenly changed and he tried to dissuade him. Of course, we're going to go down and clean up the zombies. Lin Xuan responded, and the person had already passed the gate. There are at least hundreds of zombies down there, if not 1,000. We can't clear them all out. It's too dangerous. When Lin Yu heard Lin Xuan's words, he hurriedly reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Everyone's face changed drastically when they sensed this movement. Then everyone heard faint roars coming from the subway platform below. Zombies! A group of zombies are chasing us. It's over, it's over. Let's get out of here. We'll be dead if we stay here any longer. The two men suddenly panicked. He Xiaochun also stood up in horror, and subconsciously looked at Lin Xuan, who was already standing at the elevator entrance. Both of us are awakened and possess powerful abilities that ordinary people don't have. Wu Xianmei, who was crying sadly, was awakened by the noise. She slowly stood up and explained to the three people. He also looked at Lin Xuan. Just now, Lin Xuan killed the mutant lion and saved himself. It can be seen that he is very strong, at least much stronger than himself. But Wu Xianmei was not sure whether Lin Xuan could deal with so many zombies. Lin Xuan said nothing. Because he had already seen the horde of zombies rushing up like crazy, densely packed at the stairs and escalator below. He raised his hand. The two illuminating fireballs on his body suddenly expanded and grew larger, then flew directly towards the group of zombies. Boom! Boom! There were two loud explosions, and the intense flames instantly illuminated the entire dark underground space. The hundreds of zombies were attacked by this wave of firebombing. They screamed on the spot and rolled down the stairs and elevators. Oh my God! What kind of power is this? Although I didn't see the zombies being blown away. But He Shodong heard their roars and screams, and saw the thick flames rising into the sky. He was petrified on the spot and looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. A person with awakened superpowers? Superheroes do exist in reality, it's not a lie. He Xiaochun sighed naively. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth open but unable to utter a word. Wu Xianmei wanted to go forward to help, but she was still too weak and extremely exhausted, and she was temporarily unable to help. It was at this time that they suddenly saw Lin Xuan take action again. But this time it was not a fire attack, but lightning. The blue and white thunder burst into dazzling light, turning into a sharp spear and shooting downwards from Lin Xuan's body. Immediately afterwards, the muffled sounds of bang 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 of people falling to the ground rang out one after another. Such a scene shocked Wu Xianmei herself. How can he have two innate abilities? Wu Xianmei covered her mouth in disbelief and looked at Lin Xuan as if he was a monster. Control over the element of thunder, isn't this my talent? I didn't expect that the handsome guy in front of me had the same talent as me. Moreover, he was much better than me in controlling these lightning elements. Just when everyone was shocked and felt awe and admiration for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan has dealt with all the zombies that rushed out. Will you leave or not? There are tens of thousands of zombies on the ground. They will be attracted here soon by the noise just now. Lin Xuan said a few words and started walking down the stairs. After hearing what he said, those people came to their senses. One by one, they immediately caught up. Lin Xuan was killing people in the front and was unstoppable all the way. Sometimes, lightning as sharp as a knife would burst out from the body or hands and pierce through the enemy's head or chest. Sometimes, flaming knives would fly out, or high-temperature bullets in the form of flames would be shot from the fingertips. No matter which method he uses to fight, every attack will kill one or more zombies instantly. Following behind such a powerful man, Wu Xianmei, He Xiaochun, Xiang Shodong and Lin Yu all felt much calmer. Everyone rushed westward along the subway tracks. The zombies they encountered couldn't last more than a single round under Lin Xuan's hands. About 5 minutes later, their way forward was blocked by a subway. The fire lit up the glass of the cab. You can vaguely see a figure swaying inside. It should be this subway. The station in front is what Luning Xiang mentioned. When Lin Xuan stopped and observed the situation. Sudden boom! In the driver's cab of the subway ahead, there was a muffled sound coming from the windshield, and at the same time, it was shattered into spiderweb cracks due to the violent impact. The sudden noise scared the people behind him. Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and fired a lightning bomb, which penetrated the windshield. Chapter 17. Arriving one step late, the beauty disappears. There is more than one zombie hiding in the subway cab. Just as Lin Xuan took action to kill the zombie that tried to rush out, there was a loud crash, suddenly from the left side of the windshield. As the windshield shatters flew everywhere, half of a zombie's body squeezed out from inside. It struggled madly and desperately, roaring at Lin Xuan and others with a ferocious face. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan controlled the flaming flying knife to end its life. But the noise here also caused the entire subway to shake violently from side to side. At the same time, the roars of zombies continued to sound. Oh no! The noise just now alarmed the zombies in the car. Xiang Shodong's expression changed slightly, and he reminded in a deep voice. Everyone be careful. Stay together and don't get separated. Lin Yu picked up a stick from somewhere, held it in both hands, and observed the situation around him nervously. Lin Xuan was observing, trying to find a way to leave here. His eyes were fixed on a passage to the right. That is for subway patrol personnel only. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan easily jumped onto the nearly 1.5-meter-high platform, crossed the railing and came to the passage. Such a scene once again stunned and shocked the people behind him. Are all awakened people so strong? This jumping ability is too exaggerated. Lin Yu looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief, feeling a little envious and admiring. Stop talking nonsense and catch up. Xiang Shodong has already started climbing the platform. He Xiaochun, who was standing behind him, saw his actions and opened his mouth but stopped talking. But at this moment, the violently shaking subway suddenly stopped. The roars of the zombies in the subway car soon subsided. This strange change made everyone pause subconsciously, staring at each other in amazement. What happened? Why is there suddenly no movement in the subway? Xiang Shodong's face was covered in cold sweat, and he felt his body stiff and his back was cold. He carefully let go of his hand and landed back on the track, joining the others. His eyes subconsciously looked at Lin Xuan. At this time, Lin Xuan was also very puzzled and didn't know what had happened. His eyes were sharp, staring at the darkness ahead. As he raised his hand, the flames in front of him suddenly exploded, directly illuminating the area dozens of meters ahead. There was nothing in the passage. Beyond that there is still endless darkness. At this moment, suddenly, there was a muffled bang sound from the wall of the right car of the subway, close to the aisle. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xuan noticed that the alloy wall of the carriage was actually bulging. Lin Xuan's heart moved instantly, and the power of thunder wrapped around the surface of his body, forming a powerful shield together with the flames to protect himself. 3 seconds later there was a clang sound. The wall of the carriage was torn open by some powerful force. A trembling figure walked out from inside. Seeing the strange man covered in blood, Lin Xuan's eyes revealed a deep disappointment and a little doubt. His eyes subconsciously looked at the long sword in the man's hand, which looked crystal clear and shining like a gem. Before he could ask the other party, the man fell straight to the ground face down. Bang! He hit the ground hard, his head bounced on the ground and fell back down. It looked like he had completely lost consciousness. Lin Xuan didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. Just about to get closer to check the other party's details. At this moment, the man climbed up again with his hands on the ground. You are also an awakener, right? Ahem. He climbed up with difficulty, leaned against the wall, and gasped violently twice. Then he leaned his head against the wall, looked up at the ceiling of the tunnel, and asked Lin Xuan. Are you the only survivor in this carriage? Lin Xuan asked back. He came to find Luning Xiang. According to the clues Luning Xiang provided before, she must be on this subway. But the one who came out now was not a zombie or Luning Xiang, but this guy. Could it be that something happened to Luning Xiang? Lin Xuan focused his eyes on his head. The other party's identity information soon emerged. Name, Luo Xianwen. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, Carbon Element Control LV1, 0/100, 1/1. Strength 13, Normal Person 10. Agility, 11, normal person 10. Physique 13, normal person 10. Spirit, 22, normal person 10. Seeing the other party's innate abilities, Lin Xuan suddenly realized. No wonder his weapon looked like it was made of some kind of gem just now. It turned out to be diamond. Survivors, hee hee. At this time, the other party smiled bitterly. Look what this is. He raised his right arm and turned it over, where there was a bloody wound. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The light was insufficient just now, and the wound on the other person's arm was on the back of his arm, so Lin Xuan didn't notice it. Were you bitten? Seeing the other party's wound, Lin Xuan's face changed drastically. He suddenly took 2 steps back, flames flared up in front of him, and lightning turned into sharp arrows, aiming at the target. Be ready to give your opponent a fatal blow at any time. When the other people standing on the railway tracks below heard Lin Xuan's voice, their faces changed drastically, and they immediately became alert. Wu Xianmei, who had just recovered some mental and physical strength, even summoned lightning. She also imitated Lin Xuan and wrapped the lightning around herself to form the most basic shield to protect herself. Don't worry, I haven't mutated yet. Luo Xianwen put down his arms, calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. The fucking end of the world. He suddenly cursed to himself, and slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. There was another awakener in the carriage just now. If it weren't for her, I would have died long ago. At this time, Luo Xianwen slowly looked at Lin Xuan and responded to his previous question. Where is that person? How is she? Lin Xuan's intuition told him that the awakened person the other party was talking about was Luning Xiang. Seeing Lin Xuan so nervous, Luo Xianwen snorted. It's a girl, your girlfriend? It's so nice to have a girlfriend. Damn it, I'm still single. Why should I? Luo Xianwen began to talk to himself indignantly again, with a dejected look on his face. Can you see if it's her? Lin Xuan ignored the other party and took out his mobile phone to show the other party Luning Xiang's photo. The other party glanced at Lin Xuan's hand and nodded. That's about right. She ran to the other end of the carriage, towards the zombies. I guess she was trying to gain experience points. Cough, 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 cough. Luo Xianwen coughed violently at this time and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. No, it was blood clot. Chapter 18 Unexpected Identity. What Luo Xianwen vomited out was blood clots that had begun to turn black. This means that the zombie virus has begun to spread in his body. That means he is beyond help. But at the same time, Lin Xuan also got some other information from his words just now. Other people with awakened talents can also gain experience points by hunting zombies, thereby improving their own talent level. Recalling the Luning Xiang in the Doomsday world, Lin Xuan thought that Luo Xianwen's guess made some sense. Luning Xiang is a very strong and independent person. She is also very brave. She is even braver than many men when facing zombies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to grow rapidly in such a doomsday era and become the big sister admired by countless survivors. Lin Xuan was thinking when Luo Xianwen spoke again. The woman you are looking for should no longer be here. We killed almost all the zombies in the carriage. The last time I saw her was when she opened the door and went to the next station. Having said that, he took a deep breath and coughed violently a few times. His eyes returned to the ceiling. Your girlfriend is very talented, he commented intriguingly. There were some complex emotions flickering in his eyes, the most important emotion being envy. There is also a strong sense of unwillingness. If I had such a strong innate ability, I wouldn't have been bitten. At this point, his eyes began to moisten. Lin Xuan had long been accustomed to this kind of separation of life and death in the Doomsday. He didn't have much of a commotion at this point. Give me a quick death. Let me go in a dignified manner. Luo Xianwen looked at Lin Xuan and asked. Good. Lin Xuan raised his hand and nodded. A bit of lightning condensed at the fingertips and turned into the shape of a sharp bullet. Wait a minute! Seeing Lin Xuan preparing to kill a living person. At this time, He Xiaochun behind him couldn't help but shout. He hasn't mutated yet. Maybe he can still be saved. He Xiaochun hesitated, looked at Lin Xuan and explained. There was a hint of helplessness and pleading in his tone. Several other people also had similar emotions and reactions. After all, he has never experienced the end of the world. Lin Xuan understood their reaction, but still did not hold back. The zombie virus has spread throughout his body. He can't be saved. Wait a minute! Xiaochun still insisted on calling out to Lin Xuan. My father was the research director of the Shihai City Virus Experiment Center. Their experimental center has a lot of virus vaccines and antibody serums and other things. Can we go there and try our luck? Xiaochun's words made Lin Xuan's heart move slightly. But when the human survivors, under the leadership of powerful and gifted awakeners, gradually established survivor bases or shelters, the human survivors who regained their footing began to try to research an antidote to the zombie virus. They tried to save the infected humans. Before Lin Xuan was reborn, he heard that scientists from several large shelters in the world had joined together to successfully develop an antidote that could resist the zombie virus. Lin Xuan didn't expect that the young girl he rescued here by chance would actually be the daughter of the research director of a virus experimental center. He looked at Xiaochun twice more. I silently remembered the girl's appearance and name. And it only takes a moment of distraction. Suddenly, there was a fierce roar in front of me. Luo Xianwen, who was talking to him just now, has completely changed. His eyes rolled back and his skin turned grayish-white, with blood vessels visible to the naked eye. After jumping up from the ground, Luo Xianwen pounced towards Lin Xuan and opened his bloody mouth, trying to bite Lin Xuan. Boom! The flames in front of Lin Xuan exploded violently. Part of the shock wave directly penetrated Lin Xuan's body and did not cause any impact on him. This is one of the advantages of those who have the talent to awaken and control elemental abilities. They will not be harmed by the backlash of the elemental forces they control. Even if the power of elements is developed to a certain extent, the user can transform himself into an element. The shock wave that spread in another direction at this time severely blew the mutated Luo Xianwen away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xuan controlled the thunder bullet and instantly penetrated the zombie's head. The sudden change shocked the people below. Even now, I am still in shock and haven't recovered from the shock. Brother, are you okay? After 3 or 4 seconds, Xiang Shodong finally asked Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't answer, but turned around and looked at them. Xiaochun avoided Lin Xuan's gaze somewhat embarrassedly, and lowered his head slightly, feeling embarrassed for his stupid suggestion just now. So far, there is no antidote to suppress or cure the zombie virus. Once you are infected, this is the only outcome. If you want to die, just be merciful. But don't hold me back. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he turned around and planned to continue moving forward along the passage. Luo Xianwen just said that Luning Xiang left for the next station and no one knew where she went. Keep walking along this inspection passage and you will reach the waiting platform of the next station in about 100 meters. He planned to go over and see what was going on over there. Hey, wait for me! When Wu Xianmei saw Lin Xuan was about to leave, she immediately climbed onto the platform to follow him. The rest just now allowed her to recover some of her physical and mental strength. It is not difficult to keep up with Lin Xuan's actions. But if we want to continue fighting, I'm afraid it's not possible. If he stayed here alone, there was no doubt that his fate would be the same as that of the Diamond Man just now. Seeing that even Wu Xianmei, a person with awakened talent, did the same, the other people naturally followed closely. Just as they climbed up the passage, a roar suddenly came from the dark tunnel behind them. Several people were frightened and huddled together, instinctively moving towards Lin Xuan. When Lin Xuan heard the voice, his brows slightly frowned. He remembered the mutant lion when he met Wu Xianmei just now. These mutated animals must have escaped from a nearby zoo. The pitch-black tunnels give them an environmental advantage for hiding and ambushing. If we don't deal with this guy who is chasing us from the tunnel behind us, I'm afraid it will never end. Thinking of this, the flames on Lin Xuan's body began to spread forward and around. In an instant, bright flames illuminated an area of dozens of meters in radius. And it was at this moment that the earth began to shake slightly. This was followed by the faint screams of zombies. Chapter 19 Zombie Beasts. Devouring Evolution. Hearing these noises, the faces of those people without any talent who were crowded around Lin Xuan changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. Oh no! The zombies on the ground must be chasing us! Brother, what should we do? Should we retreat quickly? At this time, Xiang Shodong and Lin Yu both subconsciously looked at Lin Xuan. Although everyone is about the same age, they already regard Lin Xuan as their boss. Who can blame them for being so powerful? Only by following such a boss can we survive in this doomsday world. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, but controlled the nearby fire elements, and pushed the burning fireball in the air to a farther area again. 25 meters away from me. This is the limit of the distance at which the fire he can currently control can be attacked. But the blazing fireballs 25 meters away were enough to illuminate the area within a radius of nearly 100 meters. At this moment, Lin Xuan and others clearly saw a mutant zombie lion whose size was beyond imagination, at least 3 meters tall, appearing on the tunnel rails in front of them. It was walking with the pace of a king, approaching Lin Xuan and others step by step. It's a lion? How can it be so huge? Xiaochun was completely stunned. He covered his mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "This one is much bigger than the one I just encountered." Wu Xianmei also became nervous and subconsciously moved closer to Lin Xuan. At this time, Lin Xuan also became extremely vigilant. He knew that zombies could devour each other and gain each other's strength, thus evolving into stronger individuals. It's not just zombies that can do this. The same can be said for those mysterious mutant creatures that appear in the future. And they will be much more powerful than the current zombies. However, in the previous Doomsday world, this situation only occurred at least half a month after the first wave of zombies passed. Lin Xuan didn't expect that he would meet him here. Oh no! His face was solemn. Just look at this mutated zombie lion, its steps are steady and unhurried. You can tell at first glance that he is very confident in his own abilities. And with such a large size, it is obvious that it has devoured its own kind, or other humanoid zombies. That's why it has become so huge. Lin Xuan's gaze subconsciously focused on the mutant lion. Its details soon emerged. Name: mutated lion. Gender: male, zombie creature. Talented abilities: Wild Burst LV1, 0/100, Devouring Evolution LV1, 0/0. It is indeed a mutant creature with devouring ability. Seeing the attributes of this mutated zombie lion, Lin Xuan's heart sank even more. He took the initiative to attack the target. However, at this moment, suddenly a large number of zombies rushed over from a distance at an extremely fast speed, and soon arrived beside the mutated zombie lion. Seeing these zombies appear, the mutated zombie lion immediately gave up attacking Lin Xuan and others. Then, it began to attack the zombies. However, those zombies were still going crazy and continued to rush towards Lin Xuan and others. They are actually killing each other! Everyone was stunned when they saw the mutated zombie lion gnawing and devouring the humanoid zombies. They completely forgot that they were now also targets of attack by humanoid zombies. This is not a good thing. You go first! Lin Xuan shouted in a deep voice and launched an attack on the zombies rushing towards him. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Those flaming bullets flew out at such a fast speed that they could not be seen with the naked eye. Everyone just saw tongues of fire coming out. Then the group of zombies rushing in the front fell down one after another, and tripped some of the zombies rushing up from behind. But there are simply too many of them. The flow of people coming one after another seems endless. Lin Xuan shot left and right, launching attacks with both hands at the same time. He condensed the countless golden fire elements in the air to form a wall of flames surrounding them. At the same time, the power of thunder transformed into sharp knives that could cut through iron like mud, or lightning arrows. Every lightning knife or lightning arrow that flies out will kill a zombie instantly. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed to have transformed into a walking human Gatling gun. Attacks of fire and thunder continued to fly out from his body. The horde of zombies that were charging over fell down about 15 meters away from them and could not get even a step closer. After killing so many zombies in one breath, Lin Xuan's mind was filled with system prompt sounds. However, while gaining a large amount of experience points, his mental strength was also continuously consumed. The entire battle lasted about 3 or 4 minutes. Until the zombie corpses in front of everyone had piled up like a mountain, accumulating to the top of the tunnel, blocking the entire subway tunnel. Finally, all the noise gradually subsided. Lin Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around and glanced at the people behind him. "Didn't I tell you to retreat first? Hey, brother, you are really fierce. We think it's safer to stay with you." Xiang Shodong touched his head awkwardly and laughed. "We are all ordinary people. We have no ability to protect ourselves from these invulnerable zombies. It's pitch black ahead. What if there are zombies or mutated beasts hiding there?" He Xiaochun also explained. This is true. Given their current state, if they retreat alone in such an environment, they would probably die without knowing how they died. Lin Xuan didn't care about them. He stared vigilantly at the pile of zombie corpses in front of him. "You won't say that later," Lin Xuan muttered to himself intriguingly. Hearing what he said, several people subconsciously followed his gaze and looked forward. At this time, Lin Xuan silently opened the attribute panel that only he could see. Doomsday Super God System LV1, 0/10,000. Name Lin Xuan. Gender male, human. Talented abilities: Fire Element Control LV2, 0/500, Rage LV1, 0/100, Thunder Element Control, 0/100, 3/3. Strength, 23, Normal Person 10. Agility, 22, Normal Person 10. Physique, 22, Normal Person 10. Spirit 31, Normal Person 10. Experience value, 19,771, can be freely allocated. Tip: more talent columns can be unlocked after the system upgrade. Killed all the way down from the upper floors of the office building, and then killed all the way here. Lin Xuan didn't know how many zombies he had killed. At this moment, seeing that his experience points had accumulated to more than 19,000, close to 20,000 points, he couldn't help but be amazed. Chapter 20 Backpack unlocked, talent upgraded, abnormal perception. Taking advantage of the temporary respite, Lin Xuan opened his attribute panel and saw the current remaining experience points. Did I kill so many zombies? Although he was surprised, Lin Xuan did not hesitate. He immediately allocated 10,000 experience points to upgrade the system level. Ding! System upgrade successful. The current Doomsday Super God system level has been upgraded to LV2. Congratulations on adding a new talent column +1. Congratulations on unlocking a new function, System Backpack. Several system prompts immediately came to my ears. Hearing these voices, Lin Xuan's heart moved. You actually unlocked the System Backpack? As soon as the thought came to Lin Xuan, a System Backpack interface appeared in front of him. This System Backpack has a total of 600 slots. If you upgrade your backpack level, you can get more slots. According to the system instructions, Lin Xuan quickly figured out the function of this backpack. Every grid in the backpack has the equivalent of infinite space. They can be used to store any items inside. Even if you load it into a large truck or even an entire building, there will be no problem at all. Different types of items must occupy a backpack grid. Items of the same type can be automatically stacked with no upper limit. Very good! Lin Xuan's mouth corners slightly raised in joy, and he hummed in his heart. The things produced by the system are indeed high quality. With this system backpack, he can store a lot of supplies and necessary things. As for the newly added talent column, Lin Xuan ignored it for the time being. He already possesses 3 innate abilities. He has already mastered both melee and ranged abilities. Unless it is an extremely powerful and rare talent, Lin Xuan does not intend to acquire more. That would just be a waste of talent slots. He looked again warily at the mountain of corpses in front of him. The mutant zombie lion that was blocked at the other end had not caught up yet. At this time, you can hear the sound of crunching, something being chewed. It seems that it is still greedily devouring these zombies. When Lin Xuan thought of that scene, he just felt his scalp tingling. But what's even more terrifying is that if this mutated zombie lion is allowed to complete its evolution, it's hard to say how big it will grow by then. Retreat quickly! Lin Xuan didn't think much about it. He didn't know how strong the mutated zombie lion had become. I don't plan to take the risk and fight with the other party here for the time being. So he quickly called everyone else and started walking to the other end of the passage. At the same time, his gaze returned to the attribute panel in front of him. After deducting the 10,000 experience points for upgrading the system, there are only more than 9,000 points left. After the battle, Lin Xuan was also exhausted. Now I just feel my body starting to become weak and my mind a little tired. You can use these remaining experience points to improve your talent level and strengthen your strength. I seem to be losing my strength. Faced with the zombie swarm that continues to attack, the rate at which our mental energy is consumed is getting faster and faster. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan first allocated 500 experience points to the talent of controlling the fire element. Immediately afterwards, another 100 experience points were allocated to increase the violent power. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your talent fire element control has been upgraded to LV3. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your talent rage has been upgraded to LV2. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your talent thunder element control has been upgraded to LV2. 3 consecutive beeps sounded. At the same time, 3 different powers suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's body. These 3 obviously different forces transformed into similar warm currents and began to flow through his internal organs, limbs and bones, nourishing his body. The warm currents of the 2 elemental forces bring a relatively comfortable feeling. But the violent power is exactly the same as when he first acquired this talent. No, it's worse than before. It brought Lin Xuan a very painful feeling. It was as if the muscles were torn, the bones were shattered, and all the internal organs were pierced by millions of needles. Immediately afterwards, the torn muscles, shattered bones, damaged internal organs, began to rapidly fuse and reassemble. These feelings were similar to the previous upgrades and only lasted for a dozen or 20 seconds. After a moment, Lin Xuan no longer felt any unusual pain or comfort. What he felt was abundant physical strength and vigorous mental power. At the same time, the 5 senses began to become much sharper than before. Is it the effect of physical improvement? Lin Xuan was both surprised and happy. I opened my properties panel and took a look. The talent of Violent Force upgraded to LV2 brought a significant improvement to his strength, agility, and constitution attributes. Now they have increased from 23, 22, 22 at the beginning to 35, 34, 34. The improvement of mental power attributes is even higher. Because Lin Xuan upgraded his talent for controlling thunder elements and fire elements at the same time. These 2 talents will increase his spiritual attributes when upgraded. At this time, his spiritual attribute has reached 55 points. Lin Xuan glanced at his attribute panel and found that he still had 9,071 experience points left. Without any hesitation, he once again distributed these experience points to the 3 talents. The feeling I just experienced came again. By the time the upgrade was completed, Lin Xuan's strength, agility, and physique attributes had become 49, 48, and 48. The spiritual attribute increased from 55 points to 70 points. This wave of talent upgrades consumed Lin Xuan's total of 7,000 experience points. There are currently 2,071 experience points left, which is not enough to improve any talent ability or system level. Lin Xuan closed the attribute panel contentedly, and suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. Wait a minute! He gestured to stop, his eyes fixed on the dark passage ahead. The sudden behavior immediately made the 4 people following behind him nervous. What happened? Xiaochun subconsciously grabbed Lin Xuan's arm, only to feel that what he was holding was not an arm, but a steel-cast robotic arm. Oh my God! This man's arm muscles are stronger than stone or even steel. Xiaochun was deeply shocked and couldn't help but look up at Lin Xuan's tall figure. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed to be unaware that his arm was grabbed by someone. All his attention was focused on the magical feeling that suddenly appeared in his mind. There's a large group of zombies rushing over here, about 300 meters away. Be careful on your own. Lin Xuan suddenly reminded in a deep voice. Chapter 21 Playing with the Power of Elements. Lin Xuan sensed the abnormal situation that just appeared in his mind, and at first he couldn't figure out what was going on. But as he concentrated his mental strength, he focused his attention and felt it carefully. He finally figured out what was happening to his body. After my talent level was upgraded for the second time, my mental strength and 5 senses became even stronger. Although the fire and lightning elements that I can control are only within a range of about 60 to 70 meters, my perception of these two elements can reach 200 meters away. Lin Xuan thought silently in his heart. What he sensed in his mind just now was that the fire element and lightning element floating in the air about 200 or 300 meters away were disturbed. This means that something is running rapidly through that area. The airflow formed caused the thunder and fire elements in the air to become chaotic. This special perception ability naturally made Lin Xuan surprised and happy. However, the faces of those who heard his words changed slightly. Brother, we are now faced with powerful enemies in front of us and pursuers behind us. Everything depends on you. After Xiang Shoudong witnessed Lin Xuan's strength, he is no longer as afraid as he was at the beginning. My name is Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan introduced himself and continued walking towards the darkness in front of the passage. The more zombies there are, the better. These are all experience points that help you become stronger. Lin Xuan, brother, your last name is also Lin. My name is Lin Yu, and we are from the same clan. Lin Yu was eager to get close to Lin Xuan and become his relative. After all, such a powerful man cannot help but curry favor with others. But Lin Xuan said nothing and ignored him. Hello, brother Lin Xuan, and everyone, my name is Wu Xianmei, I am 18 years old. At this time, Wu Xianmei also took the initiative to introduce herself to Lin Xuan and others. My name is He Xiaochun. He Xiaochun was the last one to introduce his name, but before he could finish his words, his voice was drowned out by a loud rumbling sound. The sound came from behind. It was obvious that the huge mutated zombie lion from before had begun to catch up. It's that zombie lion! What should I do? Lin Yu tightly grasped a wooden stick in his hand and looked nervously at the darkness behind him. They couldn't see what was happening in the darkness. But judging from the huge noise, it should be the mutant zombie lion trying to squeeze into the passage between the subway and the wall and chase them. With its huge body, there is no way it can pass through such a narrow passage. But now it seems that this guy has enormous brute force, and we may really be able to catch up with him. Just as everyone was panicking, a fireball flew past them and stopped about 50 meters behind them, completely illuminating the entire passage. At the same time, there was a loud rumbling sound of footsteps coming from the front. A large number of zombies rushed forward and approached Lin Xuan and others from the front. Lin Xuan's heart sank. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little worry for Luning Xiang. Did she really leave from that station? Why are there so many zombies running over here? There is no time to think about it now. Lin Xuan began to attack, launching a massive counterattack against the large wave of zombies. Follow me closely, he reminded the people behind him. The man had already walked forward more than 10 meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The buzzing sound of air sounded one after another. As the flaming bullets continued to be fired, everyone could feel the temperature in the air around them rising. This was accompanied by a strong, pungent smell of burning flesh. Boom! Lin Xuan detonated the fire more than 30 meters ahead, blowing into pieces a pile of zombie corpses blocking the passage. Easily open up a path. Soon, all the zombies rushing towards him were killed by him. At this moment, an even louder noise was heard from behind, accompanied by rapid breathing and the roar of a wild beast. The fishy wind coming from behind almost made people feel nauseous. Mad! That's too much, isn't it? Lin Xuan was annoyed. I had not originally intended to fight that big guy, but now it seems I have no choice but to kill it. He turned his head and saw the mutated zombie lion charging towards him like black lightning from 100 meters away. It kept pressing against the wall on the right side of the passage, and against the subway car on the left. The solid reinforced concrete walls and steel carriages were squeezed and deformed and collapsed. This terrifying brute force made everyone present, except Lin Xuan, feel their scalps tingling, and they were all stunned for a moment. This guy is so fierce. How can we possibly defeat it? Lin Yu was completely stunned. He stood there stupidly holding the wooden stick. He felt his whole body was stiff, and he couldn't move at all. But while he was speaking, Lin Xuan had already taken action. The greatly enhanced mental power not only allowed Lin Xuan to gain a more acute perception. At the same time, it also made his control over the thunder and fire elements more detailed and precise. At this moment, everyone clearly saw that in the air 50 meters ahead, a large amount of thunder gathered together and quickly formed a huge fist. Coincidentally, the mutated zombie lion also pounced at that position. Suddenly, the thunder fist came up from bottom to top and hit the mutant zombie lion's chin hard with an uppercut. There was a loud boom. The size of the mutated zombie lion had increased by at least twice compared to before, almost filling the entire subway tunnel. He was hit hard by the punch and flew upwards, hitting the wall of the tunnel hard. The cave roof collapsed instantly, revealing a large amount of steel bars and large chunks of heavy, solid concrete falling down. Of course, the heavy concrete hit the head of the mutant zombie lion. It seemed a little dizzy, and after its body fell down again, it couldn't help but sway from side to side. Is this possible? Such a scene made He Xiaochun, Wu Xianmei, Xiang Shoudong and Lin Yu stunned and almost dropped their jaws in shock. At this time, Lin Xuan had already launched a second attack on the mutated zombie lion. This time, he controlled the element of fire. It also condensed into the shape of a huge flaming fist. Boom! Another merciless beating. This time the punch hit the mutant zombie lion directly in the eye. The high temperature plus the explosion of flames immediately blew up the target's eyeballs. Roar! The mutated zombie lion felt pain, roared angrily, then raised its sharp claws and swung at Lin Xuan and others. The sharp claws were more than 50 centimeters long. If it were to hit him, his iron body would probably be cut into 18 pieces. Chapter 22, Level 2 Mutated Creature, Hard to Find. As we watched, the angry zombie lion began to fight back. It raised its sharp claws that looked like a sickle for harvesting rice, and swooped down to hit Lin Xuan and the others hard. At this moment, dozens of spears suddenly condensed rapidly on the ground and in the surrounding walls. These sharp spears are formed by thunder and lightning. It easily pierced the body of the mutant zombie lion and held it in the air. At the same time, Lin Xuan did not stop there. He raised his right hand and made a pistol shooting gesture, and at least 5 flaming bullets shot out from his fingertips in succession. The flaming bullets flew through the air with a whoosh. Produces the sound of friction in the air. And in the next moment, it pierced through the head of the mutant zombie lion, flew out from the back of its head, and hit the ceiling of the subway tunnel behind it. The 5 flaming bullets sunk into the top of the tunnel before disappearing. The mutated zombie lion that was showing off its might just now slowly wilted. Did you finish it? Lin Yu stared in disbelief, staring at the target vigilantly. Brother, you are so strong! You can kill such a ferocious monster! Xiang Shoudong was full of admiration and gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up repeatedly. The two girls, Wu Xianmei and He Xiaochun, looked at Lin Xuan with admiration, with strange light flashing in their eyes. Lin Xuan clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. He snorted with disdain in his heart. It seems that I was worrying too much. How could these mutant creatures from the early stage of the apocalypse be the monsters from the period I once experienced? At present, they are not as powerful as imagined. Lin Xuan was about to turn around and continue heading to the next station. But at this moment, the mutated zombie lion behind him, which should have been dead, suddenly let out a roar. Roar! A fishy wind accompanied by a sound wave rushed over from behind, catching Xiang Shoudong off guard and knocking him forward. His head hit the wall hard. Lin Yu, who was beside him, also fell to the ground. Wu Xianmei and He Xiaochun were luckier because they were following Lin Xuan and were protected by his fire shield. Although he was somewhat frightened, fortunately he was not injured. Not dead yet? Lin Xuan turned around and without saying a word, fired 10 more flaming RPG rockets at the mutant zombie lion. Boom! 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 The continuous fire attacks completely turned the body of the mutant zombie lion, who had just struggled to stand up, into a hornet's nest. The explosion that followed immediately blew the target's body into pieces. This time, there's no way it will stand up again. Lin Xuan stared at the body fragments flying around for a while before he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 10 experience points. The system prompt sound coming from his mind made Lin Xuan slightly startled. Good job. Did it actually evolve to level 2 by devouring other ordinary zombies? Lin Xuan was a little stunned. It seems to be evolving faster than what I remember. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. In the doomsday world of the past, although creatures would continue to mutate, they could evolve and grow into stronger individuals by devouring their own kind. But their evolution speed shouldn't be that fast. Of course, it could also be that I was too green at the time. Those powerful mutants that evolved faster might have been killed by other awakened ones. Lin Xuan thought about it and shook his head. Let's go! Are you just standing here waiting for the feast? He looked at the few people who were still standing there in amazement, then turned around and walked forward. Brother, I don't think I can do it anymore. Xiang showed him, who had just hit his head against the wall, squatted on the ground, covering his bleeding head and groaning. Hearing this, Lin Xuan looked back at him and frowned. However, he saw that the boy had only suffered some minor injuries and perhaps a slight concussion, but it seemed that he should be fine. Who has a band-aid? Give him one. After saying that, Lin Xuan turned around and continued walking towards the end of the passage. Oh, I have some here. He Xiaochun immediately took out a band-aid from his backpack and handed it to Xiang Shodong. Then he pulled Wu Xianmei and quickly caught up with Lin Xuan. Band-aid? Xiang Shodong looked at the band-aid in his hand, which was almost the same size as his finger, and was completely stunned. Let me help you up, stop being so hypocritical. We don't know what will catch up with us later. If there's another one like this, we will be dead. Lin Yu helped Xiang Shodong stand up. Everyone followed Lin Xuan, overcoming all obstacles along the way, and soon arrived at the next station. They encountered more zombies here. After a fierce fight, Lin Xuan eliminated all the zombies. But no trace of Luning Xiang was found. He was unwilling to give up, so he returned to the subway car and searched again. Similar signs of fighting and destruction were found in the carriages and subway stations. It was the destructive effect caused by the powerful innate ability of Luning Xiang, who was once familiar to Lin Xuan and killed everyone in the Doomsday world. He finally confirmed that after Luning Xiang had experienced a fight here, she should have left the subway station. Lin Xuan took out his cell phone and looked at it, but there was still no signal. What's worse is that there is not much power left. It seems that this broken phone will be useless for some time to come. Lin Xuan put his phone away helplessly and glanced at the time. At this time, the time had unknowingly come to 12:43 noon. It was only a 10-minute journey, but I didn't expect to waste several hours. Lin Xuan couldn't help but frown. Now Luning Xiang is missing, but she is followed by a few ordinary survivors. It seems that I have no choice but to take them to find a shelter first. Otherwise, once night falls, the zombies will become more active than during the day, and their speed and strength will be increased. It will be troublesome then. As for Luning Xiang, according to Lin Xuan's memory, he knew that Luning Xiang's awakened talent was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, no one can threaten Luning Xiang. The ordinary zombies that were infected and mutated by the first wave of zombie virus outbreak had relatively weak combat capabilities and were even less likely to pose a threat to her. Moreover, the words of the man he met before, Luo Xianwen, also directly confirmed to Lin Xuan how powerful Luning Xiang was. As long as she is fine, we will meet again in the future. Lin Xuan comforted himself in this way. Retracting his thoughts, he turned his head. Looking at Lin Yu and Xiang Shodong, who were standing in front of a vending machine and trying to take out the drinks and snacks inside by violence after failing to scan the code. Chapter 23 Two Gifted People, Shelter Plan. The continuous escape and fighting have exhausted everyone's physical and mental strength. Even Lin Xuan felt a little hungry. They need to replenish their energy now. However, those two guys were obviously too gentle to an unattended vending machine. Lin Xuan raised his hand without saying a word. With a whoosh sound, a flash of lightning passed by. The glass of the vending machine shattered. All the drinks and snacks inside rolled out. Lin Yu, Xiang Shodong, and others hurriedly picked up these survival supplies. At this time, Lin Xuan had already turned and walked towards the stairs. His left foot had just stepped onto the first step. Suddenly, all Lin Xuan's movements stopped. Come out! His sharp eyes, a utility room under the stairs. Hearing Lin Xuan's voice, the others looked over in confusion, and followed Lin Xuan's gaze towards the utility room in confusion. The white iron door that blended in with the surrounding walls slowly opened after a moment of silence. I saw a tall and strong man walking out from inside. He has neat short hair, typical brown skin, and a resolute face that reveals a murderous aura. But what is even more striking is the man's left eye. His left eye was wrapped in a bandage, with a hint of red on the white bandage. It was obvious that he had been injured not long ago. Just by looking at the fact that he didn't turn into a zombie, you can tell that he was most likely injured in a fight with someone. What do you want? The man looked at Lin Xuan and several other people and asked in a deep voice. His eyes then fell on the food and drinks in the hands of Xiang Shodong and others. He just glanced at it, and immediately returned to Lin Xuan's face. His seemingly calm eyes actually revealed a deep sense of vigilance, and even concealed murderous intent. Let the one hiding inside come out as well. Lin Xuan ignored the man named Chai Zifeng. Through the information that appeared on the other person's head, Lin Xuan already knew that he was also an awakened person. But what awakened was a talent of pure strength. Although it is slightly different from the general power-type talent, it is nothing special in Lin Xuan's opinion. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chai Zifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Xuan noticed that his fists were clenched lightly. We have no ill intentions. The premise is that you cooperate. Seeing the other party's small movements, Lin Xuan immediately issued a warning to the other party. At this time, Wu Xianmei and several other people also subconsciously gathered around Lin Xuan. Everyone could see that the two sides were on the verge of a showdown. Brother, don't be so defensive against us. We are not bad people. Xiang Shodong explained to Chai Zifeng in a kind manner. However, Chai Zifeng still looked at them warily. Finally, after some mental struggle and observation, he turned and walked towards the utility room behind him. After a while, everyone saw him walking out with a little girl. When the little girl saw Lin Xuan and others, she suddenly burst into tears, her face full of fear and helplessness. Her relatives died in the previous riots. Because she witnessed everything, it was quite traumatic for her. Chai Zifeng explained in a cold tone. But when he looked down at the little girl, his expression was full of fatherly concern and tenderness. Lin Xuan didn't expect that the person hiding in the house was actually a child. Moreover, this little girl is actually a person with gifted abilities, and a relatively rare auxiliary talent. It's just that her talent is still unawakened. This is quite surprising. Did your eyes get injured at that time? Seeing that Chai Zifeng did not seem to be an evil person, Lin Xuan came to his senses and asked. After leaving here, he planned to build his own shelter. It will lay a solid foundation for rebuilding human social order, continuing human civilization, and fighting against more invading mutant creatures. This is a question that Lin Xuan has been thinking about. And if he was not mistaken, this Chai Zifeng should be a military man. These two survivors can be brought with you. Of course, ordinary survivors also need to be recruited. After all, routine production activities and some basic work still need someone to do them. Hearing Lin Xuan's question, Chai Zifeng glanced at him. When the chaos first broke out, some people were planning to cause chaos, and I couldn't stand it, so I fought with them. I'm not as skilled as others, there's nothing much to say. He responded. Hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded. Let's go together. I'll have someone to look after me. Lin Xuan didn't say much. After saying these two sentences, he continued to climb the stairs. He won't force anyone to join his team. Of course, they will not attack other survivors for no reason. Unless the other person doesn't want to live. Little sister, are you hungry? Eat something? Lin Yu handed the still crying little girl a bottle of drink and gave her a few packets of snacks. Sure enough, when the little girl saw that there was food, she calmed down a little, sobbed softly, and looked at the food handed to her eagerly. We also met during our escape. Many people have turned into zombies. At times like this, survivors should help each other. So join us. You may not be able to protect this little sister by yourself, right? Seeing that Chai Zifeng was still hesitating, Wu Xianmei said a few words to him. At this time, Xiaochun saw that Lin Xuan had already gone upstairs, and hurriedly pulled Wu Xianmei to follow him. I think this man is a vicious person. Why bother to say so much to him? Anything can happen in Doomsday. We must protect ourselves. Hurry and catch up with Lin Xuan. As she pulled Wu Xianmei upstairs, she reminded her in a low voice. It looked like an older sister teaching her younger sister. Actually, I know, sis. He doesn't look like a bad guy, and didn't you feel sympathy for the man who came out of the subway car before? Will bad people write the word bad person on their foreheads? Xiaochun interrupted Wu Xianmei. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Although their voices were low, they were still heard by Chai Zifeng and others. For a moment, Chai Zifeng looked a little unnatural. Girls, in this situation, please understand each other, hee. Big brother, how about it? Do you want to come with us? It's up to you to make your own choice. We won't force anyone. Lin Yu left a few more bottles of drinks and a bunch of snacks for Chai Zifeng and the little girl. After giving Xiang Shodong a wink, the two of them quickly went upstairs. Chapter 24: The Truth of the Quiet Ghost Cave, the Giant Zombie. Chai Zifeng looked at the figures that had already gone upstairs, and couldn't help but lower his head to ask the little girl for her opinion. Brother will protect you. Let's follow these people to find a shelter and more survivors, okay? Then we can form a big family and protect you together, okay? At first, the little girl pursed her lips, intertwined her fingers and twirled them in circles, but did not answer. After a few seconds, she asked quietly, Won't they attack us like the bad guys did before? No, they will fight those bad guys together with us. Oh well. The little girl blinked her big eyes and nodded a little aggrievedly. If they dare to mess around, my brother will punish them. Chai Zifeng picked up the little girl, picked up the snacks and drinks on the ground, and hurried after them. The group followed Lin Xuan carefully and came to the ground. After exiting the subway, I realized that the sky outside had become dark. It should have been a sunny summer day with clear skies, but now it is gray and gloomy, exuding a solemn and depressing atmosphere. There were countless vehicles parked in a haphazard manner on the road, and the ground and surroundings were in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. But what is strange is that apart from these, no other traces of humans or zombies were seen. What's going on? Where did all those guys go? Seeing such a bleak scene, everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected, with zombies running rampant and the bloody and cruel bodies of the victims everywhere. It's really weird. Lin Xuan stood on the side of the road without saying a word. This scene made him feel as if he had returned to the Doomsday era where he had experienced countless life-threatening situations. At the same time, Lin Xuan's heart sank slightly, and a bad feeling surged up. Haven't you ever watched TV? Zombies are afraid of light. They are probably hiding now. They will come out at night. So now, we have to hurry and find a place to stay overnight. Lin Yu quickly came to his senses, explained confidently to others, and put forward his own ideas and suggestions. The others thought what he said made a lot of sense and nodded. Then everyone looked at Lin Xuan in unison. Chai Zifeng stood 4 or 5 meters away from everyone, holding the little girl and not saying a word. He doesn't fully trust these people yet. Of course, more importantly, he felt there was danger. It's so quiet here. It's a bit too quiet. Chai Zifeng, who was a professional soldier, couldn't help but frown after observing the situation. At the same time, he slowly took out a dagger and watched the movements around him vigilantly. Everyone be careful. Lin Xuan also gave everyone a reminder at this time. What happened? Wu Xianmei immediately became nervous. These zombies are not afraid of light. They are not the kind in the movies and TV shows you have seen. There is only one possibility why they didn't appear here. While Lin Xuan responded in a deep voice, his mental strength was also highly concentrated. He tried to sense the situation around him. Through the fire and thunder elements floating in the air, he tried to figure out what was happening at a greater distance. What is possible? Brother, can you please stop scaring us? We are just ordinary people, and we are scared. Xiang Shodong subconsciously shrank his neck. I just felt a chill rising up my spine, as if I was falling into an icy cave. Xiaochun then recalled what had just happened in the subway tunnel. The mutated zombie lion was eating other zombies, Then it became even more powerful. Did they encounter an enemy? Xiaochun reacted immediately. Why do people say that women's intuition is very accurate? Sometimes girls' logical inductive ability is very strong. Chai Zifeng's eyes darkened when he heard Xiaochun's words. Suddenly he hugged the little girl tightly and whispered, "Be careful!" After saying that, he rolled forward on the spot, like a nimble and swift leopard, and rolled forward 4 or 5 meters. Lin Xuan also felt the danger coming, and without saying a word, he controlled the thunder element and spread it towards the subway entrance behind him. The rumbling blue and white lightning burst into dazzling light. At the same time, a roar as loud as that of earth-shaking was heard from the subway entrance. Roar! Then a fishy wind blew in my face. An extremely terrifying aura of pressure enveloped everyone. When everyone looked back, they found that it was a huge mutant creature at least 6 or 7 meters tall standing behind the entrance of the subway station. At this moment, it was staring at them viciously with a pair of scarlet eyes, and its bloody mouth was roaring continuously. What the hell is this? Lin Yu was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Subconsciously, he turned around and ran backwards. Lion! Lion! No! It looks like a tiger! Wu Xianmei stared at it for 2 seconds and recognized the species of the huge mutated zombie monster through the tiger-striped pattern on its body. Damn it! You can't play like this! I thought there were only humans and zombies! How come there are also wild beasts? Xiang Shoudong's legs were shaking and his face turned pale. Run! What are you waiting for? Chai Zifeng shouted at the stunned crowd, and quickly retreated while chasing after Lin Yu with the little girl in his arms. This kind of behemoth is simply beyond the ability of human power to contend with. Running away is the survival instinct, staying to fight is tantamount to committing suicide. Reminded by Chai Zifeng's shout, Wu Xianmei and Xiaochun came to their senses and immediately pulled each other around and prepared to evacuate. But when Wu Xianmei saw that Lin Xuan at this moment, he had no intention of backing down at all. Instead, he stared at the mutated zombie tiger, as if he was planning to attack. Lin Xuan, don't! It's so powerful! Although he had already witnessed Lin Xuan's power. But Wu Xianmei didn't think he could defeat this terrible zombie tiger. After all, the size and strength of this big guy are not comparable to the zombie lion in the subway tunnel just now. Hurry up and go! Big brother! Xiang Shoudong couldn't help but yell at Lin Xuan. The answer to why there are no zombies in this area has appeared. Do you think you can escape from it? Lin Xuan remained absolutely calm and composed. He had seen too many scenes like this before he was reborn. Now one thing can be confirmed. If I turn around and run away now, it would be a true act of seeking death. Only by killing this zombie tiger can you survive. Chapter 25 Go to the warehouse. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xuan had already taken action. At the same time, after seeing several prey escape, the zombie tiger also roared towards the sky with a thunderous roar. Then they launched an attack on several people who were fleeing. Swish, swish, swish. Before the zombie tiger pounced on him, Lin Xuan continuously controlled the thunder element and shot dozens of thunder bullets at the target. Then, he summoned fire elements to condense around the target and on the surface of its fur, and raging flames instantly burned violently. But that's not the end. Lin Xuan leaped nimbly and dodged the sharp and huge claw that was coming down from above his head. Then he immediately controlled the thunder element and condensed a large amount of lightning above the zombie tiger's head. Boom! Boom! Continuous thunder bombarded the target. Even such a huge creature could not withstand the attack of such high voltage current. Its body was paralyzed and it stood there in a daze. His body went stiff, and then he fell straight to the side. Call! Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he was able to knock down this big guy so quickly wasn't because he was so powerful. Instead, he gave it his all when he made the move at the very beginning, pushing his mental strength to the extreme. Each of his attacks reached the limit of the power he could exert at that moment. He was shot in the head dozens of times in a row. It makes no sense that he wouldn't be dead, right? Lin Xuan stared vigilantly at the zombie tiger that was lying on the ground, with black smoke coming out of its body and still burning with flames, and thought to himself. Step back, what are you standing there for? He reminded Xiaochun and Xiang Shodong, who were already dumbfounded, in a deep voice. Those people wanted to retreat just now. But the zombie tiger just happened to launch an attack, and they did not dare to move for fear of being attacked and affected by the wind blades created by its sharp claws. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone came to their senses, turned around and hid away in a hurry. But two people came back instead. One is Wu Xianmei and the other is Chai Zifeng. The scene of Lin Xuan fighting with the giant zombie tiger just now was also seen by Chai Zifeng, who was far away. He retreated with the little girl in his arms not for his own sake, but because he didn't want the little girl to be hurt when the fight broke out. Now, after handing the little girl over to Lin Yu and settling her down, he immediately rushed back to help. Is it dead? Wu Xianmei was surrounded by blue lightning as she looked warily at the zombie tiger, which, even when lying down, was still nearly as tall as the subway station entrance. Chai Zifeng, who was standing by, looked at her and Lin Xuan with some surprise. This was the first time he encountered an awakener of elemental power. This talent is completely different from mine. It looks much stronger than mine. I don't know. Don't get too close yet. Be careful of it getting angry and hurting people. While Lin Xuan was responding to Wu Xianmei, he attacked again, firing more than 50 flame bullets at the zombie tiger. Every flaming bullet hit the head of the giant zombie tiger accurately, leaving behind a series of black and charred bullet marks. Seeing this scene, Chai Zifeng, who was standing by, was again filled with surprise. That should be fine now. Lin Xuan had already heard the system prompt sounding in his mind. This giant zombie tiger is also a level 2 zombie. But the experience points gained from killing are as high as 50 points. The zombie lion that Lin Xuan had killed in the subway tunnel before only gave him 10 experience points. Let's get out of here. I wonder if there are any other big guys like this around here. Wu Xianmei looked at Lin Xuan deeply and quickly reminded him. Brother, what kind of power is this talent of yours that is so powerful? After Chai Zifeng let go of his inner guard, he gradually began to take the initiative to talk with Lin Xuan and others. He pointed curiously at the surface of Lin Xuan's body, where the flames and lightning were rapidly disappearing. The power of elemental control, Lin Xuan replied. As he spoke, he walked towards a Baonyo sedan that was parked across the middle of the road. The car window had been smashed. The left door of the cab was also dented, and there was blood on the seat. But Lin Xuan didn't go there to observe these things. He punched the trunk lid and violently opened the trunk of the car. He looked down for a few moments and took out a small generator, as well as some survival supplies such as food and water, and a few barrels of gasoline. Seeing Lin Xuan's operation, Wu Xianmei was very surprised. How did you know there were these things in there? Guess. Of course, Lin Xuan would not tell the other party that he had experienced the scene here in his previous life, so he remembered that there were these supplies in the trunk of this car. Although, in his doomsday experience in his previous life, Lin Xuan did not encounter this giant zombie tiger. Moreover, the time when I arrived at this subway station entrance was different from now. Brother, where are we going now? Asked Shodong. At this time, the things in Lin Xuan's hand had been put into the system backpack and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go meet up with the other survivors first. He didn't say much else. Before that, Chao Jinshui and Shui Zhenzhen were asked to go to the large warehouse rented by Chao Jinshui's food company. Instruct them to organize all the supplies there. Now that there is no trace of Luning Xiang, time is passing by little by little. Running around everywhere is not a solution. It is better to quickly meet up with others and get survival supplies before making any plans. Lin Xuan Yu. Just now, Lin Xuan used the system backpack to take away the generator, food and water. This was clearly seen by Wu Xianmei, Chai Zifeng and Xiang Shodong. At this moment, Xiaochun was completely stunned. She thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and looked at other people. Just now, weren't you holding? It's just the ability of awakening talent. Nothing to be surprised about. Lin Xuan explained casually. Hearing him say this, Xiaochun seemed even more incredulous. Wu Xianmei and Chai Zifeng also looked a little bit unbelievable. They are also people with awakened supernatural talents, so how come they don't know that they have this ability? Seeing that Lin Xuan stopped explaining, he turned and looked at Lin Yu and the little girl named Liang Wanting in the distance. Others did not ask any more questions. If you think about it carefully, even the power of elements can be awakened. The doomsday disaster that was once thought to be a fantasy has also broken out, the zombie virus. It's not surprising if people with gifted abilities awaken any special abilities. When Lin Yu saw that the battle here was over, he immediately ran back with the little girl Liang Wanting. Lin Xuan knew that there were still some supplies in many of the surrounding cars, but he did not take them. The road is blocked by vehicles, so we have to walk. He called out and headed towards the warehouse. Chapter 26. Survival supplies were taken away first. The battle between Lin Xuan and his group and the giant zombie tiger at the subway station entrance was clearly seen by the survivors in the surrounding buildings. At this moment, their every move was being watched by eyes hidden behind the curtains or windows. There are a few survivors upstairs over there. Do you want to call them along? Chai Zifeng pointed to a self-built residential building on the left. The others glanced over there and immediately looked at Lin Xuan. He has the strongest strength, and now everyone agrees that Lin Xuan is their leader. Of course, Lin Xuan had already discovered these survivors, but he didn't say anything and continued to move forward. Seeing Lin Xuan's actions, everyone looked at each other and followed him subconsciously. Brother Zifeng, why doesn't that big brother speak? Liang Wanting asked in a low voice with doubt. Hearing this, Chai Zifeng looked at Lin Xuan's back and shook his head. If those people want to follow us, they will catch up by themselves. It's getting late. We can't waste time in such an open place. It will be easy for us to be surrounded by zombies. You have to remember this is one of the rules of survival. Chai Zifeng patiently explained to Liang Wanting. Hearing him say this, the others looked at him with surprised expressions. Everyone thought that this serious man would turn hostile or have a conflict with Lin Xuan because of his cold behavior. Unexpectedly, he saw it very clearly. So this is what you think, why didn't I think of it? Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. He Xiaochun rolled his eyes at him, then pulled Wu Xianmei and hurriedly took 2 steps to catch up with Lin Xuan. Only when they are with Lin Xuan can they feel a sense of security. Now seeing Lin Xuan make such a decisive decision, the feeling of trust brought by this decisiveness is even stronger. Chao Jinshui and Shui Jinjin followed the agreement with Lin Xuan. After great effort and several dangerous situations, I finally arrived at the warehouse rented by my company. He was filled with joy, thinking that this time he could obtain a large amount of survival supplies to help them survive better in this doomsday world. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the warehouse door, Chao Jinshui was dumbfounded. Oh my God! What the hell is going on? The huge warehouse of nearly 5,000 square meters should have been filled with various food goods. However, at this moment, it was a mess inside. Apart from the garbage such as cartons and packaging bags left on the ground, all the survival supplies such as food and drinks were gone. How so? Boss Chow, what should we do now? This scene also made Shui Jinjin at a loss, and she looked around in confusion. They had gone through too many dangers on their way here. It's not just those mutated ferocious zombies that want to bite and devour them. Other human survivors actually tried to rob and attack them. The whole world is in complete chaos. The once prosperous city has completely lost its order. All that was left was chaos and brutal slaughter. No matter how strong Shui Jinjin's mental state was, she was already a bit nervous now. She kept looking left and right, her body trembling slightly. There was still blood and some human tissue on his body and on the golf club he was holding tightly in his hand, which was not sure whether it was from zombies or humans. Chao Jinshui frowned and checked the remaining traces on the warehouse door that were obviously melted by the high-temperature flame. I was so depressed that I wanted to vomit blood. Damn it! Some bastard must have stolen our supplies. If that bastard lets me know who did this, I'll kill him. After fighting all the way, they basically had no rest and were severely physically exhausted, coupled with the intense pressure to survive. Chao Jinshui's spirit was as taut as a bowstring. Now the supplies are missing, time is passing quickly, there are many dangers outside and my future is uncertain. The multiple pressures brought him to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Shui Jinjin forced herself to calm down. She looked around, pointed to a warehouse behind her, and reminded, Boss Chow. Before he finished speaking, Chao Jinshui waved his hand. What are you talking about? I am just an ordinary person now, just like you. Just call me Brother Chow from now on. Sigh. I don't know if we can survive this night. Chao Jinshui is also a veteran fan of doomsday film and television dramas. He was of course well aware that zombies would become more violent and active at night. Brother Chow, we can't just give up on ourselves. I see there are a lot of warehouses here. Maybe there are the supplies we are looking for. Shall we go take a look? Shui Jinjin suggested. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinshui quickly calmed down. He glanced around and found that there were indeed many warehouse doors closed in this warehouse area. It does not appear to have been damaged or looted. Chao Jinshui was just about to nod and go over with Shui Jinjin to check the conditions of the warehouses. Suddenly he saw several large trucks approaching quickly from the entrance of the warehouse storage area about 1,000 meters away. It's the other survivors! Shui Jinjin was so excited that she almost jumped up and waved. But before she could open her mouth to shout, Chao Jinshui pushed her back. Are you going to die? Chao Jinshui dragged Shui Jinjin into the warehouse and hid her there, secretly observing the situation outside and whispering. What happened? Shui Jinjin blinked her big eyes in confusion, her face full of bewilderment. You have forgotten everything that happened along the way, right? We don't know where that group of people came from, but it looks like there are quite a lot of them, and they are clearly here for the supplies. If we go out now, we will be handing ourselves over to the unknown. Do you want to bet your life? Chao Jinshui's question made Shui Jinjin quiet down immediately. She dared not speak anymore, and even her breathing slowed down a lot. The two of them watched the situation outside vigilantly. But soon Chao Jinshui realized something was wrong. Not good, it seems they have discovered us. Chao Jinshui patted Shui Jinjin's butt, and the latter's whole body tensed up. He turned around and saw Shui Jinjin looking embarrassed. He lowered his head to look at her and realized that he had taken the photo in the wrong place. He made an apologetic expression but did not explain anything. Hurry up and go inside, they seem to be coming for us. Chao Jinshui said this and turned around to go into the warehouse. There is a back door on the other side. You can escape from that end. But just when he was about to leave, Shui Jinjin grabbed him. Chapter 27. There is not only one choice. Just as Chao Jinshui was about to retreat, he was suddenly grabbed by Shui Jinjin. Brother Chao, take a look! Is that Lin Xuan in the car? Lin Xuan? Chao Jinshui was startled, turned around curiously and went back to the door, sticking his head out to look out carefully. At this time, the big truck was already 100 meters away. It seems to be Brother Lin Xuan indeed. But who is the man in the driver's seat? Chao Jinshui saw Lin Xuan sitting in the passenger seat, but was wary of the stern man in the driver's seat who was driving a large truck and stepping on the accelerator towards them. Other survivors. Shui Jinjin answered hesitantly. Just as the two were stunned, the large truck had already stopped at the door of the warehouse. Lin Xuan jumped out of the car. His eyes fell directly on Chao Jinshui's face, who was hiding behind the gate on the left. Come out. I've already noticed you guys, he said calmly. After Chao Jinshui confirmed that it was Lin Xuan, he and Shui Jinjin stood up, looking awkwardly and warily at Chai Zifeng, who had just gotten out of the car behind him. Brother Lin Xuan, have you found your girlfriend? Chao Jinshui looked at Chai Zifeng warily and asked calmly. In fact, Luning Xiang and Lin Xuan are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The two of them are more than friends but less than lovers. But Lin Xuan didn't explain that much. He just shook his head lightly. This is Chai Zifeng, a survivor we met on the road. We will be partners from now on. What's going on here? Lin Xuan briefly introduced Chai Zifeng to the two of them, and looked at the empty warehouse behind them with confusion. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinshui smiled and nodded at Chai Zifeng, then immediately came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xuan, his expression becoming indignant. Stop talking! I get angry just by mentioning it. We finally got here, but we didn't expect that the supplies in the warehouse were looted by some bastard first. Chao Jinshui looked depressed, and Shui Jinjin beside him was also helpless. Is there nothing left? Lin Xuan asked with a frown. Hearing this, Chao Jinshui remembered something and quickly turned around and ran into the warehouse. After looking at the back corner for a few times, he answered hesitantly. The door of the cold storage doesn't seem to be damaged. I wonder if the fruits and vegetables inside are still there. I haven't checked the other warehouses yet because we just arrived here. As he spoke, he looked back. At this time, the other people on the truck also got off one after another. I saw other survivors, including 2 girls about my age and a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. At this time, Shuizhenjin looked much more relaxed. She took the initiative to greet him. You all came back with Lin Xuan, right? Hello, my name is Shuizhenjin. Shuizhenjin took the initiative to introduce herself to everyone. Lin Xuan turned around and glanced at her, thinking that she was indeed a socialite, very sociable. It's still very useful to keep such a person around. At least Shuizhenjin's ability to communicate with others is something that ordinary people can't learn. Zifeng, go with him to check the conditions of the cold storage and several other warehouses. Everyone else, pay attention and set up a defense line. Don't take it lightly. Lin Xuan gave an instruction to Chai Zifeng, then turned around and instructed the others. It was on the way here that he found out after an in-depth conversation with Chai Zifeng that the other party was 1 year younger than him. But military life cannot compare to the luxurious life in the city. That's why he looks more mature and older than most people of his age. Understood. Chai Zifeng now admires Lin Xuan very much. It's not just because Lin Xuan is organized and knows how to prioritize things. It is also because of Lin Xuan's own powerful talent and strength. He looked at Chao Jinshui, who nodded. The 2 men each took out their weapons and walked cautiously towards the cold storage door in the southeast corner of the warehouse. The others also followed Lin Xuan's instructions and began to establish a simple defense line on the spot. Everyone was observing the situation around them vigilantly. Lin Xuan turned around and glanced around. I found that this storage area is very huge. The area is at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. There are warehouses arranged in an orderly manner inside. The doors of some of the warehouses had been obviously damaged. All the supplies inside were looted. Many of them are still intact. Wu Xianmei, take good care of them. I'll go over there and take a look at the situation. Lin Xuan turned around and gave instructions to Wu Xianmei. Apart from herself, she is the only awakened one here. The rest are ordinary people. Liang Wanting, who also possesses a talent, has not yet awakened her talent because she is too young. In this situation, there is naturally no difference between him and ordinary people. Okay, then be careful. Wu Xianmei immediately summoned a circle of lightning, surrounding He Xiaochun, Shuizhenjin, and the other 2 men. He looked at Lin Xuan with concern and reminded him. Lin Xuan walked towards a warehouse opposite. In fact, his eyes glanced at the camera above the warehouse door intentionally or unintentionally. He clearly saw the camera move just now. This is a sign that someone is controlling the camera to observe, or monitor, the external situation. Lin Xuan was not sure what was going on inside the warehouse. That's why I had to go over and check it out. He soon arrived at the door of the warehouse. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the heavy steel door in front of him. Then, Lin Xuan slowly raised a finger, and a ball of fire immediately appeared at the fingertips. This is no ordinary flame. Lin Xuan mixed the fire element with the oxygen in the air to form a gas flame-like shape with a high temperature cutting effect. As his fingertips moved gently, the gate in front of him was soon cut open with a gap about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Bang! The heavy steel plate smashed backwards, causing the ground to shake slightly. Lin Xuan glanced inside through the cutout doorway and found boxes of goods piled up like mountains. After taking a quick look and making sure there was no danger inside, he immediately walked in to conduct a more detailed search. After an inspection, it was confirmed that the warehouse did not hide any survivors or other strange things. The camera at the door is most likely connected to the management office of this storage site. Or maybe the office of the owner of this warehouse or something like that. Lin Xuan didn't pay any more attention to this situation. He began to check the goods here and found that they were also food. And the variety is rich, not only rice, flour, oil and the like, but also many other foods, and even a large number of bottled mineral water. It seems that the lessee of this warehouse is also engaged in food wholesale business. Lin Xuan snorted lightly, waved his hand and accepted all the supplies in front of him. Chapter 28 Backpack Upgrade. Being Targeted. Lin Xuan stored all the supplies in the warehouse into his system backpack. Then I discovered that there were as many as 97 types of these supplies. These include various condiments, staple foods, rice, flour, oil, and other various snacks and side dishes. Lin Xuan even saw some crop seeds and other things. There's actually such a thing? Lin Xuan looked at the large number and variety of seeds in his backpack and smiled with a hint of amusement. But soon his smile disappeared and he became a little worried. This wave of looted supplies, plus other supplies collected along the way. All in all, a total of 123 backpack slots were used up. Lin Xuan immediately called out his attribute panel and checked it. The previous battle allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience points. Now there are more than 13,000 points. Lin Xuan looked at the upgrade conditions of the system backpack. Is it necessary to have 10,000 experience points to upgrade my backpack? That's really unfair. He complained in his heart, but still allocated 10,000 experience points to the backpack upgrade option without hesitation. Ding! System backpack upgraded successfully. Current level is LV2. The number of backpack slots has been expanded to 1,200. Backpack classification function has been unlocked. The system prompt sounding in his mind startled Lin Xuan. Classification function? He summoned the system backpack again to check and found that there were indeed many more categories. The specific categories are food, tools, weapons and equipment, production materials, and so on. The classification is very detailed, and under each backpack classification option, there are actually 1,200 separate backpack grids. The grids for backpack classification are not shared, which is a very good point. You deserve the praise. Lin Xuan figured out the function of the new backpack and immediately smiled with satisfaction. He gave the air a thumbs up to praise the system. He closed the attribute panel and system backpack. Check the warehouse again. Because it is located at the very edge of this row of warehouses, it is not connected to the cold storage. Make sure all the supplies inside have been cleared out by yourself. Lin Xuan turned and left. What he didn't know was that every move he made when he opened the door of the warehouse was recorded by the surveillance camera in the office of the warehouse management area. And right now, in the office, a group of burly men with tattoos on their arms, looking ferocious, were checking the surveillance video. I happened to see this scene clearly. The leader, a bald tattooed man, was wiping the bloody long knife in his hand with a piece of clothes torn from somewhere. At the same time, he stared cruelly at Lin Xuan in the surveillance video. No one can take away the supplies here without my permission. Go and bring these people over here. If you dare to resist. The bald man turned around and glanced at the bodies on the ground that were still warm. This is the end, he ordered coldly. Understood. A group of thug-like men behind him immediately grabbed weapons such as baseball bats or machetes, turned around and hurried away. Lin Xuan walked out of the warehouse. I was just about to go to the warehouse next door to check the situation and continue collecting supplies here. However, I heard a shout from behind. Brother Xian! There are a lot of supplies in the cold storage here. Frozen meat, fruit, seafood, lots of it. Come here. Chai Zifeng stood at the door of the warehouse and waved at him. Hearing this, Lin Xuan's heart moved. He immediately turned around and walked back. The supplies we just got are some basic snacks. Although there is some meat, the quantity is very small and it is all fast food. Chao Jinshui had said before that his cold storage was full of top-quality meat, so Lin Xuan certainly couldn't miss it. Soon Lin Xuan followed Chai Zifeng into the cold storage. As he glanced around, he saw a wide variety of meats and fresh fruits. Good fellow! We even have the best marbled beef! Lin Xuan looked at Chao Jinshui with a meaningful look. This guy never said there was such expensive meat here before. Hey! Chao Jinshui smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Brother, I heard that you have the ability to store things in another dimension? Is that right? he asked while looking at Lin Xuan with a grin. Lin Xuan did not speak directly, but responded with practical actions. He just raised his hand and touched a piece of supplies in front of him. In an instant, everything in the cold storage of about 300 square meters disappeared. It's as magical as if it were magic. This? I'll go! Seeing Lin Xuan's magical operation, Chao Jinshui was completely stunned. The cold storage of more than 300 square meters is filled with goods. The volume is at least several thousand cubic meters. Even if we use a large truck, it may not be able to transport all the goods here at once. But Lin Xuan just touched it casually just now. Everything is gone. This ability is simply amazing. Brother, what is your ability called? How did you awaken it? Chao Jinshui, who is a person with gifted abilities, showed an expression of great envy. After coming to his senses, he quickly asked Lin Xuan. And Chai Zifeng also showed a listening expression. Obviously, they all want to gain this ability. Have no idea. It awakened along with my other talents. Lin Xuan said a few perfunctorily, turned around and prepared to leave here to search the next warehouse. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the direction of the gate. Then hurried footsteps were heard running towards this side from the door. Lin Xuan frowned and felt a chill in his heart. Immediately realized that something unexpected might have happened. Chao Jinshui and Chai Zifeng looked at each other, and their expressions changed, and their whole aura became sharper. The two men gripped their weapons tightly and followed Lin Xuan out of the cold storage. I saw He Xiaochun running towards me. Enemy! He Xiaochun looked panicked and pointed in the direction of the gate, and looked at Lin Xuan. Don't panic! What's going on? Explain clearly! Lin Xuan asked calmly. At this time, several other people also hurriedly ran over from the gate. Lin Xuan, a group of ferocious men in black are coming this way. Wu Xianmei shouted at him. Brother! Those guys are aggressive and have weapons in their hands. They don't look like good people. Lin Yu immediately followed suit. It looks like there are dozens of them. That's a lot of people. They're not zombies, they're humans. Xiang Shodong also followed up with additional explanations to Lin Xuan, telling him everything he had observed. It looks like they're planning to steal our things. Chao Jinshui showed an angry expression and looked at Lin Xuan. Chapter 29, A Disagreement Leads to a Fight. Chao Jinshui was still depressed, and was still brooding over the fact that someone had stolen the goods in his warehouse. At this moment, it was heard that a group of people were rushing here aggressively, and their target was clearly them. He was so angry that he clenched his fists, and looked like he was going to fight with the other person. Chai Zifeng was relatively calm. He didn't say anything and just waited for Lin Xuan's orders. As long as Lin Xuan says to start fighting, no matter how many people are on the opposite side, he will charge forward without hesitation. Wu Xianmei, take them to the back and wait. You two follow me. Lin Xuan originally planned to go out and deal with it himself, but considering that the other side had a large number of people, he didn't know whether there were any powerful awakened people with powerful talents among them. So he called Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui to follow him out. While speaking, Lin Xuan subconsciously glanced at Chao Jinshui. Name, Chao Jinshui. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, Rage LV2, 394/1000, 1/1. Strength 38, normal person 10. Agility 36, normal person 10. Physique 39, normal person 10. Spirit 11, normal person 10. This guy's talent level has been upgraded to level 2, and he has also gained a lot of experience. It can be seen that he has gained something from the fighting along the way. Now, the three attributes of strength, agility, and physique have improved a lot compared to the beginning. Needless to say, the combat effectiveness is excellent. Chai Zifeng on the side has similar overall strength to Chao Jinshui. He also raised his talent level to LV2. Both of them are power-type players. Lin Xuan also glanced at him at this time. Detailed information immediately appeared on the other person's head. Name, Chai Zifeng. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, Calcium Control LV2, 107/1000, 1/1. Strength 44, normal person 10. Agility 43, normal person 10. Physique 45, normal person 10. Spirit 12, normal person 10. Although Chai Zifeng's talent is also strength type, it is slightly different from the ordinary pure strength type. His talent is controlling calcium. Simply put, it can freely adjust the body's calcium concentration. This ability is somewhat similar to the bloodline limit ability of a character named Kagaya Kimimaro in the anime Naruto, Corpse Vein. No, the basic principle should be the same. In other words, Chai Zifeng's innate ability, which combines both offense and defense, is considered a very powerful talent among the awakened ones. It can even be said that it is fundamentally different from general strength talents. However, Chai Zifeng's talent level is not particularly high at present. Lin Xuan was not very clear about the extent to which he could achieve. However, as a professional soldier, Chai Zifeng is obviously better than Chao Jinshui in physical fitness. The two men didn't say anything. Under the worried gazes of several people behind them, they followed Lin Xuan towards the gate. Let's go! Don't cause them any trouble! Although Wu Xianmei is young, she is very sensible. In this situation, he was very calm and took the initiative to lead others out through the back door. Lin Xuan, Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui had just walked to the door. Already one could hear the roar of car engines, and some of the sounds of motorcycles. The three of them turned around and left the warehouse. As soon as they came outside, they were surrounded by a group of ferocious men in black. There was also a group of men in black who went to check the warehouse opposite that had just been looted by Lin Xuan. Fuck! Everything here is gone! Was it taken away by that boy just now? You must be kidding me! How could he possibly carry so many things by himself? Where could he hide them? How the hell did he do that? Cursing sounds were soon heard from the warehouse opposite. At this time, the dark-faced man in front of Lin Xuan also raised a shining machete. Whatever you are, how did you manage to destroy the supplies in the warehouse out back? Anyway, spit it out and come with us. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. The other party stared at Lin Xuan and threatened. The other party's identity information automatically appears in front of you. Name, Wang Xuefei. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, none. Lin Xuan glanced at the group of people and found that among the 57 people, only 2 were gifted awakeners. Moreover, the talents of these 2 guys are only level 1, and they are the worst brute force talents. He couldn't help but sneer. Just you guys? Lin Xuan calmly crossed his arms, looking at Wang Xuefei in front of him with a playful expression, who was threatening him in a domineering manner. He seemed unaware of how insignificant he was in front of Lin Xuan. You can still laugh, right? Do you think I'm kidding you? Guys! Get him! When Wang Xuefei saw that Lin Xuan didn't take him seriously, he immediately became angry and waved his hand to call on the people behind him to attack Lin Xuan and Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui beside him. Chai Zifeng didn't say anything and suddenly attacked. His movements were as fast as lightning. The enemy didn't even see clearly what happened. The next second, Wang Xuefei was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Chai Zifeng is a tall man of 1.88 meters, with muscular arms showing bulging veins. He is carrying Wang Xuefei, who is only about 1.75 meters tall, in one hand. It's like carrying a chicken. Bang! Chai Zifeng threw Wang Xuefei out without any mercy, and he slammed heavily into the crowd behind him, knocking several other enemies to the ground. Then, without saying a word, he kicked away another enemy who was rushing forward and trying to launch a sneak attack. And the other people behind the enemy turned into a rolling gourd. When Chao Jinshui saw how fierce Chai Zifeng was, he was surprised but also did not sit idle, and he also attacked quickly. The golf club he held was no cheap item. Better than a regular baseball bat. Chao Jinshui knocked down 2 enemies with one stick and kicked another enemy away. In just half a minute, more than a dozen of the 57 enemies were knocked to the ground by the 2 of them. Lin Xuan still had his arms crossed, with no intention of taking action at all. Such a small group of junks is not worth his personal effort. He also planned to take this opportunity to take a good look at Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui to see how good their fighting skills were. So far, so good. The talent ability upgraded to level 2 did indeed bring them a powerful combat power bonus. The strength attribute of 30 or 40 points alone is far beyond the strength of a normal adult male. Dealing with this group of thugs is no problem at all. The only thing we need to worry about is the 2 awakened ones among the enemies who have not yet taken action. Chapter 30 Ruthless Killing God, Regret. Seeing that Lin Xuan's 2 subordinates were so fierce. In less than half a minute, he had beaten more than a dozen of his companions, leaving them lying on the ground groaning and unable to get up. For a moment, the remaining dozens of enemies were also confused. They were shocked and confused, and they all took several steps back, putting some distance between themselves and Lin Xuan and the others. Each of them looked fierce but was timid inside, and did not dare to rush forward to launch an attack. If they still can't tell now that the 3 enemies in front of them are people with gifted abilities, then they are just blind. At this time, the remaining 30-odd enemies all looked towards the middle of the crowd, and the 2 burly and strong men, whose muscle content and body shape were obviously different from ordinary men, looked over. Lin Xuan was also looking at the 2 of them with interest. Name, Wei Chunqing. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, brute force attack LV1, 75 out of 100. Name, Xiang. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, brute force attack LV1, 62 out of 100. Brute force strikes. This talent was recognized by the whole world as the worst talent ability in the Doomsday world before Lin Xuan was reborn. Because it is the kind of talent that is everywhere. Among every 10 awakened people, at least 5 have this ability. Not only is the growth ceiling of the innate ability itself not very high, the physical fitness bonus brought to the awakened is far from enough compared to other powerful talents. But compared with ordinary people, they are indeed very powerful. At this time, Xiang and Wei Chunqing, feeling the gazes from all around, immediately came out each holding an iron rod. Very good at fighting, huh? How about you come and play with me? Xiang stared at Chai Zifeng, who was half a head taller than him, hooked his finger, and looked provocative. Wei Chunqing, who was standing aside, also locked his eyes on Chao Jinshui. Come and fight me! If you win, I'll call you brother! If you lose, you have to get under my crotch before I let you go! He also hooked his finger at Chao Jinshui. Then he pointed to his crotch. When Chao Jinshui heard this, he became furious. He leaped forward, and without any verbal exchange, he clenched his fist, aimed at Wei Chunqing and hit him with a cannon hammer. When Lin Xuan first met him, he noticed him because of his extraordinary speed. Now that his talent has been upgraded, Chao Jinshui is even faster than before. He jumped up, clenched his fist, pounced on his opponent, and struck. All the movements were done in one go, taking less than 2 seconds. There was a muffled bang sound. Wei Chunqing, who had been so arrogant just now, was hit hard on the left cheek by Chao Jinshui's fist as big as a casserole the next second. On the spot, he retreated more than 10 meters, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Wei Chunqing covered his face and stared at Chao Jinshui in disbelief. The other enemies were also stunned, looking at Lin Xuan and the other 2 in disbelief. Fuck, why are they so powerful? Even Brother Chunqing can't beat them? Are you kidding me? Not good, it seems the other side's talents are stronger than ours. The enemies around began to murmur, each of them looked solemn, and even a little guilty. It was completely different from the ferocious look he had when he just came over. At this time, Xiang was also a little surprised and confused. He didn't even see clearly what Chao Jinshui did just now. Didn't you say you were going to fight me? Are you distracted? Xiang was turning back to check on his brother Wei Chunqing when he suddenly heard a cold voice in front of him. As soon as he turned around, he felt a strong sense of oppression. Chai Zifeng's burly body was almost close to his opponent, and the distance between him and the enemy was less than 20 centimeters. At this distance, they would either kiss or fight. And the situation at this moment is obviously the latter. Xiang suddenly came back to his senses and kicked Chai Zifeng in the vitals. In this doomsday world, no one will reason with you. What's more, these are a bunch of social scoundrels who are not good people to begin with. If an ordinary person were to use this move, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. But Chai Zifeng neither dodged nor evaded. There was only a muffled bang sound, followed by a sound that seemed to be a broken leg bone. Everyone clearly saw that Chai Zifeng's body seemed to be covered with a layer of white lime or something. Oh! Su Guiqiang suddenly hugged his right foot and jumped back repeatedly, his expression full of pain and ferocity. Obviously, he was the one who suffered the loss. Brother Chang! What's wrong? Brother Chang? When the other enemies saw this, they quickly surrounded Su Guiqiang and supported him. Su Guiqiang was in so much pain that tears came out, and he looked at Chai Zifeng with shock and anger. What the hell is this ability of yours? He asked in a hoarse, terrified voice, looking stern but inwardly weak. The ability to easily abuse you. Chai Zifeng sneered and moved forward. He thought his opponent could be a little stronger. I was mentally prepared to be kicked away or even injured by my opponent. Unexpectedly, the highly calcified body, which was as strong as steel, did not suffer any damage. Instead, the opponent himself broke his leg bones due to the reaction force. This situation made Chai Zifeng lose interest in continuing to fight with his opponent. He acted quickly, punching and kicking, and easily took care of more than a dozen enemies, including Su Guiqiang, who had not yet recovered his breath. On the other side, Chao Jinshui was certainly not idle during this period. He also continued to attack the injured Wei Chunxing, and in no time he knocked all the remaining enemies to the ground. Brother Xian, how are they going to deal with this? Chai Zifeng walked back and looked at Lin Xuan and asked. Although this group of people had bad intentions and intended to kill them by taking advantage of their strength. But they are not zombies after all. So Chai Zifeng didn't kill him. How many of you are here? Lin Xuan walked towards the seriously injured Su Guiqiang and asked coldly. It's none of your business. Damn it. If you want to kill me, just kill me. What the hell are you talking about? The other party spoke unclearly and cursed at Lin Xuan. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly burst into flames. Lin Xuan had no sympathy for the social scum. If we are merciful and don't kill them now, more innocent survivors will fall into their hands in the future. Su Guiqiang let out a scream, and was instantly engulfed by the raging flames. Seeing this horrifying scene, the other enemies were dumbfounded. You killed Brother Chang! A young man with dyed yellow hair, who looked no more than 10 or 20 years old, stared at Lin Xuan as if he was looking at a ghost, while struggling to get up and run away. I'll ask again. How many of you are here? Lin Xuan spoke coldly. Chapter 31. Tonight's shelter has been found. The management office of the warehousing and logistics base. The bald man Hogwabin had a sullen face as he watched the surveillance footage of a group of his men who were beaten to the ground and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, gritting his teeth in hatred. The dagger in his hand was held tightly, as if he was looking for a target to stab a few times. Where do these people come from? How come they are so strong? Hogwabin asked viciously. There were more than a dozen men behind me, looking at each other. Brother, do you want me to go meet these people in person? The long-haired man who was sitting on a chair nearby with his legs on the table looked up and asked. There is no doubt that he is also an awakened one, and he is very confident in his own strength. But at this time, Hogwabin heard this and looked at him. We are all just trying to survive, there is no need to fight here. Although he is a tough guy, Hogwabin knows how to prioritize. The most important thing now is to find a safe place and build your own power. The key is to first deal with the horde of zombies that are wreaking havoc on the entire city. If those things are not killed, conflicts with other human survivors will only bring sorrow to our loved ones and joy to our enemies. I can kill them in one move, the long-haired man emphasized. Don't you understand me? Hogwabin glared at him. The long-haired man lowered his head and curled his lips in dissatisfaction, but said nothing. Is the truck team ready? Hogwabin looked at his other subordinates and asked. Everything is ready. All the supplies have been loaded. We can set off at any time, brother. The subordinate answered immediately. Good. Brothers, let's retreat. Let's go. Just give them the supplies here. There aren't many good things left anyway. Hogwabin didn't know about Lin Xuan's talents. Seeing that there were only a few people on the other side, I thought they couldn't take much away. This warehouse area is so large, so just come back after moving the supplies on hand. Hearing what he said, the long-haired man next to him reluctantly took out the walkie-talkie and notified everyone. After some friendly communication, Lin Xuan got the information he wanted. This group of guys who look like gangsters are actually the contractors and operators of this warehousing and logistics base. Their boss is Ho Gu Bin, a man with some background and power in the local area. He usually has around 200 thugs under his command. As the manager of this storage base covering an area of 800,000 square meters, this group of people naturally knows everything here. Of course, it was this group of people who stole the goods from Chao Jinshui's warehouse. I don't know whether to say they are lucky or unlucky. After the Doomsday disaster, these people actually escaped the disaster and did not turn into zombies. But they knew exactly what was happening in the outside world, so they took action immediately. Under Ho Gu Bin's arrangement, the logistics fleet here transferred the goods in many warehouses of this storage base in advance. I heard that they were preparing to transfer supplies to a summer resort outside the city. It is one of Ho Gu Bin's private residences, covering an area of more than 100 acres. Many security facilities have been built inside. They plan to use it as their base camp and build their own forces to resist the threat of doomsday zombies. After getting this news, Lin Xuan no longer paid any attention to these thugs. He turned and looked at Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui. You two go meet up with the others and get the vehicle ready. We're leaving at any time. I'll go deal with the remaining supplies in the warehouse. After giving the instructions, Lin Xuan threw several walkie-talkies to the two of them. He didn't say much nonsense. He carried a walkie-talkie on his back and walked straight towards the warehouse diagonally opposite. It's already about 2:30 in the afternoon. Although it is summer now, the days are long and the nights are short. But now the sky is gray and there is no sunlight at all. Night will fall faster than usual. They must leave here quickly and find a safe enough shelter. Lin Xuan was familiar with the process. He used the high-temperature flame generated by the fire element and oxygen to destroy the door of the warehouse, and then directly looted all the supplies inside. I got specific information when I interrogated that group of enemies just now. He knew that in this storage base, 90% of the warehouses were used to store goods such as food and daily necessities. These things are very useful for surviving the apocalypse. One of the powers of the system backpack is that Lin Xuan does not need to waste any time picking and organizing these supplies. As long as his palm touches the target, he can instantly absorb everything within a certain area. Another advantage is that there is no need to worry about the food stored in the backpack going bad. Soon Lin Xuan arrived outside the 25th warehouse. He was about to open the door of the warehouse. Suddenly, 3 gunshots were heard from far behind. Lin Xuan, who had experienced survival in the Doomsday world, was very familiar with this sound. He immediately became alert. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where the gunshot came from. Fengzi, what's going on? Lin Xuan took out the walkie-talkie that he had just snatched from the group of enemies. He asked the other end. These guys have guns. But don't worry, Brother Xian, we are fine, we have already killed them. Chai Zifeng responded immediately. Weapons? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Go find out where their weapons cache is and take everything if it's suitable. Let's spend the night at their boss's manor. Lin Xuan violently opened the door of the warehouse in front of him and looted all the supplies inside. While holding up the intercom, he gave orders to Chai Zifeng. Clear! Although Chai Zifeng is an awakened person, he has never been able to find a suitable weapon. As a professional soldier, he was of course very excited when he saw the guns. Even if Lin Xuan didn't tell him to do so, he would have done so. It's not okay to have a bunch of bad guys running around with deadly weapons in their hands. I'll go with you. Lin Xuan heard Chao Jinshui's voice coming from the intercom. He immediately raised the intercom and said to Chao Jinshui, You don't have to go, just let Fengzi go by himself. The enemy is nothing serious. You stay and follow the others. Be careful not to lose anyone. After saying that, Lin Xuan went to the next warehouse. But just as he was about to open the warehouse door, he suddenly heard some strange noises coming from inside. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xuan approached the gate and heard faint muffled sounds coming from inside. It sounded as if someone was knocking hard on the heavy iron door. He subconsciously looked down and saw that the big iron gate in front of him was locked from the outside. And it's not just any lock. There were several layers of iron chains as thick as a baby's arm wrapped around the gate. He instantly realized that this warehouse was not ordinary. Chapter 32 Talent Characteristics Unlocked, Element Fusion. In fact, Lin Xuan had already thought of something when he just arrived here. Such a large warehousing and logistics space. There wasn't even a trace of a zombie. This is obviously unreasonable. At this moment, looking at the locked warehouse in front of me, I could hear faint roars and banging sounds coming from inside. If Lin Xuan guessed correctly, there were no survival supplies inside, but most likely a large group of zombies. He concentrated his mental power and sensed the elements in the air inside the warehouse. Sure enough, my thoughts were confirmed immediately. And it was at this moment that Lin Xuan noticed that the camera above his head turned and was pointed directly at him. At the same time, a sizzling sound of electricity came from the walkie-talkie in his hand. Lin Xuan subconsciously looked at the intercom, and suddenly a man's voice rang out. "Brother, if you let the things in there out, it will not be good for anyone. Go to the next warehouse, that's what you want." After saying these two sentences, the voice disappeared. Although Lin Xuan didn't know the other party's identity yet, he had already guessed about 30% of it. He ignored the reminder from the man on the intercom. He was curious about how these little dogs managed to lock up a group of ferocious zombies in this warehouse. Could it be that they have some special means to subdue these zombies? While feeling confused, Lin Xuan also began to destroy the iron chains and the gate in front of him. Soon the banging sounds on the other side of the door stopped. Lin Xuan took a few steps back and stared at the door in front of him, which was silent. His perception has locked onto the zombies inside. At this time, the door began to move slowly and was pushed outwards by some force. Lin Xuan did not give the zombies a chance to rush out in a swarm. He took direct action, controlling the fire element in the warehouse and directly causing a raging fire inside. At the same time, the thunder had already condensed into shape. The sounds of thunder and lightning continued to ring out. The miserable howls of zombies could be heard one after another. At this moment, the heavy iron door was knocked open with great force. Dozens of zombies with flames burning all over their bodies rushed out from inside. Even though they only had half their lives left, they still did not forget to pounce on Lin Xuan, intending to eat his meat. Innocent. How could Lin Xuan give them a chance? Dozens of flaming bullets whizzed past, instantly killing the zombies. But more zombies immediately rushed out from the raging flames that filled the entire warehouse. One after another, they rushed towards Lin Xuan. Boom! A huge fireball with a diameter of about 3 meters flew out in front of Lin Xuan. It suddenly exploded between him and the zombies. The shock wave was like a level 12 typhoon, violently blowing back a large group of zombies that had rushed out. In my mind, a series of ding 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 system prompt sounds never stopped. And at this moment, in the monitoring room of the management office, Hogu Bin, who was preparing to evacuate, saw the surveillance footage outside warehouse number 35 through the surveillance camera. When he saw that Lin Xuan was so ferocious and killed hundreds of zombies by himself, he frowned. "This guy is even more powerful than I thought," Hogu Bin exclaimed intriguingly and glanced at his younger brother, who was only interested in bravery and fighting, the long-haired man who had asked for a fight before. The long-haired man was called Hogu Yong. Of course, he also saw the scene of Lin Xuan attacking the group of zombies. At this time, he said nothing, but was still frightened. Judging from his combat performance, this guy is indeed stronger than me. But Hogu Yong was not convinced. If we can get this guy to our side, the strength of our shelter will definitely be taken to a higher level. This guy set the fire outside, and those zombies are like barbecued offerings delivered to our doorstep. As soon as Hogu Bin thought of this, he turned around and ordered Hogu Yong and his other men. "You guys get in the car first." He didn't explain what he was going to do, just turned and walked out. Looking at his elder brother's leaving figure, Chan Mao Hogu Yong looked gloomy and walked slowly forward. He narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the others behind him. "Go and take away all the light and heavy firepower in the armory. Wait for me in the car." "Brother Yong," but Brother Bin just said. Those men wanted to remind Ho Guiyong, but he glared at them, so they had no choice but to turn around and leave. Ho Guiyong narrowed his eyes again and looked at Lin Xuan in the surveillance screen. He's just a fire elementalist, what's so great about that? Let me prove it to you. Humph. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the monitoring room. Lin Xuan eliminated all the zombies in the warehouse and gained several hundred experience points. He casually allocated all these experience points, along with the remaining 3,400 experience points, to his talent, Control of Fire Element. The experience points won't increase in interest anyway. It would be better to use it directly to improve your overall strength. Exactly 4,000 experience points, no more, no less, instantly raised Lin Xuan's talent level for controlling the fire element to the next level. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your talent Fire Element Control has been upgraded to LV5. The warmth spread throughout his body, but Lin Xuan ignored it. He went directly to the next warehouse, raced against time and became familiar with the route, and soon looted all the supplies in the next warehouse. At this time, his talent was upgraded and the effect of physical strengthening disappeared. Suddenly, the system prompt sound came again in my mind. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent Fire Element Control has been upgraded to LV5. Unlock new feature, Flame Fusion. Flame Fusion? Lin Xuan was slightly startled and quickly checked. Flame Fusion. Any type of flame can be combined with other types of flames to form a more powerful flame attack effect. The fire element can also be fused with other elements to produce a more powerful attack effect. These two simple descriptions allowed Lin Xuan to immediately understand the specific function of this flame fusion feature. I didn't expect that after upgrading my talent there would be such a feature. He was secretly happy. I thought to myself, no wonder those who had awakened their talents in the past had made rapid progress in strength after upgrading their talent levels. In the end, it even reached an unbelievable level. Lin Xuan did not immediately verify the specific effect of this feature. The most important thing now is to quickly collect all the supplies from the remaining warehouses. After all, such a large storage base is not easy to come by. If you miss it, you don't know when you will have to wait to collect supplies on such a large scale next time. Chapter 33 The resources I have are beyond your imagination. Lin Xuan is very efficient. Basically, it takes no more than 1 minute to destroy the gate and collect supplies in each warehouse. After he had collected all the supplies from the 100 warehouses in this row, half of the space in the system backpack has been used. Lin Xuan turned around and was about to leave with satisfaction to meet up with others. But at this moment he saw a landlion SUV driving towards him quickly. Lin Xuan, whose physique had been strengthened, had a vicious look in his eyes. He immediately saw a bald man sitting in the driver's seat of a car more than 200 meters away. Boom! The flames exploded about 100 meters in front of him, forming a circular wall of fire that blocked the opponent's way. The landlion SUV finally stopped in front of the fire wall. The bald man is Ho Guobin. After he got out of the cab, he waved at Lin Xuan. Brother, do you remember me? The guy greeted Lin Xuan with a smile. As he started speaking, Lin Xuan immediately recognized that this was the man who had just reminded him on the intercom. You are the person in charge of this storage base, right? Lin Xuan immediately determined the other person's identity by looking at his dress, words and actions. Keen! Ho Guobin did not hide anything and gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up with great appreciation. He looked at the wall of fire in front of him, and it seemed that he wanted to cross over and have a close conversation with Lin Xuan. But the raging flame still made him retreat. Brother, my name is Ho Guobin, what's your name? He raised his head and looked at Lin Xuan again and asked. Lin Xuan. Seeing that the other party was not coming to call him to account, but seemed to be trying to win him over, Lin Xuan replied. I thought I came at the right time. Even if Ho Guobin didn't come, he would go find this guy after a while. Because the other party has something you want. So it's Brother Lin Xuan, haha, my name is Ho Guobin, everyone here calls me Brother Bin. Brother Lin Xuan, I just saw you. He pointed to the flames before him. We spent 12 of our brothers to subdue those hundreds of zombies with great difficulty using tranquilizer guns. Damn, these things are invulnerable to swords and guns. No matter how hard you hit them, They can't be killed. Brother, you took care of them all by yourself, that's awesome. Hogwabin gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up again. And his words also made Lin Xuan's heart move slightly. Hogwabin's words revealed several pieces of information. The first is that zombies can actually be tranquilized and knocked down with a tranquilizer gun, so they can be captured alive. Lin Xuan really didn't know this before. Because after the doomsday disaster broke out, many supplies were in short supply. Medicines are strictly controlled and monopolized by large shelters, and ordinary survivors can't even think of touching those things. As for the second piece of information revealed by Hogwabin, it was that they didn't seem to know that zombies could be killed with just a headshot. This bit of information doesn't matter. Lin Xuan was not at all interested in Hogwabin's compliments. What do you want to say? Just say it and don't waste everyone's time. Haha. So refreshing. As soon as I saw you on the surveillance camera, I felt that you were very pleasing to my eye. Brother Lin Xuan, are you interested in joining our shelter? The world has suddenly become like this. Order has collapsed in just a few hours. We don't know what will happen in the future. Let's band together and conquer the world together. Hogwabin opened his arms and directly invited Lin Xuan. He had a smile on his face, if not for his fat face and colorful tattoos all over his body. Plus that bald head, he doesn't look like a good guy at all. Under normal circumstances, you really can't tell that this guy is the leader of a bad group. Hearing the other party's words at this time, Lin Xuan's heart moved slightly. Those reasons don't appeal to me. What benefits can I get from joining you? Lin Xuan looked into the other person's eyes and asked back. He was originally planning to find a way to get to Hogwabin's villa outside the city. The opponent's men had previously revealed that the security there was tight and there were ample supplies. Moreover, Hogwabin also stockpiled a lot of weapons there. This is just enough to get through tonight's crisis. I never expected that Hogwabin would come to me first and even try to win me over. How could Lin Xuan miss such a good opportunity to infiltrate the enemy? But he also can't appear too easily recruited. As expected, I heard Lin Xuan's question. Hogwabin immediately laughed. Brother is really straightforward. With your abilities and the resources I have, let's conquer this city together. By then, it won't take much to get what you want. As Hogwabin spoke, he took out 2 cigars from his jacket pocket, threw one to Lin Xuan, and lit the other one and put it in his mouth. He took a puff and exhaled smoke. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xuan again and smiled. I don't force anyone to do anything. Doing business also requires a fair transaction. It's both yours and mine. Brother Lin Xuan, it's up to you to decide how to do it. But I can tell you that the supplies here are what I left over. I have better quality goods in my villa than here. Besides survival supplies, energy, materials, and medicines, there are plenty of other things you want. Women? Or other slaves, huh? The resources I have are the only ones you can't imagine, but there is nothing I don't have. Having said this, Hogwabin laughed a few times intriguingly, and did not continue speaking. But what he just said would make any normal person feel terrified. Only a reborn person like Lin Xuan, who has already experienced multiple baptisms in the doomsday world, can be so calm. I had a few companions who went through the first wave of attacks with me. Lin Xuan sneered in his heart but remained calm on the surface. When Hogwabin heard what he said, he immediately started laughing too. No problem. Your partners are my brothers and sisters. Let them come along. So, Brother Lin Xuan agreed? Hogwabin restrained his smile a little and looked at Lin Xuan with a bit of anxiety. Even as they were talking, the flames on the ground were still burning with no diminution in their power. Even pouring diesel won't have this effect. It would be a shame if such a powerful awakener could not be used for one's own benefit. Brother Bin, you said it yourself, in this doomsday world, only by sticking together can we keep warm. If I don't accept your invitation, wouldn't it be ungrateful of you to come and invite me with such sincerity? Lin Xuan forced himself to force out a smile which he thought was quite satisfying. Hogwabin didn't mind his forced smile. He laughed and gave him a thumbs up. That's cool. Haha. Brother, let's go. Come back with me. Eat delicious food, drink spicy drinks, and have fun. Chapter 34, Clash of Power Users. Seeing that the other party had been fooled, Lin Xuan dispersed all the fire elements, with the thought. The blazing circular flames on the ground disappeared completely in just a split second. If it weren't for the black circle of burn marks left on the ground, it would be impossible to tell that there had been a fire here. When Hogwabin saw this scene, he once again smiled with great satisfaction. "Brother, what is the name of your ability?" he asked with a grin. "In fact, there are other bigger doubts in my heart. Of the 100 warehouses, except for the one that held the zombies, the remaining 99 were filled with supplies. Now all those warehouses are empty. But no one saw Lin Xuan moving anything out and transporting it away." Although Hogwabin didn't say it, he had already guessed what was going on. This is most likely one of the powerful talents awakened by the young man in front of him. Although he didn't know what it was, Hogwabin had never seen or heard of such an incredible thing, let alone imagined it. Lin Xuan walked towards him as if nothing had happened and replied, "It's just the ability to play with fire. It's no big deal." "Ha ha ha, brother Lin Xuan, you are too modest. It's rare for someone your age to be so modest." Hogwabin looked intriguingly at Lin Xuan, who was approaching. At this moment, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from the distance. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, then acted as if nothing had happened. He knew that it was Chai Zifeng who was taking action. "Just now I asked the other party to snatch the weapons from these people." Hogwabin also heard the gunshot, his expression slightly startled, and then he looked at Lin Xuan meaningfully. He didn't say anything, but picked up the intercom and asked the other end, "What was that gunshot just now?" "Brother Bin, those guys came over here and tried to steal our weapons. Several of our brothers have been knocked down by him. We are holding on desperately." Bang! The sound in the intercom stopped abruptly, and at the same time a clearly audible muffled sound was heard. Hogwabin's smile completely disappeared, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly a few times. Then, he smiled again and looked at Lin Xuan as if nothing had happened. "Brother Lin Xuan, tell your people to stop. Don't fight your own people." As he spoke, he threw the walkie-talkie over. "I have." Lin Xuan threw the walkie-talkie back to the other party and raised the walkie-talkie in his hand at the same time. "Fengzi, don't do anything yet, wait for me to come over." After saying this, he looked at Hogwabin calmly. The latter was quite unexpected. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Xuan would only say this. After he put away his smile briefly, he realized that Lin Xuan did not fully trust him, and smiled nonchalantly. "Let's go." In his heart, he had a new understanding of Lin Xuan. This young man is more alert than I expected. Being alert is a good thing, he likes smart people the best. In the future, Lin Xuan will do things for me, and with a little training, he might become my trusted thug. Hogwabin was thinking this as he got into the car and started it. Hogwayong originally planned to deal with Lin Xuan, to give him a warning and let his elder brother see his abilities. But as soon as he drove out of the underground garage, he saw a group of people fighting with a nimble man in the direction of the front gate. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously. The bullet whizzed out but didn't hit even a hair of the opponent. Instead, the other side knocked down several people in just a few moves. He stopped the car in anger and rushed towards the other party. At this time, Chai Zifeng had just finished talking to Lin Xuan and was ordered to stay on the spot and not fight with these people. Although Chai Zifeng felt confused, he did not ask any more questions. "Just stop and wait, observe vigilantly." Suddenly at this moment Hogwayong rushed in front of him and hit him with a knee. Chai Zifeng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly took a step back and instinctively counterattacked with an elbow to the face of his opponent. Inside, I was filled with shock and anger. "Snort!" Hogwayong sneered, and his speed suddenly increased, and he changed direction. His knee strike turned into a flying sweep of his right leg, which was so fierce that it kicked Chai Zifeng in the waist. Chai Zifeng's innate ability has been upgraded to level 2, and his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, this man's kick actually kicked him 5 or 6 meters away, and he almost fell down. There was a dull burning pain in the waist. He immediately realized that he had encountered a strong opponent. He covered his waist and looked down subconsciously, and found that his hands were covered in blood, and blood was oozing out from his waist. The wound was triangular in shape and could be vaguely seen through the torn clothes. Chai Zifeng's expression became extremely serious, and he stared at Ho Guiyong vigilantly. His eyes moved down along the opponent's face to his right foot, and he could clearly see a strange weapon in front of his calf, as if it was embedded in his foot. At this moment, this strange weapon was slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took 2 or 3 seconds for it to completely merge into the opponent's calf and disappear. With just this little ability, you dare to come here alone and act wildly? Ho Guiyong sneered at Chai Zifeng, who was covered in blood. The latter said nothing, silently tore off his clothes, endured the severe pain in his waist, and bandaged the wound tightly. Afterwards, the whole body calcified and a layer of white bone-like substance appeared on the surface of the body. Seeing this scene, Ho Guiyong's eyes darkened instantly. He could see that Chai Zifeng had extraordinary abilities, and the sarcastic smile on his face faded a lot. Just let me give you a ride! As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Guiyong attacked again and rushed towards Chai Zifeng. Bang! Chai Zifeng said nothing, and suddenly the white bones covering the surface of his arm continued to extend and fly out. The sharp bones were like the fangs of a ferocious beast, bombarding Ho Guiyong, who was rushing towards him. This was the first time he truly demonstrated his talent and abilities. Previously, when dealing with those ordinary enemies, they were just small-scale fights and did not use their true strength. Ho Guiyong was extremely fast, and he was caught off guard by this sudden change and had no way to dodge. But this guy had no intention of dodge Chai Zifeng's attack. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of metal. A pair of hands suddenly turned into 2 sharp long swords, flashing with cold light and slashing fiercely at the white skeleton that was rushing over. Go to hell! Ho Guiyong's face was somewhat ferocious, and he gritted his teeth and growled viciously. The long swords transformed from his hands have collided with the bones created by Chai Zifeng. Chapter 35, Heading to the Enemy Base. Ho Guiyong's innate ability allows him to metalize his body at will. His hands turn into sharp machetes, which could cut iron like mud and cut bones with ease. However, what Ho Guiyong never expected was that when his blade hit the bones created by Chai Zifeng by adjusting the calcium concentration in front of him, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. The recoil force caused his hands to ache slightly, and his pectoralis major muscles also felt as if they were torn. But looking at the guy opposite, there were only 2 shallow marks left on the bones he created. The other party is fine. Such a powerful talent made Ho Guiyong's expression become even more solemn. Good boy, I underestimated you. What are you standing there for? Fire now! A bunch of shabby! Ho Guiyong was originally full of confidence that he could defeat his opponent with one blow. Now that he had suffered a loss, he was extremely annoyed and felt that he had lost face in front of his subordinates. Turning around, he saw everyone was staring at him. He stood there stupidly, not moving at all. He flew into a rage and started cursing. And those subordinates finally came to their senses at this time. One by one, they raised their weapons and fired at Chai Zifeng continuously. Chai Zifeng frowned, and his entire body of bones became highly calcified, forming a layer of solid white shield that wrapped around him. He let the bullets hit the bone shield he created with a pop 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 sound. At the same time, he was preparing to counterattack when his opponent changed magazines. But at this moment, Ho Guiyong, who was angry and embarrassed, suddenly controlled the iron elements to condense into a 10-meter-long sword. The huge and sharp long sword with a blade shining with bright black light was held high in Ho Guiyong's hands. Then, he chopped hard at Chai Zifeng in front of him. Boom! It was at this moment that a Land Lion SUV outside stepped on the accelerator and drove towards them quickly with the engine roaring. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Seeing that his younger brother Ho Guiyong was personally taking the lead in causing trouble, Ho Guobin was so angry that his face looked gloomy. After stopping the car, he immediately yelled at his men. When his men saw Ho Guobin coming back, they hurriedly stopped firing. But Ho Guiyong seemed not to have seen his elder brother coming back, nor did he hear the other party's words. He was still waving the huge 10-meter-long machete and continuing to attack Chai Zifeng. The muffled sounds of dong 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 rang out one after another. The bone shield created by Chai Zifeng was also broken into pieces and destroyed bit by bit under his fierce attack. Stop it now! Hogwabin turned around and saw that Lin Xian's face was very gloomy, and he was obviously really angry. He quickly shouted at Hogwuyong again. But Hogwuyong just glanced at him and said, "Brother! Why are you scolding me? This guy hurt several of our brothers. I'm going to teach him a lesson now. Call out." As soon as Hogwuyong finished speaking, a flaming bullet with incredibly high temperature shot through his hands. The stinging and burning sensation made Hogwuyong stop moving immediately. When he came to his senses, his face looked a little ferocious, and he turned to look at Lin Xian. "You fucking... call out." Another flaming bullet whizzed out and pierced his thigh. Hogwuyong, who lost his strength, immediately fell to the side. "If it weren't for Brother Bin, you would be dead now," Lin Xian spoke coldly. At this time, when Chai Zifeng heard his voice, his bone calcification was removed and the white bone shield disappeared. Lin Xian saw the wound on his waist that was bleeding profusely. Hogwabin saw the same thing. At first, he seemed a little unhappy when he saw Lin Xian attacking his brother and injuring Hogwuyong. But when he saw that Chai Zifeng was also injured, and his injury looked more serious than his brother's, he immediately swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At the same time, he had a clearer understanding of Lin Xian's strength. Deep down, he didn't want to have a falling out with Lin Xian. "Take him down to get treatment." Hogwabin looked at Hogwuyong, who was lying on the ground with a grimace and a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He gave orders to his men. "I'm really sorry, Brother Lin Xian. It's really wrong to cause such a misunderstanding. Take your brother with you for treatment. We have an excellent medical team." As Hogwabin spoke, he winked at several of his men standing beside him. Seeing that Chai Zifeng's injuries were indeed serious, Lin Xian did not refuse and nodded. But in my heart I became more wary of this group of people. "Has the convoy set out?" Hogwabin asked his men as if nothing had happened. "Boss, all the convoys have set off," the subordinate answered immediately. "Good. Brother, let's go too. We just got news that a large group of zombies are heading here from the city center. They will probably be here in another half an hour. We may not be able to fill their teeth with our limited numbers, so we better retreat quickly. Everything will be fine once we get to my manor." Hogwabin turned and looked at Lin Xian. "By the way, where are the other brothers and sisters?" He looked around but didn't see Chao Jinshui or anyone else. Lin Xian slowly raised the walkie-talkie. "Chao Jinshui, you guys come over and manage the office building." Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Hogwabin smiled and nodded. Without saying anything more, he turned around and asked his men to pack up everything else. At this time, pickup trucks and off-road vehicles drove out of the parking lot. And it was at this time that Lin Xian and others noticed 3 helicopters flying quickly about 70 or 80 meters above their heads. The person up there even poked his head out and observed them for a few seconds. Looks heavily armed. At the same time, there were sounds of explosions in the distance, as well as intermittent gunshots of da-da-da and bang bang bang. Official forces are fighting back. Hogwabin retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Xian to explain. After saying that, he waved his hand, turned around and ordered all his men. "Get ready to go!" Dozens of vehicles gathered at the gate and waited. Everyone in the car was armed with a deadly weapon. Lin Xian watched these situations expressionlessly, and became even more curious about the identity and background of Hogwabin. This is a country where guns are banned, and ordinary people can't get this kind of thing. What's more, it is such a large-scale armed force. But Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. Soon Chao Jinshui came with Wu Xianmei and others, driving a large truck. "Brother, your car is too conspicuous. Why don't you get a smaller one? It will be more flexible and convenient in case of any unexpected situation." Hogwabin looked at Chao Jinshui and others getting out of the car, and immediately smiled and asked his men to arrange an off-road vehicle for them. Chapter 36. Everything flying in the sky and running on the ground has mutated. Chao Jinshui, Wu Xianmei, He Xiaochun and others saw that Lin Xian was actually mixing with these people. Everyone has deep doubts in their hearts. But they didn't say anything. Seeing Lin Xian nodding at him, Chao Jinshui immediately smiled. "My name is Chao Jinshui, you can just call me Xiao Chao." "What's this big brother's name?" Chao Jinshui took the initiative to introduce himself to Hogwubin. So it's Brother Chao. My name is Hogwubin, you can just call me Brother Bin. It was just a misunderstanding. I hope you all don't mind. Haha. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, an off-road vehicle drove up to them. At this time, Chai Zifeng also received simple bandaging from the medical team and followed those people out. Brother Lin Xuan, please take a car with me. Hogwubin looked at Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan shook his head. No need, I'll just go with them. Hogwubin's smile faded slightly upon hearing this, but he did not force Lin Xuan. Okay, let's go. Follow the convoy closely. If anything happens, use the intercom to contact us at any time. After saying this, he winked at his other men. His words seemed a bit intriguing. Lin Xuan noticed these details and his heart moved slightly, but he didn't say much. He got into the off-road vehicle with Chao Jinshui, Chai Zifeng, and others. Chao Jinshui was driving and Lin Xuan sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle started to set off following the huge convoy in front. Are you okay, Fengzi? Lin Xuan asked. No problem. But Brother Xuan, the ability of that hairy guy is more difficult. He can freely control metal to fight, and can even make his body metal. I don't think these people have good intentions. We need to be careful. Chai Zifeng answered. Once we get there, let's find out what the situation is over there first. Perhaps we can build a safe shelter with them and gather more survivors so that we can survive better. Lin Xuan did not reveal his plan too early. After all, this car was provided to them by Hogwubin. Does anyone know if there are any eavesdropping devices installed in the car? Hearing Lin Xuan say this, Chai Zifeng's heart moved, but he didn't say anything more. What's going on, Lin Xuan? So are we joining forces with this group of people now? He Xiaochun asked doubtfully. Can I go back home first? I want to check on my mother's condition. Wu Xianmei looked at Lin Xuan and asked hesitantly. Where is your home? Lin Xuan's gaze outside the window moved slightly, and he looked at the other person's face through the rearview mirror. In the Guangming district. It's too far. There's a large wave of zombies heading here from the city center. Going there would mean death. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately shook his head. Just as they were talking for a while, the sound of fierce fighting was heard again in the distance. At the same time, explosions were heard from time to time. A violent shockwave came from afar, and the sky was gloomy due to the smoke of war, revealing an extremely depressing atmosphere. Hearing Lin Xuan say this, Wu Xianmei subconsciously looked out the window at the cloud of smoke that was rising rapidly in the distance. In the end, he said nothing, just nodded silently. Don't worry, sister. Maybe Auntie is with the other survivors. She will be fine. He Xiaochun patted Wu Xianmei's shoulder gently and said a few words of comfort. Thinking of her father and mother being attacked in the subway, she suddenly fell silent, her face darkening. Chao Jinshui, who was driving, was listening to everyone's conversation silently. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, he could not help but speak up. These people don't look like good people. If we follow them to their territory, will they cheat us? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan did not answer, but looked towards the sky on the right, where several helicopters were flying rapidly from behind. It was obviously an official helicopter, but it ignored them. Soon they flew away. The authorities should also be launching rescue and counterattacks. Why don't we find a way to contact the official rescue team and see if there is any official shelter? Lin Xuan. He Xiaochun was also a little worried at this time. After all, those people just now were planning to deal with them. They all look ferocious and obviously not good people. Following them to an unknown place, we might encounter any danger. As a girl, it was hard for her not to feel scared even if she followed Lin Xuan. But just as he Xiaochun finished speaking, suddenly, the 3 helicopters that had turned into small black dots in the sky ahead caught fire and made loud explosions. What's going on? Why did those planes suddenly explode? Seeing this scene, Lin Yu, who had been silent all this time, frowned, looking surprised and confused. It seems like something is attacking them in the sky. It's too far away, I can't see clearly. Xiang Shoding squinted his eyes, trying hard to see clearly what those black spots were, but he couldn't make them out at all. It's a zombie bird, Lin Xuan said indifferently. Zombie birds? So, everything flying in the sky and running on the ground, whether it's human or animal, will be infected with the zombie virus? Chao Jinshui felt goosebumps all over his body, and his scalp was tingling and he felt a chill. They can also deal with the zombies running on the ground with their skills. It's impossible to guard against those flying in the sky. Shit! They're flying towards us. Chao Jinshui was feeling worried as everyone saw those mutated zombie birds in the distance swooping down rapidly towards their convoy. The target was getting closer and closer, and everyone saw their true faces. Such huge zombie birds! Damn, they must have eaten the flesh of those mutated human zombies! Looking at the huge zombie birds with a wingspan of at least 4 or 5 meters swooping down, Xiang Shoudong's face changed drastically. He Xiaochun held Wu Xianmei's hand tightly and held Liang Wanting in his arms. The three of them were so nervous that they didn't know what to do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The people in the convoy ahead also apparently noticed the incoming zombie birds. Without a word, they raised their weapons and opened fire. But those mutated zombie birds were so fast that bullets couldn't hit them at all. Seeing the strong wind coming down from the sky, these zombie birds were about to overturn their convoy. The vehicle driven by Chao Jinshui had already started to twist and turn, and there were signs of losing balance. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. There were a few strange GA sounds. Those huge zombie birds lost all their strength in an instant and fell to the ground. Chapter 37, Brief Signal Recovery, Luning Xiang's Clue. Lin Xuan took action at the critical moment, and killed those huge zombie birds in seconds. The body fell to the ground. Fortunately, everyone in the team was in good harmony and stepped on the accelerator to rush forward. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the corpses of those zombie birds fell on the road behind Lin Xuan and his convoy. Brother Lin Xuan, well done! Hogwebin's voice of praise came from the intercom. But just as he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew towards him from the left. It turned out that there were a few zombie birds attacking from the left, but they were ignored by everyone. The off-road vehicles in the middle of the convoy were immediately attacked, and were lifted up by a strong force and smashed to the right. Boom! The car exploded immediately after landing, and flames shot up into the sky. The shock wave shattered the windows of Lin Xuan's vehicle. The sound of machine gun fire was heard. The rest of the team reacted and immediately launched a counterattack. Not surprisingly, their attacks were no threat to the zombie birds flying flexibly in the air. These things are really hard to deal with. There are so many! Chao Jinshui held the steering wheel tightly, constantly avoiding obstacles on the road, while leaning out to take a look. And it was at this time he saw the zombie birds in the air were suddenly pierced through the bodies by sharp thunder spears. Immediately afterwards there was a whoosh, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The heads of those zombie birds were pushed back by the huge impact force. Then one by one they lost their lives and fell limply to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chao Jinshui quickly stepped on the accelerator and kept dodging the corpses of these giant birds. After some operations, I finally escaped the disaster safely. Brother Lin Xuan, are you okay? Hogwebin's voice came from the intercom, sounding a little anxious. Fine. Lin Xuan picked up the intercom as if nothing had happened and responded calmly. Miss Wu, do you still want to go back now? Xiang Shoudong looked at Wu Xianmei at an inappropriate time and asked with a smile. Wu Xianmei rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. At this moment, someone's cell phone suddenly rang, and everyone in the car was slightly stunned. Then, everyone subconsciously took out their cell phones. The cell phone in Lin Xuan's pocket also vibrated slightly a few times. He took out his cell phone and found that the signal had been restored. Although it was relatively weak, several messages were received in succession. It was sent to him by Luning Xiang. Lin Xuan, the situation is urgent. I have already left line 3. Please don't come over. The message was sent about 4 hours ago. The estimated time was roughly when Lin Xuan and the others had just left the subway station. I met a team of survivors and am now following them out of the city. If you see the news, find a way out of the city as well. The city is now full of zombies and it is not safe. This message was sent about 3 hours ago. Lin Xuan continued to look down. We are heading to the south of the city now. I heard there is a large emergency shelter there. Lin Xuan, reply to me as soon as you receive the message. We have found a shelter. Don't come over here. The shelter in the south of the city is a trap. Someone has occupied this place and is killing other survivors. The news stops here. This was a message from half an hour ago. After that, Luning Xiang never sent any message to Lin Xuan again. We are in the north of the city, heading out of it. We are now following a team of armed forces formed by a local organization, located in the summer resort outside the city here. I plan to kill them when I get there. When you see the message, find a way to join me. Lin Xuan quickly replied to Luning Xiang's messages. Immediately, Luning Xiang saw the chat interface display the prompt. The other party is typing. He was slightly delighted, because this meant that Luning Xiang had seen his message and was replying to him. Lin Xuan felt fortunate and was about to send another text message. Tell the other party your location in more detail. But at this moment, his phone screen suddenly went black. There was clearly only 10% battery left, but after just chatting for a few sentences, it was completely dead. Fuck your iPhone! It's rubbish. Lin Xuan was a little annoyed. He turned around and wanted to ask others for their cell phone number to contact Luning Xiang. But I saw everyone was looking down and replying to the messages, and it was obvious that they had contacted their relatives and friends. So he didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, Chao Jinshui on the side suddenly cursed. Damn, why is there no signal again? Just as he finished speaking, a vehicle far in front of their left suddenly caught fire. Lin Xuan glanced over there and saw the words, Emergency Communication, written in large letters on the body of the car. It seems obvious that their cell phones had restored signal just now. It is because the emergency communication vehicle that ensures the stability of public communications is playing a role. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, it caught fire and exploded. Boom! The shock wave spread over instantly, and the vehicle of Lin Xuan and others shook violently several times. Chao Jinshui was distracted, and the vehicle swayed from side to side and almost overturned. He was so scared that he grabbed the steering wheel so tightly that his cell phone fell at his feet. Lin Xuan glanced at the data cable port below the central control screen, silently took out a data cable from his pocket, connected his mobile phone and started charging. Others were still complaining about the signal interruption. At this moment, Chai Zifeng looked at him. Brother Xian, an old comrade of mine, said that he is also outside the city. He and other comrades have formed a temporary rescue force and have currently established a temporary shelter. Besides them, there are about 30 other survivors, all ordinary people. Now they are gathering other comrades to join them, but their supplies are very scarce. Chai Zifeng hesitated to speak here. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart moved. He began to check the car, trying to see if there were any surveillance or eavesdropping devices. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Chai Zifeng and others immediately became alert. How far are your comrades from us? Lin Xian blinked at Chai Zifeng, then stretched out his hand and began to gesture in his palm. With his finger he wrote, Be careful. Chai Zifeng immediately understood. If you calculate the straight line distance, it's about 70 to 80 kilometers, but they are stranded and have no car. Chai Zifeng answered. It's too far. There are zombies everywhere now, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and maybe there are these things in the water too. It's not safe. Let's see the situation first. Lin Xuan shook his head. Chapter 38. One way in public, another way behind others' backs. Hoguobin was sitting in the passenger seat with headphones on, listening to the conversation coming from the car that Lin Xuan was riding in. He narrowed his eyes, looking a little gloomy. I didn't expect there was a soldier in their team. Hoguobin clenched his fist and talked to himself. He is a man who cannot stand the light of day. Although order has collapsed now, the irreconcilable relationship between soldiers and bandits has not changed. I heard from Chai Zifeng that some comrades had gathered outside the city, set up a temporary shelter and took in dozens of survivors. Hoguobin felt alert. Brother, why don't we just kill them? Except for Lin Xuan, the rest of these people are just good for nothings. Hogwayong in the back seat suggested with gritted teeth. Hearing this, Hogwabin looked back at him and ignored him. Brother Yong, you can kill those men, but you should keep the women, right? Damn, those two girls are so pretty. They have great figures, pretty faces, and most importantly, they are young. If this were normal, wouldn't it cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan to play once? It would be such a pity to just kill him. The subordinate who was driving the vehicle immediately responded with an evil smile upon hearing Hogwayong's proposal. That's right. Those two women, no, those three women can stay, and just kill the rest. Mad? Brother, do you want to do it? The more Hogwayong thought about how Lin Xuan had injured him before, the angrier he became. He glanced at the RPG at his feet, his eyes revealing a fierce and resentful light. A person with gifted abilities? Snort. If I send you an RPG, you will become trash even if you are a god. Kill, kill, kill. This is all you do all day long. How many times have I told you? Can't you see what's going on now? If it weren't for Lin Xuan, our entire team would have been doomed. Hearing Hogwayong's relentless pursuit, Hogwabin finally couldn't help himself and started yelling angrily. The guy in the driving seat quickly shut up and drove obediently without saying a word. Brother, aren't you also a person with special abilities? And your innate abilities are not worse than that boy's, right? Why should we kowtow to him like that? What did you say? Say it again if you dare. When Hogwabin heard Hogwayong say that he was kneeling and licking Lin Xuan, he flew into a rage on the spot. His entire face turned dark, and he was covered with an aura like black mist. Hogwayong shut up instantly, feeling indignant but not daring to say anything more. The angry Hogwabin took a few deep breaths. If you weren't my brother, I would throw you out right now and let you die. Do you believe me? If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. Hogwabin was still angry and cursed a few more times, then picked up the headphones again, but heard no sound. He turned his head and looked behind him twice. Lin Xuan's car was at the end of the team, with dozens of cars in between, so their situation could not be seen at all. Mad? Hogwabin cursed again in annoyance, and glared at Hogwayong fiercely. Guiyong, you were almost crippled by the beating, can't you see? His tone softened a little now. That Lin Xuan's talent is very extraordinary, and he seems to have other hidden abilities. He took all the supplies from 99 warehouses by himself, but he couldn't see where the things were. Tell me, what magical power did this kid use? Why haven't I heard of this ability? Hogwabin showed a puzzled look, tilted his head and muttered to himself. Brother Bin, is it possible that the innate ability that Lin Xuan awakened is the space ring? At this time, a young man in his 20s sitting next to Hogwayong couldn't help but remind him. Space ring? What is that? It is obvious that Hogwabin doesn't know about this thing and has never heard of it. Hogwayong, who was standing aside, also showed an expression of listening attentively. Just hurry up and tell me. Hogwayong saw that the younger brother didn't say anything for a long time, and suddenly became angry. It is a ring that has an independent space inside and can store any items for easy carrying. It looks like an ordinary ring. The younger brother quickly answered. But Lin Xuan didn't wear a ring. Hogwabin shook his head. It could be something similar to a space ring, such as a mustard seed bag or something like that. The younger brother immediately said again. Mustard bag? Hogwabin showed an even more puzzled expression. How do you know so much? Have you also awakened that ability? He looked at the younger brother in surprise. Brother Bin, I do want to. How can I have such good fortune? These are what I saw when I was reading novels. The young man quickly explained. Humph, novels, those are just fabrications by a bunch of idle low-class people. After hearing this, Hogwayong couldn't help but curl his lips. Stop looking at that stuff. Why are you reading novels instead of doing anything serious all day? He looked at the younger brother and scolded. Yes, Brother Yong. I immediately uninstalled all those apps. The younger brother didn't dare to refute and lowered his head to agree. But he couldn't help muttering in his heart. You don't believe in the things in novels, but you have awakened your innate abilities, haven't you? How do you explain this? Of course he didn't dare show it on his face. At this time, Hogwabin spoke again. In short, no matter what Lin Xuan awakened, he is more powerful than we thought. If we offend him now, if a fight really breaks out between the two sides, at least 90% of the people here will be killed by him. As Hogwabin spoke, his eyes fell on Hogweyong's injured thigh. The meaning of that intriguing look couldn't be clearer. Don't worry, you are my only brother now. You are my only relative in this world. How can I let others bully you? When we get back to our territory, we'll slowly deal with those people depending on the situation. When they come to our land, aren't they meat on the chopping block? Hogwabin's words were meant to appease Hogweyong. But after hearing him say this, Hogweyong felt much better and nodded. What should be done with that soldier and his comrades? Hogweyong asked at this time. Don't worry. I'll have someone investigate their location when we get back. If they pose a threat to us, we'll just kill them. After Hogwabin finished speaking, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. There was a chilling cold light in his eyes, and the black, mist-like aura on his body seemed to become thicker. Chapter 39, Ambush and Fratricide. Lin Xuan communicated with Chai Zifeng by writing on his palms. Although it took some effort, I finally figured out the content of the conversation between him and his comrades. Chai Zifeng told his comrades about his situation. They also said that they were going to Hogwabin's shelter. And also told the other party the specific location. He even made an agreement with his comrades to wipe out this evil force. I shouldn't have misunderstood, Brother Xian? Is there any problem with this decision? At this time, Chai Zifeng wrote on the palm of his hand again. You did a great job. I did intend to get rid of them, but I didn't tell you because I was worried that the walls might have ears. Lin Xuan felt a little relieved. The teammates he met in the first wave were quite reliable. Not everyone is a person with a brain dead. Among these people, Lin Xuan's favorite is of course Chai Zifeng, followed by Chao Jinshui and Wu Xianmei. As for the other ordinary people, He Xiaochun and Liang Wanting, both are good. But Lin Yu and Xiang Shodong are a little lacking. Among them, Lin Yu made Lin Xuan most unhappy. Lin Xuan saw it all before at the subway station, when this kid left his teammates behind and ran away alone. Just because he didn't say anything didn't mean he had no memory. Although he didn't say anything openly, Lin Xuan had already made arrangements for these teammates in his heart. By the time he built his own shelter, he knew what positions to assign to each person. Brother Xian, I just saw that the enemy has heavy firepower at hand. If a fight breaks out on their territory, everyone might suffer. At this time, Chao Jinshui also gestured and spoke to Lin Xuan. Although several of them are awakened. But with their current level of talent and ability, although their physical bodies have been greatly strengthened, they are still not yet able to withstand bullet attacks. Not to mention the RPG rockets in the hands of the enemy. If that thing hits you, I guarantee everyone will die together. Lin Xuan also noticed the heavy firepower in the hands of that group of people. He said nothing and thought for a while. Then he raised his head and looked at Chai Zifeng. Do you think your innate ability can withstand the attack of RPG? Lin Xuan had seen Chai Zifeng condense a large amount of bones to resist his opponent's attacks. At that time, Hogweyong attacked him frantically, but failed to break the protection of his bone shield. The bullets from the enemy's ordinary weapons cannot cause much damage when hitting the bone shield. I haven't tried it, so I can't say. Maybe 1 or 2 shots would be fine. Chai Zifeng answered. If a fight breaks out, you and Wu Xianmei will be responsible for protecting the others. Leave the remaining enemies to me. The same goes for you, Chao Jinshui. There is no need for you to take action against the enemies. Lin Xuan made battle arrangements. Seeing the words he wrote on his palm, the others immediately nodded. Brother Lin Xuan, are you guys following us? Just then, Hogwabin's voice came from the intercom. Following. Lin Xuan looked at each other, then immediately picked up the intercom and answered calmly. Oh, that's good. Don't lose them. There is another group of people occupying the area ahead. There may be a small battle breaking out later. Everyone be careful. After Hogwabin finished speaking, he turned off the intercom. The other people in the car looked at each other. Are there so many evil forces in this city? How come I never knew about it? He Xiaochun frowned and looked at others in confusion. Oh, what's so strange about this? Evil forces wouldn't write the words "I am evil forces" on their foreheads. They would have already washed their hands of the truth. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, these guys are taking advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble again. Lin Yu curled his lips and responded. The others remained silent because they could vaguely hear the sound of gunfire coming from afar. I don't know whether they are fighting zombies or the human survivors are conquering and plundering each other for supplies. The convoy in front slowly stopped and parked on the side of the road. The air was filled with smoke, and the roads and surroundings were in a mess. It looked like he had just experienced a fierce battle. Brother Lin Xuan, come here for a moment. Brother Zifeng and Brother Jinshe, come over as well. At this time, Hogwabin's voice came from the intercom again. After hearing his words, several people looked at each other. Brother Xian, I think we should just kill them right here. Why should we let them lead us by the nose? Chao Jinshe, who was confused about the situation, made a proposal to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had the same idea at this time. Thinking that Hogwabin was probably planning to take action against them here, his eyes instantly turned cold. But before Lin Xuan could make a decision, suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air spread rapidly from a distance. The whoosh sound is very obvious and clear. It's a mortar! Chai Zifeng's whole body suddenly froze, and he subconsciously shouted to remind everyone. Get out of the car! Find cover quickly! As soon as he finished speaking, the off-road vehicle 3 or 4 cars ahead was hit by the mortar and was blown directly into the sky. The shock wave shattered the windows of several cars in front and spread all the way over, with glass shards hitting everyone's faces. In an instant, everyone in the car was a little disfigured. 217 meters away. Direction northeast. Our attackers are on that mountain. Chai Zifeng stretched out his hand and pointed to a hill in the distance on the right. At this time, Chao Jinshui had already got off the car from the other side and opened the other doors to allow He Xiaochun, Wu Xianmei and others to get off as well. Chai Zifeng jumped out and released his innate ability, condensing a white bone shield in front of and around everyone. Lin Xuan looked at the lush vegetation hill in the distance. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! Bang! Hogwabin's people also reacted at this time. One by one, they locked onto the enemy's position and fired fiercely at that direction. One RPG rocket after another flew off into the distance. However, the shooting accuracy of this mob is very worrying. Call out! In the distance, another mortar attack came. The next second, another car was blown into the sky. Brother Lin Xuan, have you discovered the enemy's location? Hogwabin asked through the intercom. On the hill on the right, in the area covered by the tallest trees. Lin Xuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hogwayong's figure rushing out like a gust of wind. The crisp sound of ding 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 continued to be heard. Hogwayong's body seemed to be covered with a layer of steel plate, blocking all attacks. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the woods on the hill. Chapter 40. Testing the ultimate move. The power of mixed elements. Just as Hogwayong was eager to show himself and took the initiative to counterattack the enemy, suddenly everyone felt the ground shaking faintly. At the same time, intermittent gunshots were heard from behind. Everyone subconsciously turned around to look, and then saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. In the distance on the horizon, a large group of zombies were rushing towards here on the road, like a tide with no end in sight. Oh no! It's a zombie! They're chasing us! Xiang Shodong's face turned pale with fright. He had never seen such a large number of zombies. How can it be so fast? Did they take stimulants? Lin Yu thought he was very humorous, but no one paid any attention to him. At this moment, everyone else was looking at the black mass of zombies approaching with burning eyes and vigilant expressions. It's already this late, and the bastards are still killing each other. There's no signal on my cell phone. What the hell? Hogwabin's cursing voice came from the intercom. Then, a loud shout came from the front of the convoy, spreading like rumbling thunder. Hiyahui, I throw Leilomu! Can't you see what's going on right now? Do you want us to die together? Hogwabin spoke with sweet words, shouting to the sky in his own native dialect. The sound immediately spread in all directions. When everyone heard his words, they realized that he knew the leader of the enemy group that attacked them. Black eating black? Chao Jinshui couldn't help but curl his lips and glanced at Lin Xuan. Ha ha ha, you're lucky this time. I'm so happy for you. We'll fight again next time. At this time, another loud shouting sound came from the opposite mountain, and it also spread like rolling thunder. Oh my god, are these two people thunder gods or 1,000 miles voice transmitters? They are so fierce. Lin Yu stuck out his tongue, then looked back with a serious expression at the group of zombies in the distance behind him. It seemed that they were less than 2 kilometers away from here. If you keep waiting, you won't be able to escape. But Lin Xuan did not order a retreat, so everyone could only worry. They are both awakened, right? And they seem to be much more powerful than the others. At this time, Chao Jinshui took over and said. Similarly, he also looked at Lin Xuan as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Everyone, get in the car! Those people have retreated! Lin Xuan called out to everyone else and asked them to get in the car and wait. He turned around, controlled the fire elements from all directions, and quickly condensed them in front of him. In just a few seconds, a huge fireball with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan kicked the blazing fireball hard towards the group of zombies rushing towards them from a distance. It's like kicking a ball. This operation left the others who had just returned to the car stunned and amazed. Oh my god! My brother is awesome! Brother, are you playing football? It's a waste of talent if the national team doesn't recruit you. Lin Yu and Xiang Shodong were talking to each other. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge fireball kicked out by Lin Xuan had already fallen into the group of zombies in the distance, and exploded with a loud bang. After a loud boom, the fireball expanded to nearly 100 meters. The violent shock wave and flames blew countless zombies directly into the sky. This caused a huge gap to be blown out in the large wave of zombies. But soon, more zombies came up, one after another, rushing towards this side. And the rolling heat wave also rushed towards this side. High temperatures can make the skin very dry and even cause a burning sensation. But compared to this, everyone was even more shocked by the strength that Lin Xuan displayed at this moment. Too fierce! Chao Jinshui shuddered all over and looked at Lin Xuan's back, unable to help but admire him. At this moment he saw that Lin Xuan once again condensed the fire element, forming a fireball in front of him that was even larger than the previous one. Not only that, at this moment, thunder and lightning appeared above the huge fireball. Merge the two innate energies together and release them simultaneously? Seeing Lin Xuan's operation, everyone was stunned and shocked. They are still exploring their own innate abilities and are unable to control a single ability perfectly and freely. Lin Xuan has actually begun to integrate the two innate abilities and released an attack of such enormous power. Not only the people in the car felt incredible about Lin Xuan's power. At this moment, Bin and his group of younger brothers, who were preparing to retreat with their younger brothers, were also completely confused. Each and every one of them looked at this side with shock on their faces. I knew this kid was no ordinary guy. Fire and lightning, he actually possesses 2 talents. Bin's pupils kept flashing with surprise and doubt. As he spoke, he would occasionally glance at the forest on the right. Yong just rushed in to fight the enemy and hasn't come back yet, which makes Bin very worried. Too powerful! This power is simply explosive! Those zombies are just here to give you experience. He can handle all the zombies by himself. The younger brothers around Bin were all talking at this moment, expressing their amazement at the strength displayed by Lin Xuan. While everyone was amazed, Lin Xuan used the same trick again. With one kick, he sent a huge fireball that combined the power of thunder and fire towards the zombie that was still rushing forward in the distance, its body burning with flames and unaware of fatigue, pain, or retreat. Boom! Boom boom! A huge fireball mixed with flames and thunder fell into the pile of zombies further back. The power of the two elements exploded at the same time. For a moment, lightning and thunder were heard all around, and the thunder continued to spread outward. The strong wind and heat waves brought about by the flame explosion also rolled in, making it unbearable. The zombie army let out brutal roars and howls. The scene was like hell on earth. and those zombies with hideous faces are the evil spirits trapped in purgatory and enduring the torture of fire. The 2 consecutive powerful attacks not only allowed Lin Xuan to personally test the characteristics, effects, and power of flame fusion. At the same time, he also gained a lot of experience points. But the price was that these 2 powerful moves consumed at least 70% of his mental power. It's a cool move, but it costs a lot of mana. Lin Xuan did not choose to fight to the end. Because he saw that behind the endless army of zombies, further away, several huge monsters were coming. Those mutated zombie beasts can evolve and gain stronger power by gnawing on other of their own kind or zombie humans. Chapter 41. If you can't tell right from wrong, then fight. Lin Xuan quickly returned to the passenger seat in the car. Xiaochun's face was full of admiration, and she even looked at Lin Xuan with a bit of infatuation. "Oh my god, you're so strong!" She couldn't help herself and couldn't help but praise Lin Xuan as she looked at his profile. "Deep down, I feel extremely dependent on this man, and my heart is filled with a strong sense of security." Wu Xianmei was also a little unbelievable and looked at Lin Xuan with a strange look. After all, she is younger and doesn't express her inner thoughts as directly as Xiaochun. But her eyes had already betrayed everything. "What are you standing there for? Get out of here!" Lin Xuan saw Chao Jinshui, Chai Zifeng, and others, all looking at him. He frowned and ordered, "Oh!" Chao Jinshui seemed to come back to his senses from a petrified state. He stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel, and the car immediately rushed to the left. At this time, Hogwabin and his men also reacted one after another. They all got back into the car, started the car, and followed. "Where is Hogwuyong? Has anyone seen him?" When Hogwabin saw his brothers all getting back into their cars and starting to retreat, he suddenly panicked. He looked around but didn't see Hogwuyong coming back, so he quickly asked the other brothers. "Brother Yong hasn't come back yet." The brothers all looked towards the hills on the right. "Fuck you!" Hogwabin gritted his teeth, looked at the hills over there, and then looked at the zombie army that was less than a kilometer away. "Withdraw! Retreat quickly!" He acted decisively, jumped into the passenger seat, and ordered his younger brother to drive immediately. Just as their vehicle started and chased after Lin Xuan, a limping figure ran out from the woods on the hills in the distance. "Elder brother! I haven't gotten in the car yet, bro!" Hogwuyong shouted at the convoy that had already driven hundreds of meters away. But his voice was instantly drowned out by the vibration caused by the rolling zombie army. Hogwuyong's face turned pale with horror. Seeing the zombie army already 200 or 300 meters away and crushing towards him, he quickly turned around and tried to escape. However, his leg was seriously injured in the previous battle when he was fighting with the enemy's strong man. Facing the zombie army that seemed to be filled with adrenaline and was extremely violent, Hogwuyong simply couldn't outrun the opponent. In just a moment, he was completely swallowed up by the zombie army that was like a tsunami. The convoy gradually got rid of the pursuit of the zombie army. But I didn't dare slow down at all. At this moment, Hogwabin had a gloomy face and stared blankly at the rearview mirror without saying a word. It was getting darker. Night seemed to be falling at any moment. At this time, their convoy had left the urban area, entered the suburbs, and drove onto the national highway. From time to time, damaged vehicles and scattered human bodies or zombie remains can be seen on the national highway. There are deep mountains and old forests on both sides of the road. From time to time, some strange noises would be heard, making people's scalps tingle and shudder. Brother Lin Xuan turned right at the intersection about 10 kilometers ahead. Hogwabin's eyes were extremely cold. He picked up the intercom and reminded Lin Xuan. After he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The power that Lin Xuan displayed just now was so strong that even he was a little scared. But that's not the point. The most important thing is that Hogwabin saw that Lin Xuan clearly possessed such powerful strength, and he could clearly continue to attack the zombies. If he hadn't retreated suddenly, the other brothers would not have followed suit. If everyone worked together to open fire to intercept the group of zombies and buy time for Hogwuyong, Hogwuyong would not die. But Lin Xuan didn't do that. He chose to withdraw at the most critical moment. In Hogwabin's opinion, Lin Xuan did this on purpose. The purpose is of course to take revenge on his brother. Ginger-eyed bastard! Damn ungrateful bastard! I have good intentions in inviting you to join my team. I want to provide you with a safe place of refuge. Not only did you not appreciate my kindness, but you also killed my brother. Since you've killed my only relative in this world, don't blame me for being rude. Hogwebin narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. When we get there. Hogwebin looked at the other brothers in the car and made a gesture of wiping his neck towards them. Those younger brothers also had gloomy expressions at this moment, and were extremely angry about Hogweyong's death. He also put all the blame on Lin Xuan. When they heard Hogwebin's words, they immediately grabbed the weapons at their feet or around them. Everyone gnashed their teeth. Brother Yong! We will definitely avenge you! Inside Lin Xuan's car. Everyone heard the voice coming from the intercom just now. But no one spoke. This is a suburban area, surrounded by mountains and forests, and it looks like a sparsely populated area. Not to mention the current period when a doomsday disaster is breaking out. Even in normal times, driving in such a haunted place would make people feel creepy. The three girls in the car, He Xiaochun, Wu Xianmei and Liang Wanting, were all frightened by the environment here. No one dared to say anything. Because the lush vegetation on both sides of the road would shake from time to time, or one or two strange animal roars would be heard. You can even hear a hissing sound occasionally. Everyone knows what animal that sound is. The girls were afraid that once they opened their mouths they would be attacked by the mutant animals hiding in the forest. Chao Jinshui was also nervous and drove seriously without slacking off. At this time, Lin Xuan stretched out his palm and wrote on it. These guys will probably blame us for Hogweyong's death. This is in the middle of nowhere, we have to be careful of them attacking us. Seeing Lin Xuan say this, Chai Zifeng responded immediately. How about we kill them here? He patted an RPG at his feet. I just got it from their car during the chaos. Chai Zifeng explained. After saying that, he winked at Lin Xuan, indicating that he intended to attack the vehicle behind. Just fire one RPG and the car will be blown over and block the road. The enemies behind will have no way to catch up. The initiative will be in their hands. Beat! Lin Xuan responded with only one word. The reason why he did not choose to kill Hogwebin and other enemies before was because he was not sure where Hogwebin's refuge was. Now Lin Xuan already knows. At that time, Lin Xuan planned to use the armed forces in the hands of the enemy to help them survive the crisis tonight. Now it seems that there is no need for that. When the time comes, just ask Chai Zifeng's comrades to come and provide support. So, it's time to take action. Chapter 42, Signal restored again, reinforcements arrive. Hearing Lin Xuan's order, Chai Zifeng walked to the back seat without saying a word and kicked open the rear windshield. Then he raised the RPG rocket launcher, aimed at the off-road vehicle more than 20 meters behind him, and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh sound, the rocket flew towards the target at an extremely fast speed. The other party didn't have time to react at all before the vehicle was blown away, and a raging flame broke out after the explosion. After flipping over in the air, it fell heavily back to the ground. Boom! The vehicle exploded again. The flames expanded, completely blocking the entire road in an instant. Hogwebin's off-road vehicle, which was following behind the convoy, braked suddenly when he heard the sudden explosion in front of him. What's going on? Hogwebin picked up the walkie-talkie and asked quickly. Boss, Lin Xuan and his gang have turned against us. Damn, they attacked our vehicle, blocked our way, and ran away. An angry voice came from the intercom. Upon hearing this, Hogwebin became furious and punched the car door next to him. The sturdy car door was dented and deformed instantly after being hit by his punch. The guys in the car didn't dare to say a word. Everyone looked angry and eager to try. Chase me! Kill them! Immediately find a way to contact our people. Have them come over to surround us from the front and back. Fuck it! Lin Xuan, this bastard, refused to accept my toast and is now drinking a forfeit. He really thinks I am afraid of him. Hogwebin completely returned to his original self. At this moment he was like a rough and rude man. He punched the roof of the car off, stood up, raised the rocket launcher, and looked into the distance ahead of the convoy. Seeing Lin Xian's car going away hundreds of meters away, Hogwabin pulled the trigger without saying a word. Call! The rocket flew out in pursuit quickly. But before it flew out 200 meters, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot over. Boom! Not only did his rocket fail to hit the target, but it exploded above his own convoy, causing considerable casualties to his men. Seeing this scene, Hogwabin became so angry that his face turned green. Doli Lomo! Lin Xian! You are dead! Chase! Chase quickly! He kicked the guy in the cab. The young man immediately stepped on the accelerator, drove around the convoy, drove to the opposite lane and caught up with them. But at this moment, suddenly a huge roar came from the woods on both sides of the road. Roar! Hogwabin's face changed drastically, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the woods on the right. As the trees shook, a huge mutant zombie boar, more than 3 meters tall, suddenly rushed out. Thump, thump, thump! Da-da-da-da-da! The crowd was nervous and opened fire at the giant zombie boar without saying a word. However, the bullet hit its body and was bounced off immediately. There was absolutely no way to cause any harm to this zombie boar. Ignore this beast! Give chase! Chase them all! We must catch Lin Xian and his men! Hogwabin angrily ordered all his men. At this moment, a roar was also heard from the woods on the left. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow quickly rushed out from that side. Chao Jinshui drove the vehicle at full speed and soon left the enemy behind and disappeared without a trace. After driving for a while, the vehicle saw a road sign on the right side in front. There are big characters written on it. Longting Mountain Resort. It should be here, right? Chao Jinshui turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. The latter nodded, and the vehicle quickly turned right and drove onto a concrete road. The view here is much wider. Ahead was a straight and smooth road that stretched out for at least 2 or 3 kilometers, with large fields on both sides of the road. If any zombie beast appears, it will definitely not escape everyone's sight and observation. On both sides of the road, there is a street lamp every 50 meters or so. Ding dong! As the vehicle drove onto the cement road, the cell phones of everyone in the car immediately received a signal, and message alerts sounded one after another. There's a signal! Chao Jinshui was so excited that he suddenly braked. Then he looked at Lin Xian with embarrassment and apology. Let's check the news first and wait until they catch up. Lin Xian didn't react much. After he finished speaking, he picked up his phone, turned it back on, and checked the messages. Are we there? We'll go find you now. Only one message was received on the phone. This was Luning Xiang's reply. Lin Xian was about to send a message back to the other party when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stared at the message in front of him, and always felt that the reply style of this message seemed different from Luning Xiang's usual chatting style. And she didn't mention a word about the reminder she had sent to Lin Xian before. At that time, Luning Xiang said that they were ambushed in the emergency shelter in the south of the city, which was a trap. But now, Luning Xiang did not explain what the battle situation there was. The first thing he said was that he wanted to come and see him. The most important thing is that not only was the tone of the message wrong, but it also used, instead of a normal period at the end. Luning Xiang never uses punctuation marks randomly when chatting with others. This message is very abnormal. One cannot help but wonder whether the person on the other end of the phone who was replying to Lin Xian's message was actually Luning Xiang. Brother Xian, my comrades said they have arrived at the target area and are monitoring and investigating the situation at the villa. When Lin Xian was deep in thought, Chai Zifeng's voice interrupted him. This brought Lin Xian back to his senses. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone and did not reply to any message from Luning Xiang for the time being. He turned his head and looked at Chai Zifeng. Tell them we're going to join them now. Wait until we get there before we start. Lin Xian didn't say much, but looked at He Xiaochun, Wu Xianmei and others. He noticed that Wu Xianmei was crying silently. He Xiaochun looked sad and said nothing. The other 2 guys also looked worried. Without asking, Lin Xian knew that they must have received bad news. Brother Xian, I want to go back to the city. At this time, Chao Jinshui, who was in the driving seat, suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Lin Xuan turned his head calmly and looked at the other party. My mother is in the hospital. She said that everyone in the hospital had run away and now she was the only one left. Chao Jinshui's mother suffered a stroke a few days ago and is receiving treatment in the hospital. Who would have thought that a doomsday disaster would break out and the entire hospital would be in chaos? The people inside, including many patients, died or escaped, and the rest turned into zombies and were killed by the rescue forces. Somehow, his mother herself was left there. Chapter 43, Drive. Chao Jinshui's explanation made Lin Xuan frown slightly. The other people in the car looked at each other, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Under the current circumstances, going back would be tantamount to committing suicide. Lin Xuan finally responded calmly. He is not being cold-blooded, he is just stating a fact. The hospital where Chao Jinshui's mother was hospitalized was located in the most prosperous area of the city center. It's densely populated and full of zombies. Not to mention that there are a large group of zombies chasing after them. Even if he managed to return to the city center by chance, it would be extremely difficult to get her out given his mother's limited mobility. But Chao Jinshui's eyes were filled with tears and he lowered his head with some reluctance. Fists clenched tightly. Lin Xuan looked at him calmly. We have been through hardships together. Deep down, I already consider you my friends and partners. Since we are partners, I have the responsibility to be responsible for the safety of each of you. You must fulfill your filial duty and go back to rescue your mother. I will not stop you. But I won't let everyone go back with you to die. You have to think carefully about what to do. Now it's the end of the world. When Lin Xuan said the last sentence, Chao Jinshui's body trembled slightly. He raised his head, tears in his eyes could no longer be held back and slid down his cheeks. Damn zombies! Damn doomsday! Chao Jinshui clenched his fists tightly and growled angrily with gritted teeth. Everyone else in the car felt the same pain of losing a loved one. At this moment, everyone didn't know what to say and could only remain silent and let Chao Jinshui vent his depressed emotions. Brother Lin Xuan, are your relatives gone too? At this time, Liang Wanting, who had been silent, looked at Lin Xuan with her big eyes and suddenly asked curiously. Hearing her voice, everyone looked at Lin Xuan. Everyone's relatives and friends in this car suffered misfortune in this sudden doomsday disaster. Only Lin Xuan had never heard him mention the situation of his parents and family. I haven't seen him contact any relatives. This made everyone very curious. Lin Xuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and threw the rest to Chai Zifeng in the car. He turned around, got out of the car, and stood on the side of the road with his back to everyone else. When I was 7 years old, my father had both legs amputated in a car accident. My mother left us without a word, and I never heard from her again. 2 years later, my father died of depression. Since then, I have been living alone. This is the secret in Lin Xuan's heart. He rarely mentioned these things to others. But now, everyone here is a partner who has experienced the test of life and death with him. There's nothing wrong with talking about these things. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone suddenly quieted down. Even Chao Jinshui, who had tears in her eyes, stopped crying at this moment. Brother Xuan! He sobbed softly and walked to Lin Xuan's side. With his head down and looking aggrieved, he was totally unlike the strong and independent man he used to be. At this moment, there was a roar of a car coming from behind the road. Hogwa Bin and others finally caught up. Let's get back in the car! Lin Xuan turned around, held the cigarette, half squinted his eyes, took a deep puff, and flicked away the remaining cigarette butt. At the same time, a large number of fire elements gathered about 100 meters in front of him. A huge fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters quickly formed. When they saw the fireball appear, Hogwa Bin and his team's convoy immediately braked. At the same time, they opened fire at Lin Xuan and others. RPG rockets were also fired at him for free. At the same time, Lin Xuan controlled the fireball in the air in front of him, and it quickly rotated to form a huge fire tornado. In an instant, the flames covered the entire road and spread to the fields on both sides. Boom! Boom boom! The wall of fire formed by the raging flames blocked the flying bullets and RPG rockets, and they were completely detonated before they passed through the wall of fire. Fragments flew everywhere, and the heat was scorching. Lin Xuan jumped back to the passenger seat. "Drive!" Chao Jinshui had been waiting for him to say this, and upon hearing it, he stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle rushed forward dozens of meters in an instant like an arrow shot from a bow and sped away. Lin Xuan took this opportunity to secretly take a breath. The fireball just now exhausted his remaining mental energy. Now he is very weak. Wu Xianmei noticed the cold sweat on Lin Xuan's forehead and couldn't help but ask with concern. "Are you okay, Lin Xuan?" The others also looked at him worriedly. "It's just excessive mental energy consumption, it's no big deal," Lin Xuan replied indifferently. "You are already very powerful to be able to release such powerful moves continuously and clear out so many zombies. Brother Xian, you are already very powerful," Chao Jinshui comforted. "Yes, much better than us. I still haven't fully mastered my abilities. I always feel that the upper limit of this talent shouldn't be so low, but I can't improve its level any further." As Chai Zifeng spoke, a piece of white bone condensed on his arm and turned into a sharp bone knife. Wu Xianmei, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but purse her lips when she heard him say that. "The effectiveness of your talent should be related to physical strength. Our elemental power is mainly affected by mental strength. But next time, don't use that kind of large-scale skills. Our current mental strength is not enough to support such a wasteful combat method." Wu Xianmei looked towards Lin Xuan. Although her eyes were clearly full of concern, she had to pretend that she didn't care. Lin Xuan said nothing and silently opened his attribute panel. Doomsday Super God System LV2 0/50,000. Name Lin Xuan. Gender male, human. Talented abilities: Fire Element Control LV5 0/10,000, Rage LV3 0/3000, Thunder Element Control LV3 0/3000, 3/4. Strength 49, normal person 10. Agility 48, normal person 10. Physique 48, normal person 10. Spirit 92, normal person 10. Experience value 7,975, can be freely allocated. Tip: more talent columns can be unlocked after the system upgrade. The previous wave of battles brought him great gains. The experience points accumulated were almost 8,000. Without saying anything, Lin Xuan allocated these experience points to his two talents, Rage, and Control of Thunder Element. Instantly, the system notification sound of talent upgrade came into his mind. At the same time, two different warm currents also spread throughout the body. Chapter 44. Is this called excessive mental energy consumption? As the levels of the two talents increased, a warm current emerged in Lin Xuan's body, nourishing his internal organs and limbs. This feeling is similar to the previous one, but obviously much stronger. The strong feeling comes from the improvement of the talent, Control of Thunder Element. The mental energy consumed in the battle just now is recovering rapidly. Lin Xuan's entire spirit and energy became different from half a minute ago. However, the Berserk talent still brought Lin Xuan considerable pain, making his muscles feel as if they were torn apart. However, the feeling of muscles and even internal organs being torn apart was slightly weaker than the last upgrade. Lin Xuan was not sure whether this was because his physique was becoming stronger and was able to offset some of the pain, or it's because the effect of improving physical fitness is not so obvious. So the pain is not that intense. His gaze returned to the attribute panel in front of him. As the upgrade feeling in the body quickly faded away, the attribute panel in front of him had also undergone new changes. Lin Xuan's strength, agility, and physique attributes increased to 65, 64, and 64 points respectively. This has improved his personal strength, speed, physical defense, etc. compared to before. As for mental strength, it directly increased from 92 to 108 points. The improved spiritual attributes not only allowed Lin Xuan to successfully recover all the lost spiritual power, it also further enhanced his control over the fire and lightning elements. At this moment, Lin Xuan clearly felt that he could see more golden and red fire elements appearing in the air around him, and white and blue thunder elements. This has absolutely never happened before. I see. Lin Xuan turned around and glanced at the others, looking at everyone who seemed to be surrounded by particles of different colors visible to the naked eye. Then he looked at the endless thunder and fire elements outside the car. He felt as if something had suddenly dawned on him. Under normal circumstances, these fire elements and thunder elements cannot be directly felt by ordinary people. They can't see, touch, or control these elements to fight. And accompanied by the improvement of mental strength, these elements were gradually exposed. The stronger your mental power, the more elements you can sense and control. At the same time, when you control these elements in battle, the power of the moves you can unleash will become more powerful. Lin Xuan has begun to look forward to the next battle. Do! Just as Lin Xuan was thinking and looking forward to it, someone's stomach suddenly rumbled. Lin Xuan looked back and found Wu Xianmei looking at him awkwardly. Are you all hungry? We've been busy for so long, I'm really tired and hungry. Let's all eat something. Xiang Shoding opened the backpack he was carrying, took out some biscuits and beef jerky and other food from it, and handed them to Wu Xianmei, He Xiaochun and others. Boss, would you like to have some too? He handed a bag of beef jerky to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan just took a look and had no interest in eating. I'm not hungry for now, you guys eat. After saying that, he turned his head and looked back to the front. I felt a little strange. I don't know if it's because of the improvement in my physical condition. He didn't feel very hungry. Just now, along with the recovery of mental strength, the lost physical strength has basically been fully restored. Vehicles were speeding on the road. At this time, Chai Zifeng slowly removed the bandage on his eyes. The swelling in his eyes had begun to subside and the injured area had long since scarred over. I slowly opened that eye and adjusted myself, and it seemed like there was no big problem. How about I drive for a while? Take a break and eat something. Chai Zifeng looked at Chao Jinshui. Chao Jinshui slowly parked the car on the side of the road. I am a little hungry indeed. As he said this, he exchanged places with Chai Zifeng and took the food and water from Xiang Shodong. While unpacking them, Chao Jinshui looked at the dashboard. There's not much oil left, and I don't know how far the villa is. Not far. Lin Xuan replied calmly. At this time, he could already see an orchard vaguely at the end of the road ahead. Further away from the orchard is a group of buildings with red bricks and green tiles that look like a villa area. Others don't have as good eyesight as Lin Xuan. Chai Zifeng, who was driving, looked into the distance but couldn't see anything unusual. He turned and looked at Lin Xuan in confusion. Brother Xuan, did you see anything? Chao Jinshui also asked in confusion. Why can't you see it? Lin Xuan looked back at them with the same confusion. Everyone immediately shook their heads. Lin Xuan's heart moved slightly. Are you nearsighted? He subconsciously looked at Chai Zifeng. I'm a sniper. My vision was tested last month and it was 5.4. I can't see any difference. Chai Zifeng answered immediately. Others also shook their heads, indicating that they were not nearsighted. I understand. Lin Xuan nodded, already knowing what was going on. It seems that it is also the strengthening of the five senses brought about by the awakening of innate abilities and the upgrading and strengthening of physical fitness. This is why his eyesight is obviously different from that of ordinary people, and even better than that of sniper Chai Zifeng. It's about 2 kilometers ahead. That should be our destination. Lin Xuan pointed towards the end of the road ahead. Just as he finished speaking, Chai Zifeng in the driver's seat frowned slightly. The others immediately heard the faint roar of an engine coming from far behind them. Hogwabin was still determined to kill them, so he brought his men to chase after them again. Speeding along the empty road, their speed reached over 200 yards away. These people really are haunting us. Chao Jinshui picked up the RPG rocket launcher at his feet. Brother, how do you use this thing? He looked at Chai Zifeng. At this time Lin Xuan had already taken action. 200 meters behind their vehicle, a ball of fire suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, it swallowed up the convoy that was chasing them at lightning speed. Immediately afterwards, another violent explosion of boom boom was heard, and the fierce flames quickly spread to 100 meters away. After the huge fireball expanded, a small mushroom cloud formed in the sky. Aren't you overexerting yourself mentally? Wu Xianmei turned around and saw this scene, her face full of surprise and confusion. Others also looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. The power of that move just now was not much less than the ultimate move released by Lin Xuan before. It can even be said that it looks even stronger. The coverage area is also larger. You call this excessive mental energy consumption? He Xiaochun looked at Lin Xuan in amazement. Chapter 45, Battle of Ice and Fire. Lin Xuan ignored everyone's reactions and didn't explain anything. Instead, he asked Chai Zifeng to stop the car. Contact your comrades, see where they are, and tell them we will arrive in 1 minute. Lin Xuan opened the car door and walked down, then turned and walked to the rear of the car, facing the direction of the raging flames in the distance. The enemy was pursuing us so relentlessly that they were about to reach our temporary shelter. Now Lin Xuan's mental strength is abundant, and he wants to completely eliminate his opponent. Looking into the distance, I saw several figures running out from the flames. One of them, Lin Xuan recognized as Hogwabin at a glance. The others are his younger brothers. These people are all gifted awakeners, and their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people. Apart from the few of them who were covered in flames and ran out from the center of the flames howling like ghosts, no other enemies were seen. Lin Xuan was merciless. After locking onto the target, he immediately controlled the thunder element, transforming it into lightning bolts that were as real as substance. The sharp lightning instantly penetrated the body of every enemy, including Hogwabin. His younger brothers were killed on the spot. However, what surprised Lin Xuan was that Hogwabin was actually fine. Throwing thunder! Lin Xuan! I've been very kind to you, haven't I? I invited you to join my shelter and promised you so many benefits, and you betrayed me? At this time, Hogwabin was like a piece of charcoal, burned beyond recognition. However, the strange thing is that he looked like nothing happened. Lin Xuan's eyes focused on the other person, and soon the other person's detailed information appeared above his head. Name, Hogwabin. Gender, male, human. Talent, Ice Element Control LV3, 1305/3000, 1/1. Strength 13, normal person 10. Agility 14, normal person 10. Physique 14, normal person 10. Spirit 37, normal person 10. It turns out that the other party is a person with the gifted ability to control the freezing element freely. Moreover, he actually raised his talent level to level 3. No wonder he could ignore Lin Xuan's fire attack. At this moment, when Lin Xuan was observing his opponent, suddenly, a 9-meter-long frozen sword condensed in Hogwabin's hand. He held the gleaming frozen sword in both hands and trembled all over. In an instant, the burnt pieces of clothes on the surface of his body were completely shaken off by him. At this moment, Hogwabin has completely turned into a humanoid creature formed by ice crystals. He strode forward, holding the frozen sword in both hands and ran, charging towards Lin Xuan like a flying man. Your firepower is nothing in front of me. The reason why I didn't take action against you is because I really value talent. I sincerely intended to join hands with you to conquer the world, and you, Lu, had the audacity to betray me like this. If I don't kill you today, my name will be written upside down. Hogwabin cursed while charging forward, and in a blink of an eye he was more than 10 meters away. At this time, Lin Xuan's eyes darkened and he snorted. A 20-meter-long flaming sword was also condensed. At the same time, a large amount of thunder power gathered on it, wrapping around the flaming sword to form a shining sword. Lin Xuan and Hogwabin waved their swords at the same time and slashed at each other fiercely. I'll go! It turns out that Hogwabin is so amazing! When Lin Yu saw this scene, he was stunned. Is this the legendary 20-meter-long sword? Xiang Shodong shrank his neck. At this moment, they only felt that they were in an environment of ice and fire. On one hand, there were waves of coldness, and on the other hand, there was the heat wave brought by the blazing flames. One is ice, the other is fire. They restrain each other. Will the boss be unable to defeat him? Lin Yu hesitated and talked to himself. At this time, Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui had already got out of the car. Who among you can drive? Drive farther away to avoid being affected. Chao Jinshui looked at Lin Yu and Xiang Shodong. At the same time, reload the RPG in your hand. I can! Xiang Shodong immediately got into the driving seat, started the car and drove forward about 100 meters before stopping. At this time, the intercom on Lin Xian's seat in the front row rang. Chai Zifeng's voice came out. Keep going, my comrades will meet you in front, about 700 meters to the orchard, you can see them when you get past. Just let us handle this. Hearing him say this, Xiang Shodong looked back. Lin Xian and Hogwubin were fighting fiercely, with flames splashing everywhere, as dazzling as hot molten iron. And the icy ice crystal fragments were also flying around randomly. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they could still feel the burning and icy breath spreading from behind in waves. As ordinary people, they knew that if they continued to stay here, they would sooner or later drag down Lin Xian and others. So without any hesitation, he quickly followed Chai Zifeng's instructions and drove forward. Seeing the vehicle going away, Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui looked at each other. Then they all grabbed their weapons and walked towards Hogwubin in tacit understanding. However, before the two of them could take action to help Lin Xian besiege Hogwubin, they suddenly saw Lin Xian leap up into the air and kick Hogwubin hard in the chest with 4 consecutive kicks. Then, he kicked Hogwubin hard on the head with a whip kick. There was a dull thud. The ground seemed to shake. Hogwubin fell headfirst onto the ground. The head formed by ice crystals immediately shattered. Such a scene made Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui's faces change suddenly, and they stopped subconsciously. The two looked at each other, and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Ahem. Hogwubin coughed violently several times and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He climbed up from the ground with a depressed and painful expression. He looked at Lin Xian slowly, his face full of disbelief. Then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and his expression became a little ferocious, and it seemed that he was about to curse at Lin Xian again. Call out! Before Hogwubin could speak, a flaming bullet pierced his forehead. On the forehead that was emitting a chilling cold air, there was a dark, smoking hole the size of a finger. Bang! Hogwubin fell backward straight and hit the ground heavily. The body made of ice shattered into pieces in an instant. Then the ice cubes melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the moisture was evaporated by the high temperature brought by the surrounding flames, the fragments became stiff, as if they had been dried by the wind. Chapter 46. Whereabouts exposed, enemies in the dark and we in the light. Boom! As soon as Lin Xian thought about it, the body fragments on the ground burst into flames and were burned to ashes in an instant. Lin Xian looked around and after confirming that there were no other enemies, he turned around and walked back. Chai Zifeng and Chao Jinshui were still standing there with astonishment on their faces, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Brother Xian, you! How many talents do you have? Seeing Lin Xian coming back, Chao Jinshui came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Just now, Lin Xian used close combat techniques to deal with Hogwubin. That kind of tyrannical and domineering physical strength is not something that ordinary people can possess. Even Chao Jinshui, an awakened person with power-type talent, believed that he did not have the kind of power that Lin Xian had just displayed. Now, on the ground in the distance, is the place where Hogwubin's head fell just now. The solid cement road surface still retains traces of cracks and dents. How much force would it take to cause such destructive effect? The only explanation is that Lin Xian is not only an awakened elemental talent, but also possesses strength talent. What about them? Lin Xian did not respond to Chao Jinshui's question, but asked. There was a steep slope ahead, blocking their view and preventing them from seeing the vehicles that had passed by. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of expanding this topic, Chao Jinshui tactfully did not ask any further questions. They went over first to join my comrades. The enemy's sanctuary is under our surveillance. Brother Xian, these are the photos taken by the drone. The villa is much bigger than we imagined. And it is indeed heavily guarded. The entrance is more heavily guarded than the military district gate. As Chai Zifeng spoke, he showed Lin Xian the photos his comrades sent him. From the photos taken from the air, this Longting Resort villa does indeed cover a very large area. The 100 acres mentioned before was a bit of an underestimate. Judging from the scale of the building shown in the photo, the area occupied by the ground buildings alone is this large. This does not include the area of the enclosed areas. Have you figured out how many people are guarding inside? Lin Xuan asked. Not yet. But our people have already found a way to try to infiltrate. Chai Zifeng answered. Lin Xuan nodded and said nothing more. But I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, I wonder how powerful Hogwabin's background is. It is unexpected that such a large area of land can be obtained in such a place to build a holiday villa of this scale. And judging from the few photos just now, this holiday estate has been transformed into a doomsday shelter by them. In addition to the strong barriers, there are also some light and heavy firepower deployments around. These are all weapons. Just those shown in the photos are enough to arm an entire reinforced platoon. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can get. But now Hogwabin has been killed. There is no way to find out his background anymore. Walk! Go over there and join everyone first. Lin Xuan didn't think much and took the lead to rush forward. At this moment, the phone in his pocket rang with a message again. Lin Xuan took out his cell phone and took a look. It was a message from Luning Xiang. What? No reply. Where are you? 2 short messages, and the tone was still very unpleasant. Lin Xuan confirmed once again that this was definitely not Luning Xiang sending him a message. It seems that there is a high probability that something went wrong. Lin Xian's heart sank. But now he doesn't have time to care about so much. The time has come to 4:30 in the afternoon. It will be completely dark in a few hours. Once it gets dark, zombies will become extremely active, and their endurance, speed, strength, all aspects will be increased. Continued exposure in the wild would be dangerous. Because there are more than just zombies in the wild that are mutated humans. They had already seen zombie birds, zombie beasts, and so on before. This means that other creatures besides humans will also mutate. Many animals are nocturnal and hide during the day. This means that when night falls, a feast of killing will begin. At this moment, inside Longting Resort Villa, a group of grim-looking men in black gathered in the monitoring room. There was a chill in everyone's eyes. They all saw clearly the battle that just took place on the road. The reason is simple. There are actually many surveillance cameras installed on the street lights on both sides of the road. The surveillance footage clearly recorded the moment Lin Xuan killed Hogu Bin. Brother Bao, Brother Bin and the others seem to have all been killed. What should we do now? At this time, one of the people who was checking the surveillance couldn't help but ask the man with the highest status here, named Brother Leopard. The man named Brother Leopard had a sullen face, crossed his arms and said nothing. Brother Leopard, we found a group of intruders outside the shelter. They look very agile and professional, not like ordinary people. Now these people are using drones to secretly film our internal situation. At this time, another subordinate reported the situation through the walkie-talkie. At the same time, the surveillance footage also captured a group of people lying in ambush outside. And several figures are approaching here quietly, trying to sneak in. The surveillance cameras installed inside and outside this shelter make it impossible for anyone trying to approach here to escape. No matter whether the other party is a human or a zombie creature. After hearing this news report, I also saw the images captured by the hidden surveillance cameras. Brother Leopard cursed angrily, "Fuck you," then turned around and angrily grabbed a walkie-talkie. "Let them in, close the door and beat the dog," he ordered coldly. "Brother Bao, why bother with so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just use a wave of rockets to clean up the area? Can they withstand it?" At this time, the subordinates around him suggested. "What do you know?" Brother Leopard glared at him. "We only have so many weapons. We can only use rockets to deal with a few dozen invaders. If zombies come tonight, are you going to go out and fight them hand to hand?" This scolding left the subordinate speechless for a moment. He could only lower his head and smile awkwardly, not daring to speak any more nonsense. "What about the others? That ability user is so powerful that even Brother Bin is no match for him. If we let him in, won't we be asking for trouble?" At this time, another man next to Brother Bao, who obviously also looked like a member of management, began to analyze coldly. Hearing him say this, Brother Bao's eyes became serious. Lin Xuan was indeed a huge trouble for them. That kind of incredible talent and ability is simply impossible for ordinary people to compete with. Chapter 47. A tougher opponent than expected, a lone warrior in a tiger's den. Just as Brother Leopard was thinking with a serious face, new news came. Brother Bao, the drone we sent out has detected these situations, and the images have been transmitted back. The report from the intercom just came in, and the drone surveillance footage was also transmitted here simultaneously. All I saw on the screen was the situation on the road leading from the city to this side. A large group of zombies spread out from the city like a tide. Although these zombies were dispersed a lot and diluted a lot after leaving the city and entering the suburbs. But there are still a considerable number of them moving towards the shelter. Judging from their speed, they will probably arrive here in an hour at most. Mad! Bad news really comes one after another. Having just lost their strongest fighting force, they now have to face a group of powerful human invaders. And they will soon face the invasion of the zombie army. This is really a headache. Let everyone get ready for battle and check weapons and ammunition. First, find a way to lure those zombies away. Make them change their direction. Brother Leopard quickly thought of a solution and began giving orders to everyone. After saying this, his gaze returned to the surveillance screen. At this time, Lin Xuan and his companions had reunited with the others. They didn't realize that their every move had already been seen clearly by the enemy. Following Chai Zifeng, we left the main road and walked towards a hill opposite the orchard, about 100 meters away from the roadside. And met other people here. Brother Xian, let me introduce you. This is my comrade in the army and also my squad leader, Su Zongqing. Chai Zifeng introduced his comrades in arms to Lin Xuan and others one by one. At the same time, he introduced Lin Xuan and Chao Jinshui to his comrades one by one. He also shared Lin Xuan's powerful strength and amazing achievements with his comrades. Mr. Lin Xuan, if you don't mind, we will follow Xiao Feng and call you Brother Xian from now on. Su Zongqing instinctively saluted Lin Xuan. And he said so as soon as he opened his mouth. The Doomsday world is different from ordinary ones. Only those with strong power have the right to speak. Any adult with normal IQ knows this. And now Lin Xuan is obviously the most powerful awakener among all people. It's well deserved to call him Brother Xian. Don't be so polite. From now on, we are brothers. Let's work together and survive this doomsday. Lin Xuan responded with a smile, then pointed nonchalantly toward the buildings outside the woods and at the foot of the mountain. What's the situation over there now? Upon hearing this, Su Zongqing and the others looked at each other, then looked at Lin Xuan, and took out a few small things from his pocket that looked like some kind of electronic equipment. We may have been exposed. I just found these things on the tree at the foot of this mountain. It's a mini camera. These gadgets are everywhere here. The enemy has deployed unimaginable surveillance equipment here. In addition, Su Zongqing pointed to the sky. They also have drone reconnaissance equipment. This group of people is more powerful than we thought. They definitely don't look like ordinary civilians. Hearing him say this, Lin Xuan frowned deeply. He had long realized that Hogwa Bin and the forces behind him were extraordinary. No matter how rich a normal person is, it is not easy to get arms in bulk. What are you going to do? Lin Xuan looked at the people in front of him. Including Chai Zifeng, there are a total of 15 fighters here. They are all military men. They were on vacation when the apocalypse happened. When he wanted to rush back to support his troops, he found that it was impossible because the whole city was in chaos. Traffic came to a standstill, communications were interrupted, and even power facilities and other emergency broadcasting facilities were unable to operate normally. The official forces managed to organize a counterattack in the first few hours before the disaster. Unfortunately, facing millions of zombies, they are not strong enough. Now everyone can only fight on their own, and the scattered survivors gathered together to keep each other warm and jointly deal with this sudden world-destroying crisis. Hearing Lin Xuan's question, Su Zongqing shook his head. He looked helpless. There are only 3 of us who are awakened, namely me, Xiaofeng and Dazhuang. Su Zongqing looked at the tall teammate on the left, who was about 1.95 meters tall. The man's name was Yang Dazhuang, so everyone gave him a nickname that was a homophone of his name, Dazhuang. Both he and Su Zongqing have pure power talents. Except for us, The remaining brothers are all ordinary people. Besides, we lack the firepower for a strong attack. Based on the intelligence we just obtained from reconnaissance, I roughly estimated that there are at least 500 armed elements in this manor. Having said that, Su Zongqing shook his head again. Even if we include Lin Xuan and several other members, plus these dozen soldiers, there are only about 20 people on our side. Moreover, most of them are ordinary people. It is wishful thinking to want to deal with 500 people without weapons. What's more, the enemy now has a large number of light and heavy firepower equipment in their hands. A strong attack is tantamount to suicide. Why don't we go back to our temporary camp first, Brother Xian? After we find a way to get weapons, we'll come back and deal with these enemies. Chai Zifeng made a proposal to Lin Xuan. They originally had some weapons and equipment in their hands. But he had just completely fallen out with Hogwabin, and Lin Xuan killed all his opponents in one go. Along with their vehicles, the supplies and equipment on board were all gone. No, your temporary camp is too far from here. It's getting dark soon. It's dangerous for us to go back now. We must take this manor. Lin Xuan directly rejected Chai Zifeng's proposal. At this moment, his eyes were directly fixed on the large manor about 300 meters away. I already have a battle plan in mind. Su Zongqing, please get your people back. Brother Xian, what do you want to do? When Chai Zifeng heard Lin Xian's order, his heart trembled. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, but turned around and walked down the mountain silently. Lin Xuan, where are you going? When Wu Xianmei saw his actions, she immediately became worried. Go check what I have achieved now. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, flames suddenly burst out of his body, and he looked like a burning fireman. Oh my god, can the boss's body transform into elements? Xiang Shoudong was stunned on the spot and turned to look at Wu Xianmei in disbelief. Are all of you elemental control ability users so awesome? Lin Yu also looked at her in disbelief and asked. Chapter 48. The power of elemental ability users is beyond imagination. When Wu Xianmei heard Lin Yu's words, she hesitated and shook her head, blinking her big watery eyes, and also looked at Lin Xuan, who was on fire, in disbelief. I can't do this yet, but Lin Xian's talent level is higher than ours. Maybe if he can upgrade his elemental talent to a high level, he can do this. Wu Xianmei analyzed hesitantly. At the same time, I thought of Hogwabin. In the previous battle, Hogwabin seemed to have used his freezing talent to completely turn his body into ice crystals. Then he blocked Lin Xian's fatal fire attack. If even Hogwabin can do that kind of thing, then Lin Xuan can definitely do it too. Others were equally in shock. After hearing Wu Xianmei's analysis, everyone looked at Lin Xuan in amazement. Lin Xuan, you're not planning to deal with those enemies by yourself, are you? This is too dangerous. I don't agree. He Xiaoqun shook his head at this time, trying to dissuade Lin Xuan. The Special Forces brother just said that there are at least 500 fully armed members in the enemy's villa. No matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible for him to deal with so many enemies at the same time, right? But Lin Xuan ignored them and continued walking down the mountain. Brother Xian! I'll go with you. We should trust Brother Xian. Let him try. I think his innate ability is very strong. Ordinary bullets should not be able to hurt him. Su Zongqing actually had no idea. After all, this was the first time he had seen such ability. But since Lin Xuan is so confident, we should just observe first. At this time, Lin Xuan had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. The figure was exposed again to the enemy's surveillance camera. He continued walking towards the manor as if nothing had happened, and soon arrived at the gate of the manor. Here, on the left, is a huge parking lot with at least dozens of large trucks parked there. Naturally, it was Hogwabin who had ordered the transportation of goods and resources. Now the things in the car have been emptied long ago. In the open space about 200 meters ahead, there were rows of iron fences with sharp spikes. Call out! Lin Xuan had just approached the front of these iron fences when suddenly a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The bullet hit the ground about 3 meters in front of him, leaving behind a fist-sized crater. Lin Xuan looked up at a 3-story building in front of him. The bullet was shot from the one-way glass window there. He continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. At the same time, a firestorm arose, like a strong wind sweeping across the plain. With a whoosh, the dozen or so iron fences in front of him were immediately blown away by him. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions on the ground, and the billowing smoke and dust completely enveloped Lin Xuan's figure. When the people on the mountain in the distance saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. It's a mine! These guys actually buried mines at the door! Where the hell did they get this stuff? Su Zongqing frowned. The rest of the soldiers also had solemn expressions. Lin Xuan, he's not dead, right? Wu Xianmei looked worriedly at the large area of smoke and dust in the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Lin Xuan's figure reappear in their sight, and it seemed that he had not suffered any harm. This is too amazing! He was hit by a landmine and nothing happened at all. The tension on Lin Yu's face was replaced by surprise and shock. The ability of the talented awakener is too strong. This is no longer an ordinary human being, this is simply a Superman. Xiang Shodong couldn't help but mutter to himself in admiration. But Wu Xianmei, who also had an awakened elemental talent, had not let go of her worries at all at this moment, and still felt very uneasy. Because she noticed that Chai Zifeng and his comrades also had serious looks on their faces at this moment, and did not feel the slightest bit happy or relaxed because Lin Xuan was fine. It's an anti-personnel mine, a trigger type 1, probably an older model. This type of mine is almost obsolete, right? Longwa no longer uses this type of mine, but there are still many countries out there that use it. As veterans of the Special Forces, Chai Zifeng and his comrades determined the types of mines through the explosions at this moment. During their tense and worried conversation, Lin Xuan's figure moved again. He took a few steps forward. The flames in the air rose again, forming a firestorm that continued to rush forward. Dozens of iron fences weighing hundreds of pounds each were blown away by his attack. Boom, boom, boom! The minefield and barricades of just 200 meters were cleared away by Lin Xuan in a flash. Taking advantage of the rolling smoke and dust blocking the enemy's vision, Lin Xuan took a deep breath and suddenly exploded. As fast as the ghost girl, she ran over a distance of 200 meters in the blink of an eye and rushed directly into the manor. While clearing the mines and barricades, he had already used elemental perception to accurately determine and lock the positions of at least 50 enemies. At this moment, the body passed through the protective wall and entered the manor. Lin Xuan did not stop at all and immediately controlled the extremely rich fire and thunder elements in the air. In an instant, bright tongues of fire flashed across the air. It was like a submachine gun bullet whizzing out in the dark night. The sounds of falling to the ground and muffled thuds such as bang bang bang, dong dong dong, and puff 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 were heard one after another. 50 enemies hiding in bunkers or buildings were completely eliminated by Lin Xuan in the blink of an eye. And at this time, other enemies in the manor also opened fire at Lin Xuan. Da-da-da! Thump, thump, thump! Call out! The sounds of fully automatic submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles continued to ring out. In addition, there were the sounds of machine guns and even sniper rifles coming one after another. Lin Xuan put his body into a fire element state and increased his speed to the extreme. While paying attention to dodging these attacks, he launched a ruthless counterattack against the remaining enemies. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Boom! Boom! For a moment, in the entire huge manor, a ball of burning flame exploded from time to time, or dozens of lightning flashed. Accompanied by some muffled groans and sounds of falling, Lin Xuan's figure gradually went deeper into the manor. The sound and light gradually faded away. Su Zongqing, Chai Zifeng and others who were hiding in the mountains came back to their senses from their deep shock when they saw this scene. Quick! Follow them! Everyone, stay safe! Su Zongqing and Chai Zifeng looked at each other and ran down the mountain first. Chapter 49. There really is a shelter. In the monitoring room, Lin Xuan was seen breaking in alone. And in a very short period of time, he killed all his own troops. Brother Bao and other management members' faces changed drastically. This person is no longer an ordinary person. He must be a Superman. What kind of people with special abilities can awaken to this level? Damn! Let's retreat! It looks like we can't hold on here. Retreat quickly! To the underground shelter! These managers saw that Lin Xuan had arrived near the surveillance building. He immediately made a decisive decision and decided to have all the remaining people retreat. They abandoned the manor buildings on the ground and all hid in the underground shelter built beneath the manor. Lin Xuan was bathed in flames, with lightning wrapped around his body like a circling angry dragon. None of the enemies he met along the way could survive a single round at his hands. This was the result of his extreme restraint. To preserve as many buildings, vehicles, and other things as possible. Otherwise, Lin Xuan could clear out all the enemies here more quickly. Soon he had fought his way through the enemy's defenses and arrived in front of the most luxurious building. The building is in Gothic style. It looks a bit like a small country villa, with about 5 or 6 floors in total. The decoration is magnificent and very luxurious. The point is, Lin Xuan discovered more enemies here through elemental perception. But these enemies did not rush out to fight him. Instead, they began to retreat underground via elevators. Lin Xuan walked straight into the hall. Bang! A bullet came straight at him and went through his head. Lin Xuan looked at the sniper on the second floor of the hall as if nothing had happened, and he was stunned on the spot. He didn't see any movement. Swoosh! A flaming bullet turned in the air and instantly pierced the back of the head of the enemy, who stood up and was about to turn around and escape. Lin Xuan's gaze turned ruthlessly to the right. There were 3 enemies holding weapons and wearing black vests, hesitating and not daring to attack him. Seeing Lin Xuan's eyes, they dropped their weapons and turned around to run away. Lin Xuan did not kill them, but immediately chased after them. Chai Zifeng and Su Zongqing, along with 8 other comrades, quickly approached the manor. The remaining 5 warriors stayed with Wu Xianmei, Chao Jinshui, and others just in case. 10 people acted separately, and after a check, they found that all the enemies here had been killed. Many of them have not even shown their heads. Even if they hid in the room or upstairs, they would still be hit by Lin Xuan's attacks or shot in the head. Either they were burned by flames or struck by thunder and became unrecognizable as humans. Everyone collected the enemy's scattered weapons and equipment, armed themselves, and reunited. Su Zongqing and Chai Zifeng looked at each other and said, "It seems that we have found a great boss this time. He really took care of all the enemies here by himself." An existence like Lin Xuan. If it was set before the Doomsday outbreak, it would only appear in movies. Long when netizens call this kind of people super wolf warriors who show off their personal heroism. In foreign movies and TV dramas, such beings are called superheroes. But now, they only think that Lin Xuan is a Superman who has broken through human limits. The ability of an elemental awakener consumes mental energy. Brother Xian can't hold out for long if he continues to fight like this. There may still be enemies left here. Chai Zifeng didn't want to comment too much on Lin Xuan's strength. What he is worried about now is Lin Xuan's personal safety. After all, when they were retreating here, they fought against the zombie army and counterattacked Hogwa Bin and others. After using his ultimate move just a dozen times, Lin Xuan's mental strength was almost exhausted. It is hard to feel reassured to let him go alone to pursue the remaining enemies. Check the remaining search area. Stay safe. Su Zongqing nodded, giving orders to everyone. Walk. He patted Chai Zifeng on the shoulder and signaled to search forward. The 2 men raised their weapons and immediately took action with full concentration. Chasing the 3 enemies, Lin Xuan soon arrived at an elevator room. He looked up and saw that the door indicated that 10 elevators on both sides had already started to move downwards. Now we are at a position of -105 meters. The 3 enemies saw that they could not escape his pursuit, and were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. "Brother, please let us go, brother." "Yes, brother, please let us go." Lin Xuan glanced at the 3 of them. They are just ordinary people. Seeing that they were all in their 20s, he had no intention of taking action. "Where does this elevator lead to?" Lin Xuan asked coldly. "Elevator?" The 3 of them were visibly stunned. I looked up at the elevator, which was still descending. "Yes, we are going to the underground shelter." "Underground shelter?" Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He originally thought that Bin and his men were just joking. A manor converted into a base with a large number of armed personnel is called a sanctuary. I didn't expect that there was actually a shelter built underground here. He had deep doubts in his heart. The scale of the buildings underground is large enough. Most people simply do not have the financial resources and ability to build a manor of this size. As for the plan to build an underground shelter on top of this manor, that would be even more difficult. Such a project is extremely huge and is definitely not something that an ordinary businessman can accomplish. What is your boss's identity? Lin Xuan stared at the three enemies kneeling on the ground begging for mercy and asked again. Boss. The three of them rolled their eyes and looked at each other, then hesitated and stammered for a long time without answering. Boom! Just as they were hesitating, a circle of fierce flames suddenly appeared around them and surrounded the three of them. The terrifying high temperature generated by the burning flames made the three people's faces change drastically on the spot, and they felt a strong threat of death. Brother, let me tell you. We don't even know who the boss is. Yeah, big brother, we really don't know. We just get paid every month. We are just mercenaries who have been recruited here. We really don't know what's going on here, let alone any secrets. The three people kept begging for mercy, and they hurriedly explained one after another. See, they don't look like they are lying. I thought so too. How could this guy, who looks like a small-time character, get access to core secrets? Lin Xuan became even more confused. Is there any way to get down? He looked at the elevator that had already gone down 200 meters and asked. Chapter 50 Night is about to fall. Hearing Lin Xuan's question again, the three of them looked at each other again, and then shook their heads. We really don't know, brother. Perhaps you can go to Brother Bao's office. There might be some clues there. That's right, Brother Bao's office is usually closed to people. Several people were talking to each other, and Lin Xuan's heart moved when he heard their words. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind me. Lin Xuan didn't need to look back to know that Chai Zifeng and others had arrived, because the feeling of elemental disturbance in the air was very familiar to him. It was a very wonderful feeling. After the talent level of Control of Fire Element was upgraded to level 5, Lin Xuan not only gained the special ability of Flame Fusion, it also allows him to completely elementalize himself. Although this process is very short, the cooling time is not too long either. In the elemental state of about 20 seconds, it was enough for him to kill other opponents instantly. That's why Lin Xuan dared to come in alone. In addition, his improved perception and control over the fire element also allowed Lin Xuan to sketch out some wonderful pictures in his mind by sensing the disturbance changes of the fire element. For example, these three enemies in front of us. If he closed his eyes and simply used his elemental perception ability to feel their presence, what appeared in Lin Xuan's mind were three three-dimensional figures drawn with light and dark lines. Because the human body has differences in height, weight, etc. By outlining these figures, Lin Xuan can easily determine the target's location, or judge whether the other party is one of his own. Lin Xuan waited there for a while, and sure enough, he saw Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others searching from outside. Brother Xuan! Chai Zifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xuan was safe and sound. Where are the other enemies, Brother Xuan? Su Zongqing glanced at the three enemies kneeling on the ground. He looked around at the empty and spacious hall and asked in confusion. There is a shelter underground. The rest fled. Lin Xuan pointed to the elevator behind the other person. Take me to the office of the man you called Brother Leopard. He looked at the three enemies again and gave the order. Okay. The three men didn't dare to resist at all and immediately stood up obediently. The power that Lin Xuan displayed just now had already scared them silly. To resist at this time is to seek death. Ganzi. It's safe inside. The sentry at the entrance has weapons left for you. You can come over now. At this time, Chai Zifeng immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to other companions outside, asking them to come over quickly. Then he followed Lin Xuan to the office of the enemy's management. The building was much larger than they had imagined. After walking for about 2 minutes, they finally arrived at a very luxurious office on the second floor. The distance from the main door to the 20-meter-long desk in this office is almost 50 meters. On the left, Lin Xuan and others saw several elevator entrances. Several of them were already in operation, also being lowered towards the underground shelter, and were already at a distance of 300 meters. The remaining few machines were not running and were parked on the second floor. However, to activate them, just like the 10 elevators downstairs, they require double verification of password and fingerprint to unlock. Lin Xuan observed the spacious office again. No other entrances to the underground shelter were discovered. Is there another entrance? He looked at the three enemies and asked. I'm asking you a question, Chai Zifeng shouted. The three enemies shook their heads with bitter faces. Really no more? You should know the activation password, right? Chai Zifeng asked again. The password is 177,234. As for fingerprints, only the fingerprints of members above the captain level have the authority to unlock the elevator. The three enemies immediately answered honestly. Who's the captain among you three? Lin Xuan's sharp eyes immediately swept across the faces of the three people. That majestic look made people shudder. Their pupils shrank slightly immediately, but they all shook their heads. The captain is the sniper you just killed, brother, one of them answered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan looked at Chai Zifeng and others. He told them the location of the sniper who had just ambushed him on the second floor and was killed instantly by him. You two go and carry the person over here, Su Zongqing immediately said to the two soldiers. After saying that, he looked at the three enemies in front of him, sized them up for a while, and suddenly asked, You have also received military training, right? I served in the Foreign Legion abroad for a few years, and later in an international mercenary organization. The three of them nodded immediately. Then he added, After we were discharged from the army, we came back and were recruited here. Hearing them say this, Su Zongqing nodded in sudden enlightenment. He turned and looked at Lin Xuan. Brother Xuan, it seems that my guess was correct. The person who built this shelter must have an unusual background. From the fact that they can obtain arms and recruit international mercenaries, this Hogwabin may have connections with some international armed organizations. Lin Xuan also had some guesses about this. After hearing Su Zongqing's words, he nodded. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Hurry up and set up a defense line here. It will be dark soon. He glanced out the window. The sky had long been covered by dark clouds, and as time went by, the light outside became increasingly gloomy and dim. In the wilderness, there were even faint sounds of some unusual things being heard. Some mutant creatures that hide during the day and come out at night are beginning to stir. How do we deal with the enemies in the underground shelter? Chai Zifeng asked. You stay here and set up the defense line. I'll go down and take a look at the situation later. Lin Xuan looked at the three enemies. The three immediately asked Lin Xuan, Brother, can you allow us to join your team? We have received formal military training abroad and can help. Yes, big brother, stay with us. We will never let you down. There are zombies everywhere now. It is impossible for them to return to their team. At this moment, of course, we should quickly find a way to curry favor with someone. Give them 3 guns. Lin Xuan didn't say much. Whether it's a foreign legion or mercenaries, it's just a matter of getting paid for something. Now, in order to survive, they are unlikely to commit acts that would lead to their own death. Moreover, these 3 are ordinary people, so even if they have some ideas, they are not a big threat. If you dare to play tricks, I'll make you pay. Su Zongqing signaled to his companions beside him to bring 3 weapons to the 3 men, and gave each of them several magazines. At this time, Chao Jinshui, Wu Xianmei, He Xiaochun and others also rushed over. Chapter 51, Full of Doubts, Go to the Underground Shelter. After Chao Jinshui and others rushed over and met up with Lin Xuan and others, they couldn't help but worry. Boss, this place is so large, can we defend it with so few people? He looked at the magnificent hall in front of him. The area of one office alone is several thousand square meters. I have to say that Hogwabin is really arrogant. But now that they have occupied this place, problems have arisen. After hearing Chao Jinshui's words, one of the 3 mercenaries who had just joined the team, named Fu Wei, immediately responded. Don't worry too much about this problem for now. Brother Bao has already ordered his men to lead away the zombies moving in this direction. For the time being, we won't be under much threat here. In addition, drone surveillance will also transmit information about the situation within a 10-kilometer radius at any time. If an enemy appears, we will know it immediately. Hearing him say this, Lin Xuan's heart moved slightly. How many drones are there here? He thought of Luning Xiang. Luning Xiang is in an emergency shelter in the south of the city, about 100 kilometers away from here. That's what she said when she messaged me before. But the following messages were obviously not sent by her. Lin Xuan suspected that someone had obtained Luning Xiang's cell phone and was pretending to be her to contact him. At present, no one knows what Luning Xiang's condition is. He didn't dare to contact Luning Xiang using his cell phone. So I planned to use a drone to conduct some reconnaissance. Boss, there are so many drones here. There is a hangar in the back. There are at least 100 small, medium and large drones. Fu Wei answered immediately. So much? When Chai Zifeng, who was standing by, heard this, he was immediately shocked. The other members also showed incredible expressions. 100? Oh my God! That's enough to form a flying squadron! A companion next to Chai Zifeng couldn't help but exclaimed. Su Zongqing and other soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Obviously, they couldn't imagine that there was someone in the territory of Dragon Country who had the ability to obtain so many weapons and equipment without anyone noticing. This is no ordinary arms smuggler. He is definitely the head of an international arms dealer. Lin Xuan could see what they were thinking, but at this time Lin Xuan was thinking about other issues. He now regrets getting rid of Hogwabin so early. Otherwise, you can question the other party carefully. There is absolutely no way this underground shelter could have been built in a day. And so many high-end weapons and equipment here could not have been prepared for the doomsday disaster that just broke out today. In other words, Hogwabin either built an underground shelter here in advance or stockpiled a large amount of weapons and equipment. What the purpose is unknown. Maybe they want to make some big news or something. Or maybe this guy got the news in advance and knew that the end of the world was coming. It's a pity that the person is dead now. All the secrets will be gone with the wind. Boss, I will lead everyone to establish a new line of defense first. See if there's anything else that can be used. After Su Zongqing asked Lin Xuan for instructions, he led the others to act separately. For each of them, he changed his name to Boss. Lin Xuan didn't care either. Su Zongqing and his men had just left when the other two soldiers came back carrying the body of the squad leader they had killed. Use the other party's fingerprint and the password given by Fu Wei and the other two people just now. Lin Xuan successfully unlocked the elevator's operating permissions. Just wait for me here. Teach them how to shoot a gun when there's time. Lin Xuan looked at Wu Xianmei, Chao Jinshui and others, then gave an order to the two soldiers. Then he walked into the elevator. As soon as he entered the elevator, he saw a camera in the corner. At this moment, it was flashing towards him. Lin Xuan snorted in his heart and didn't care. Start the elevator directly. This is a high-speed elevator that goes from the second floor above ground all the way down to 350 meters underground, and it takes less than 30 seconds. While the elevator was descending, Lin Xuan had already activated his elemental perception ability to investigate the general situation below. At least within the range of 200 meters he covered, he did not sense the presence of any enemy. Bye! The elevator door opened. Lin Xuan entered the elemental state and walked out. The walls of the elevator in front of me have a very heavy metallic smell. It doesn't look like ordinary metal, but rather some kind of powerful alloy. Lin Xuan had seen many shelters in the Doomsday world in his previous life. Some so-called shelters are actually formed by simply modifying existing buildings and adding defensive facilities. This kind of shelter cannot even be called a shelter, it can only be called a temporary shelter. They are the easiest to be defeated by zombies. Especially when ordinary zombies also evolve to level 2, the combat effectiveness of those zombies is greatly enhanced. Staying in that temporary shelter is tantamount to waiting for death. Most of the shelters are primary ones that are built by reinforcing and renovating existing emergency shelters such as subway stations and air raid shelters. This kind of shelter can already withstand normal zombie attacks. But it's not the best choice either. The best choice, of course, is to build it directly deep underground like the one in front of us. It is also an underground shelter with complete defense facilities and strong barriers. But Lin Xuan had only seen shelters built with ordinary metal materials. He had never seen anything of this level. Just from this point, it can be seen that this underground shelter is by no means an ordinary shelter. He was even more curious in his heart about how Bin built this place. And the other party is wondering how to mobilize such a large amount of resources. Turning his gaze to the right, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. The entire elevator waiting room covers an area of approximately 2,000 square meters and is rectangular in shape. At this time, on Lin Xuan's right-hand side, at the end of the space, there was an extremely huge circular protective door. Apart from the huge circular protective door, there is no other entrance here. Lin Xuan walked towards the protective door. Before he had taken 2 steps, several black machine guns suddenly appeared in the corners on both sides above the protective door and on the ground directly in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The high-speed machine gun fired mercilessly, aiming at Lin Xuan and shooting fiercely. The bullets, powerful enough to shatter a human body, instantly passed through Lin Xuan's flaming body. Lin Xuan was not polite at all and launched a counterattack immediately. He raised his hand to condense the thunder element and launched a continuous counterattack at the machine guns. Boom, boom, boom! In a short moment, he destroyed those powerful machine guns. Chapter 52: The Only Entrance, the Indestructible Gate. After destroying these machine guns, Lin Xuan was just about to retreat back into the elevator. However, at this moment, new mechanisms suddenly opened on the walls on all sides. Suddenly, there were fist-sized holes on the wall. From those square holes, objects that looked like machine gun barrels extended out. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, and with a boom sound, he attracted the fire element in the space, forming a large amount of flames that spread towards those gun barrel-like things. At the same moment, those gun barrels also spewed out a large amount of blue high-temperature flames. Flame? Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. His first talent is playing with fire. Still afraid of these fire attacks? Lin Xuan let the flames fall on himself, and sure enough, they could not cause any harm to him at all. Of course, it's not completely without impact. His physical strength was reduced due to the burning of these flames. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's attack was effective at this time. All those flamethrowers were destroyed by his counterattack. After Lin Xuan destroyed those flamethrowers, his own elementalization time also ended. The body regains its physical form. Lin Xuan dodged backwards and returned to the elevator. After waiting for a while and hearing no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. After re-entering the elemental state, he left the elevator and walked out. This time, nothing happened. It seems that the enemy has basically run out of tricks. Just now all the weapons were destroyed by myself. At this moment, Lin Xuan walked to the heavy round door and looked at it carefully. He reached out and touched the door, concentrating hard to feel the traces of fire contained in the metal. Through these fire elements, Lin Xuan quickly figured out that this heavy and huge circular door was more than 10 meters thick. And the door seemed to open inwards. Not to mention that with his current talent level, it is impossible for him to have the power to destroy such a heavy door. Even if his talent level is raised by 1 level, he may not be able to do it. This thick and heavy door, together with the mechanical weapons just now, are probably specially used to deal with invaders. Whether it's humans or zombies. Fortunately, they have been destroyed by Lin Xuan. But he was really helpless about this door. It seems that I can only go back to the ground and make specific plans. Thinking about it, Lin Xuan checked the situation here again. He soon discovered that the camera hidden in the corner had been burned through and melted when he released the fire attack just now. No wonder the enemy no longer launches attacks on itself. It seems that I have become blind. He looked back at the door again, turned and walked into the elevator. When Lin Xuan returned to the ground, he found that the sky outside had suddenly become much darker. I looked at the time and it was not yet 5 o'clock. "Boss, you're back so soon?" 2 soldiers were guarding the elevator door to prevent any unexpected situations. They raised their weapons and aimed at the elevator door vigilantly. When they saw Lin Xuan coming out, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy has blocked the only entrance downstairs. Unless they take the initiative to open that door, we can't attack for the time being. Lin Xuan responded simply and walked out of the building. In fact, to be precise, it's not that he couldn't attack, but the cost of doing so would be too high. By touching the gate, your mental power can penetrate the protective gate. Then by remotely controlling the fire elements inside this underground shelter, Lin Xuan can attack some of the enemies and kill them instantly. But doing that requires him to expend more mental energy than normal. Moreover, since the influence range of mental power is very limited, it cannot spread infinitely, and cannot affect the enemies in the entire underground shelter. That would be a thankless task. So he came up. What we need to do now is to deal with tonight's crisis first. This is the first night of the doomsday disaster. Based on past life experience, at least 1/3 of the remaining survivors in the world will turn into zombies tonight. What remains will be lost again the next day. The end of the world is so cruel. Lin Xuan came outside quickly and saw Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others, who were busy arranging various tasks. Although the buildings on the ground are not true shelters, but there are still tall walls and multiple barbed wire fences built around the area for protection. Surrounding the entire villa is a large circle of iron fences with a width of about 150 to 200 meters. Lin Xuan had experienced this when he attacked here. That area is not just filled with chevaux de frise, there are also a large number of anti-personnel mines buried underground. These things are of course very effective when used to fight zombies. It is conceivable that if zombies invade here on a large scale, they will most likely be wiped out in the first wave of attack. Unless the number of zombies is large enough to consume all the mines. When that time comes. As Lin Xuan was thinking about it, his eyes subconsciously turned to the surrounding walls, at those weapons that looked very unique and were connected by cables. He had seen this kind of weapon in the Doomsday world in his previous life. But they are rare and can only be found in large shelters. Ordinary simple shelters or small shelters do not have the conditions to be equipped with such weapons. They are the legendary laser weapons. It is very powerful and can cause large-scale casualties to the zombie army. But the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, they require a lot of energy. The main consumption is electricity. This can be seen from the cables they are connected to, which are almost as thick as a child's arm. In addition to the laser weapons installed on the top of the wall, there are also some manually controlled machine guns and machine cannons. Their lethality is much smaller than that of laser weapons. In addition to its low lethality and accuracy, its disadvantages also include the need for a large number of manpower to use it. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xuan's side is clearly short of manpower. Boss, I just contacted our temporary camp. The others are coming here with the remaining survivors. We should be able to arrive before dark. Lin Xuan was observing the deployment situation around him when Su Zongqing came over and reported the matter to him. There were about 30 soldiers and the same number of civilian survivors in the makeshift camp they had set up. Lin Xuan already knew about this matter a long time ago. He nodded upon hearing that. Who is in charge of the monitoring room now? Lin Xuan asked. Chapter 53. Weapons are available, but manpower is insufficient. Lin Xuan suddenly asked about the situation in the monitoring room, and Su Zongqing looked towards the building. It's He Xiaochun and the others over there. At this time, Chao Jinshui came towards him and answered. Considering that they are all girls and cannot use weapons, we let them be responsible for monitoring. He added further explanation. Is the drone unit under control? Lin Xuan looked behind the building, where there was a small airport. There is also a hangar. There are hundreds of drones of all sizes, which is definitely a large arsenal. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, everyone looked at each other. There are several drone operators among the team that came here. At this time, Su Zongqing saw that no one said anything, so he took the initiative to answer. That means there's no one here who can operate those drones right now. Lin Xuan didn't say much. It seems that we can only wait for the drone pilots to come and then let them take off the drones to scout the situation in the south of the city. At this moment, Lin Xuan remembered something and looked up at the sky. Just at this moment, a strange and sharp howl came from the distant mountains and forests outside, as if someone was screaming. The sound gave people goosebumps all over their bodies and made their scalps numb and shudder. What's that noise? Chao Jinshui became alert instantly. It's Night Owl, Chai Zifeng answered. Night Owl? Chao Jinshui was obviously puzzled. It's an owl. Lin Xuan glanced at the forest in the distance outside the villa, and his expression became a little solemn. Owls? My brother, when we came out of the city, we encountered those zombie birds. Could the owls in this mountain have also mutated? As soon as Chao Jinshui finished speaking, he heard a strange sound coming from afar. It was as if something was flapping its wings. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from, only to see a huge black shadow rising from a hill about 500 meters away. Even from such a long distance, you can still see its exaggerated wingspan. Brother, has your mouth ever been blessed? Chai Zifeng looked at Chao Jinshui. The latter didn't expect that what he said casually turned out to be right. Everyone be careful. That guy is coming this way. Su Zongqing frowned and reminded everyone in a low voice. He took out a walkie-talkie and warned his companions in the other defensive positions. This is what Lin Xuan was worried about. Zombie creatures not only attack from the ground, but also from the sky. And because the sky is an open area, the difficulty of defense is far greater than that of ground defense battle. Damn, it's grown so big. Has it eaten a lot of its own kind? Chao Jinshui's hair stood on end and his voice trembled a little, but he still pretended to be calm and composed. He held tightly in his hand his own weapon, a golf club, staring nervously at the attacking zombie bird. It seems like tonight is destined to be a difficult struggle. Lin Xuan's eyes were fixed on the zombie owl, whose wingspan reached 7 or 8 meters. At this time, it had already flown above the villa, less than 100 meters away from Lin Xuan and others, and began to dive down from the air. Beat! Su Zongqing raised his weapon and opened fire first, firing a shot with a bang. The zombie owl in the air seemed to have teleported, and it actually tilted its body and successfully avoided his attack. Only a few feathers on the left wing were knocked off. It immediately became angry and flapped its wings violently at everyone below. In an instant, a large amount of strong wind rushed down to the ground with a roar, and the effect was as powerful as a wind blade. All of a sudden, several other soldiers around Lin Xuan were knocked over. Fortunately, everyone was well trained and they protected their vital parts in time when they fell down, so they only suffered minor injuries. Brute! How dare you be so presumptuous? Lin Xuan's eyes darkened. Immediately launched an elemental attack. A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky behind the zombie owl and instantly penetrated its body from the back to the chest. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen flaming bullets hit the target's head at supersonic speed. The zombie owl raised its head and let out a shrill scream. The sound was like a high decibel noise, rolling and spreading, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The other members who had not awakened their innate abilities could not help but cover their ears, feeling the buzzing in their heads was unbearable. So strong. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He launched another attack, this time using lightning elements to condense into lightning electron bombs, which hit the target instantly and directly smashed the zombie owl's head. This time, it was finally dead, and its huge body fell straight to the ground. Careful! Get out of the way! Chai Zifeng called out and everyone quickly dodged in all directions. But Lin Xuan did not move, controlling the fire element to gather on the body of the dead zombie owl. Boom! A raging flame suddenly broke out, and the high temperature affected the area within a radius of 100 meters. The corpse of a zombie owl set on fire. It was quickly burned through and disintegrated into a pile of bones. The air was filled with black smoke and the smell of burning barbecue. Bang! In the end, the huge body of the zombie owl smashed more than 20 meters away from Lin Xuan, and shattered into a pile of black, highly carbonized fragments. Lin Xuan moved his fingers calmly. The zombie owl's body fragments on the ground were still burning, and soon, the remaining skeleton fragments were completely burned into ashes. Now it will disappear on the spot with the wind, and even the time for cleaning will be saved. Boss! That's awesome! When Chao Jinshui saw Lin Xuan easily kill the giant zombie owl with one move, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The other warriors around also looked over with admiration and awe. Only Lin Xuan himself knows his own situation. Although it looked extremely easy just now, I defeated this big guy. Moreover, the terrifying high-temperature flames could burn through a corpse and turn it into carbonized remains almost instantly. But the price of doing so is a huge consumption of mental energy. When using elemental attacks, the more mental energy you invest, the more powerful the power will naturally be. Aren't there any anti-aircraft weapons here? Lin Xuan looked around as if nothing had happened. Yes, but it is still under debugging. It is not fully automatic and needs to be operated by a professional. Su Zongqing answered immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. If you encounter any survivors in the future, as long as they are not hostile to us, try to recruit them. He gave an order. The Doomsday requires not only supplies but also talents. Chapter 54, Inferior Energy Core Super Large Reserve. Lin Xuan had just finished speaking when Xiaochun's voice came from the intercom hanging on his chest. Lin Xuan, we just received some news that there are many resistance organizations inside and outside the city, and they are calling on all survivors to gather. Should we respond? Because it is not clear whether those so-called resistance organizations are really resistance organizations. It is also possible that some survivors with ulterior motives deliberately set up a trap, using the radio to lure other survivors over and then rob them. So Xiaochun and others did not dare to make any response. Lin Xuan thought about it after hearing this. First, record the locations of all the resistance groups, and we'll talk about it later. No need to bother with them now. Most of the resistance organizations established in the early days of the apocalypse are just a mob. They will be killed before the second wave of zombies breaks out. Or they die in internal strife for power among their own people. Only those who can survive are truly powerful and worth making friends with. If Lin Xuan remembered correctly, the second wave of zombie virus outbreak would occur in a month. However, the second wave of zombie virus outbreak will not have any effect on humans or healthy living things. They affect humans or other creatures that have been infected with the virus and turned into zombies. By then, those mutated zombie creatures will have fully evolved. That is the real survival challenge for human survivors. After the second wave of the zombie virus, some human survivor organizations will rise up under the leadership of powerful awakeners. Several of these organizations are worth paying attention to. At this time, Lin Xuan did not tell Xiaochun and others the names of those organizations. It would be hard to explain if I told it now. I have been here all the time, so why do I know the names of those organizations in advance? Boss, what do you think this is? Lin Xuan was lost in thought, recalling those unbearable memories. At this time, a soldier came over curiously, holding something in his hand. It seemed to emit a faint light blue glow, like some kind of gem. Lin Xuan came back to his senses and looked at the other person, his eyes darkened instantly. Others also gathered around curiously. Gem? Chai Zifeng asked doubtfully. Where did this come from? Su Zongqing looked at the soldier named Lian Xingjun. I found it on the ground. Just now, after the night owl zombie was killed, the ashes on the ground were blown away by the wind and this thing appeared. Lian Xingjun turned around and pointed at the pile of black, carbonized remains on the ground. At this time, Lin Xuan picked up the egg-sized, flat, light blue mysterious crystal from his palm. He looked at her carefully for a few times, his expression became more serious, and his eyes showed a little more doubt. If he was not mistaken, this thing should be an energy crystal core that can only be produced by a level 3 zombie. When a zombie evolves to level 3, its strength will be greatly enhanced. It can even reach the level of competing with human awakeners. The reason why they can achieve that level is naturally because of the energy crystal core condensed in their bodies. In other words, that is the source of power for the third level zombies. But the zombie all that was killed just now was not a level 3 zombie. That was something that only appeared after the second wave of zombie virus outbreak. Energy crystal cores have actually begun to form in the bodies of level 2 zombies? Have they always evolved this fast, or is there something going on that I'm not aware of? Lin Xuan's heart was full of doubts. Although the energy crystal core in his hand obviously contained very weak energy, it is not on the same level as the energy crystal core inside the body of a real third-level zombie. But this still has to make people feel vigilant. What's wrong, boss? Do you recognize this thing? Everyone noticed the change in Lin Xuan's expression, and they all looked at him. Lin Xuan also came back to his senses. This thing should have been bred from the body of the zombie owl. Its composition is unknown. Perhaps it is something that provides them with energy. Keep it for now, and study it when you have the chance. Lin Xuan didn't say much and casually put away the inferior energy crystal core. After hearing what he said, no one asked any more questions. After all, no one really knew anything about this thing. Boss, all the barricades at the main gate have been rearranged. But considering that some people will come here later, we have not relayed the mines for the time being. In addition, the deployment of the firing point has also been completed. As long as we wait for our comrades to arrive, there will be enough people to defend it. A soldier came over and reported the situation to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan glanced at him. The other person was not an awakened one. His name was Shi Jinhui. Lin Xuan just nodded when his intercom rang again. Brother Lin Xuan, please come to the warehouse for a moment. The person who spoke was Fu Wei. That is, one of the 3 mercenaries who surrendered to them and joined their team. What's going on? Lin Xuan asked. It's not a big problem. I just want to ask you how to deal with the materials stored in the warehouse. The other party answered immediately. Supplies? Lin Xuan's heart moved slightly. He glanced at the others and said, You guys continue doing your things. I'll go over and take a look, he said as he walked towards the warehouse. The warehouse of this shelter was built in the southeast direction and covers an area of 100,000 square meters. But this is just the area seen on the ground. In fact, the real space of this warehouse is underground. It was a warehouse about 100 meters deep and much larger than it looked on the surface. Lin Xuan made a rough estimate and found that its total volume was at least several million cubic meters. It is divided into many areas, which are filled with a large amount of food, drinking water and other resources necessary for survival. There are also large quantities of gasoline, diesel, power generation equipment, etc., which can provide raw materials or facilities with sufficient energy for the shelter. In addition, there are 3 large weapons and equipment depots. There are countless weapons and equipment here. When Lin Xuan saw these things, his eyes lit up. It seems that when those guys retreated into the underground shelter, they didn't have time to transfer the supplies here. He muttered to himself playfully. Fu Wei and the other 2 following behind him nodded immediately. Although the underground shelter itself has a super large material storage depot, a large amount of materials have been transported down there before. But the supplies here still account for more than half of the reserves in the entire shelter. Brother Lin Xuan, we called you down to ask you if you want to find a way to move these things away? Fu Wei asked. Chapter 55, A Sneak Attack? Here comes the helper. Hearing Fu Wei ask this, Lin Xuan turned his head curiously. Why do you want to move away? He glanced around and saw that the underground warehouse was surrounded by steel barriers. Moreover, it is buried deep underground, making it extremely solid and easy to defend but difficult to attack. More importantly, when he came in just now, he saw some daily survival facilities in the entrance area. If any emergency occurs, they can even use this place as a temporary shelter. Brother Lin Xuan, this warehouse is connected to the underground shelter 350 meters below. There are 16 large freight elevators leading down. I'm worried that if we don't deal with these supplies, the enemy will come up from below. Yan Xuegua, who was beside Fu Wei, began to explain to Lin Xuan. When Lin Xuan heard him say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh? Is this warehouse connected to the underground shelter? This unexpected news made him seem to see the possibility of attacking the underground shelter. Yes, that's how it was designed. The warehouse control center here also has detailed maps of the entire warehouse and even parts of the underground shelter. These are what the enemy didn't have time to take away and destroy before. Yan Xuegua immediately responded and explained that they had just discovered the situation here. This time, Lin Xianxie laughed out loud. Seeing the playful smile on his face, the 3 of them were a little puzzled. But Lin Xuan didn't explain anything to them. You 3 can go outside and help. You don't need to worry about this place. If there's any emergency, contact me via intercom or radio. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the control center of the warehouse. Soon he arrived at the control center. Sure enough, I saw several escape maps about underground warehouses and underground shelters here. In addition, there is a monitoring room where you can see the situation in every area through surveillance cameras throughout the warehouse. The main control system for the high-speed freight elevator connecting the warehouse to the underground shelter is also here. As long as the main control system is turned off, the freight elevator will not be able to go down or up. Lin Xuan checked the surveillance and confirmed that there was nothing abnormal in the warehouse for the time being. For the time being, he has no plans to attack the underground shelter. Instead, he planned to wait for other survivors to come together and overcome the crisis tonight together. See if you can improve your talent level at the same time. If possible, the strength will be further improved. By then, Lin Xuan might be able to take down the entire underground shelter by himself. He was just about to cut off the freight elevator's main control system. Avoid enemies sneaking up from below to raid them or steal the supplies here. But at this moment, Lin Xuan suddenly saw the start indicator light of the high-speed freight elevator light up. Through the surveillance inside the freight elevator, Lin Xuan clearly saw dozens of fully armed enemies boarding the high-speed freight elevator and heading up here. Are you planning to launch a surprise attack against us through this secret passage? Lin Xuan realized this immediately when he saw that the other party was fully armed and looked aggressive and murderous. We have just occupied this place, and it will take time to understand all the equipment and facilities here, and the functions of each area. The enemy must have thought that Lin Xuan and others had not yet discovered that there was a freight elevator connecting this super-large underground warehouse to the underground shelter. Snort! Lin Xuan sneered. He picked up the walkie-talkie and explained the situation to Chao Jinshui, Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others. Everyone, be careful. In addition to the battle deployment, we have another important task, which is to find out whether there are other areas here that can lead directly to the underground shelter. Be careful to guard against possible surprise attacks from the enemy. After saying that, Lin Xuan left the control room and walked towards the direction of the high-speed freight elevator. The enemy was about to arrive, and he wanted to give these people a big surprise. The high-speed freight elevator quickly went up from the underground shelter more than 300 meters below to the underground warehouse. The door of the freight elevator slowly opened. Nothing happened in the first 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, the fully armed enemies began to walk out cautiously. It was at this moment that they suddenly noticed some tiny spots of light in the air, condensing in front of them and around them. Careful! The leader of the team shouted in a low voice. Everyone became a little panicked, raising their weapons and aiming around, searching for possible enemies. I'll give you a chance. At this moment, Lin Xuan's voice rang out from all directions. At this moment, he was standing on top of a mountain of supplies, looking down at the enemy at the entrance of the freight elevator dozens of meters below. Hearing Lin Xuan's sudden voice, the group of fully armed enemies was shocked. Everyone continued to try to search for his trace in astonishment. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I can give you a chance to live. Lin Xuan continued to speak calmly as if nothing had happened. They are short of manpower now, and it is definitely unrealistic to defend such a large shelter with just a few dozen people. The mercenaries here are just doing jobs for money. If we can recruit those with rich combat experience, we can greatly improve the overall strength of our team. While speaking, Lin Xuan was not idle either. He used his mental power to control the fire element and the lightning element, posing a more obvious threat to the dozens of fully armed enemies. Flames leapt in the air, and lightning spread everywhere, surrounding every enemy. Although it is not a fatal attack. But these enemies have begun to panic and are looking at each other. The awakened? Captain, what should we do now? It seems like they discovered it a long time ago. If the operation fails, are we doomed? These mercenaries, you look at me and I look at you. Everyone was whispering and feeling nervous. And after a brief silence, their captain actually raised his weapons with both hands in a gesture of surrender. Please don't do anything, sir. We are willing to negotiate. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his weapon. At the same time, he signaled the other team members behind him to surrender quickly. Captain, we really want to surrender? Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see that I am a person with awakened talent? Can you fight against these fire and lightning elements? the captain scolded in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xuan laughed silently in his heart. Focus your eyes on the other person. Name, Charlie Chan. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, agility LV2, 4 out of 1000, 1 to 1. Strength, 23, normal person 10. Agility, 44, normal person 10. Physique, 24, normal person 10. Spirit, 11, normal person 10. Chapter 56. Mercenaries are also human beings. It is normal for them to flatter others. This mercenary captain named Charlie Chan is quite aware of the current situation. After observing him for a few seconds, Lin Xuan glanced at the rest of the mercenaries. There are a total of 40 fighters, among whom besides Charlie Chan, there are 11 others who are also gifted awakeners. Not surprisingly, they are all just awakened ones with pure power talents. Charlie Chan himself is an agile awakener. The so-called agility-type talent awakeners are different from the strength-type talent awakeners. Simply put, their talents emphasize their speed. The increase in strength and physique from awakened talents is not as balanced and comprehensive as that from awakened strength talents. One of them is like a gifted student, while the other is an ordinary student. At this time, they saw their captains taking the lead in surrendering and laying down their weapons. The other mercenaries looked at each other and hesitated for a second before obediently putting down their weapons. Your Excellency, can you please show yourself now? Charlie Chan asked as he looked around at the vast underground warehouse. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a large amount of fire elements quickly condensing in front of them, and within just a few seconds, they turned into Lin Xuan's appearance. This is not the real Lin Xuan, but the clone, condensed by Lin Xuan controlling the fire element. The 5th level fire element control talent allows Lin Xuan to control the fire element to a very precise level. Now this fire element clone is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The enemy had no idea that this was not the real Lin Xuan. When they saw Lin Xuan appear, their pupils shrank slightly. Then everyone looked at Lin Xuan vigilantly. Is this the power of an elementalist? It can actually transform the body into an elemental state. So powerful! This ability is so convenient, it's a pity that I haven't been able to awaken this talent. The 40 mercenaries looked at Lin Xuan's flaming clone with envy and amazement. What is your name? Charlie Chan came back to his senses from his shock and astonishment. Looking at Lin Xuan, he asked. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan controlled the fire element in the mouth of the fire element clone and simulated his own voice through vibration. He wanted to see if these guys were really so honest and willing to surrender to him. We are just following orders. Mr. Lin Xuan, since we have laid down our weapons and surrendered, can you please let us go? Charlie Chan tried again. Although he was very wary of the elemental forces around him, he remained calm, and it was obvious that he was a man who had experienced big situations. This kind of talent is exactly what Lin Xuan needs right now. Leave? Are you still planning to go back underground and become cowards? Lin Xuan sneered. Upon hearing this, Charlie Chan and his subordinates behind him all changed their expressions slightly. Charlie Chan was very perceptive. He asked with a quick glance. So what does Your Excellency want us to do? There are zombies everywhere outside. The order of this world has collapsed. You must have heard of the saying, he who knows the times is a wise man, right? I want to restore order in this world and save humanity from destruction. Hearing what Lin Xuan said, the group of mercenaries suddenly had an idea. Charlie Chan blurted out. Your Excellency intends to recruit us? If you are willing to follow me, you can live. If you go against me, you will die. Lin Xuan responded coldly. Dozens of mercenaries immediately looked at each other again. And it was at this moment that the burning flames and thunder around them increased in power again. Even though they were wearing fire-resistant, heat-insulating and cut-resistant combat uniforms, they still felt the deadly threat posed by the high temperature at this moment. Without saying anything, Charlie Chan half knelt down and said, Since Mr. Lin Xuan is so kind, it would be ungrateful if we refuse. We are willing to follow Mr. Lin Xuan and contribute to the fate of mankind. As Charlie Chan expressed his stance to Lin Xuan, the other mercenaries immediately followed suit and knelt down, each imitating Charlie Chan's words and expressing their loyalty to Lin Xuan. In the Doomsday world, the strong are respected. Elemental ability users are so awesome that they can do whatever they want when facing other people with awakened talents. Stand up. Pick up your weapons. Lin Xuan did not completely trust this group of people. Asking them to pick up weapons was a further test. As expected, those dozens of mercenaries picked up the weapons on the ground obediently. Lin Xuan ignored them and deliberately controlled his fire elemental clone, turned around and walked away with his back to them. You guys come outside with me now, he said. As expected, those dozens of mercenaries followed immediately without saying a word. Lin Xuan, standing on top of the mountain of goods, watched every move of each of them. Until these people followed Lin Xuan's clone out of the warehouse and walked outside. None of them made any move to sneak attack Lin Xuan's clone. There will be zombies attacking here tonight, so be especially careful to guard against threats from the air. You! Lin Xuan's flame clone hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a sharp howl was heard in the dusky sky. Then a strong wind came. The 40 mercenaries looked up and saw an enormous zombie bird swooping down towards them. These well-trained mercenaries immediately raised their weapons. Da-da-da! Thump, 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 thump! Bang! 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 Boom! Various light and heavy firepower continued to fire at the zombie bird. The sniper even fired continuously at the target's head. It only takes a moment. The zombie bird was successfully shot dead by the 40 of them. The huge zombie bird slammed to the ground, causing a deafening roar. The movement at the entrance of the underground warehouse here immediately attracted the attention of others. Chai Zifeng and others rushed over in an off-road vehicle, carrying weapons. The two sides were instantly in a standoff. Boss, who are they? If Chai Zifeng had not seen Lin Xuan was also present, he would have opened fire and fought against the 40 mercenaries. Charlie Chin and others also turned around to look at Lin Xuan. We just surrendered to Boss Lin Xuan. When he heard Chai Zifeng call Lin Xuan boss, he also changed his words. Now we are all family, Charlie Chan explained again. However, Chai Zifeng and others ignored him and looked at Lin Xuan with vigilant and inquiring eyes. He's right. Now we are all in the same camp. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with the performance of Charlie Chan and others. It seems that they really surrendered sincerely, and had no intention of playing any tricks. Chapter 57 Obtaining Important Information. Seeing Lin Xuan say this, Chai Zifeng and others relaxed their vigilance. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Can you introduce each other? Night is about to fall. Hurry up and get familiar with the place. Seeing both parties standing there, looking stupid and not knowing how to speak, Lin Xuan immediately gave orders in a bad mood. I am the captain of the 1st Squadron of the Assault Battalion of the Dragon Guard, Charlie Chen. These are my team members Yang Gung, Li Xiuyan, Wang Ji. Charlie Chen took the lead in introducing himself to Chai Zifeng and others. Then he announced the identities and names of the 39 team members behind him, including their specialties. Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others also felt relieved at this time. Start by introducing your respective identities. After a brief acquaintance with each other, these people began to further discuss the allocation of defensive tasks. It seemed that everyone blended in easily. Lin Xuan was finally a little relieved. This time, they added 40 more fighters. Lin Xuan felt more confident about getting through tonight's crisis and even facing future challenges. Stop talking nonsense, I have some questions for you. At this time, Lin Xuan controlled the flame clone and walked towards Charlie Chin and others. How many combatants are there in the underground shelter here? Tell us the details of the situation inside. This is the issue that Lin Xuan is more concerned about now. After all, we can't just leave the underground shelter alone. If the fighting capacity inside was insufficient, he would go down alone and kill the remaining enemies in one fell swoop. After hearing Lin Xuan's question, Chai Zifeng and others also quieted down. Everyone looked at Charlie Chan and others. Boss Lin Xuan, this underground shelter currently has approximately 3,500 survivors. Among them, there are 1,500 women and 2,000 men. But apart from those dozens of managers, there are less than 300 combatants left. When he said this, he looked at Lin Xuan with a strange look. Lin Xuan naturally knew why he said that. Of course, the 200 fighters who were lost were killed by himself when he was attacking the manor on the ground. There are less than 400 managers and combatants. What are the remaining 3,100 people? Lin Xuan ignored Charlie Chan's strange look and asked calmly. They were recruited from all over the place. Some of them were staff in daily life, such as chefs, waiters, cleaners and preparatory production staff, etc. And some of the rest are. Charlie Chan subconsciously glanced at Lin Xuan's reaction. Entertainment staff. He saw that there was no change on Lin Xuan's face, so he returned to his calm expression and stood at attention and spoke. Entertainment staff? Chai Zifeng frowned slightly. What do you mean? He was not the only one who felt confused. Others like Su Zongqing and the dozen or so soldiers around him also looked puzzled. It's just people who are used for entertainment. For men, they participate in various fighting competitions or are provided to managers with special needs. As for women, they have a wider range of uses. Charlie Chan remained calm and simply used a declarative tone to state what he knew. Hearing him say this, everyone's face darkened. I already understand what he meant by those words. Lin Xuan still didn't react much. As someone who had experienced all of this personally, he had long been accustomed to it. I've seen it so many times that I've become numb to it. In the doomsday world, the fate of ordinary people is so miserable. The world is full of helplessness. Boss, it seems that we absolutely cannot sit idly by and do nothing about this shelter. Chai Zifeng looked up at Lin Xuan. Su Zongqing also felt a sense of indignation. Are they just the people you mentioned? Are there any other professionals? Lin Xuan ignored what Su Zongqing and Chai Zifeng said, but looked at Chen Charlie and asked. Since we need to set up a shelter, all kinds of talents are indispensable. Combat troops are necessary so that they can maintain order in the shelter and safeguard the rights and interests of the shelter when necessary. Even protect the entire shelter from any enemy attacks. Of course, scientific researchers are equally important. Even very, very important. Without relevant talents, there is no guarantee that drug research and development, weapons and equipment manufacturing, communications support, and even energy security can be maintained. Without these, a shelter is not far from self-destruction. When Charlie Chen heard that Lin Xuan asked such a professional question, he couldn't help but be surprised. He glanced at Lin Xuan, nodded, and thought about it. It seems that there are a group of scientists or professionals in various fields in the shelter, but they do not live in the same area as us. I just heard that the last time I saw them, they were secretly transported underground. The specific information is not very clear. Charlie Chan said and shook his head. Lin Xuan pinched his chin and thought for a while, then nodded. In other words, there is actually an independent area in this underground shelter that is isolated from the ordinary production activity area. The number of people inside may not be just 3,500. Do you have a map now? Lin Xuan looked at the other party again. Charlie Chan raised his left arm without saying a word. He lightly tapped the arm guard that was full of futuristic sci-fi feel. Immediately, a holographic projection screen of moderate size appeared in front of everyone, just big enough for everyone to see the contents clearly. Displayed on the screen is a three-dimensional map of the underground shelter, including how many layers they have, how many areas they have, the functional category of each area, and so on. In addition to the normal production activity area, there are also some areas marked in red and marked with an X. The red area is a restricted area. Even the guards cannot enter without permission. In addition, the black area is an absolute restricted area and any non-related personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. Those areas are absolutely isolated from normal areas. There are at least 10 protective doors blocking them. We don't know what they are used for or what secrets they hold. After showing Lin Xuan the three-dimensional structural diagram of the entire Longting shelter, Charlie Chen immediately explained the relevant areas. Hearing him say this, Lin Xuan already had an idea in his mind. Boss, what are you going to do? Seeing that Lin Xuan was thinking, Chai Zifeng couldn't help but ask. Have the other survivors arrived? Lin Xuan came back to his senses and looked around. It was getting darker. In the wilderness, strange noises began to appear one after another. Chapter 58, Unexpected Clues, Unknown Speculation. As the sky grew darker, the brightly lit Longting shelter was gradually shrouded in a very creepy darkness. Various mutated creatures that hide during the day and come out at night are also beginning to stir. A strange atmosphere was spreading, coupled with those creepy screams. The entire shelter was shrouded in a very depressing and stressful atmosphere. No one knows what kind of mutant creature will suddenly appear from where. We contacted their leader 3 minutes ago. He has already entered the road leading here. According to the speed of their convoy, they will arrive here in about 5 minutes. The monitoring room should have received footage of their progress by now. Su Zongqing replied to Lin Xuan. The total number of people who rushed over from the temporary camp this time was about 70. Half of them were fighters who had received formal military training. The rest are ordinary survivors. There are both men and women, basically all young people. The old, the young, the sick and the disabled did not survive the chaos caused by the initial zombie outbreak. Xiaochun, who was in the monitoring room and was responsible for recording data and checking surveillance, immediately reported through the intercom. A convoy did enter the trail and send out a signal light to contact our own people. After hearing her say this, Lin Xuan was still worried. It is several kilometers from the national highway outside to the small road here. Anything can happen on the road. Go and take your positions now. Once everyone has arrived, turn on the remote lighting equipment immediately. Where are the anti-aircraft weapons? Are they ready? Lin Xuan looked around. Laser weapons and artificial firing points have been deployed. Outside the multiple guardrail walls, a 200-meter area has become an absolute restricted area. The barbed iron fence in the Chevaux Force style is definitely effective in resisting ordinary zombie attacks. Combined with the deployment of mines, if the enemy dares to come, they will never return. Now all we have to worry about is air defense. Once those flying zombie creatures form a cluster advantage from the air, they will pose a very serious threat to our side. All anti-aircraft firepower has been checked and debugged. After Su Zongqing finished speaking, he looked at Charlie Chin and others. You are originally part of the defense force here, so you should know how to operate those anti-aircraft weapons, right? He asked. Yes, we do. I can arrange 20 team members to operate those anti-aircraft weapons. Charlie Chan answered immediately. The so-called air defense weapons are actually anti-aircraft guns, anti-helicopter rockets, and the like. Although not a fully automatic fire system, these weapons are still very effective against aerial threats. 20? I'm afraid it's not enough, but I'll arrange for others to provide support, boss. Su Zongqing looked at Lin Xuan. At this time, Lin Xuan was still thinking about how to attack the underground shelter. The enemy should soon notice that these 40 mercenaries have surrendered to him. Now either attack directly or wait until the external zombies are eliminated. After hearing Su Zongqing's words, he came to his senses and nodded. Well, let's arrange it this way first, and then adjust it based on the combat situation later. After saying that, Lin Xuan's real body came to the main control room in the underground warehouse. He did not shut down the main control system of the high-speed freight elevator, but instead checked the surveillance here. If there were any enemies planning to launch a surprise attack from here, they would fall into his ambush again. Besides the high-speed freight elevator in the underground warehouse, is there any other way to get to the shelter below? Lin Xuan's flame clone asked Charlie Chin again on the ground. Yes, there are 3 more entrances over there in the hangar. But it is currently closed and will only be opened when fighter jets are scrambled. Fighter? Lin Xuan was a little surprised to hear Charlie Chin's answer. Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others were also stunned and incredulous. You mean there are fighter jets inside this shelter? Su Zongqing looked at Charlie Chan in doubt. The latter nodded seriously. Yes, but not many, only 2. But there are a lot of armed helicopters inside, such as A-64. After he finished saying this, Lin Xuan had already frowned deeply. Because at this moment he suddenly remembered the mysterious organization he encountered during the apocalyptic world in his previous life. At that time, there were clues that the global zombie virus outbreak might be related to the secret research of that mysterious organization. Even further back in time and space rifts appeared, attracting even more powerful mutated creatures. It seems to be closely related to that mysterious organization. In the last month of Lin Xuan's rebirth, the small shelter where he lived also received some clues. There is evidence that the mysterious organization had established secret research bases around the world long before the zombie virus broke out. The series of armed helicopters are not something that ordinary people can get. Fighter jets are even less likely. Even if it is possible, it would be a pipe dream to transport them into Dragon Country without anyone noticing. It doesn't matter whether you are an international arms dealer or a businessman who is as wealthy as a country. There may be only one explanation. Could it be that this seemingly inconspicuous shelter is one of the global secret experimental bases of that mysterious organization? If you connect these clues together, it makes sense. Why does Hogwarts Refuge seem to know in advance that the doomsday disaster is coming? They built an indestructible underground shelter here in advance. And they have stockpiled a large amount of supplies and even survival equipment. Because they had already foreseen that such a crisis would come. It is even very likely that this horrific crisis that has affected the entire world was created by them themselves. These damn things! How dare they set up an experimental base within the territory of Dragon Country? What kind of unknown research are they conducting here? Lin Xuan's heart was filled with confusion and anger. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but want to go into the underground shelter and find out what was going on. Although Hogwarts had been killed by himself. But there are dozens of management levels inside the shelter. As long as we catch them, maybe we can get some secrets out of them. Boss, what is the origin of this shelter? This is in the territory of Dragon Country. There's no way they can get these equipments. At this time, Chai Zifeng felt cold all over and his expression was solemn. If what Charlie Chan said is true, then the situation is very, very serious. A businessman secretly hoarded so many weapons and equipment. There's absolutely an ulterior motive for this. Chapter 59, Night Falls, Zombie Army Attacks. I heard everyone is discussing this issue at this moment. And it seemed that everyone couldn't understand why a mere businessman could transport so many weapons and equipment in. At this time, Su Zongqing couldn't help but speak. When I was guarding the border a few years ago, I often received the task of cooperating with local troops to capture and encircle some armed forces that were engaged in cross-border smuggling. Those people are desperate criminals, very difficult to deal with, and they have very sophisticated weapons and equipment. For border guards and local police forces, every operation is full of life-threatening risks. Look, this is right at the border area. Less than 30 kilometers ahead is the border of Dragon Country. Hogwarts was originally a businessman engaged in international logistics and transportation. Regardless of the geographical location or his professional characteristics, it is relatively convenient for him to bring these parts in. Su Zongqing's analysis made everyone frown deeply, but they also felt as if they had suddenly realized something. It is obviously impossible for the entire aircraft to fly over. But what if the planes were disassembled and the parts were transported over bit by bit? That would be much simpler. Border areas are often mountainous and densely forested, and the geographical environment is very complex. Even though Longwa maintains absolute high pressure to crack down on smuggling activities all year round, it is difficult to completely eliminate these activities. What's more, in reality, real border smuggling activities are often influenced by some objective human factors. It is not as simple and easy as ordinary people imagine. So this underground shelter is not just a shelter, but can also be used to assemble high-end equipment? Everyone looked at Charlie Chan. I'm not very clear about that. Charlie Chan's eyes subconsciously turned to the holographic three-dimensional shelter structure diagram. Perhaps the secret is hidden in those restricted areas, he said again. Just when everyone was extremely confused about the existence of this shelter. Suddenly, there were bursts of gunfire outside. This was accompanied by the sound of an explosion. And flames rising into the sky. Captain, I'm Night Owl. We were attacked by zombies 1 kilometer outside the shelter. We are currently exchanging fire. There are people injured. Repeat. Repeat. We are being attacked by zombies 1 kilometer outside the shelter. Requesting support. Requesting support. A voice calling for help came from Su Zongqing's walkie-talkie. Everyone became nervous when they heard the voice. Everyone! Get into combat mode immediately! Everyone follow me! Without saying a word, Su Zongqing gave combat orders to every fighter present. However, Lin Xuan's flame clone was calm and unhurried. Leave enough people to defend against the zombie birds in the sky, and send everyone else out to rescue. Be safe, Lin Xuan ordered. After saying that, he looked around. Time passes by unknowingly. Night has fallen completely. Inside the monitoring room, Xiaochun, Wu Xianmei and others were watching the surveillance. The images transmitted back by the drone at this moment showed an even more terrifying situation. Oh no! It's the zombie army! They're moving here again! Xiaochun saw in the drone reconnaissance screen that the zombie army was moving towards this side quickly like a tide. The zombie army that appeared at this moment was not just moving in one direction from the city. The zombies that were scattered during the day are now gathering from all directions. The number is increasing, and it's too numerous to count. It must be the battle that broke out here that attracted their attention. I heard that zombies become very violent at night, and their movement speed and attack power will be greatly improved. Hurry up and tell Lin Xuan this news. After Wu Xianmei finished speaking, she immediately picked up the intercom. They also briefly reported to Lin Xuan what they had observed. In the monitoring room, let them take charge there. You come down and join the battle, Wu Xianmei. Lin Xuan picked up the intercom and responded. Ah? Should I go out and fight too? Wu Xianmei was slightly stunned when she heard this. All those who have awakened their talents must participate in the battle. This is how you quickly become stronger. Lin Xuan didn't explain too much. After hearing what he said, Wu Xianmei hesitated for a moment and then bit her lip gently. I'll go down to find you right away. After saying that, she looked at Shuizhenjun, Xiaochun, Xiang Shodong, Lin Yu and others. Sister, are you going down to fight the zombies? Liang Wanting, who was only 8 years old, blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Wu Xianmei curiously and asked. Wu Xianmei nodded firmly. His talent for controlling the element of thunder would bring him a powerful boost in strength once it was upgraded. Although her life might be in danger, she didn't want to bury her ability. Hiding here like a coward. Then Sister Xianmei, you must help me kill a few more zombies, because they killed my mom and dad. Liang Wanting requested. I will. Wu Xianmei squatted down gently and touched Liang Wanting's head. Then he turned around and left the monitoring room without looking back. Longting Underground Shelter. A large group of managers are sitting in a spacious, bright and comfortable office. Have you contacted the branch? Brother Leopard looked at the other members and asked in a deep voice. The city's communications system is completely destroyed, and the makeshift communications system we built ourselves is unable to contact the branch. Engineers are investigating the cause. One of the members answered immediately. We must pass on this news. Let the branch know that we have been attacked by a gifted awakener. Fuck it! Brother Leopard clenched his fists, frowned and thought about it. Hasn't there been any news from the ground assault force yet? He asked again. The other dozens of members looked at each other and fell silent immediately. Brother Leopard's eyes subconsciously turned to the man in black uniform next to him who was tall and straight, like a javelin. My people are all well-trained elites, and there are 12 awakened ones among them. The battlefield must be being cleaned up by now. Wait a little longer, good news will surely come back. The fully armed man in black combat uniform responded confidently. Well, that's better. Brother Leopard's face darkened. Hey, Brother Leopard, don't worry. Even if the ground assault troops fail to kill those enemies, the zombie army will swallow them up next. I have activated the infrasonic radar and summoned all zombies and mutant creatures within a radius of 50 kilometers. Chapter 60, Dictator, Bad Situation. When Brother Leopard heard this, he immediately looked at the person who spoke. You are someone sent by the branch, what's your name? He looked at the middle-aged man with glasses. I tried carefully to recall the other person's name, but couldn't remember it for a while. Brother Bao, this is Dr. Zhang Tao. An expert sent by the branch to instruct us in the use of laser weapons. Liang Kong, another manager sitting next to Dr. Zhang Tao, took the initiative to introduce on behalf of Zhang Tao. Dr. Zhang, I remember you. Brother Bao showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and reached out to tap Zhang Tao. That radar with a certain wave you mentioned, can it attract zombies? He came back to his senses and asked in confusion. It's infrasonic radar, Brother Leopard. Infrasound is a low-frequency sound wave that humans cannot hear, but most animals in nature can hear it. It can stimulate the zombies' brains, making them more manic and more aggressive. Zhang Tao explained. Isn't that the end of the matter? Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard frowned and his face suddenly darkened. If the zombies are attracted here, will they threaten our safety? He looked at Zhang Tao, looking a little unhappy. However, Zhang Tao smiled calmly and shook his head. Brother Bao, you are joking. Our shelter is located underground. If the zombies want to get in, they must first dig through more than 300 meters of soil and more than 100 meters of mixed rock layer in the middle with their bare hands. Even if they could get here, facing the reinforced concrete structure barrier with an average thickness of more than 2 meters and the alloy steel plate wall with a thickness of 30 centimeters, they can only sigh in despair and be helpless. Zhang Tao's tone of voice reveals the pride of a scholar. This tone and expression made Brother Leopard very unhappy. Looking at Zhang Tao shaking his head there, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he is a scholar, he knows a lot. Not bad, not bad. Damn, those zombies can't get in at all, there's nothing we should worry about. Someone, bring the wine. Beauty. Have the external surveillance footage been transmitted back? Let's drink and watch the fun. Brother Leopard smiled but didn't smile, and called out loudly. Brother Bao, the connection between the ground surveillance line and our location has been cut off. We are currently unable to directly obtain the ground surveillance footage. Someone reminded at this time. These words instantly made Brother Leopard's face darken. The atmosphere at the scene also became dull, depressing and very strange. Brother Leopard, why don't we? Bang! The person who opened his mouth to remind others, before he could finish his words, suddenly his head slammed down strangely on the solid wood table. There was a loud boom. The solid wooden table did not move at all, but the manager's head was torn into pieces. The scene was horrifying. Fuck you! You're saying such disgusting things to me when others are so happy. You think that just because you have studied a few more years, you can ignore me, Sun Qianbao, don't you? Brother Leopard gritted his teeth and spat at the manager who was killed. But he glared at Zhang Tao with a meaningful look. Seeing that look, Zhang Tao's heart trembled, and he subconsciously pushed up his glasses and lowered his head. When the others saw this scene, they all fell silent, and no one dared to say a word. Ha 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 ha! Do you think he should die or not? Using his innate abilities, he took down the unlucky manager in one fell swoop. After venting his inner emotions, Brother Leopard started laughing again. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he looked at the other people around him. Damn it, damn it! Some managers immediately spoke up and echoed the response. The remaining few kept their mouths shut, while a few moved their lips as if they wanted to say something. But considering the two brothers Hogwu Bin and Hogwu Yong and their subordinates, they were all killed. Now Sun Qianbao has the final say over this shelter. These people immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of their tongues, and one by one, they followed suit in a low voice. The end of the world is so unreasonable. Most of the graves of those who want to stand up for others have grass more than 3 meters high. Since you can't watch the fun, then drink. Bring out all the good stuff and eat and drink. Bring over the latest batch of beauties. Sun Qianbao saw that everyone was intimidated by him. So he laughed again. Zhang Tao, who was extremely terrified, managed a forced smile. Wu Xianmei followed Lin Xuan into the Hummer, and quickly arrived at the battle scene. Only then did I realize that the situation here was worse than expected. At this time, it was not just the mutated animals in the mountains that attacked their team. Zombies came from all directions, surging over like waves. Densely packed and countless. No matter how our team members attacked, and even with all kinds of light and heavy firepower, they were still unable to repel these terrible guys. Their speed has indeed become very fast. Even some zombies can dodge bullet attacks. The zombies at night have really become so violent. How come they are so fast? Wu Xianmei's hair stood on end and her scalp felt numb. I just felt like my body was so stiff that I couldn't move. Boom! Looking at the hordes of zombies pouring out from the fields and forests in all directions, like a tide. Lin Xuan raised his hand and threw a huge fireball, which hit the field on the right. In the field more than 100 meters away, a large group of zombies were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, and they began to howl in agony. Don't talk nonsense. Use your abilities to get rid of those zombies. Lin Xuan pointed at the large number of zombies that were rushing towards him, struggling and violently, after being hit by his own fireball and seriously injured. Good. Wu Xianmei came to her senses and didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately activated his thunder power. The lightning element condensed 30 meters away, but this was the limit of what Wu Xianmei could do at the moment. Her power could not attack at a farther distance. Watching the zombies burning in flames, they were still approaching. Wu Xianmei gradually became calmer and more composed. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Crash! A flash of white lightning flew across the right. 2 zombies that tried to launch a sneak attack were immediately hit by her attack, their heads exploded, and they died on the spot. Did you gain experience? Lin Xuan asked. 2 o'clock. Wu Xianmei answered a little nervously but excitedly. There was now a hint of confidence on her pretty, fair face. Hearing this, Lin Xuan took a look at the system prompt for gaining experience points that was passing by in front of him. It seems that after the zombies that I attacked first are killed by others, the experience points are calculated together. All the talented people who participated in the attack in the same team can get rewards. Chapter 61. The more you kill, the more you become poorer and poorer. Confirm your target, and everyone on the same team will get the same experience after killing it. Lin Xuan immediately felt relieved and started to show his skills. Watch carefully, wherever I attack, you attack there. Just finish off the enemy in time, you don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Xuan looked at Wu Xianmei, gave her some instructions, and then began to use the power of controlling the fire element again to attack the zombies that were attacking from all directions. Before meeting Lin Xuan, Wu Xianmei, who had just awakened her innate ability, almost died in the mouth of a mutated lion. It can be said that she has never personally killed any zombies or mutated animals until now. Therefore, her talent level has always remained at level 1. With the experience of killing zombies and gaining experience points, Wu Xianmei now felt a little more confident. The 2 experience points just obtained, plus the 5 experience points that Lin Xuan gained when he killed the mutant zombie lion. Now, if I gain another 93 experience points, I can improve my talent level. When Wu Xianmei heard Lin Xuan's words, she didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and released a huge bolt of lightning towards the large group of zombies burning in flames in front of him. There was a loud boom. Rolling thunder cut through the night sky and exploded violently above the heads of a large group of zombies that had been attacked by Lin Xuan's fireball, and had their skin torn and flesh burned on the outside and tender on the inside. The earth-shaking thunder immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Wu Xianmei herself was also shocked by her own move. Obviously, he didn't expect that his power to control the thunder element could cause such a big commotion. But the effect is very obvious. The zombies that were hit by the thunder and lightning were instantly split into pieces and shattered to the ground on the spot. Wu Xianmei and Lin Xuan instantly gained a large amount of experience points. A small number of zombies that were not killed were stabbed in the head by other soldiers. Listen carefully. All those who have awakened superpowers, focus on attacking the zombies that I have severely damaged. Kill them, and you'll get experience points like me. You can use them to upgrade your own talents and abilities. Lin Xuan threw 2 huge fireballs to the left, and used lightning element attacks at the same time to repel the group of zombies that were trying to cross the defense line and attack his own troops in front of the road, while giving orders loudly to the other soldiers. Chao Jinshui, Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing and others had all seen what Wu Xianmei had done just now. They also heard the conversation between Lin Xuan and Wu Xianmei. So at this moment, Lin Xuan reminded him again. These capable men picked up their weapons and started fighting without saying a word. Following Lin Xuan's instructions, they soon received a lot of experience points as rewards. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Lin Xuan himself couldn't remember how many times he had attacked, and how many zombies he had killed. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. When I turned around, I saw Wu Xianmei next to me, who was also sweating profusely. You don't need to ask to know that he is exhausted. Wu Xianmei's attacks became slower and slower, and her attacks became less and less effective. The level 1 talent could only give them too little mental power, and the fact that they could keep fighting for half an hour was already a level that surprised Lin Xuan. The situation is similar for other people with awakened talents. Even worse than Wu Xianmei. Because they are power-type talents. You need to fight zombies in close combat. They need to dodge, leap, swing weapons and use physical attacks to deal with the zombies, which requires a lot of physical strength. Boss, what's going on with these zombies? Why are there more and more of them the more we fight? This doesn't seem right. Chao Jinshui swung the golf club, making a slight buzzing sound in the air. He forcibly split the heads of the 2 zombies that rushed up into 2. At the same time, he jumped up and used another stick to kill a zombie stray dog that jumped up and tried to pounce on him. After landing, he turned his head, panting and sweating profusely, to look at Lin Xuan. Yeah, boss, this situation is not right. No matter how hard we try, we can't kill them all. It's so weird. It's like something is calling them here. The others were also talking at this time. As the battle continued, everyone gradually became aware of this situation. It was at this moment that a huge explosion suddenly came from behind everyone. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, there was another loud boom. Flames shot up into the sky. Then there were violent explosions one after another. It's a mine! Upon hearing the voice, Chai Zifeng's face changed slightly. The other soldiers also looked at Lin Xuan with surprised and doubtful expressions. Lin Xuan! Our manor is under attack! So many zombies are attacking from all directions. The voice of He Xiaochun from the monitoring room came from the communicator. It's terrible. We are surrounded now and cannot retreat, boss. Su Zongqing looked around. I found that there were mutated zombies or animals all around me. Even in the sky, huge suspicious black shadows appeared. Boss Lin Xuan, this shelter has several radars that can emit infrasound waves. At this time, Charlie Chen looked at Lin Xuan and reminded him. Infrasound? What happened to the infrasound? Chao Jinshui immediately looked at the other party and killed a zombie that pounced on them and tried to attack them. Humans can't hear infrasound, but those beasts can. As Charlie Chen spoke, 2 shots were fired, blowing the 2 zombies in the head. He pursed his lips at more zombies and the messy zombie mutated animals. Infrasound can cause animals to become agitated and make them more aggressive. If I'm not mistaken, it was the underground shelter that activated the ground's infrasonic radar. So zombies and other mutant creatures within a radius of tens or even hundreds of kilometers will be attracted here. Boss, we have to destroy those radars. After Charlie Chen finished speaking, he fired a few more shots and killed several zombie chickens that rushed to a few dozen meters away. After the mutation, the zombie chicken became at least 10 times larger than usual. And extremely aggressive. He had just dealt with those zombie chickens when more of them flapped their huge wings and rushed towards the crowd. Boom! A huge fireball flew towards him. Blow all those zombie chickens away. Besides destroying it, can we shut down those radars? Lin Xuan clapped his hands and turned to look at Charlie Chen. Chapter 62 Teammates' talents upgraded, Zombie Raptors attack. Infrasonic radar can attract zombie creatures to attack. This is a good thing for Lin Xuan. With their natural abilities, they can catch all those guys in one fell swoop. And they will gain unimaginable amounts of experience points. By then, both myself and other people with awakened talents will be able to become even stronger. It would be such a pity if those infrasonic radars were destroyed like this. It's possible, but the main control system of the infrasonic radar is in the underground shelter. If you want to shut them down, you can only attack the underground shelter. When Charlie Chen heard Lin Xuan's question, he shook his head. Then send someone to cut off the radar's control line first, but don't destroy the radar itself. Lin Xuan made a decisive decision. At the same time, his whole body was bursting with thunder, as if he had transformed into a human-shaped thundercloud moving with an ultra-high voltage of hundreds of thousands of volts. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds and the dazzling light, all the zombies within 200 meters in all directions were killed by Lin Xuan alone. The ding-ding-ding system prompt sounds rang one after another. Lin Xuan's operation earned him at least 5,000 experience points. Lin Xuan, my talent has been upgraded. Look! Wu Xianmei, who was standing next to Lin Xuan at this time, raised her hand excitedly. Also summoned a bolt of thunder and lightning. With a loud bang, the thunder struck a zombie about 60 meters away, leaving only half of its body burning in flames, but it was still roaring and crawling towards this side. The talent has become very powerful after the upgrade, but it seems that the attack distance is limited to that. Wu Xianmei pointed at the zombie she had just killed. Just keep upgrading your levels, and you'll be able to attack targets farther away. You have a strong talent. Lin Xuan gave a word of encouragement, then began to concentrate on fighting back against the zombies. Everyone else, take advantage of this moment and retreat. Return to the shelter and defend. After Lin Xuan cleared out the zombies within a range of 200 meters, he immediately gave orders to other soldiers and ordinary survivors. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started their cars and began moving towards the shelter 1 kilometer away. At this time, Lin Xuan secretly took a breath and silently opened his own properties panel to check the situation. Doomsday Super God System LV2 0/50,000. Name Lin Xuan. Gender male, human. Talented abilities: Fire Element Control LV5 0/10,000, Rage LV4 0/5000, Thunder Element Control LV4 0/5000, March 4th. Strength 65, normal person 10. Agility 64, normal person 10. Physique 64, normal person 10. Spirit 108, normal person 10. Experience value 21,547, can be freely allocated. Tip: more talent columns can be unlocked after the system upgrade. After half an hour of fighting, he gained more than 20,000 experience points. You can improve all your talents. However, Lin Xuan just took a look at it, and was not in a hurry to upgrade his talent. Based on his previous experience, he already knew a rule that was neither a bug nor really a bug. That is, as long as his talent is upgraded, all the physical and mental strength consumed in the battle will be restored instantly. Lin Xuan still has some energy left. There is no need to rest or replenish physical and mental strength for the time being. So save these opportunities to upgrade your talents first. When the need arises, he can allocate experience points to upgrade his talents at any time. Then use the rules to help yourself recover all the consumption. Boom! Lin Xuan closed the attribute panel and threw another huge fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters forward. Clear out the zombie horde that blocks their retreat. Wu Xianmei's combat effectiveness increased significantly after she had just completed her talent upgrade. At this moment, they were killing indiscriminately, constantly controlling the power of the thunder element, and launching a counterattack against the zombies that rushed up from all directions and tried to attack them. It seemed that the team of hundreds of people was less than 500 meters away from the Luning shelter. But at this moment, a shrill and strange cry suddenly came from the night sky. Everyone's heart trembled and their faces changed drastically. Subconsciously, I looked up at the night sky. Then I saw several black shadows swooping down towards the ground. It's a mutated zombie bird! Everyone be careful! Bang! 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 Su Zongqing shouted in a low voice, reminding others, and he was the first to raise his weapon and shoot at the target in the air. But the speed of those zombie birds is too fast. He actually dodged Su Zongqing's shooting easily and was above everyone in the blink of an eye. I saw a pair of claws as sharp as a sickle, grabbing fiercely downwards. An unlucky ordinary male survivor was caught and turned into a bloody mess on the spot before he even had time to react. He was caught by the zombie bird and flew into the night sky. It's a raptor! Damn it! Chai Zifeng's hair stood on end. His eyes were fixed on the other zombie birds that were swooping down. Birds of prey are extremely fast and are the top predators in nature. After becoming zombies, their attack power and speed are naturally greatly enhanced. Coupled with its terrifying size, the threat posed by this zombie raptor to ordinary humans far exceeds that of ordinary zombies attacking on the ground. Boom! Just when everyone was firing their guns but couldn't kill a zombie bird. Suddenly, a flame defense net appeared in the sky. It's like a circular barrier that protects everyone inside. These flame defense nets emit bright flames and terrifying high temperatures. The zombie bird that was trying to continue swooping down to attack the human survivors was instantly defeated. But those flames seemed to have their own intelligent life. He actually took the initiative to chase and start fighting back against those zombie birds. Don't be distracted. Keep moving. You are responsible for dealing with the threats on the ground. Wu Xianmei, you lead the way. Leave the sky to me. Lin Xuan remained calm and assigned combat tasks to everyone. Wu Xianmei immediately came to her senses and began to exert her power to control the element of thunder. Keep eliminating all the enemies blocking the way ahead. The zombies and zombie animals chasing from both sides and behind were caught by Su Zongqing, Chai Zifeng, and their comrades. There were also well-trained and battle-hardened mercenary group members like Charlie Chan, who shot and killed them one by one. A tough battle. Everyone finally got back to the outside of the Longting shelter. At this time, the periphery of the shelter was densely packed with zombies. The 200-meter minefield and chevauchefrise protection fence had already been destroyed by half. Boom! Lin Xian's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He gathered the last bit of his mental strength and created a huge fireball with a diameter of about 11 or 12 meters, which he smashed towards the group of zombies in front. At the same time, open your own attribute panel and start allocating experience points to increase your talent level. Chapter 63, Kill them all? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A huge fireball hit the group of zombies that were trying to cross the iron fence and invade the shelter. A violent explosion occurred instantly, with flames shooting into the sky and heat waves rolling. The hundreds of zombies were burned to pieces and screaming in agony. Nearly 100 soldiers opened fire one after another, continuously launching finishing attacks on the zombies. Wu Xianmei also continued to release her own thunder attacks. In less than 10 seconds, all the zombies were wiped out. Move the barricades away immediately, clear the passage, and retreat! Su Zongqing called out to the rest of the soldiers and jumped out of the car first. As a power-type talent awakener. In the battle that lasted more than half an hour, they gained as much as Wu Xianmei. His own talent level had already been raised to level 3. It can be said that everyone who has awakened their talent is now a strong man. Su Zongqing took 3 steps at a time and instantly arrived in front of the iron barriers. With one hand, he lifted the iron barricade weighing hundreds of pounds and smashed it hard at the zombies rushing towards him from both sides of the road. Hee hee! This is a great trick! It's much more convenient than using weapons to kill those little zombies one by one. Seeing Su Zongqing's violent fighting style, he actually killed more than a dozen zombies at once. Chao Jinshui's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. He immediately jumped out of the car and grabbed another iron barricade. He imitated Su Zongqing's movements and also danced with the iron chevaux de frise that was 10 meters long and weighed hundreds of kilograms with great vigor. 7 or 8 zombies were killed with just one sweep. At this time, the rest of the soldiers all jumped off the car and began to clear the remaining iron barricades blocking the road. Are all these people gifted awakeners? What a great strength! When Wu Xianmei saw those warriors, each of them seemed to have transformed into a super strong man. I couldn't help but open my eyes wide and show an incredible expression. Boom! Just when she was distracted, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded more than 30 meters above her head. Immediately afterwards, a zombie raptor, which was chopped to pieces and died, fell quickly from the sky. It hit exactly 3 meters in front of Wu Xianmei. Boom! The body of the zombie raptor turned into a pile of highly carbonized bone fragments, and splattered everywhere after it touched the concrete floor. A scorching breeze blew in my face, accompanied by a pungent smell. Wu Xianmei subconsciously turned her head and closed her mouth and nose. Don't be distracted! Lin Xian's voice came from behind. Drive the car and quickly! He gave orders to the other soldiers. At this time, he had just completed the upgrade of his talent Frenzy. Improve this power-type talent to level 5. All the physical and mental strength that had been depleted in the body was completely restored in that instant. Lin Xuan felt that his own strength was abundant and inexhaustible. He has not yet improved the remaining 2 talents. It's not the right time yet. As long as the talent is upgraded, all the physical and mental strength consumed by the body will be restored instantly. This special rule is equivalent to giving Lin Xuan and others one, or even several extra resurrection coins, allowing them to turn defeat into victory in times of crisis and turn the tide. So there is no need to waste such a precious opportunity. Wu Xianmei looked at Lin Xuan deeply. If he hadn't taken action just now, I would probably have ended up like that ordinary survivor. He was torn to pieces by the zombie raptor and died on the spot. She didn't dare say anything more and focused on clearing the way. The convoy soon drove into the vast open space of the villa. Close the gate! Rearrange the barricades! Lin Xuan shouted orders to Chai Zifeng, Chao Jinshui, Su Zongqing, Chen Charlie and others who were still killing people at the door. Boss! We can just kill them from the outside. You guys defend inside. That's right, boss. This way of fighting is so cool. These little zombies are simply vulnerable. Ha 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 ha. Damn it! You beasts! Come here! Let me show you how your grandpa will deal with you! There were 12 or 20 awakened people with power talents, each holding an iron chevaux de frise covered with sharp spikes. They all stood at a safe distance and killed the zombies that rushed towards them. All zombies, one by one. As long as the attack is from the ground, they can easily intercept and resist it. See this scene? Lin Xuan turned around and ordered the other soldiers. Go and operate the machine gun firepower point immediately. Also, what are you doing in the monitoring room? Can't the laser weapons be activated? You guys, go cut off the control line of the infrasonic radar. The rest follow me. Lin Xuan glanced at Wu Xianmei, then turned and walked towards the protective wall on the right. A passage was built on the wall where people could stand. There are several layers of protective iron nets about 15 meters high outside. People standing in the passage on the wall can easily look down from a high position and launch an effective counterattack against enemies attacking from outside. Lin Xuan, the laser weapon has been locked and cannot be activated. At this time, He Xiaochun's somewhat aggrieved voice came from the intercom on Lin Xuan's chest. What's the meaning? What's locked? Lin Xuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. It means exactly what it says. It seems that the main control system of the laser weapons on the ground is not here, but in the underground shelter. We just tried multiple times and couldn't get them started. He Xiaochun immediately explained. At this time, Lin Yu and others also said, Yes, brother, I went to the National University of Defense Technology for university, and I know these systems very well. The highest authority of the laser weapons automatic control system is not here, but underground. Without authorization and activation keys, we can't activate these fully automatic laser weapons. Lin Yu's words made Lin Xuan's eyes darken instantly. He remembered Charlie Chen's reminder just now. Those bastards in the underground shelter deliberately used infrasonic radar to attract the zombie army, trying to use this sea of zombies to deal with them and clear them out. And now, these guys have locked the activation permissions of laser weapons. This is obviously an attempt to wipe out all of our own people. Nothing much to say. Next they are dead. Lin Xuan thought silently in his heart, turned around and glanced at the others. Keep fighting! He didn't say anything more. He was the first to walk onto the iron gate passage on the wall. Then, he controlled the fire element and threw a huge fireball at the group of zombies that were still attacking the iron fence 100 meters away. And it was at this moment that the sharp roar of a bird of prey was heard again in the night sky. Everyone who heard this voice immediately felt their bodies tense up and their scalps went numb. Chapter 64, All People Soldier Plan. Lin Xuan looked up and saw several huge dark figures in the night sky swooping down towards the humans on the ground. Don't panic! Everyone guard your own position! He reminded everyone in a deep voice, and at the same time controlled the power of the thunder element, and began to build up his strength. When all targets came into the attack range, Lin Xuan launched the attack without saying a word. Sizzle! Thunder and lightning exploded in the night sky. A huge electric grid covering hundreds of meters was formed instantly. All of the zombie birds that swooped down and tried to attack the human survivors were hit. One by one, the huge zombie birds began to let out tragic and shrill screams. But Lin Xuan did not let them go. The power of the fire element was activated simultaneously, and the raging flames instantly engulfed all the zombie birds. Roar! Just as Lin Xuan attacked the target in the sky, roars were heard again from all directions. And it was at this time that the subordinates sent a report. Boss, the control lines of the 5 infrasonic radars have all been successfully cut off. Hearing the voice, Lin Xuan looked up and out of the shelter. It was discovered that the zombies were indeed gradually calming down from their extremely violent and agitated state. Lin Xuan! My talent has been upgraded again! At this time, Wu Xianmei's surprised voice also came from the right. Hearing this, Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze and looked at her calmly. To upgrade the talent from level 2 to level 3, it only requires 500 experience points. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lin Xuan just nodded calmly. Keep it up. After giving the other party some encouragement, he began to release his own power and quickly killed more zombies. About an hour later, finally, the violent zombie attack gradually subsided. The zombies attacking the outer area of the entire Longting shelter have become so densely packed and countless at the beginning that they are like a tide. Now there are only scattered old, weak, sick and disabled zombies left, wandering slowly in the distance outside. Call out! Chai Zifeng fired a shot. The bullet from the sniper rifle immediately blew off the head of the zombie, whose body was still burning with flames and who was slowly walking away with injured steps 1,000 meters away. Stay alert! Everyone gather and count the casualties. Lin Xuan gathered everyone in the square and glanced at the crowd. There were 40 mercenaries led by Charlie Chin, not one less. The 45 Special Forces soldiers under Su Zongqing were also unharmed. The 3 mercenaries who first joined the team are also still alive. But because of the fierce battle just now, about 10 ordinary survivors were attacked and infected by zombies. Another 5 are missing. There are currently only 27 ordinary survivors left. Among them, there are 13 males and 14 females. The average age of these 27 survivors was only about 23 years old. At this time, everyone also imitated those well-trained soldiers and stood in line. These 20-odd people were secretly looking at Lin Xuan cautiously, with a bit of curiosity and admiration. Boss, our total number of combatants is currently 88. The number of civilians is 34. Including you, boss, our total number of members is now 122. Su Zongqing reported to Lin Xuan their current overall situation. He will have those gifted awakeners who have not received formal military training. For example, Chao Jinshui, Wu Xianmei, Lian Wanting, etc. were also counted among the civilians. Hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded. The night is long, and the zombies may attack again. Everyone, take a break and eat something to replenish your energy. Also stay alert and don't take it lightly. Su Zongqing, Charlie Chan. You two should discuss how to train them. We must let them master combat skills as soon as possible. Lin Xuan said this, looking at the 27 men and women. Then, he used the intercom to ask Shui Jingjun, He Xiaochun, Lin Yu, Xiang Shoudong and others in the monitoring room to come down and participate in the training. Originally, there shouldn't have been 15 civilian casualties in this wave of fighting. Just because they are ordinary people, some of them may never even kill a chicken or fish by themselves. Don't touch water with your fingers. If you encounter such a doomsday disaster, not to mention survival, even self-protection becomes a problem. Now that they have met Lin Xuan, in the spirit of being responsible for every survivor, Lin Xuan certainly would not let them continue to be lambs. Inside the shelter, there are abundant weapons and equipment. Even arming several thousand people is no problem at all. He wants to build a powerful shelter where every citizen can be a soldier. As for the little girl Lian Wanting, she has talent, but she has not been able to awaken it because she is too young. For now, Lin Xuan hasn't figured out how to arrange for her. After all, she is only 7 or 8 years old. Asking her to receive military training and master combat skills is a bit like a Boy Scout. But just as Lin Xuan finished speaking, Lian Wanting's voice came from the intercom. Brother Lin Xuan, I also want to receive training. This voice made everyone look at each other in surprise. Lin Xuan also frowned slightly, feeling very surprised. You want to be trained? Wanting, please don't cause trouble for Brother Lin Xuan and the other brothers and sisters, okay? We will all protect you. He Xiaochun's gentle voice came from the intercom. No, I want to be trained. I can fight too. I know it's a very dangerous situation right now. Everyone is fighting, so I want to fight too, Liang Wanting said in a firm tone. She seems to have a maturity that is totally inconsistent with her age. Hearing her say this, He Xiaochun could only explain to Lin Xuan helplessly. The intercom is on. I can hear your conversation. Lin Xuan responded calmly. He thought about it and didn't say much. In the apocalyptic world, a catastrophe affects the entire world. Experiences that countless people have never thought about in their entire lives are actually happening. This caused many people to grow up overnight. Even children can have the maturity of adults. Even if we take a step back, as a member of the shelter, Liang Wanting will have to grow up sooner or later. If possible, she could receive training in advance. Perhaps it will also help her awaken her talent in the future. In fact, because of the special nature of her talent, it may not be impossible for her to grow into Lin Xuan's right-hand man in the future. If you want, just follow me. Arrange it. Lin Xuan turned his gaze to Charlie Chan and Su Zongqing. After saying that, he walked towards the building. The crisis of the zombie tide has been resolved for the time being. Next, it was time to study how to deal with the enemies who were causing trouble for them in the underground shelter. Chapter 65. Evolved zombies appear, the crisis is not resolved. Lin Xuan came to the monitoring room and the message alert on his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and took a look, and found that it was Luning Xiang's account that sent him a message again. Lin Xuan, how are you now? Why don't you reply? We are very worried about you. It is dark now and we cannot go to the place you mentioned. Please reply after seeing the message and tell us the situation on your side. A total of 3 messages were sent. Just sent. The first message seems relatively normal. But something was wrong starting from the second message. Lu Ningxiang mentioned us, and the third message was a direct expose. The punctuation mark used at the end is. Lu Ningxiang would never make such a low-level mistake. There are 2 guesses now. The first is that Lu Ningxiang was captured by the other party and even met with an accident. But this possibility is very small. With Lu Ningxiang's keenness, Lin Xuan didn't believe that she would be easily defeated by the enemy. Otherwise, in the doomsday world that once was, Lu Ningxiang would never have been able to grow into a local tycoon. The second possibility is that Lu Ningxiang's cell phone was obtained by these mysterious guys in some unknown way. This group of people obviously saw the previous message conversation between Lin Xuan and Lu Ningxiang. So they planned to set up a trap to deal with Lin Xuan and seize the supplies in Lin Xuan's hands. No matter which possibility it is, Lin Xuan doesn't have the time to pay attention to it for the time being. It was originally decided to launch a drone to investigate the situation in the south of the city. It seems that this cannot be done for the time being. There is also the threat of zombie birds in the sky. If the drone is launched in this situation, it will become a sitting duck for those zombie creatures. Lin Xuan came back to his senses and put away his phone. Then he walked to the operating table and called up the surveillance footage of the underground warehouse. So far, no enemy has come up from there to try to surprise them. The reason is of course simple. The enemy used infrasonic radar to attract so many zombies. If they come out now, won't they have to face the surging zombie army? However, the control line of the infrasonic radar has been cut off, and the enemy should soon discover the situation on the ground. Lin Xuan silently activated elemental perception. Check the area within a radius of 300 meters. Whether in the sky or on the ground. No trace of zombies has been found for the time being. And on the small road leading from the national highway, the surveillance showed no trace of any zombies. Su Zongqing, where are the drone pilots you mentioned? Ask them to come over. Lin Xuan picked up the intercom and ordered Su Zongqing. Soon, 8 drone pilots arrived at the monitoring room. You guys will be responsible for operating the drone from now on. The mission of aerial reconnaissance is entrusted to you. Also, I need to find out the situation in the south of the city. Specifically, whether there are any temporary camps of survivors there, and whether there are any suspicious buildings on the ground, such as shelters or something like that. And whether there are suspicious armed forces. I want to know all of this. Lin Xuan didn't waste any words and put forward his requirements to the 8 drone pilots. Don't worry, boss. We are all battle-hardened drone pilots in the military. Make sure to complete the mission. The warrior named Xiang assured Lin Xuan. Okay, get out. Lin Xuan waved his hand. The 8 soldiers saluted him and left in an orderly manner. Lin Xuan also stood up and prepared to go to the restaurant to eat something. He had not had a drop of water during the continuous fighting and now felt a little hungry. Coming to the restaurant, he saw some other fighters there. Su Zongqing, Charlie Chin and others were also there. Have you arranged everything for the training? Lin Xuan asked. It's arranged. Since they have not received any military training, we have developed a temporary plan to help them quickly adapt and master basic combat skills. Su Zongqing replied. Boss, should we consider attacking the underground shelter now? Charlie Chin brought a portion of food, sat down opposite Lin Xuan, and asked. Hearing this, others also looked at Lin Xuan curiously. For the time being, the crisis on the ground has been resolved. But no one knows when the next wave of zombies will arrive. Boss, we really should consider occupying the underground shelter. During the battle just now, I clearly felt that the zombies were also getting stronger. Chai Zifeng hesitated to speak here. The zombies are getting stronger, which means that when the next wave of zombies attacks, they will face more difficult opponents. By then, the speed, strength, and defense of those zombies will be improved. The bullet hits them in the head, and sometimes it does take 2 shots to kill them. Su Zongqing's expression also became more serious. Hearing everyone talking at once, Lin Xuan just nodded calmly. Don't panic. Aren't you getting stronger too? We must attack the underground shelter, but not now. He had just finished speaking. Su Zongqing's expression changed slightly. Lin Xuan looked at him puzzledly, and the others also looked curious. Boss, a report just came in from the sentry at the main gate. It is said that there is a big guy outside eating the corpses of the remaining zombies on the ground. When Lin Xuan heard Su Zongqing say this, his face instantly darkened. Chai Zifeng, Chao Jinshui and others also looked at each other, their faces becoming extremely solemn. But others who had not experienced that kind of battle were more curious. A big zombie? Are you eating the corpses of other zombies? Why can't you just kill them directly? Why are you making such a fuss? Charlie Chin looked at Chai Zifeng in confusion, then at Chao Jinshui and Su Zongqing. Finally his eyes fell on Lin Xuan's face. Seeing that Lin Xuan was also very serious, Chin Charlie and other mercenary commanders became even more confused. Here comes the experience! Hurry up and finish your meals, and get ready for battle. Lin Xuan didn't explain further. He quickly finished the food on his plate, and immediately led the way out of the restaurant. The others quickly picked up the remaining food and hurriedly followed out. Come to the square outside. As expected, under the illumination of the extremely bright searchlight, everyone saw a huge creature about 100 meters outside the main entrance of the shelter. It was a zombie creature that looked like a bear. It is extremely huge, about 7 or 8 meters tall. It was constantly gnawing at the zombie corpses that were scattered on the ground. No matter if it was burnt, smashed by lightning, or had its head blown off. It will eat any zombie corpse. As this bear zombie continued to devour the corpses of zombies, its body size seemed to be growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 66. There is no enemy that cannot be killed. The key is to find the vital point. Noticing this situation, Su Zongqing was a little hesitant. He looked at Lin Xuan and others. Strange, am I dazzled or am I having an illusion? Have you noticed that the zombie monster seems to be a little bigger than before? Su Zongqing said to himself in confusion. I feel the same way. Charlie Chan on the side nodded immediately. You read that right? These zombies can evolve by devouring their own kind or other zombies. We encountered several zombies like this before when we were in the city. Their strength, speed, and defense are all stronger than ordinary zombies. The threat is even greater. Chai Zifeng immediately nodded solemnly and began to explain. Chao Jinshui on the side also said that this was indeed the case. Hearing their words, everyone's faces suddenly became extremely nervous. One by one they raised their weapons. At this time, there are various guard points in the passage above the wall. There was constant sound of gunfire. At the same time, the radio communication system of the crowd could be heard with the complaints of the soldiers at the guard points. Fuck, what's going on? I was clearly aiming at its head, and I fired 3 or 4 times, but it still can't be killed? Why don't you see what weapon I used? I fired a 12.7mm bullet, and it didn't fall down. Damn it! There's something wrong with this big guy. Everyone, hurry up and use heavy firepower. Don't be polite to it. Damn it, is it evolving? Hearing the voices of the guards at these firing points, the faces of the other people present became more alert. Lin Xuan was also a little surprised. His eyes focused on the mutated zombie bear. The other party's information will be displayed immediately. Name: Zombie Bear Level 2. Gender: Male, Zombie Creature. Talented abilities: Wild Burst LV2, 337/500, Devouring Evolution LV2, 276/500. Strength: 157, Normal Person, 10. Agility: 155, Normal Person, 10. Physique: 176, Normal Person, 10. Spirit: 5, Normal Person, 10. Seeing the attributes of this mutated zombie bear, Lin Xuan's face suddenly became more fearful. I didn't expect that the zombie bear's strength, agility, and physique attributes were more than 15 times that of a normal adult male. And the attributes are still growing. If we let it eat all the zombie corpses on the ground, by then, it might evolve directly into a level 3 zombie. That's trouble. This is why Lin Xuan has not ordered an attack on the underground shelter. It was still late in the evening, and it was not even 7 in the evening. There are still at least 11 or 12 hours until dawn. The zombie creatures at night are extremely sharp and manic. If I leave now, the members here may not be able to withstand the attack of the zombie army. At the very least, the talent levels of those dozens of talent awakeners must be raised to above level 3 on average. Hurry up and get in the car. We can't let it continue to evolve. This guy's threat level is many times greater than other zombies. Without saying a word, he jumped into the car and drove towards the main entrance. Where's Wu Xianmei? Lin Xuan suddenly asked. Now in the entire shelter, besides himself who has awakened the elemental talent, the rest are Wu Xianmei and Liang Wanting who has not yet awakened. There is no need to explain how powerful the innate abilities of the elemental awakeners are. If Wu Xianmei's talent level is raised, she can take control of the situation on his behalf when he is not around. Help others defend better. It seems that he went back to his room and said he was going to take a shower. At this time, Lin Yu's voice was heard from the communicator. Bath? Why are you taking a bath now? Can't you see what's going on? He's Xiaochun. Go and call her out for me right now. Lin Xuan was a little annoyed. It's already the apocalypse, but it's still so exquisite. There are zombie threats everywhere outside, and everyone may pay the price of their life at any time. He can't tolerate people who are lazy and play petty bourgeois tricks. As they were talking, the car carrying Lin Xuan and the others had already arrived at the gate. The zombie bear outside also noticed them. But the big guy just raised his head and looked at Lin Xuan and others. He then continued to lower his head and quickly gnaw on the corpses of the zombies, with no intention of paying any attention to them. Boss, this guy is too tough. No matter how hard we hit him, he won't die. Yeah, boss. A 12.7mm sniper bullet can even shoot it in the head. This is really weird. Seeing Lin Xuan and others rushing over, the guards hurriedly reported the situation. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, thinking that when the zombies evolved into more powerful beings, or even stronger mutant creatures appeared. It's not too late for you to say this again. There is no such thing as an unkillable zombie, it's just that you didn't hit its energy core. Lin Xuan explained in a deep voice at this time. Energy core? When the people around him heard him say this, they immediately remembered the light blue crystal that dropped when they killed the zombie night owl before. Lin Xuan did not explain further, and had already attacked the zombie bear. The dual elemental powers of fire and thunder mixed together to form an extremely sharp sword. Under Lin Xuan's control, it quickly stabbed towards the head of the big bear zombie. The zombie bear, which was gnawing on the zombie corpses on the ground, seemed to have finally sensed the danger. It suddenly raised its arms instinctively to block Lin Xuan's sword attack that was a mixture of fire and lightning elements. And at this moment, Lin Xuan could indeed feel it clearly. The elemental giant sword that he controlled actually encountered strong resistance. Everyone was moved when seeing this scene. It actually knows that you are attacking its vital points, boss? Chao Jinshui looked at this scene in disbelief. Bang! Su Zongqing was much more direct and fired a shot. The bullet passed through the zombie bear's arm but had no effect on it. Roar! The zombie bear roared, broke free from Lin Xuan's attack, and began to run quickly, sprinting directly towards them. There was an earth-shaking movement. Everyone looked at the thing that was like a small mountain, running towards them at a speed of 40 to 50 meters per second, and their faces changed drastically on the spot. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, more light pillars mixed with fire and lightning elements turned into sharp spears and suddenly stabbed out from all directions. In one go, they hit the thick-skinned bear zombie. Countless elemental spears held the big guy in the air, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. At this time, Lin Xuan took action again. The dual elemental forces mixed to form a bullet of fire and electricity, which instantly pierced the zombie bear's forehead. Chapter 67. Don't ask, if you ask I'll just guess. The elemental bullet created by Lin Xuan's condensed dual elemental power pierced his forehead. The big bear zombie was still roaring and roaring angrily. After struggling hard for a few seconds, it finally drooped its head limply. Finally, there was no sound or movement at all, and it looked like he was dead. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Bang! Chai Zifeng fired 2 shots in succession and then shot the big guy twice more in the head. Only after confirming that the other party was indeed dead did I feel relieved. That was a close call, it almost rushed in. Awesome, boss, you are worthy of it. Chao Jinshui turned around and gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up. The big bear zombie rushed to the gate from 100 meters away in 2 seconds. If Lin Xuan hadn't taken action. With its huge size and terrifying power, the iron barricades at the entrance, plus the layers of barbed wire, simply could not stop such a huge monster. But just as Chao Jinshui finished speaking, he suddenly saw the faces of other people change drastically. Immediately afterwards, a bloody wind blew from behind, and the roar shook the sky. Chao Jinshui turned around subconsciously, and suddenly saw the zombie bear that had been killed just now. At this moment, he stood up again, swung his sharp claws, and slapped Chao Jinshui from above. This time, he was frightened out of his wits. Oh my God! Why aren't you dead yet? Chao Jinshui stood there in a daze, completely unaware of how to dodge. Careful! Lin Xuan let out a low shout and once again controlled the fire and lightning elements, condensing them into dozens of bullets that were even more powerful than before. Swish, swish, swish. The elemental bullets that were fired continuously completely blew the head of the big bear zombie into pieces. There was a dull thud. The zombie bear, weighing at least several tons, finally fell heavily to the ground. It was less than 2 meters away from the barbed wire fence. If it moves just a little bit further, these layers of wire mesh will be completely crushed by it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 190 experience points. A system prompt sounded in my mind. This voice made Lin Xuan shudder slightly. He actually gave me 190 experience points. He stared at the huge corpse of the zombie bear with burning eyes. Zombie creatures like this devour their own kind or other zombies to help themselves evolve and gain powerful strength. He has killed several already. The zombie lion at the beginning only gave 10 experience points. The zombie tigers and lions that came later only gave 30 to 50 experience points. And the one in front of me actually gave me 190 experience points at once. This shows that it is the most powerful one Lin Xuan has ever encountered. Judge according to this situation. I don't know if there are such big guys in other areas. If they were allowed to continue evolving, it would pose a catastrophic threat to human survivors, like extinction. Is it finally done now? Chai Zifeng frowned and stared at the target, not daring to take it lightly again. The others also raised their weapons nervously, each one of them was cautious and held their breath. Don't worry, this time he's really dead. Lin Xuan came back to his senses and nodded to reassure everyone. Once the system prompt sound appears, it is equivalent to officially issuing a death certificate to the other party. It would be a miracle if it could still come back to life. By the way, boss, what is the key point you mentioned before? Is it their energy crystal core? Chai Zifeng asked curiously. Look! There seems to be something shiny on the ground. At this time, Charlie Chen also pointed outside, to the location of the zombie bear's head, where there was a pool of blood. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, I saw a crystal core emitting a faint blue light in the extremely sticky and disgusting red and white liquid. That's the crystal core of this monster, right? Su Zongqing hesitated. These beasts can evolve by devouring their own kind. They inherit the strength of their own kind in a certain proportion, thereby improving their overall strength. When the power in their bodies reaches a certain level, this crystal core will be born to store more energy. When they reach that state, their bodies change, and even a headshot may not kill them. The only way to truly kill them is to attack the energy crystal cores that are the source of their energy, break them into pieces, or take them out of the zombies' bodies. Otherwise they'll just keep regenerating. Lin Xuan explained to everyone as if nothing had happened. These are the valuable experiences he has explored and summarized based on his own personal experiences in the Doomsday world. Although the zombie bear in front of him was not strong enough to regenerate its injuries automatically. However, the damage to their bodies has had a relatively small impact on their combat effectiveness. Unless you cut them into pieces. Otherwise, no matter whether it attacks the head or limbs, as long as the energy crystal core serves as the source of energy, it can still provide energy for them. They still pose a strong threat. After hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, the others looked at each other. Everyone became curious. Boss, how do you know these things? Charlie Chan asked with great curiosity. Guess. Lin Xuan answered seriously. When everyone heard him say this, they actually believed it. They nodded one by one. Okay, stop talking nonsense. There are still more than 10 hours until dawn. Clean up quickly. Strengthen the defense of each firing point. Su Zongqing saw that some soldiers were still planning to ask Lin Xuan questions, so he quickly stopped them. And reassigned combat tasks to everyone. At this time, I had just finished taking a shower. Wu Xianmei, who was wrapped in a bath towel and had not yet had time to dry her hair, was hurriedly pulled over by He Xiaochen. A group of old men almost vomited blood when they saw a young beauty coming up to them in such scantily clad clothes. Looking at Wu Xianmei, whose skin was whiter than snow and whose legs were slender, Lin Xuan also frowned. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing Lin Xuan's serious expression, Wu Xianmei apologized somewhat embarrassedly. I heard you were so anxious just now, and I thought the battle situation was urgent, so I dragged her and rushed over. He Xiaochun also lowered his head in embarrassment and stammered in explanation. After saying that, he secretly glanced at the huge corpse of the zombie monster lying on the ground outside. Lin Xuan said nothing more. He took off his combat uniform as if nothing had happened and walked over to put it on Wu Xianmei. Go back and put on your clothes before coming back, he ordered in a deep voice. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Get back to work. You'll be in trouble when the zombies come. Su Zongqing also came to his senses and scolded those pairs of staring eyes. Chapter 68. A mysterious organization appears. Is it true or not? Maybe that's why the zombie bear existed before. Since Lin Xuan killed the big guy, for several hours afterwards, there were no more signs of zombies in the area near or far from the Longting shelter. Occasionally, zombie birds appear from the sky and attempt to raid the human survivors in the shelter. They were also shot down and killed by the ever-vigilant guards using anti-aircraft weapons. In this way, time unknowingly came to midnight. There was silence all around. The drone also found no signs of a large-scale zombie gathering and attack. So Lin Xuan asked Su Zongqing, Chen Charlie and others to arrange some people to be on duty and let some people take turns to rest. I also plan to go back to my room and rest for a while. When daybreak comes, he will lead his men to attack the underground shelter. This underground shelter must be under control. This way they will become much more relaxed and at ease. Lin Xuan just returned to the room. His cell phone received another message alert. Lin Xuan opened his phone and found that the message was still from Luning Xiang's account. The other party was still asking about my situation and asked me to provide detailed information. Lin Xuan threw his phone on the bed and ignored it. Turned around and prepared to take a hot bath. After a whole day of fighting, his whole body was filled with a strange smell. Lin Xuan really couldn't bear to lie on the bed and sleep while being dirty all over. Just after taking off his coat, Lin Xuan suddenly stopped. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the fitting mirror on the closet door facing the bathroom. An illusion? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes and approached the mirror step by step. After staring at it carefully for a while, Lin Xuan suddenly smashed it with a punch, and sure enough, he found a red dot camera inside. After being discovered, the red dot on the camera disappeared immediately. But Lin Xuan simply tore it to pieces, feeling annoyed. Mad! You actually installed these things in your own room. What a bad taste! It turns out that the rooms here were used by the management of this shelter themselves. Every day, there are special people to clean and disinfect. But the next second Lin Xuan suddenly stopped. Who the hell would install a camera facing the bathroom for no reason? Lin Xuan felt very confused. His intuition told him that the camera must have been secretly installed here by someone else. But what for? Just when Lin Xuan was puzzled, the smart TV in the room suddenly turned on by itself. In the dark background is a man in black clothes, wearing a mask and a cloak. Hello, Mr. Lin Xuan. The man on TV called out Lin Xuan's name as soon as he opened his mouth. The latter immediately became alert. Who are you? Lin Xuan asked as he looked at the man on TV as if nothing had happened. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Galileo, the commander of the evolved forces under the Doomsday United Army. Mr. Lin Xuan, we have been observing you for a long time. You meet the recruitment requirements of our Doomsday United Army's Evolver Force. Now we formally invite you to join the Doomsday United Army's Evolver Force. I wonder if you would like to join us and make some contributions to this world? The man who claimed to be Galileo said so. Galileo, I'm Magellan. Lin Xuan chuckled disdainfully in his heart. What a bullshit Doomsday Coalition army, what an evolved force. He searched his mind for related memories again and again, confirming that he had never heard of this unit or organization. In other words, the mysterious man in front of him was most likely talking nonsense. Sorry, I'm not interested. Although there are countless doubts in my heart. I don't know how the other party invaded here. However, Lin Xuan flatly rejected the other party's invitation. Haha, Mr. Lin Xuan, you don't have to rush to reject us. You have about a week to consider it. After that, if Mr. Lin Xuan still hasn't changed your mind, we can only regretfully withdraw our invitation to you. Before that, as a greeting gift, we have provided you with detailed intelligence on how to enter the Luning underground shelter, including a detailed map of the interior and the structure of its main members. This information is incapable of being provided to you by your mercenaries. Also, Mr. Lin Xuan, I'll give you a small reminder that this place will soon be attacked by the Brotherhood of Superpowers. Good luck to you. After Galileo finished speaking, the TV turned off automatically. And it made a beep beep sound like a countdown. Hearing this voice, Lin Xuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately condensed the fire element and lightning element to form a protective shield in front of him. Sure enough, the TV exploded the next second. With a loud boom, the room was instantly filled with smoke. A big hole was even blown out in the wall. This was clearly some kind of self-destruct sequence. At the same time, in the dark night above the Luning sanctuary, a dark figure was hovering in the sky about a kilometer away, using a telephoto spy camera in his hand to photograph the situation inside the shelter. And it is located in the hills about 500 meters away from the main entrance of the shelter. In the dense jungle on the top of the mountain, a group of swift black shadows were gathering here from all directions. A woman like a nimble black panther emerged from the bushes. She just raised her knife and slashed it down with quick and decisive movements without any hesitation. He shot a struggling zombie in his left hand in the head. The target area is ahead. The intelligence sent back by Night Demon shows that in addition to the buildings on the ground, there is indeed an even larger and vaster space inside this shelter. And the skin shows that there are not only a large number of survival supplies stored inside, but also various medicines, energy, weapons and equipment, etc. But there is a problem. That vast space is at least 350 meters underground. A dark figure beside the woman reported. Is that kid Lin Xuan in there? The woman asked. Not sure, but the cell phone signal located him inside one of the buildings. He must have seen the message we sent him, but he didn't respond. Has he realized our purpose? Another shadow hesitantly raised his concerns. Snort! So what if you noticed it? This shelter is ours from now on. Including the building underground, we must seize this place and use it as our base camp. The woman glanced around at the assembled team members. Then, he slowly raised his weapon and pointed towards the brightly lit Luning shelter in the distance. Attack! She issued a two-word command. Countless black shadows rushed out of the forest in an instant. Chapter 69, Powerful Enemy Attacks, Internal Fighting in the Shelter. The noise coming from Lin Xuan's room attracted the attention of others. Chai Zifeng, Su Zongqing, Chen Charlie and others rushed over with guns and live ammunition. Chao Jinshui's head also popped out from the wall with a big hole blown out. Boss, what's going on? Are you testing out new elemental skills in the room? Chao Jinshui looked around the smoke-filled room in surprise, raised his head and saw Lin Xuan's gloomy and solemn expression. He immediately put away his playful smile. Are you okay, boss? What's going on? At this time, other people were also standing at the door and calling out loudly. Lin Xuan walked over and opened the door, as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the people at the door. Then he briefly explained what had just happened. I heard that there was a guy called the Doomsday Alliance, the commander of some evolutionary force, who came to invite Lin Xuan to join their army. It also accurately gave the name of the Luning shelter and some other key information. Suddenly, everyone became confused. Boss, that guy shouldn't be lying. Look what this is. Su Zongqing handed over an envelope that he had just picked up at Lin Xuan's door. It was clearly written on it. From Mr. Lin Xuan himself. In full view of everyone, Lin Xuan opened the envelope. Inside was a device that looked like a mobile phone. Isn't it another bomb? Chao Jinshui took half a step back vigilantly. Others were also frightened by his words. They all showed fearful expressions and subconsciously stepped back. At this time, Lin Xuan had already turned on his mobile phone. A holographic projection immediately appeared in front of my eyes, showing a three-dimensional structural diagram of the underground shelter. Everyone felt that this structural map was very familiar. Isn't this the map of Luning's underground shelter? Charlie Chan said in surprise. Really? It seems that Galileo didn't lie. Chao Jinshui also became confused. Boss, what's going on? Chai Zifeng looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't know much more than them, and he shook his head silently when he heard this. Boss Lin Xuan, this map is much more detailed than what we provided. Look, all these restricted areas are displayed, and their functional locations and other specific information are all on this map. Charlie Chan also showed the map in his hand. When they placed it in front of them and compared it with the map displayed on the instrument in Lin Xuan's hand, everyone immediately understood it clearly. The areas marked in red and black on Charlie Chan's map on the left are indeed clearly visible on the map on the right. Everyone clearly saw their area names, functional attributes, defense levels, etc. Confirm that the instrument used to project the map is not an explosive. Lin Xuan had more doubts in his mind. Could it be that the Galileo just now was really the commander of the Doomsday United Army's evolved forces? But why haven't I heard of this organization? Did they install that camera here? Was it to monitor me, or was it just an accident? A series of questions flashed through my mind. Suddenly Lin Xuan's expression changed slightly. Oh no! Lin Xuan put away the map holographic projector. His frown changed drastically. Seeing his words and actions, everyone else became nervous and looked at Lin Xuan with burning eyes. What's wrong, boss? Yeah, boss, what happened again? Get out now! Get out of here! Gather all the talent awakeners immediately. Also, have the ordinary soldiers gather downstairs and don't disperse. Hurry up! Lin Xuan didn't have time to explain to everyone, and immediately gave orders to Su Zongqing, Chen Charlie and others. Although the two were confused, they did not dare to neglect it. Lin Xuan's order was immediately conveyed to others. They just passed on the order. Suddenly, there were gunshots outside. It's too late! Lin Xuan's face changed. Suddenly, without saying a word, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly flew out of the window and arrived at the square outside. Others also felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they saw his actions. They grabbed their weapons and followed him out. Dragon Shelter, underground area. After having a good meal and some wine, and enjoying the singing and dancing, Sun Qianbao felt sleepy. He hugged the two dark-skinned women, hugged them on both sides, and staggered back to his room. At this time, some of the other managers had already fallen drunk on the ground, or were lying on the sofa in all directions. There were also some beautiful women who were not wearing much clothes in the carnival room. Some huddled in a corner, crying secretly and shivering. Some of them were playing dice, finger-guessing games and drinking as if nothing had happened, with their legs crossed. These women are of all skin colors. The similarities are that they are young, beautiful and have good figures. At this moment, in another house next to this carnival room, there were several managers with serious expressions sitting there. Are the doors tightly closed? One of them glanced towards the door, worry written all over his face. Don't worry, it's been electromagnetically shielded and won't be eavesdropped on. He has returned to his room. Now, if you have anything to say, feel free to speak freely. Another person replied. Well, I never expected that the shelter that Holdwabin had worked so hard to build would fall into the hands of that kind of person. There is such a serious crisis going on outside, and humanity could be destroyed at any time, but this Sun Qianbao only knows how to hide here and live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. This is really ridiculous. If Longting Shelter falls into the hands of such people, its destruction is only a matter of time. A white-haired old man sitting in the main seat shook his head and sighed, with a look of pain on his face. That's exactly why I called all of you here. I believe that you all still have hope and are unwilling to hide underground for the rest of your lives. I have already contacted several captains of the Dragon Guard and their subordinates. As long as you agree, we can take action tonight. Kill Sun Qianbao and his men. The old man's name is Xiang, and he is also one of the managers of this shelter. Of course, he has another unknown identity. Except for Zhang Tao, who was transferred from the branch, I'm afraid no one here knows this identity. After hearing Xiang's words, the other managers looked at each other in confusion. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly not knowing how to make a choice. Everyone, make a decision quickly. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. I agree with Elder Yu's proposal. Sun Qianbao attacked the management without any reason. He is no longer a qualified leader. Yeah, who knows if we will be the next target? Soon, everyone in the room raised their hands to express their opinions. Chapter 70, Cleaning Up the House, the Brotherhood of Superpowers invades. Yu Zuqiang saw that everyone raised their hands and agreed to deal with Sun Qianbao and his subordinates. At this time, he winked at a trusted guard beside him. The trusted guard turned around and opened a secret door on the wall behind him. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhang Tao walked out. Dr. Zhang? You! Dr. Zhang, why are you here? The other people in the room looked at Zhang Tao in surprise and doubt. This person is not one of their own, but was transferred from outside to help. So, few people here trust him. Seeing Zhang Tao appear at this time, everyone couldn't help but feel suspicious. Don't worry, everyone. I'm on your side. During the dinner meeting just now, Sun Qianbao had already had murderous intentions towards me. I could sense it. But this is not the point of my coming here. I came here to tell you that I have already contacted the branch early in the morning and told them the situation here. The branch assured us that they would send a rescue team to support us when daybreak comes. No matter what happens on the ground, the enemy will eventually be dealt with. It's time for us to clean up our house. Zhang Tao calmly sat down on the sofa and looked at these reliable managers who had just expressed their willingness to deal with Sun Qianbao. After hearing what he said, the managers finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Dr. Zhang had already made arrangements. Now we can rest assured. Not bad, not bad. Now we can focus on dealing with Sun Qianbao. I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I was worried about the threat from those guys on the ground, so I didn't take action against Sun Qianbao. These ruffians all started to flatter Zhang Tao. Yu Ziqiang also smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Zhang. Our people have already started to take action. Even if Sun Qianbao is a level 3 awakener, he will completely lose the power to resist in that state. Being killed is a foregone conclusion. As for his subordinates, haha, they have already been bribed by us." After Yu Ziqiang finished speaking, he sneered. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Tao with a meaningful look. In fact, it was Zhang Tao who took the initiative to approach him and proposed this plan to him. And the other party also promised. As long as he completes this plan and kills Sun Qianbao, he will apply to the branch to become the person in charge of the Longting underground shelter. But at this moment, Zhang Tao showed a meaningful smile. He looked into Yu Ziqiang's eyes with a half-smile. "No, when I said clean up the mess, I didn't mean to kill Sun Qianbao." As soon as he said this, everyone present looked gloomy. The smile on Yu Ziqiang's face, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly disappeared. "What do you mean, Dr. Zhang?" Everyone present felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. One by one, they looked at Zhang Tao with gloomy expressions and vigilance. Snort! Zhang Tao stood up slowly with a hint of contempt and disdain on his face. "You don't really think that we are just businessmen doing international logistics and trade business? You stupid idiots, read more books in your next life. You are nothing but our running dogs. Have you ever thought about why we built such a huge shelter here in advance? It's so sad that the pawns are being used but don't even know it." Zhang Tao shook his head repeatedly, full of sarcasm. As he spoke, he pushed up his glasses. "What on earth are you talking about?" A manager slammed the table, pointed at Zhang Tao and shouted angrily. "Zhang Tao! Explain yourself to me. What's wrong with this underground shelter? Is there any secret behind our company?" The other person also stood up and stared at Zhang Tao, questioning him. At this time, Zhang Tao sneered repeatedly, remained calm and did not answer. "Zhang Tao, what is going on?" Yu Ziqiang sat upright with his hands on a cane, staring at Zhang Tao with a stern face and asking questions. "Mr. Yu, now that I remember it, there are many restricted areas in this shelter. Even we don't have the permission to enter. Could the secret be hidden in there?" "Yes, Mr. Yu. Let's go into those restricted areas and take a look at the situation." Everyone looked at Yu Ziqiang and made such a suggestion. Zhang Tao sneered when he heard this. "Do you think you can still leave this room?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the managers fell to the ground with a thud. Then other managers fell one after another. This scene made the remaining managers all stunned. Yu Ziqiang pointed at Zhang Tao and felt a sharp pain in his heart before he could finish his words. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his expression was full of pain. After a few seconds, he fell forward with a purple and black face. Lin Xuan turned into a bolt of lightning and landed on the square. A large amount of thunder elements condensed again into the form of his original body. With a quick glance, he immediately saw at least dozens of dark shadows rapidly approaching the shelter from all directions. The soldiers at the guard point were constantly firing at the dark shadows that were trying to invade. But what was strange was that those black shadows were incredibly fast. He actually dodged the soldiers' bullets with ease and approached at a faster speed. There really is an invasion by people with special abilities. The information provided by that man has come true again. Who is he? Lin Xuan was filled with doubt and uncertainty. I became more curious about the man who appeared on TV just now and called himself Galileo. And his hands were not idle either. Controlling the endless fire elements from all directions, he began to counterattack those powerful psychics. All members who are not talent awakeners, retreat immediately. This is not your battle. Lin Xuan controlled the fire element and launched a counterattack against the enemies. At the same time, he gave orders in a deep voice to the other soldiers who were still defending the guard points. These soldiers had already received the retreat order from Su Zongqing and Qin Charlie. But I saw that the enemy was attacking from all directions. They were all fighting instinctively, trying to stop the enemy from invading here. Now, hearing that Lin Xuan personally gave the order to retreat, the soldiers began to retreat one after another. Retreat quickly! Don't disturb the boss here. Those are all superpowered people. We can't deal with them. Go! Everyone retreat! In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary soldiers at the defensive points had retreated to the rear. Without them getting in the way, Lin Xuan jumped directly out of the shelter and came outside. Updates every day, please vote and support. Chapter 71, Transformed into a Killing God, Lin Xuan's Terror. Lin Xuan had just appeared outside the shelter and hadn't even stood firmly when suddenly several strong gusts of wind came from different directions. Feeling these fierce attacks coming towards him mercilessly, Lin Xuan's eyes darkened. Boom! A fierce flame suddenly broke out with his body as the center. In an instant, the flames spread in all directions. All the enemies who rushed up and tried to besiege Lin Xuan were swept in. Screams were also heard at this time. The 4 enemies instantly turned into blazing firemen, rolling on the ground and making shrill screams. In this quiet night, the sound is particularly creepy. However, this level of counterattack was obviously unable to stop the enemy's attack on Lin Xuan and the entire shelter. More enemies began to appear. Bang! Although all the enemies are awakened with special abilities, many of them are simply power-type awakened ones. Faced with Lin Xuan's fierce attitude and counterattacking them, these enemies immediately used their weapons to launch long-range attacks against Lin Xuan. Snort! Seeing the stupid behavior of these enemies, Lin Xuan couldn't help but sneer. Ordinary weapons posed no threat to me at all. His body entered the elemental state again, transformed into a blazing flame, and began to spin in place. In an instant, the flames formed a storm on the spot and spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye in the next second, covering an area of nearly 200 meters. All enemies within this range were immediately covered by the flames of Lin Xuan's incarnation, and their entire bodies began to burn. It hurts! This guy controls elemental forces. Don't get in touch with him. Retreat! Retreat to a safe distance. They suffered heavy losses in succession, with more than 10 people killed in just the first close contact. These enemies finally realized how powerful Lin Xuan was and no longer dared to confront him head-on, so they retreated to a distance. And they used weapons to continuously attack Lin Xuan, trying to stop Lin Xuan from pursuing them. Lin Xuan's flame elementalization can only last about 20 seconds. Under such circumstances, he certainly couldn't give the enemy time to breathe. After dealing with the approaching enemies, Lin Xuan switched to the lightning element state and instantly turned into lightning and fell in front of an enemy 100 meters away. Bang! The enemy didn't even see Lin Xuan's face clearly before he was knocked away by a punch. The fist formed by the fire element smashed hard into the opponent's face, causing his head to catch fire directly, and flew backwards dozens of meters. Lin Xuan did not stop and turned to rush towards the other 2 enemies. Bang, bang, bang! The 2 enemies raised their weapons and shot at Lin Xuan continuously, but they had no effect on Lin Xuan at all. A flash of lightning cut through the night. In an instant, the 2 enemies covered their chest and stomach, groaned and fell forward. Then, with a loud boom, flames began to burn on their bodies as well. Lin Xuan looked at the remaining enemy about 70 or 80 meters away. The enemy had already been frightened out of his wits by the ferocity displayed by Lin Xuan. He raised his pistol, fired 2 random shots at Lin Xuan, then turned and fled. As fast as a ghost. But with the blessing of the thunder element, Lin Xuan's elemental state's speed far exceeded that of the opponent. In a flash, Lin Xuan arrived in front of the enemy. Where are you running to? He grabbed the man's neck and lifted him up. The elemental power in the body gradually dissipated. But his arms were still like iron hoops, tightly gripping his opponent so that he couldn't break free at all. The other party was terrified. He held Lin Xuan's iron-like arms tightly with both hands and stared at Lin Xuan in horror. Who are you and why are you attacking here? Tell me, and I'll let you go. Lin Xuan stared at the other party coldly and questioned. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt danger coming from behind. Lin Xuan didn't need to look back. The power of elemental perception immediately reflected in his mind the outline of an object flying at high speed in the air. It's a bullet. Sniper rifle bullets. The person who attacked Lin Xuan was on a hill about 300 meters away. Lin Xuan was not in a hurry. At that critical moment, his body re-entered the elemental state and switched to the fire element. The lightning element will immediately enter the cooling state. As long as Lin Xuan grasps the timing well, he can switch seamlessly between the thunder element and the fire element. Lin Xuan had just completed the elemental switch. The bullet went through the back of his head. The other party is also a sharpshooter. Go to hell! At this moment, the enemy who was being pinched by Lin Xuan suddenly became fierce. He took out a shiny dagger from somewhere and stabbed it towards Lin Xuan's face. How stupid! Lin Xuan shook his head. Let the opponent's attack go through his head. Boom! The flames spread from his body towards the opponent, and in an instant the raging flames completely engulfed the opponent. Lin Xuan ignored this guy who was destined to be forgotten. He turned around and quickly chased in the direction of the sniper who had just attacked him. Just as Lin Xuan turned around, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the fields on both sides and launched a sneak attack on Lin Xuan from the left, right, and behind. Their speed was also very fast, coupled with the cover of darkness. Ordinary people, or even zombies, would find it difficult to defend themselves against such an opponent. But the person they provoked was Lin Xuan. Boss, be careful! Someone is attacking us! Chai Zifeng, who ran out of the building and came to the square, happened to see this scene. He fired 2 shots and loudly reminded Lin Xuan. He had just finished speaking. Suddenly, I saw a flash of lightning suddenly burst out in the direction of the front gate. The white lightning visible to the naked eye, like a forked branch, continued to spread in all directions. In just a moment, the lightning, like the forking of tree branches, pierced through the bodies of the 3 attackers. Bang, bang! 2 of them fell down instantly, with black smoke coming out of their bodies. They were trembling slightly and had lost consciousness. The remaining one was quite surprising. He actually managed to withstand Lin Xuan's attack of thunder elemental power. Lin Xuan also noticed something and couldn't help but stop and look at the other person. Just by glancing at the other person, a playful smile appeared on Lin Xuan's lips. And he understood why the opponent could actually withstand his lightning attack. Chapter 72, Fight to the Death or Cooperation, that is the question. Lin Xuan's gaze was focused on the enemy who had resisted his attack using the power of lightning element. Suddenly, detailed information appeared on the other party's head. Name, Chu Yushio. Gender, female, human. Talented ability, Wind Element Control LV4, 1575/5000, 1/1. Strength, 12, normal person, 10. Agility, 12, normal person, 10. Physique, 13, normal person, 10. Spirit, 59, normal person, 10. After seeing the other party's detailed information, Lin Xuan understood everything. So you are also the master of elemental power? Interesting. Lin Xuan turned around and looked at the other person with interest. Although the person was wearing a black combat uniform and had her face covered, one could tell she was a woman by the graceful and slender figure she had. Moreover, Lin Xuan could directly see the other party's information and confirmed this point directly. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this woman named Chu Yushio actually has the talent to control the wind element. And the level of this talent has reached level 4. This allowed her to partially transform into an element. Although the time was very short, it was enough for her to dodge Lin Xuan's attack just now. Humph! Stop talking nonsense, you bastard! You killed so many of our brothers, you should be prepared to pay with your life. Chu Yushio let out a tender cry. Her voice was very gentle and pleasant. As she spoke, she immediately took action. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in her face. Like sharp blades, these terrifying wind blades continued to surround and cut Lin Xuan. For a moment, Lin Xuan's expression became more serious. The master of elemental forces is no joke. Their combat effectiveness is completely different from that of those who have awakened general strength or agility talents. The 4th level control of wind element has enabled this woman to control the power of wind element, posing a huge threat to Lin Xuan. If you are not careful, you might get hurt, or even be killed by the opponent. Boom! Boom boom! At this time, Lin Xuan did not enter the elemental state, but controlled the fire element and responded carefully. Not only did he counterattack the incoming wind elemental attack. Every time they clashed, explosions would occur in the air. The explosion of the power of fire and wind elements produced a scorching shock wave and a painful energy that felt like sandpaper rubbing against the skin, spreading in all directions. Seeing this scene, the other people who had just rushed out to join the battle and support Lin Xuan. Suddenly, everyone stopped in front of the iron gate. Everyone, don't come near! Charlie Chin looked solemnly at the fierce battle unfolding 100 meters ahead. The strong winds and heat waves kept coming. Everyone was dodging left and right, relying on their instincts. The power of the elemental talent awakener is really too strong. Even we can't intervene in a battle of that level. Chao Jinshui talked to himself with some emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that outside the wall on the right, several black figures suddenly jumped up and jumped towards here. Enemy attack! Coming in on the right! Chao Jinshui immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, he swung his golf club and rushed over. The others also came to their senses and began to search their surroundings vigilantly. Sure enough, we found that there were enemies from other directions trying to cross the wall and attack directly. Are these enemies all gifted awakeners? Chai Zifeng frowned deeply, and while raising his doubts, he said nothing and aimed his gun at an enemy who jumped more than 20 meters high and tried to jump over the wall. All those who have not awakened their talents should retreat, and do not join the battle at will. Don't scatter, everyone gather together and stay alert. Su Zongqing shouted at the rest of the soldiers, issuing orders and reminders. He also took out a dagger, rushed towards other invading enemies, and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with his opponents. More than 300 meters away, on the hilltop in the dark night, the high-powered searchlight from the dragon shelter just flashed past here. Several dark figures stood among the bushes, like ghosts of death in the night. Especially the woman who was the leader, her eyes were cold and ruthless, with deep murderous intent. That boy seems to be Lin Xuan. He looks exactly like the one in the photo. The sniper crawling in the bushes saw Lin Xuan's appearance through the scope. So he reminded the other companions around him. An awakener of elemental power. It seems that I underestimated him. Another man's voice sounded in a low voice. This is the first time someone has mastered 2 elemental powers at the same time, right? The sniper suddenly asked intriguingly. Snort! Even so what? We have 4 elemental awakeners here, including the big sister. Can't we deal with that kid? The man with the deep and slightly hoarse voice spoke again. The woman he called big sister said nothing, but stared intently at Lin Xuan, who was fighting with Chu Yuxiu in the distance across more than 300 meters. Big sister, please don't be angry when I say this. It looks like we're going to get caught here tonight. Lin Xuan is not the only awakened one in the shelter. Currently, we have observed that there are at least 20 awakened ones in the square inside. Among them, there is a young woman who uses the element of lightning, and the rest are either strength or agility types. After observing for a while, the sniper spoke again to remind. Are you sure we want to continue the assault? He raised his head and looked at the woman beside him, who remained silent. Cooperation may be a good choice. Then he reminded again. Cooperation is bullshit. That guy killed dozens of our brothers. How are we going to settle this account? It's too late to talk about cooperation now. Either they die or we live. I don't think there is another way. Big sister, let's go down. Let's kill that guy together. The rest are just rotten fish and shrimp. I can kill them with one hand. The burly man's voice was low and hoarse, and he snorted coldly, looking indignant. He turned his head and looked at the big sister beside him. The big sister walked out of her hiding place without saying a word. Go meet them. After walking a few steps and starting to go down the mountain, the eldest sister finally spoke coldly. Then, she suddenly, whoosh, and turned into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky, like a flaming cloud in the dark night, and flew towards the direction where Lin Xuan was in the distance. Seeing that the big sister had taken action, the sniper and the burly man immediately rushed out. Chapter 73 for Elemental Awakeners. Chu Yuxiu has extensive combat experience, and does not look like an ordinary civilian awakener. No matter how Lin Xuan attacked her, whether he used the power of fire element or thunder element, she can always counterattack at the last moment with her clever positioning and perfect elemental control, and then escape danger. As the fight between the two men intensified, Lin Xuan became more and more surprised. He gradually discovered that Chu Yuxiu, whose talent had only been upgraded to level 4, actually had a more sophisticated control over the wind element than his level 5 control over the fire element. This is really unbelievable. Your understanding of elemental power is very strong. Lin Xuan laughed and suddenly released a fireball at Chu Yuxiu, who was rushing towards him. His real intention is not to drink. The flames did not attack the opponent, but the black mask on his face. Sure enough, after feeling threatened, Chu Yuxiu immediately changed her forward momentum and began to leap backwards. It was at this time that the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth raised playfully. It's a trap. He turned into lightning and appeared behind his opponent in an instant. Then his palm clicked on Chu Yuxiu's shoulder. That small skeleton felt very soft to the touch, as if the entire shoulder would be crushed by the slightest press. But at this time, Lin Xuan will not show any mercy to women. He applied a little force with his palm. A large amount of fire element is released and condenses on the opponent's body surface. A large amount of fire elements instantly collided with the wind elements condensed on the surface of Chu Yuxiu's body. Crazy! A burst of sparks suddenly burst out. The shoulder that Chu Yuxiu originally intended to elementalize was unable to be effectively transformed as it was interrupted by Lin Xuan's attack. Such a scene made Lin Xuan feel very surprised. He didn't expect that his elemental body would be broken down by the collision of the power of another element. As a result, Chu Yuxiu lost the advantage of resisting Lin Xuan's physical attack on the spot. In an instant, her shoulders were firmly grasped by Lin Xuan's big hands. Hiss! Chu Yuxiu tried hard to endure the pain, but still couldn't help but let out a gasp because of the pain. Humph, does it hurt? Lin Xuan held Chu Yuxiu's neck with one hand and pressed her shoulder with the other hand. He suddenly turned around and used her as a shield in front of him. And that was the moment he turned around. 3 figures as fast as the wind had just arrived 10 meters away. The 3 elemental energy balls of different colors fell to the ground at the same time and condensed into the figures of 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 of them were masked, and the man on the left had a sniper rifle on his back. The man on the right was holding a large homemade axe. The woman in the middle was obviously the leader. She was looking at Lin Xuan with interest with one hand on her waist. Let her go, and let's talk about cooperation, Lin Xuan. The woman looked at Lin Xuan and suggested coldly. Now that you know my name, do you think I will talk to you? Lin Xuan sneered. But I felt very surprised in my heart. I didn't expect that the other party actually recognized me. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, the woman did not respond, but calmly took out a mobile phone. Then he tapped the screen a few times. Suddenly, a message alert sound came from the phone in Lin Xuan's pocket. Lin Xuan's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately realized something. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Luning Xiang who sent him a message. Lin Xuan, where are you? Why don't you reply to my message? The woman opposite looked at Lin Xuan with a smile, and read out the content of the message that Lin Xuan had just received on his mobile phone. Needless to say, it was this woman who pretended to be Luning Xiang and had been sending messages to Lin Xuan, trying to mislead Lin Xuan. Where is Luning Xiang? Lin Xuan's face darkened instantly. His eyes became extremely sharp and fierce, revealing an unconcealable murderous intent. Can we talk now? The other party sneered and asked back. Luning Xiang, where are you? I'm asking you one last time. Lin Xuan's body was already burning with raging flames. At the same time, the fire elements from all directions were also controlled by him and began to surround the 3 enemies. The woman looked to her left and right as circles of fire appeared, as if nothing had happened. Playing with fire? You are not the only one in this world who possesses the power of the element of fire. As she spoke, the woman's body began to burn with flames. Although its strength is not as strong as Lin Xuan's, its power is already very impressive. At this time, the bodies of the other two enemies also began to change, and they were also covered with elemental powers of different colors. The sniper on the left has an elemental power on his body that presents a complex metallic color, which looks very strange. The big guy on the right, who is nearly 2 meters tall, has a light khaki color all over his body. It seemed as if there was dust swirling around the body, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Lin Xuan focused his eyes on these 3 people. Suddenly, their detailed information and the talents and abilities they possessed were all clearly displayed. Name, Chu Yuqing. Gender, female, human. Talent, Fire Element Control LV4, 3735/5000, 1/1. Strength, 14, normal person 10. Agility, 15, normal person 10. Physique, 15, normal person 10. Spirit, 62, normal person 10. Name, Lu Qianli. Gender, male, human. Talented ability, Metal Element Control LV4, 3450/5000, 1/1. Strength, 33, normal person 10. Agility, 39, normal person 10. Physique, 34, normal person 10. Spirit, 58, normal person 10. Name, Chujun. Gender, male, human. Talent, Earth Element Control LV4, 1710/5000, 1/1. Strength, 17, normal person 10. Agility, 15, normal person 10. Physique, 19, normal person 10. Spirit, 59, normal person 10. These 3 people are indeed all people with elemental talents. Moreover, the woman in the middle controls the element of fire, which is the same talent as Lin Xuan. What surprised Lin Xuan even more was that her name was only 1 letter different from that of Chu Yushio, the person he had captured. It seems that these 2 people are either sisters, or maybe a family relative or something like that. As for the sniper, he possesses the talent of controlling metal elements, and may be able to freely control most metal elements. The man with the big axe is named Chu Jun, a person with the gifted ability of Earth Element. 3 elemental talent awakeners, plus this one in his hand. If these 4 people were to get together and attack me together, it would be really troublesome. Chapter 74. The younger sister is so beautiful, the older sister must be even more beautiful. Seeing Lin Xuan staring at him, he remained silent. Suddenly, Chu Yuqing couldn't help but sneer again. What's wrong? You're not going to talk anymore? Didn't you threaten us just now, Lin Xuan? Now I'll say this one last time. Let her go and we'll sit down and talk it over. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will never see Luning Xiang again in your life. And all your men will die next. Chu Yuqing's tone turned colder, and her eyes became more and more ruthless. Her eyes moved away from Lin Xuan's face and looked at the square inside the Longting shelter behind Lin Xuan. Inside the big square, dozens of enemies were fighting with Lin Xuan's subordinates at this moment. Although Lin Xuan has the assistance of Wu Xianmei, the controller of Thunder Element. But the number of the enemy's talent awakeners is obviously more than 10 or 20 more than theirs. For a moment, either side could do anything to the other, and the situation was in a stalemate. Hee hee! Suddenly Lin Xuan let out an intriguing laugh. Hearing his laughter, Chu Yuqing's eyes suddenly darkened and she looked at him again. What are you laughing at, little brat? Chu Jun asked in a cold and deep voice. Lin Xuan just glanced at him indifferently, ignored him, and looked at Chu Yuqing. Luning Xiang is not in your hands. He was just testing the waters with these words. His eyes were closely observing the reactions of Chu Yuqing, Chu Jun, and Lu Qianli. But the 3 did not show any abnormal behavior. Because with your strength, there is no way you can do anything to her. If I'm not mistaken, you even suffered a great loss at her hands. The loss was not small, right? Lin Xuan laughed playfully again. Although the enemy did not react or say anything, this made Lin Xuan confirm his judgment. Sure enough, just after he finished speaking, a hint of anger finally appeared in Chu Jun's eyes. At the same time, the hand holding the axe clenched tightly. Although it was only a fleeting flash of light. He immediately loosened his fist, but Lin Xuan still keenly captured his body language. This directly confirmed to Lin Xuan that he had guessed correctly. Luning Xiang's innate ability is extremely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the top talents in the world. It is impossible for ordinary people to do anything to her. Even for these few elemental awakeners in front of us, it is unlikely. After confirming this, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes became unscrupulous. As for what you just said about killing all the people here, you can try it if you can do it. As soon as Lin Xuan finished speaking, he suddenly showed a sly smile again. He reached out his hand as if nothing had happened and touched Chu Yushio's face. This action immediately made the three people on the opposite side nervous, and everyone's pupils shrank sharply. Chu Yushio, who was subdued by Lin Xuan and unable to move, also felt slightly tense all over. What do you want to do? She nervously tried to turn her head and look at Lin Xuan. What to do? Hee. Lin Xuan grinned fiercely, suddenly attacked, grabbed the black hood on the opponent's head and pulled it hard. In an instant, Lin Xuan tore off the opponent's hood. At the same time, a head of long black hair like a waterfall spread out in front of her eyes and fell naturally. Lin Xuan turned his head and saw a fair, pink, and extremely delicate profile. I didn't expect Chu Yushio to be so young and beautiful. She definitely doesn't look like she's over 20 years old. In an instant, Lin Xuan was stunned by the other party's godly profile. Chu Yushio's pretty face quickly turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Presumptuous! Lin Xuan, you are looking for death! Chu Yuqing was furious when she saw that Lin Xuan actually took off her sister's hood and dared to tease her openly. She had just finished scolding before she could take action. Chu Jun beside him had already rushed forward with a roar. Let her go! Chu Jun angrily swung the huge axe in his hand and chopped it hard at Lin Xuan's arm. Don't hurt my sister! Seeing this rough and violent attack from this ruffian, Chu Yuqing's heart suddenly rose to her throat. If he is not careful, Lin Xuan will be killed. It would be absolutely unacceptable if my beautiful sister got hurt. When Lin Xuan saw Chu Jun attacking him, the playful smile on his face slowly disappeared and his eyes became 3 times more serious. So this is your sister? So you are her elder sister, hee. Excuse me, little sister, can you lend it to me? Lin Xuan chuckled and suddenly grabbed Chu Yushio and stood in front of him. Sure enough, when the Chu army saw Chu Yushio in front of them, their faces changed immediately, and they quickly retreated and withdrew their attack. But at this moment, a figure with thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. Bye! Lin Xuan waved at the other party. The mixed attack of fire and thunder elements bombarded the Chu army mercilessly. The other party also reacted quickly, and immediately condensed a large amount of earth elements in front of him and on the surface of his body, forming a very strong earth armor. Boom! Chu Jun had just condensed the mud armor when Lin Xuan's attack hit him in an instant. A violent explosion instantly occurred on the spot, and the violent shock wave spread in all directions. Chu Jun's body was blown away like a kite with a broken string, and was thrown nearly 50 meters away before finally stopping. Lin Xuan was a little surprised and waved his fist, which was a little sore and painful. He looked at the Chu army in the distance in disbelief. I never thought that the earth element's defense would be so strong. Lin Xuan felt a little shocked. If that punch from me had been delivered to an ordinary person with special abilities, he would have probably died on the spot. However, the Chu army was only knocked back about 50 meters. Moreover, the recoil force actually caused Lin Xuan's arm to ache slightly. As expected, the strength of the elemental awakeners should not be underestimated. Each kind of mysterious ability becomes a very powerful force after its level is raised. At this time, the Chu army shook a little and tried to stand up, but found that he was unable to do it. He covered his chest and looked up at Lin Xuan in the distance in disbelief. Lin Xuan, who killed the Chu army in one move, turned into lightning and returned to Chu Yushio's back in an instant. He used the same trick again, using the power of elements to control Chu Yushio, making it impossible for the other party to successfully enter elementalization, nor to break free from his restraints. Is this the reason you were so stubborn just now? I think it's just that. Lin Xuan laughed and looked at Chu Yuqing, whose eyes were cold and filled with strong doubt and suspicion. It was confirmed that Luning Xiang was not in these people's hands. In addition, he had just dealt a heavy blow to a powerful fighter on the opposite side. Now the initiative has fallen into Lin Xian's hands. Chapter 75. A woman who is too cruel cannot get married. Lin Xian smiled wickedly and stared at Chu Yuqing for a while. He started teasing the other person again. Since I have seen your divine beauty, how about you take off your mask and let me admire it? I want to see who is prettier between you and your younger sister. As long as you promise me, I will let your sister go. Bah! Scoundrel! If you dare to speak without restraint and utter foul language again, I will tear your stinky mouth to pieces. When Chu Yuqing heard Lin Xian's words, she immediately interrupted him with an angry shout. Then he transformed into a ball of fire and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lu Qianli immediately raised his sniper rifle and aimed at Lin Xian's head. The power controlled by the metal element is activated. In an instant, a large amount of various metals appeared around Lin Xian's body, forming a number of sharp weapons, and launched an unmerciful siege on Lin Xian. At the same time, there was a loud bang. Lu Qianli fired the sniper rifle mercilessly. The indestructible bullet, also made of multiple metal elements, was shot towards Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian's body entered the elemental state immediately. Completely ignored Lu Qianli's sniper attack. What are you doing? You didn't lose anything on this deal. You made a lot of money. He spoke in an aggrieved manner, holding Chu Yuxiu hostage and leaped back. Not only did he avoid Lu Qianli's metal element attack. At the same time, he also avoided Chu Yuqing's attack. But Lin Xian did not just dodge. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Lin Xian suddenly launched a counterattack. Boom! A large amount of flames rushed towards Chu Yuqing, who was coming towards them. At the same time, the temperature in all directions was rising rapidly, and the red flames, which were darker in color than ordinary flames, began to rush towards Lu Qianli. This is a red fire element of a higher level than the ordinary golden fire element. The flames created using them cannot be extinguished by conventional firefighting methods such as water flow, or foam, or dry powder. Moreover, their power is greater than that of ordinary flames, and the temperature they produce is even more terrifying. You can even melt the gold element directly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would not use this level of fire element to attack the target, because this level of force is not needed to deal with ordinary targets. It's just a waste of mental energy. The situation is different now. As Lin Xian used the scarlet flame, the large number of swords, spears, and halberds made of metal elements created by Lu Qianli suddenly began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 Lu Qianli shot at Lin Xian again. At this time, the Chu army in the distance had also recovered and began to stride over to join the battle, waving axes. Lin Xian! Let my sister go! While Lin Xian was attacking Lu Qianli, Chu Yuqing attacked from the right, and the raging flames turned into a huge sickle. She was like a female Grim Reaper, holding the flaming scythe and slashing towards Lin Xian's head. If a woman is too vicious, she won't be able to get married. Lin Xian smiled playfully and easily avoided Chu Yuqing's attack. At this moment, he has basically figured out the talents and abilities of the four people on the opposite side, as well as their upper limits of strength. If you fight alone, no one can be your opponent. Although a joint attack now may cause some trouble to ourselves. However, Lin Xian remained extremely calm. Because he has advantages that these enemies do not have. His physical fitness far exceeds that of these four people. Even though their attributes are relatively balanced, Lu Qianli is stronger than others in terms of strength, agility, and physique. It's nothing in front of Lin Xian. Take care of yourself first! Damn you, brat! When Chu Yuqing heard Lin Xian say that she would not be able to get married, her face darkened. He rushed forward again, wielding a huge sickle. Are you annoying? Seeing that the other party was not giving in, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He leaped forward again to avoid Chu Yuqing's attack. At the same time, he quickly approached Lu Qianli. Lu Qianli is very perceptive, He immediately realized Lin Xuan's intention, and without saying a word, he jumped up and tried to distance himself from him. At the same time, he fired again in midair and released a reinforced metal bullet at Lin Xuan. At this time, the Chu army also rushed back, swinging axes. Bye! When the Chu army rushed back, Lin Xuan's body had just landed on the ground, and the two men were facing each other as if they had agreed on it. Lin Xuan smiled and waved at him again. Then another punch hit Chu Jun's stomach hard. This time the incident happened suddenly. Chu Jun didn't expect Lin Xuan to suddenly attack him. He was caught off guard and was knocked out again in an instant. His whole body immediately burned with flames and was pierced by lightning. This time he hit it directly nearly 100 meters away. Damn it, this kid, his target is not me, but the Chu army? Lu Qianli, who was still jumping backwards in midair, saw this scene and suddenly came to his senses. Bang! He aimed at Lin Xuan and fired 2 shots in succession, trying to stop Lin Xuan from chasing the Chu army. Lin Xuan certainly didn't have that intention. He pulled Chu Yuxiu and returned to Chu Yuqing. I have already taken down one of your men. Do you plan to take down the other one as well? Or should you just take off your mask and let me admire your beautiful face? Lin Xuan looked cynical. Pooh! You are such a scoundrel! Chu Yuqing was so angry that she didn't know what to say. After cursing, she stopped attacking Lin Xuan. Because she had already seen that Lin Xuan's physical endurance and elemental talent level were all above hers. Continuing the stalemate will actually be disadvantageous to oneself. Do you keep your word? After Chu Yuqing stopped attacking, she looked at Lin Xuan and asked. Big sister! Don't believe what this kid says. Bang! Hearing Chu Yuqing's words, Lu Qianli's eyes darkened. He fired several shots at Lin Xuan's back. Lin Xuan frowned. You're in the way, aren't you? He suddenly turned into lightning and instantly appeared in front of Lu Qianli, who was 100 meters away. Then he kicked up. The attack, which was a mixture of fire and thunder elements, landed on Lu Qianli's body, making a dull sound of metal clashing. With a bang, Lin Xuan felt a sharp pain in his toes, which instantly spread to his entire right leg. However, Lu Qianli, whose body was wrapped in various metal elements, did not move at all. Snort! My innate ability allows me to control all metal elements in the surrounding environment. It feels bad to hit a wall, doesn't it? When Lu Qianli saw Lin Xuan's expression, he immediately sneered. Immediately afterwards, he shot at Lin Xuan again. Chapter 76 Luning Xiang is a female devil, this is impossible. Lu Qianli has condensed a large amount of metal elements on his body, greatly improving his own mass, as if he was taking roots in the ground. He took Lin Xuan's powerful kick head-on but didn't move at all. He saw the fleeting expression of pain and surprise on Lin Xuan's face, and immediately sneered in smugness. Lin Xuan came back to his senses and looked at the other party. Then his body entered the elemental state, and avoided the opponent's bullet attack. Snort! At this time, Lin Xuan also revealed an intriguing smile. Seeing Lin Xuan's smile, Lu Qianli suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness, and realized the danger. The power of metal element control is so powerful! By the way, you are not afraid of electricity, right? Lin Xuan chuckled playfully, and as soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of thunder and lightning was released from his body. I don't know how many volts of electricity it was, but it hit Lu Qianli's body hard. The other person's body suddenly gave off a burnt smell. At the same time, thick smoke continued to billow out, and tongues of flames in various colors, such as blue, white, purple, etc., spread out from his metal body. Lu Qianli's expression became extremely ugly, even distorted. The next second, he suddenly raised his head and fell backwards. The metal shell wrapped around his body fell to the ground with a loud bang and instantly shattered into pieces, revealing his normal body that was pierced by lightning and severely burned. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? Lin Xuan shifted his gaze and looked at the remaining Chu Yuqing. Lin Xuan, you are too vicious. Chu Yuxiu, who was being controlled by him at this time, couldn't help but frown and spoke. Am I vicious? You want to kill us, isn't that vicious? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xuan immediately asked back. That's because... Chu Yushio hesitated to speak. Why? Humph. Sister. Don't waste your time talking to this guy. Damn it, we were indeed careless today. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xuan. Chu Yuqing was extremely annoyed. After her chest heaved violently, she said with an unyielding look on her face. You two sisters are so beautiful, how can I bear to kill you? Lin Xian's expression relaxed, and he smiled playfully. Lin Xuan, it was your girlfriend who attacked our camp first, so we fought back. She led a group of people to attack us and stole our supplies. During the battle, her phone fell and was picked up by us. We saw the message you sent her, so we came here to take revenge on you. At this time, Chu Yushio ignored her sister Chu Yuqing's scolding and continued to explain to Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Stop talking nonsense. How can you be so beautiful but still tell lies? This is not good. But I couldn't help but mutter in my heart. In the previous life, he experienced countless doomsday crises with Luning Xiang. Lin Xuan could indeed feel that Luning Xiang's mentality had changed a bit since she gained powerful strength. She has no big problem with her feelings. It's just that sometimes, the way things are done makes Lin Xuan, who has suffered the cruel destruction of the doomsday and has almost become hard-hearted, feel uncomfortable or even unbearable. In the past, because he was protected by Luning Xiang, Lin Xuan's feelings were not very strong. But now, after hearing what Chu Yushio said, my mind unconsciously recalled various things that I had experienced. For a moment, Lin Xuan was a little unsure. In the apocalyptic world, order has collapsed. Humans will do anything to survive. We don't know what your girlfriend was like before. But since the outbreak of the doomsday disaster, many people we know have changed their minds and turned into demons, beasts, or even bastards who are worse than animals. And your girlfriend has apparently now become the Witch of Doom. When Chu Yuqing heard Lin Xuan criticizing her sister, she looked incredulous. At this time, he immediately started talking. By the end, she herself looked a little grim and gritted her teeth. Don't talk nonsense! Lin Xuan waved his hand. I don't want to listen to the other party continuing to deceive me. Take off your mask. I can tell if you are lying just by looking at your face. A rogue expression of half-smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face again. He was unwilling to think about the possibility that Luning Xiang had turned into a demon that he was not familiar with. The most important thing is to get rid of these invaders first. After all, this group of people just now intended to kill them. Does what you just said still count? I just want to ask you one question. Chu Yuqing is also a wolf. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, she immediately came back to her senses, staring at Lin Xuan and asking word by word. Lin Xuan looked into her eyes with a half-smile. A few seconds later, Lin Xuan chuckled and said, You wish. Now that you have fallen into my hands, I will of course give you a good beating, and then lock you up and hang you up and beat you 8 or 10 times a day. You are only given 1 meal and 1 glass of water a day. Lin Xuan made a nasty expression, pinched his chin and kept threatening. Hearing him say this, Chu Yuqing's eyes flickered slightly. But the next second, she said nothing. He slowly reached out and took off his mask. I admit that you are indeed stronger than I thought. I can't beat you now. But if you dare to do anything bad to me and my sister, even if it takes 1 year, 10 years, or 20 years, I will definitely kill you. As long as a talent awakener can gain enough experience, his talent level will be improved. You are very clear about this, right? Chu Yuqing looked at Lin Xuan calmly. She knew that what Lin Xuan had just said was only half a joke. A true villain would never speak out his evil thoughts so recklessly. And what he said was so childish. For some reason, at this moment, Chu Yuqing actually felt less disgusted with Lin Xuan. Snort! Can you threaten me? Lin Xuan smiled disapprovingly and glanced at Chu Yuqing. Suddenly he was stunned. The Chu Yuqing in front of me has 3-dimensional and delicate facial features and fair and flawless skin. A pair of big, bright black eyes are as mysterious and charming as the stars in a clear night. She also has the same waterfall-like long hair as her sister. What are you looking at? Chu Yuqing saw Lin Xian's dazed look staring at her and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed, and she avoided Lin Xuan's direct gaze. Seeing her reaction, Lin Xuan became even more distracted and his heart was moved. As expected of you two sisters, even your reactions when you're shy are exactly the same. Lin Xuan chuckled and rubbed his hands subconsciously. Chapter 77, Letting you go, of course, is conditional. Lin Xuan was very happy and subconsciously loosened the hands that were restraining Chu Yuxiu. The latter immediately broke free from his control, leaped forward and turned into a gust of wind to appear beside her sister Chu Yuqing. Lin Xuan, now that you have seen our appearance, release us and my subordinates immediately. Let's just treat today's incident as a misunderstanding. We'll keep our distance from each other in the future. Chu Yuqing grabbed her sister's hand and protected her behind her. He stared at Lin Xuan and said coldly, Now that we're here, it's easy to go anywhere you want. Lin Xuan stared at the two sisters with interest. The beauty of the two sisters is really rare. She is much prettier than those internet celebrities, or those who have had plastic surgery. It is difficult to describe in words the kind of natural beauty that makes people's hearts beat faster at first sight. The previous person who gave him this feeling was Wu Xianmei. However, the age of these two sisters should be 1 or 2 years older than Wu Xianmei. Why don't you keep your word? When Chu Yuxiu heard Lin Xuan's words, she immediately frowned. How many people in the Doomsday world keep their word? Lin Xuan sneered and asked back. You! Chu Yuxiu was so choked by these words that she didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Chu Yuqing pulled her sister behind her again. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Lin Xuan again. So what are you going to do? I advise you not to go too far, Lin Xuan. If you push us into a corner, the worst that can happen is that we both die. Chu Yuqing stared at Lin Xuan with vigilance, and at the same time, faint flames began to emerge from her body. You are so beautiful and delicate, how can I bear to do anything to you? I just wanted to. Lin Xuan touched his chin with a wicked look and kept making faces. Pooh! You bastard! When Chu Yuqing saw his expression, she immediately scolded him again in annoyance. Ha! Lin Xuan laughed loudly towards the sky, enjoying himself. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you guys. Now answer a few questions for me honestly. Only after I have answered them clearly will I consider whether or not to let you go. Lin Xuan put away his smile and spoke seriously. Okay. Ask. Chu Yuqing and her sister looked at each other. Then, his gaze returned to Lin Xuan's face. Both of them stared at Lin Xuan cautiously. At the same time, Chu Jun and Lu Qianli, who had just been severely injured by Lin Xuan, also limped back. The two men stood about 7 or 8 meters behind Lin Xuan, glaring at him, their faces filled with anger but not daring to continue attacking. Are you called something like Brotherhood of the Superpowered? Lin Xuan glanced at the two guys behind him nonchalantly. Then his eyes fell on Chu Yuqing's face. When the latter heard his words, his expression changed slightly. How do you know? She blurted out. But he immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and couldn't help frowning and feeling a little guilty. Why did I suddenly become so uncalm? Chu Yuqing secretly blamed herself. When she looked up at Lin Xuan again, she saw that Lin Xuan's expression had turned into a half-smile again, with a look of amusement on his face. Why do you ask this? How do you know our identities? Chu Yuqing sighed inwardly. Now that the words have been let out, I might as well make them clearer. Thinking this in her heart, she asked Lin Xuan a question. It doesn't matter how I know. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Xuan was also very surprised. I didn't expect that the guy on TV who claimed to be the commander of the evolved forces under the Doomsday Alliance was a man who called himself Galileo. The information provided is indeed accurate. Listen carefully, second question. How many of you are still outside? How many bases do you have? What is the total number of supplies and weapons? Tell me everything clearly. Then maybe I'll consider letting you go. Lin Xuan smiled and looked at Chu Yuqing and Chu Yuxiu. The more I watch them, the more I appreciate them. The two sisters' super competitive looks are pleasing to the eye just by looking at them. You can even temporarily forget the stress brought by this doomsday disaster. You farted. Big sister, don't believe his lies. This guy is trying to get our information, don't tell him! The Chu army shouted and glared at Lin Xuan while holding a big axe. His anger made his injuries worse. He suddenly started coughing violently and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing him vomiting blood repeatedly, Chu Yuqing frowned deeply and his face became extremely solemn. You are so stupid! If I was planning to do something bad to you, I would have just killed you. Why would I keep you here to disgust myself? Lin Xuan turned around and looked at Chu Jun, snorting unhappily. His words left the Chu army speechless for a moment. The sisters Chu Yuqing and Chu Yuxiu also felt a slight movement in their hearts. At this time, Chu Yuxiu whispered a few words in her sister's ear, but no one knew what she said. The two sisters' bright eyes would look at Lin Xuan from time to time. Then, Chu Yuqing's gaze fell on Lin Xuan's face. The Brotherhood of Superpowers recruits survivors who have awakened their innate superpowers. This is done to quickly expand our strength. Chu Yuqing finally spoke. Hearing that she obviously had something else to say, Lin Xuan crossed his arms and waited patiently. Chu Yuqing thought for a while and then continued. But we are not doing this to attack other forces, but to protect the survivors under our command. Oh? So there are indeed more than just these few of you. Lin Xuan's heart moved. At this time, Chu Yuxiu couldn't help but explain. We still have hundreds of survivors, but they are not awakened. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqing glared at her fiercely, and she immediately dared not speak again. Lin Xuan showed an intriguing expression and looked at Chu Yuxiu deeply. This young lady is at the age when she is just beginning to fall in love. After experiencing the outbreak of the Doomsday disaster, his mentality has matured a lot, but he still retains the naive and simple character of being young and inexperienced in the world. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Xuan can be considered an old hand. Just by looking at the other person's words, actions, and the radiant look on his face, she knew that she was moved. I'm moved by myself. After all, I am also a Gu Tianla from City A, so I still have some charm. Lin Xuan felt a little narcissistic in his heart. Are all of the hundreds of survivors ordinary people? He came back to his senses and looked at Chu Yuqing with a frown. Good. We formed the Brotherhood of Superpowers to protect these survivors who have no ability to protect themselves. We originally had some supplies and weapons, but they were all taken away by your girlfriend and her men. Besides, she killed more than 100 of our brothers, and nearly 300 survivors. Chapter 78 One-Sided Words, Lin Xuan's Hidden Worries. I heard Chu Yuqing mention Luning Xiang again. Lin Xuan's expression became very serious. The other party kept saying that Luning Xiang led people to attack their camp. Not only did they brutally massacre more than 100 brothers of their Brotherhood of Superpowers, but they also indiscriminately slaughtered 300 ordinary survivors. Such a charge made Lin Xuan feel very uncomfortable. You keep saying that Luning Xiang did all this, but what evidence do you have? Lin Xuan frowned and asked back. Evidence? Chu Yuqing was about to say more. When she heard Lin Xuan's question, her face suddenly darkened and her emotions suddenly became agitated. What evidence do you want? Why do you defend your girlfriend like this when it comes to her? That witch, I wish I could tear her bones apart and fry her skin, and cut her into pieces. Chu Yuqing was filled with resentment, as if she wanted to vent all her anger on Lin Xuan. Seeing her like this, Lin Xuan's heart was slightly shaken. Honestly, it doesn't seem like an act at all. If Chu Yuqing is acting with herself now, then I have to say that before the Doomsday disaster, her acting skills would have definitely won her an Oscar. The key is that Lin Xuan himself is not sure. Before his rebirth in his previous life, he met Luning Xiang again after a long time had passed since the Doomsday disaster broke out. At that time, Luning Xiang had indeed become the leader of a Doomsday armed organization. She is regarded as the big sister by countless powerful survivors. Even those awakened people with special abilities who think highly of themselves respect her and follow her lead. At that time, Lin Xuan was struggling to survive. It is considered lucky to have a powerful Doomsday armed force to protect me. At that time, he did not think about or delve into how Luning Xiang became the big sister of the Doomsday armed organization. I don't even know what Luning Xiang had experienced before that. So now she is facing the accusations against Luning Xiang by the two sisters Chu Yuqing and Chu Yuxiu, as well as other members of the Brotherhood of Superpowers. Lin Xuan himself didn't know how to refute. Brother Lin Xuan, look at what this is. If you really knew your girlfriend, you might be able to recognize this. Just when Lin Xuan was deep in thought, Lu Qianli, who was behind him, spoke slowly with a calm expression. As he spoke, he took off his shirt. It has to be said that the physique of those with awakened talents is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. Lu Qianli, who had just been burned by Lin Xuan's thunder elemental power, and whose body was almost torn apart. At this moment, the injuries on the surface of the body have begun to heal. It doesn't look as shocking as before. When Lin Xuan heard the other party's words, he turned around and looked at him. He immediately frowned, revealing an expression of confusion and even a little surprise. This is... The terrifying power displayed by Luning Xiang before her rebirth emerged in his mind. Harness the power of magnetic fields. At that time, Lin Xuan had seen Luning Xiang take action more than once. After her talent level was raised to level 5, almost no enemy she met could survive a single round at her hands. No matter if they are ordinary people with special abilities or people with awakened elemental talents. Later, when rifts in space and time appeared, mysterious mutant creatures came into the world. Luning Xiang's power was so exaggerated that she could easily change the terrain and even destroy a city. Do you see clearly what this is, Brother Lin Xuan? Lu Qianli's voice brought Lin Xuan's thoughts back to reality. Why call him brother? He is not our brother. He killed so many of our good brothers and friends. He is a shit brother. Chu Jun spoke gruffly and angrily. How did you get this injury? Lin Xuan ignored Chu Jun and stared at the right side of Lu Qianli's chest. There was a large dent there, about the size of a fist. It was as if the body had been pierced by something and then the wound healed and formed a scar. This wound was caused by your girlfriend, using her innate ability. As Lu Qianli spoke, he continued to bend down and roll up his trouser legs. It was also covered with similar scars. It was as if those legs had been pierced by countless pieces of steel, leaving behind terrible scars. Then, Lu Qianli slowly turned around and let Lin Xuan look at his back. There are also many similar scars on his back. They are all the size of a bowl or a fist. This scene caused a storm in Lin Xuan's heart. That doesn't prove anything. Lin Xuan shook his head. He was already certain in his heart that this injury was caused by magnetic control. Because Lu Qianli's innate ability is to control metal elements, and even elementalize his own body. There are a lot of metal elements in his body. Luning Xiang's innate ability is to attack targets by controlling magnetism. She can easily change the magnetism in the target's body, controlling the target and the surrounding metal, causing damage to the target. But if you have to say, there are actually other talents and abilities that can achieve these levels. So, Lin Xuan was not wrong. Lu Qianli's one-sided statement alone cannot fully prove that all this was done by Luning Xiang. Humph! I've already told you! This guy is trying to get our information on purpose. He is in cahoots with that witch. The two of them are in cahoots with each other. Maybe the supplies that the witch stole are hidden here. Chu Jun glared at Lin Xuan and said with gritted teeth. Don't talk nonsense. And you, don't deliberately change the subject. Just continue where you were talking about. Lin Xuan's mind is a little confused now. If what these people said was true, Luning Xiang really became the doomsday female devil. With the forces she formed, she constantly attacked and plundered the resources of other organizations, and even massacred civilians. Then how should I face her when I meet her again? He didn't want to think about the possibilities. Snort! Chu Yuqing snorted unhappily. After taking a deep breath, although she was still a little unhappy in her heart, she continued with the previous topic and explained to Lin Xuan. That female devil attacked our camp, stole all the survival supplies and weapons and equipment, massacred hundreds of people, and then fled with her people. We found her cell phone and thought you were in cahoots with her, so we followed you here. Right now, there are still about 100 brothers guarding our rear camp, and there are only 231 ordinary civilians left. This is the current situation of our Brotherhood of Superpowers. Are you satisfied now? Chu Yuqing looked at Lin Xuan and asked back. Chapter 79. A world without humans is not a world. Faced with Chu Yuqing's obviously emotional question, Lin Xuan did not argue with her. How far is your camp from here? Is it in the south of the city? Lin Xuan asked. His question immediately alerted the two sisters Chu Yuqing and Chu Yuxiu, as well as Chu Jun and Lu Qianli behind them. What you up to? Chu Yuqing asked back. Your camp has no weapons or equipment, and no survival supplies. Are you leaving people there to die? My shelter here is well stocked with supplies. If you don't want the ordinary survivors to die, transfer them here. Besides, why don't you tell your people to stop? After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he pointed at those talented awakeners who were still fighting with his subordinates. Wu Xianmei and others had already noticed that Lin Xuan had resolved the battle in the direction of the gate and subdued one of the enemies. Therefore, they acted with discretion and did not kill the attacking psychics. Every time Wu Xianmei attacked, she simply repelled her opponent or forced him to lose his fighting ability. But those enemies were determined to fight. Every time they were knocked down, they would jump up again immediately before being subdued by others. Continue to fight with Lin Xuan's subordinates. So up to now, although both sides have suffered losses, the battle has not yet ended. When Chu Yuqing heard Lin Xuan say that he would accept members of their camp, she was a little surprised, but she remained alert in her heart. The same was true for several other people. Why should we trust you? Who knows if you have bad intentions? Chu Jun snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xuan with disdain. Lin Xuan tilted his head slightly. Since you don't trust me, then you can just take some supplies back with you. Lin Xuan didn't argue with him. If it was really Luning Xiang who attacked their camp and caused them such a disaster, perhaps by doing this I could make up for Luning Xiang's mistake. The supplies in the underground warehouse of this shelter are enough for more than 100 people to eat for decades without worrying. What's more, there are even more supply reserves in the underground shelter under the underground warehouse. There's nothing wrong with giving these people some supplies to take back. Another thing is that these are all living human beings, just like me. The global doomsday catastrophe has occurred, and it seems to be an unexpected disaster. In fact, perhaps there is a man-made disaster behind it. Moreover, as time goes by, the mutated creatures that appear will become more powerful, and the survival situation of mankind will become increasingly difficult. In the future, perhaps, I will have to unite the strength of these human survivors and face the dangerous future together. So Lin Xuan didn't think there was anything wrong with giving them supplies so that they could survive. Lin Xuan was not worried that these people would rebel against him and repay his kindness with enmity, because the facts have proven that they simply don't have that ability. Anyone with a normal mind would not do something that simply seeks death. Are you really willing to bring us supplies? Chu Yuxiu looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief and blinked her bright and beautiful eyes. Surprise was written all over his face. It seemed like the first time I saw this kind of person in the apocalyptic world. Chu Yuqing also stared at Lin Xuan with burning eyes, as if trying to judge whether he had any ulterior motives. The vehicles are parked in the parking lot over there. I will only give you 5 large truckloads of supplies. My people will move the things out, you just need to wait over there. Lin Xuan didn't say much, but pointed to the parking lot in the distance. It seems that he is not lying, but is serious. At this time, even the Chu army, which had always held strong hostility towards Lin Xuan, felt a little unbelievable. Snort! You little bastard, I want to see what tricks you are going to play, Chu Jun said, turning his head to look at the others. I'll go over and see if there's anything fishy going on in the parking lot. You wait here. As he said this, he picked up the axe and strode towards the parking lot. Seeing his actions, Lin Xuan was a little surprised. This guy was limping when he walked over here just now, but now he is able to walk briskly again. This physique is indeed much stronger than that of normal people. Chu Jun quickly walked to the parking lot and shouted at his companions who were fighting with Lin Xuan's men in the square through several layers of barbed wire. Stop it, everyone! After saying that, he used an axe to split the chain of the iron mesh gate of the parking lot, and then strode in. When the other people with gifted abilities heard Chu Jun's words, they all stopped what they were doing. Everyone looked at the Chu army curiously. At this time, Lin Xuan also used the intercom to ask his men not to take action for the time being. Chu Jun looked around the parking lot, where the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies that had been burned beyond recognition, and countless zombie limbs and arms. He felt extremely surprised. Walked around the parking lot. No abnormalities were found. After confirming that Lin Xuan did not seem to be trying to trick them, Chu Jun's expression eased a little, but he still remained vigilant. He looked at Chu Yuqing and others and waved at them. "Big sister, there's no problem here." The voice of Chu Jun came from the radio headset clipped on Chu Yuqing's collar. "Su Zongqing, Chun Charlie, you two take some brothers and organize 5 trucks of supplies and equipment and let them take them away." At this time, Lin Xuan gave orders through the intercom in front of Chu Yuqing and her sister, as well as Lu Qianli. These words finally moved the 3 of them at the same time. Chu Yuqing looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. After staring at him with a frown for a while, she finally couldn't help but feel confused. "Why are you helping us?" Chu Yuqing asked. "Brother, I have plenty of supplies. What's wrong with spending some?" Lin Xuan looked like a wealthy tycoon and waved his hand readily. "I want to hear a serious answer." Chu Yuqing still stared at him with a frown. There was no longer the initial hostility in his eyes, nor was there the deep vigilance just now. "Yes, Lin Xuan." When Chu Yuxiu saw Lin Xuan's gaze moving towards her, her pretty face suddenly turned red again, and she couldn't help but lower her head. "Why do you want to help us like this?" she asked in a low voice. Lin Xuan felt amused in his heart, and stared at this beautiful, delicate woman unscrupulously. "Is a world without humans still a world?" After he finished speaking, he turned and walked back in the direction of the shelter. He ignored the 2 sisters. When Chu Yuqing heard his words, her heart was filled with turmoil. She turned around and looked at Lin Xuan's back. At this moment, he seemed to feel the radiance of humanity in Lin Xuan. This guy who seems to be out of tune and always likes to take advantage of himself and his sister seems not that annoying after all. Chapter 80. If you attract zombies here, it's my business. Chu Yuqing stared at Lin Xuan's back, lost in thought. And her sister Chu Yuxiu, at this moment, also had stars in her eyes as she watched Lin Xuan leave in such a graceful manner. Both sisters were distracted. But Lu Qianli looked extremely solemn at this moment. "Big sis, there's a problem in our camp." Lu Qianli came over with his cell phone, frowned and reminded Chu Yuqing in a deep voice. This voice pulled the 2 sisters' thoughts back to reality. "What's going on?" Chu Yuqing asked with a frown. At the same time, he subconsciously took out his mobile phone and took a look at it. Only then did she realize that her phone had automatically shut down because the battery ran out. "It's zombies! Zombies attacked our camp! Xiao Wu said that there were a lot of casualties in this attack. The camp was completely lost. There were too many zombies. We were forced to retreat with the remaining survivors. They. At this point, Lu Qianli seemed to be hesitant to talk. At this time, Chu Yuqing had already snatched his phone and started checking the messages herself. Chu Yuqing soon found out what had happened. A group of zombies numbering between 10,000 and 30,000 attacked their makeshift camp. More than 200 ordinary survivors, under the protection of 100 awakened people with special powers, were forced to retreat from the camp. There were casualties during the retreat, and the number of ordinary survivors decreased by at least 30. Several people with awakened superpowers were also lost. Now these companions are retreating here, but all the fuel in their vehicles had been taken away when they were attacked by Luning Xiang before. This means that they can only retreat here from the south of the city on foot. The straight line distance in between is a full 80 kilometers. For the average survivor who doesn't exercise regularly, this is bound to be a difficult retreat. Damn it! Chu Yuqing looked extremely ugly. After uttering these 2 words, she turned around and looked towards the direction of the parking lot. As soon as I turned around, I saw Chu Jun looking over here, with the same extremely ugly expression on his face. It is obvious that the other party also received the message. Everyone listen up, retreat immediately after getting the supplies. Go support our people immediately. Chu Yuqing gave orders to each member through the radio. Sister, with so many zombies, if we rely on our own strength alone, I'm afraid. Chu Yuxiu spoke hesitantly, looking at Lin Xuan's back intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, Lin Xuan had already walked back to the large square of the shelter and reunited with his subordinates. Just by looking at the look in her sister's eyes, Chu Yuqing had no idea what she was thinking. But she didn't say anything, and led the team in the direction of the parking lot. Elder sister. Chu Yuxiu followed immediately. Don't talk nonsense. That man is not on the same side as us. The supplies he gave us are enough to compensate for our losses. There is no need to have anything to do with him anymore. Chu Yuqing interrupted her coldly before her sister could finish her words. After hearing this, Chu Yuxiu had no choice but to shut up. In the distance, Su Zongqing, Chai Zifeng and others saw Chu Yuqing and the others looking hurried and serious, and they couldn't help but become curious. Boss, why do we have to give them supplies? These people don't look like good people. They might be trying to trick you. Chao Jinshui looked at Chu Yuqing and others who had already walked to the entrance of the parking lot, and couldn't help but ask curiously. The eyes of others also fell on those people. It looks like they've run into some trouble. They all look very uneasy. Su Zongqing also frowned as he looked at the dozens of talented awakeners who turned around and hurriedly retreated towards the parking lot. Boss, the drone unit has discovered something during reconnaissance, and I want to report to you in person. At this time, Charlie Chen came over and handed a radio headset to Lin Xuan. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Xuan took the headset, put it on, and asked immediately. He remembered that he had ordered the drone unit to launch drones to investigate intelligence in the south of the city. Now I think there is almost news. Boss, we followed your instructions and used drones to scout the situation in the south of the city. Before, there was only one makeshift refuge camp within a 30-kilometer radius, but now the camp has been destroyed by the zombie swarm. The number of zombies detected by the drone is about 50,000. From that destroyed camp, a group of people are retreating in our direction. If they continue at this speed, their final destination will be us. After summarizing the situation they had just reconnaissanced, the drone unit reported to Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. He subconsciously looked at Chu Yuqing and others in the parking lot in the distance. Can you tell the identities and origins of those people? Besides them, there are no other survivors in the south of the city? Lin Xuan asked. We have conducted reconnaissance 3 times and confirmed that no survivors have been found on the ground. Thermal imaging scans did not reveal any targets in the shallow underground. But if the target is hidden deep underground, such as in an underground shelter space more than 50 meters high, then it will be impossible to detect it. The subordinate immediately answered again. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan walked straight towards the parking lot without saying a word. When others saw Lin Xuan's actions, they immediately became confused. Boss, what are you going to do? They looked at Lin Xuan curiously. Let's go and take a look. Charlie Chen and Su Zongqing looked at each other and immediately called on their subordinates to follow them. I saw Lin Xuan and his group walking towards this side in a large group. Suddenly, Chu Yuqing and others showed a vigilant look. In trouble? Lin Xuan looked at the other person and asked with a smile. This is none of your business. We will leave as soon as the supplies are ready. Chu Yuqing shook her head and answered in a nonchalant manner. It's indeed none of my business if your camp is attacked, but if your people attract zombies when they retreat, then that's my business. Lin Xuan responded with a half-smile. As expected, Chu Yuqing's expression changed slightly when she heard his words. Her sister Chu Yuxiu also became a little nervous and looked at Lin Xuan worriedly. Lin Xuan. She hesitated and subconsciously looked at her sister. Seeing that Chu Yuqing was not angry and did not try to stop her, Chu Yuxiu mustered up the courage to explain. Our camp was attacked by zombies, and there were many casualties. The remaining survivors are now retreating here, and we would like to ask for your help. Chu Yuxiu looked at Lin Xuan cautiously and asked. Chapter 81. I want to join again, but I am too embarrassed to say it. Lin Xuan had guessed this was the case long ago. After listening to Chu Yuxiu's words, he just looked at Chu Yuqing with a smile and did not respond. Yuxiu, get in the car immediately, we will handle this matter ourselves. After waiting for a while and not hearing Lin Xuan's response, Chu Yuqing immediately turned around and calmly gave orders to others as if nothing had happened. Have everyone get in the car and wait. Lin Xuan had seen many tricks like this in the doomsday world of his previous life. He knew very well that Chu Yuqing was too embarrassed to ask him for help. You can see that she is a stubborn and strong-willed girl. Lin Xuan smiled playfully. Your people have found the vehicle and are heading here now. It's less than 40 kilometers away. The size of the zombie army has grown from a handful at the beginning to at least tens of thousands now. And once the zombies from all directions hear the noise, there will be more and more of them. If you want to die, just leave. I won't stop it. You can still take the supplies away. After saying these few words, Lin Xuan turned around. Just at this moment, a subordinate who was responsible for sorting and transporting supplies came over in a hurry and reported the situation to him. Boss, all the supplies are ready. As he spoke, he turned around and looked in the direction of the underground warehouse. At the entrance, a number of bulldozers were seen pulling out large amounts of supplies. Lin Xuan nodded, turned around and looked at the two sisters Chu Yuqing and Chu Yuxiu intriguingly. Then, he left with his men without looking back. Big sister, is what he said true? Lu Qianli was a little hesitant. Chu Yuqing picked up her phone and sent messages to their other companions in an attempt to confirm the situation. But after sending the message for a long time, there was no response. For a moment, she couldn't help but become even more worried. They may have entered the signaled blackout area. Anyway, load the supplies onto the car first. Chu Yuqing thought about it, and comforted herself and everyone else in this way. The others also nodded. Now, everyone is trying to think about the positive side instead of thinking about the worst possible outcomes. Should we let Night Demon go over and do some reconnaissance? Chu Jun proposed at this time. After saying this, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. The Night Demon he was talking about is also one of their team members. He is a person with a talent awakening, but his talent is very strange, or very special, and different from that of ordinary people with a talent awakening. His talent allows him to change his body's appearance and simulate any animal, even a mutated zombie animal. But it can only simulate being an animal and cannot imitate any human being. At this moment, the member codenamed Night Devil was still maintaining reconnaissance at high altitude. Chu Yuqing almost forgot about its existence. After receiving the reminder from Chu Jun, she immediately contacted Night Demon via radio and told the other party the situation and asked them to go and scout and confirm the situation immediately. Got it, I'll be back soon. The Night Demon hovering high in the sky had just taken care of 3 mutated zombie birds. After receiving the order, he flapped his wings and flew away without saying a word. I saw a huge drone flying towards me, and the man and the drone almost collided with each other. Night Demon was startled, but the drone had already started firing at him. Big sis! They mistook me for a zombie! The Night Demon was attacked and dodged hurriedly. But he found that more drones began to surround him. Report the situation hurriedly via radio. At this moment, other people on the ground also noticed the fierce battle in the night sky. Chu Yuqing's eyes darkened and her expression became stern. She quickly turned around to look at Lin Xuan, who had walked dozens of meters away and returned to the big square. Lin Xuan! The one in the sky is ours! Don't attack him! Chu Yuqing's words made Lin Xuan turn around in surprise. Subconsciously, I looked at the deep night sky. Your people? He stared at the night sky carefully for a while. Is that zombie bird yours? Lin Xuan looked at Chu Yuqing and confirmed the situation again and again. That's his innate ability. He can disguise himself as any zombie. Chu Yuqing hurriedly explained. Hearing her say this, Lin Xuan was still very surprised. However, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the drone operators. Don't attack that birdman, he's a human in disguise. After receiving Lin Xuan's order, the several drones that were besieging the Night Demon in the sky immediately dispersed. They resumed their patrol and alert formation and flew in all directions. This time, Chu Yuqing walked straight over. Lin Xuan, is what you just said true? Have our men found the car yet? Chu Yuqing asked hesitantly. The drone in the sky made her start to believe Lin Xuan's words. After all, high-altitude drone reconnaissance can be much more convenient and faster than ground reconnaissance. Intelligence information at remote locations can be quickly obtained. Why would I lie to you? Sleeping? Lin Xuan had a teasing look on his face. You. Sure enough, he didn't speak seriously when he opened his mouth. And in front of so many of his subordinates. It's so abominable. Chu Yuqing's pretty face flushed. She felt both ashamed and angry. He glared at Lin Xuan in annoyance, and turned his head away from him. The Chu army was already a little angry. He glared at Lin Xuan, tightly gripping the axe in his hand. Lin Xuan, are you inviting us to stay? At this time, Chu Yuxiu was a bit naive and asked directly. Lin Xuan looked at the other person, and saw those big, watery, innocent eyes staring at him without blinking. The girl has become braver. Lin Xuan thought silently in his heart, and just found it a little funny. The ground building area of this Longting shelter alone is extremely vast. With only 100 or so people, there was no way for them to defend completely. The underground shelters are even larger. It is necessary to recruit more survivors and continuously expand our influence based on this foundation. But he did not respond to Chu Yuxiu directly, but gave her a meaningful look. Then, his gaze turned to Lu Qianli. This person's innate ability is to control all existing metal elements within a certain range. There is no restriction on type, only on scope. This talent is really awesome if used well. Can your talent affect the metal structure that has already been formed? Lin Xuan looked at Lu Qianli and suddenly asked straight to the point. This question attracted the attention of others. Chu Yuqing couldn't help but look up in surprise. Why does Mr. Lin Xuan ask this? Lu Qianli seemed a little wary. If you want to stay, you have to help with the work. I don't accept useless people who eat for free, Lin Xuan replied. Chapter 82, The Threat from the Ground comes again. Lin Xuan attacks the underground shelter. Lin Xuan's words immediately made Chu Yuqing, who was standing beside him, feel slightly happy. To be honest, she really wanted everyone to stay. This shelter is fully armed and has strong and strict defenses. In addition, food, energy, etc. are abundant. It is simply doomsday survival, or to be more precise, it is the best shelter for survival at the moment. If all the hundreds of members of their Brotherhood of Superpowers could stay here, of course everyone can survive. But just as Lin Xuan judged, Chu Yuqing had a strong personality and rarely said anything that would indicate she would admit defeat. She had to humble herself and beg Lin Xuan to take her in. This kind of thing is really impossible to do. Now that he heard Lin Xuan give in on his own initiative, he would have to be happy. But Lu Qianli is more direct. Lin Xuan asked him if he could control the already formed metal, and various possibilities that met the requirements immediately emerged in his mind. Then, without saying a word, he raised his hand and used his innate ability towards a large truck nearby. Everyone immediately noticed that the large truck with 4 wheels at the front and 8 wheels at the rear suddenly began to change shape. In just a blink of an eye, the car turned into a missile about 20 meters high, standing on the ground. What kind of talent is this? So magical? Chao Jinshui was surprised when he saw this scene. They turned a big truck into a missile. Can this thing be launched? It's obviously fake, made of pure metal. How can it possibly fire? Even if it's fake, it's still pretty impressive. It's so real that if the enemy wants to attack us, they'll be scared to death when they see this thing, right? That's true. This talent is indeed very useful. Behind Lin Xuan, a large group of his men saw Lu Qianli's magical operation. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help talking and exclaiming. At this time, Lin Xuan also showed a very satisfied smile. What he wanted was Lu Qianli's ability. With this guy's natural abilities, they will be able to deal with the underground shelter with ease. Lin Xuan had been there once before. To enter the underground shelter, you need to open a heavy circular protective door about 20 meters high. The thickness of the protective door is about 10 meters. The whole body is made of alloy. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to destroy it. Just as Lin Xuan was thinking about these questions, the metal missile in front of him had begun to change again. Under Lu Qianli's control, it was able to quickly transform back into an intact truck. Can this be operated this way? After the truck changed its form, can it still be used normally? Chai Zifeng looked at Lu Qianli curiously, then looked at the restored truck. Every component is intact. But as for the electronic circuits, Lu Qianli shrugged. I'm sorry, but I can't restore the insulation sleeve on the outside of the line at the moment. Start this car now and it will, boom. Lu Qianli made an explosion gesture. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother, you have a great ability. What's your name? Su Zongqing pursed his lips at him. Metal element control. Lu Qianli did not hide it, and answered immediately. The two sides communicated eagerly and naturally without any barriers at all. Soon, these subordinates began to get to know each other. I saw my subordinates getting along so well with each other so quickly, without any sense of strangeness or distance at all. Instead, they had begun to treat each other as their own. Lin Xuan felt very happy. This saves me the trouble of trying to get everyone to integrate together. Now is not the time for small talk. He said this in a deep voice, and the whole audience immediately quieted down. At this time, Lin Xuan turned his head and looked at Chu Yuqing. The latter's expression had returned to calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking at this moment. Drone unit, report the situation immediately. How are the survivors doing now? Lin Xuan called the drone control team through the communicator and inquired about the situation. Answer the boss, the group is approaching us, 30 kilometers away. The bad news is that the number of zombies has increased. The drone's thermal imager currently counts 100,000 zombies, and more are coming from all directions. The zombie army is expected to arrive at 9:25, which is in an hour and a half. Everyone in the audience could hear the drone unit's answer. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuqing immediately came to her senses. She turned around and began giving combat orders to her subordinates. Did you hear that? The zombie horde is coming! Everyone, check your weapons and equipment. Be ready to support our retreating personnel at any time. After saying that, Chu Yuqing walked directly towards the batch of supplies that had been transported over. Some of them are weapons and equipment. She checked and found that they were all the latest weapons and very sophisticated. For a moment, Chu Yuqing had many doubts in her mind. From the moment she saw so many drones in the sky just now, she had already begun to doubt Lin Xuan's identity. These things are simply not something that ordinary people can get. What's more, there are so many weapons. Although she felt confused and wary, Chu Yuqing did not show it. She remained calm and asked Chu Jun and other management to arrange for the distribution of all the weapons and combat uniforms. Lu Qianli, come with me. Lin Xuan looked at Lu Qianli, who was receiving the combat uniform, and gave the order. Good. Lu Qianli nodded and put on a wristband. When he turned around, he was suddenly stunned. He looked up at Lin Xuan in astonishment. How do you know my name? Lu Qianli looked at Lin Xuan with incredible caution. Lin Xuan smiled and turned his gaze to Chu Yuqing, Chu Yuxiu, Chu Jun and others. He looked mysterious and profound. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, everyone's heart sank slightly. It turns out that not only did they know the other side's intelligence, but Lin Xuan and others also knew the identity information of all their people. These people thought silently in their hearts. Stop talking nonsense. Now follow me to a place. The rest of you stay here and be on guard. Charlie Chan, Su Zongqing, the two of you should cooperate with them. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he took Lu Qianli towards the entrance of the underground warehouse. What he wanted to do was simple. Since Lu Qianli's talent and ability are so powerful, of course, we must take this opportunity to attack the underground shelter in one go and occupy the entire underground shelter. Lin Xuan was still worried because the matter was not dealt with. Big sister, where are they going? Do you want to send a few people over to help? Seeing Lin Xuan taking Lu Qianli away, Chu Jun couldn't help but ask. Chapter 83, Entering the Tiger's Den Again, 480 meters underground. Chu Yuqing came back to her senses when she heard Chu Jun's question. The backs of Lin Xuan and Lu Qianli became clear again in the sight. She shook her head. Do our own thing. Prepare to defend against the zombie tide. Don't mind your own business. After she finished speaking, she turned and looked at Chu Yuxiu. Are you stunned? Chu Yuxiu finally came to her senses and shook her head as if nothing had happened. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to help. Chu Yuxiu's pretty face flushed, and after she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Lin Xuan, who had already walked 100 meters away. Then he trotted off to help others distribute weapons and equipment. Looking at his sister, who is just beginning to fall in love, she seems to be saying one thing but thinking another. Chu Yuqing sighed and couldn't help feeling worried. My sister is so beautiful, I can't let that brat Lin Xuan get away with it. Thinking of this, Chu Yuqing couldn't help but look in the direction of Lin Xuan and Lu Qianli again. This time she saw that Lin Xuan and Lu Qianli were actually sinking to the ground. Lu Qianli followed Lin Xuan to the entrance of the underground warehouse. The heavy door was closed. It is obvious that the outer layer is a steel concrete structure. The entrance gate is more than 30 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters high. It looks like it weighs at least several thousand tons. Lu Qianli mistakenly thought that Lin Xuan was going to bring him here to destroy the gate directly. Without a word, he walked forward and reached out to touch the cold concrete. He even put his ears and cheeks close to it to carefully sense the metal elements inside. What are you doing? Lin Xuan saw his actions and asked in confusion. Hearing his voice, Lu Qianli immediately came back to his senses. Mr. Lin Xuan, aren't we going to destroy this gate? Who told you to destroy it? Lin Xuan looked at the other party with a strange expression on his face, and at the same time ordered the command and control center to open the door of the underground warehouse. After receiving Lin Xuan's order, the command and control center immediately activated the gate. The ground suddenly shook slightly with a booming sound. Lu Qianli looked in amazement at the heavy protective gate in front of him, which was slowly sinking to the ground. At the same time, he soon saw the thickness of the gate. And behind the gate, there is a vast underground space, and mountains of supplies scattered everywhere. Oh my God! Mr. Lin Xuan, are these the supplies for your shelter? He turned and looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Lin Xuan didn't explain anything, just said ambiguously, and then walked in with the other party. The thickness of this protective door is even more exaggerated than I imagined. I think I underestimated it by several thousand tons. As Lu Qianli followed Lin Xuan into the underground warehouse, he felt extremely shocked. The downward sloping passage stretched for a full 100 meters. The thickness of this smooth and flat gate that fits the sloping passage alone is more than 10 meters. When they entered the underground warehouse, Lu Qianli judged that the ground above their heads was at least tens or even hundreds of meters away. Moreover, the walls inside the warehouse adopt a double defense structure. In addition to the gravity wall of the reinforced concrete structure, there is also a layer of alloy protective barrier. This level of defense is even higher than that of the military's underground command center. Even withstanding missile attacks, it's no problem. Lu Qianli felt extremely curious and confused. Following Lin Xuan all the way down to the underground warehouse, the two began to ride on transport robots and headed deeper. The underground space, which is several dozen meters high, is extremely wide, and it goes straight forward from the entrance. Traveled hundreds of meters on the transport robot. Everything we saw along the way was supplies or weapons and equipment sorted into categories and piled up like small hills. Lu Qianli was shocked. After a while, the transport robot placed them in front of an elevator entrance. Here it is? Lu Qianli swallowed quietly. High-speed freight elevator. It leads to the underground shelter, Lin Xuan replied. So, isn't this an underground shelter? When Lu Qianli heard his words, his eyes widened in shock. He looked at Lin Xuan with disbelief. Lin Xuan smiled silently and didn't explain anything. When he first entered this underground warehouse, he was shocked by its scale. I was also deeply shocked. But when we entered the underground shelter to check it out before, and from the map provided by Charlie Chan and others, a real underground shelter is much larger than this underground warehouse. At this time, under Lin Xuan's control, the high-speed freight elevator has been activated. And the elevator doors slowly opened. This is a large cabin with an area of about 50 square meters. The load capacity is large enough to allow forklifts to enter directly, and even accommodate small transport vehicles, capable of transporting large quantities of goods in and out at one time. Lu Qianli followed Lin Xuan and took the high-speed freight elevator. Running rapidly downwards, the two men soon reached a depth of 480 meters underground. Lin Xuan glanced at the depth display screen. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. It seems that the entrance that I took the passenger elevator from the office before, the depth of 350 meters, is not the actual depth of this underground shelter. In fact, this shelter is deeper than expected. Only in this way can a three-dimensional structure be created with clear layers and strict regional distinctions. Bite! The elevator door opened. Lin Xuan walked out first. At the same time, the body has entered the elemental state. He glanced around. I found that this is a very, very huge underground space. The style of black metal elements is perfectly reflected here. After just a quick look, Lin Xuan discovered that this seemed to be a space with a cube structure. The length, width, and height are about 50 meters. There were several forklifts parked not far away. Further away, there are some small transport vehicles. Apart from that, there is nothing to see. Mr. Lin Xuan, where is this? When Lu Qianli saw Lin Xuan standing outside and not being attacked, he immediately followed him out cautiously. The Lai's eyes froze and he asked hesitantly. It looks like a place they use for transshipment. The gate is over there. Lin Xuan pointed to the corner in front of him. There was indeed an extremely huge, but tightly closed, heavy metal protective door. Of course, the same metal protective doors also exist in other directions. There are 3 entrances in total. They were directly in front of Lin Xuan, and on his left and right sides. Them? After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lu Qianli felt even more confused. Who are they referring to? Could it be that this underground shelter is not controlled by Lin Xuan? When Lu Qianli saw that Lin Xuan didn't say anything, he quickly realized this. Chapter 84. If you dare to point a weapon at me again, I will kill you. At this time, Lin Xuan had already opened the map of the underground shelter given to him by the mysterious man who called himself Galileo. A holographic 3-dimensional map appears before your eyes. He quickly figured out where he was and which areas were behind the several protective doors in front of him. This underground shelter, including everything you see on the ground, originally belonged to the manager of a company called Luning International Logistics and Transportation Company. Now we have taken it. Lin Xuan gave a brief explanation. He reached out and pointed at the holographic 3-dimensional map in front of him. Let's go through the middle door. By passing through it, we can go directly to the enemy's underground shelter central control area. Taking that place is equivalent to taking this shelter. Lin Xuan said this and turned around and walked towards the heavy protective door in front of him. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lu Qianli. At this time, Lu Qianli was raising his weapon and pointing it at himself. What do you mean? Lin Xuan asked calmly. Mr. Lin Xuan, you just said that this shelter and everything here were taken away by you. Yeah, that's good, so what? So you are also in the same group with the Witch of Doom. The Witch of Doom? It's your girlfriend, Luning Xiang. Lin Xuan was speechless and remained silent. Lu Qianli doesn't look like the kind of person who would play ulterior motives, whether it's his square appearance or his temperament that cannot be disguised. They are all telling others that they are people of integrity. Now, he mentioned Luning Xiang again. And he kept calling Luning Xiang the Witch of Doom. Lin Xuan didn't know how to start this topic. He didn't want to delve into those things right now. After turning around, Lin Xuan walked towards the protective gate in the distance. At the same time, he threw something at Lu Qianli. And he began to explain to himself. Ho Guobin, the actual controller of Luning International Logistics and Transportation Company. We met them at a logistics and warehousing service center in the city. At first, we fought with them and killed some of them. Later, we were invited by them to come here to help, but they changed their minds halfway through and beat us up. The rest is up to you to read. It's all recorded in there. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he stopped, folded his arms and turned to look at Lu Qianli. At this time, Lu Qianli had already caught the recorder that Lin Xuan threw to him and began to browse the recorded content, including how Lin Xuan and his group met Ho Guobin and others, and what happened in between. There are also various speculations and judgments about the shelter here. It's a very large underground shelter, made of solid materials, and stockpiled with enough food to feed tens of thousands of people for several years. There are also energy sources, weapons, and even airplanes and cannons. Don't you think that the existence of this shelter itself is unreasonable? Lin Xuan spread his hands, looked at Lu Qianli, and asked a question in return. If you still think I'm a demon, that's up to you. But if you dare to use that little toy of yours against me again, I will kill you right here. After saying that, Lin Xuan turned around again and walked towards the protective gate in the distance. At this time, Lu Qianli also briefly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, the controllers of this underground shelter also have their own understanding and judgment. It is obviously impossible to build such a huge underground shelter within one day, but it must have been built an unknown amount of time in advance. In other words, people here either only know that the doomsday catastrophe will happen, or they built this underground shelter for other purposes. In short, no matter from which angle you analyze it, those guys who controlled this place before were definitely not good people. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Xuan. He realized that he had misunderstood Lin Xuan and almost caused unnecessary trouble. At this time, Lu Qianli took the initiative to apologize to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan came to the heavy and huge protective door without saying a word. This is a rectangular door. The width is about 25 meters and the height is about 33 meters. Double rows of gas rods are neatly arranged on the heavy metal door. There are a total of 33 gas rods, which are fastened together like door bolts. Lin Xuan had already activated his elemental perception. I got a general idea of the condition of this metal protective door. It's a very complex mechanical lock structure inside. It's impossible to unlock it. The thickness of the protective door is about 8 meters, slightly thinner than the one over there, but it is made of alloy material, so it is impractical to melt or cut it with flames. That would require a lot of mental energy to be wasted. Try and see if you can use your natural ability to open it. It's okay to destroy it, but that's not the best solution. After all, we may need it to assist in defense in the future. Lin Xuan said this as he stepped aside with his hands on his hips. I raised my head and took another look at this heavy and huge protective door. Then his eyes fell on Lu Qianli's face. I'll give it a try. Lu Qianli had never seen such a huge protective gate. I felt a little excited for a moment. He gathered his spirits and gently pressed his hands on the protective door, and the cool texture immediately fed back to him. Along with this cool feeling, the proportions and types of all the elements of the entire metal protective door were also fed back. In addition, the internal structure of the entire protective door was clearly visible in Lu Qianli's mind at this moment. I should be able to open this protective door. After some exploration, Lu Qianli turned around and looked at Lin Xuan. Then open it! Lin Xuan nodded encouragingly. The former immediately began to activate his innate ability, controlling the metal elements inside the entire protective door, and began to unlock the 36,500 lock combinations of the protective door. Immediately, Lin Xuan heard the sound of mechanical gears colliding coming from inside the protective door. At the same time, a slight unlocking sound was heard. After a while, cold sweat began to seep out of Lu Qianli's forehead. It's obvious at first glance that the mental power is starting to overload. He said nothing, but continued to concentrate and control the metal elements to unlock the remaining locks. After a while, finally, Lu Qianli let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally done. Honestly speaking, this is much more difficult than destroying it directly, Mr. Lin Xuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy protective door in front of him made a hiss sound and spewed out a large amount of white smoke. Then the door slowly opened. Chapter 85. The enemy is alert. The invaders' counterattack begins. Lin Xuan saw that the other party had successfully opened the protective door and walked over with a very satisfied smile. He reached out and gently patted Lu Qianli's shoulders twice. Not bad, not bad. Your innate ability is indeed very powerful. Lin Xuan smiled as if to encourage and praise Lu Qianli. The latter didn't know that with Lin Xuan's 2 casual movements just now, his innate ability had been easily acquired by Lin Xuan. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new talent Metal Element Control. You can view the talent details in your attribute panel. In fact, Lin Xuan has been struggling. There are a total of 4 elemental force awakeners we met this time. Except for Chu Yuqing, whose innate ability is the same as his own, which is to control the fire element, the remaining 3 people all have different elemental powers. The Chu army controls the earth element, able to easily control the earth element to enhance attack or defense. Chu Yuxiu is the wind element, and Lin Xuan has already seen how powerful she is. But it is obvious that Chu Yuxiu has not truly brought into play her innate ability to control the wind element. The actual power is greatly reduced. If Lin Xuan himself used that talent, the effect would be different. As for Lu Qianli's talent, it allows him to control all metal elements within a certain area. Lin Xuan was struggling for a long time, not knowing which person's elemental power talent to obtain, because he currently only has 1 talent slot left. Now, seeing Lu Qianli's talent in controlling metal elements, he was able to break through the super protective door without any damage. Lin Xiankai finally made a decision. Anyway, after the system is upgraded, more talent slots can also be unlocked. Then I'll copy Chu Yuxiu's talent. Lin Xian comforted himself in this way, and silently opened his own properties panel to check. Doomsday Super God System LV2 0/50,000. Name Lin Xian. Gender male, human. Talented abilities: Fire Element Control LV5 0/10,000, Rage LV5 0/10,000, Thunder Element Control LV4 0/50,000, Metal Element Control LV1 0/100, 4/4. Strength 116, normal person 10. Agility 115, normal person 10. Physique 115, normal person 10. Spirit 109, normal person 10. Experience value 37,945, can be freely allocated. Tip: more talent columns can be unlocked after the system upgrade. During the previous zombie attack, Lin Xian gained more than 40,000 experience points. Except for 5,000 points used to upgrade the talent, Frenzy, the rest of his experience points have never been used. Because when you upgrade your talents, all lost physical and mental strength will be automatically restored. Lin Xian felt that upgrading those talents now would waste the benefits brought by such characteristics. At this time, he also resisted the urge to upgrade his newly acquired talent for controlling metal elements. He closed the property panel and looked up at the heavy protective door that was slowly opening to both sides. Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out. Countless bullets whizzed through Lin Xian's body. And Lu Qianli, who was standing next to him, also made crisp, dang 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 dang, sounds from his body. And bursts of sparks appeared. Both of them entered the elemental state at the first moment. One completely turned into flames. The other one is completely wrapped in metal, which greatly improves its defense and quality. In the area ahead where white smoke was billowing, machine gun flames were constantly flying. Lin Xian and Lu Qianli, who had dodged the first wave of attacks, did not just stand there stupidly and let others continue to attack them. The two of them retreated to the left and right at the same time, avoiding all remaining attacks. Lin Xian raised his eyes and looked around at the corners. In those corners, the cameras, which were disguised as black and almost completely matched with the background of the wall, were flashing red dots. Lu Qianli! He pointed at the cameras around him. Lu Qianli immediately understood, raised his sniper rifle and fired continuously without saying a word. The surveillance cameras hidden in all directions and even above their heads were all destroyed immediately. Inside the monitoring room of the Longting underground shelter, the cameras were seen destroyed and the surveillance footage was lost. The person in charge immediately uttered a national curse. "Send someone to the A1 freight warehouse entrance immediately! Bring those 2 guys back to me alive!" Ma Guangda, the head of the monitoring team, urgently contacted the emergency response team and gave them orders. At the same time, he tried to report the situation here to Brother Leopard. However, just as he took out the communicator, someone suddenly walked in from outside. "Just tell me if you have anything. I will be in charge here from now on." Hearing the other party's words, Ma Guangda turned his head and looked at the well-mannered man in a white coat and glasses in confusion. "Who are you?" "Laser weapons experts, virologists, and physicists sent by the branch." By the way, my name is Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao smiled and extended his hand to Ma Guangda. Crack! Ma Guangda ignored the other party's friendly gesture, but directly pulled out his pistol and aimed at Zhang Tao. When the other subordinates saw this scene, they also stood up and pointed their weapons at Zhang Tao. The 7 or 8 guards who followed Zhang Tao and immediately responded and raised their weapons to confront these people. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean you are the person in charge here now? Where is Brother Bao? Where are the other managers? What did you do with them? Ma Guangda stared at Zhang Tao and questioned coldly. He who knows the times is a hero. As a mercenary, you must be aware of this, right, Captain Ma Guangda? Zhang Tao asked back with a playful smile. I've already said that I'm in control here now, and everyone must follow my orders. You have only 30 or 50 people in the surveillance unit. Do you think you can rebel? Zhang Tao's smile faded, and his eyes became as sharp and fierce as a devil, revealing a cold and deep feeling. Lay down your weapons, or you may retire where you are. I'm only saying this one last time. Zhang Tao ordered coldly. Ma Guangda and his subordinates looked at each other in confusion. He saw that all his subordinates were looking at him, as if they were following his lead. After a brief hesitation, Ma Guangda slowly put the pistol on the ground, half knelt down, and surrendered. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Now tell me how the situation is. Zhang Tao snorted coldly, stared at Ma Guangda and gave orders. The guys on the ground took the high-speed freight elevator down from the underground warehouse. Now they are using some kind of innate ability to open the protective door of A1. I've sent people to intercept. Ma Guangda answered honestly. Chapter 86 Steady Progress. The situation on the ground is not optimistic. After hearing Ma Guangda's answer, Zhang Tao immediately walked forward with a serious face to check the surveillance. Where's the picture? He saw dozens of pictures on the screen were all covered with snow, so he immediately turned around and asked. Lost. The 2 intruders discovered the location of the camera and destroyed it. But I have already dispatched the emergency response team. The person must have been intercepted by now. Ma Guangda immediately started explaining again. Let all the dragon guards stand by. Since the enemy is planning to play, let's play a big one with them. Zhang Tao said this with a ferocious smile. Then he took out a red communicator and issued an order to that person. Have the things in surveillance chamber number 1 stand by and wait for my order to release them. After Zhang Tao finished speaking, he ignored Ma Guangda and turned around and left the monitoring room with his trusted subordinates. The remaining Ma Guangda and his other subordinates looked at each other in confusion. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear? Hurry and do something. Ma Guangda came to his senses and scolded his subordinates, who were looking at him inquiringly. Lin Xuan commanded the sharpshooter Lu Qianli to destroy all the cameras. He pointed in the direction of the gate again. Mr. Lin Xuan, I have locked on to the enemies inside. There are a total of 25 targets. To kill them or to capture them, it's your decision. Lu Qianli controlled the metal elements, and clearly grasped the positions of the 25 enemies. It was these 25 enemies just now that were intercepted and shot at by the fully automatic machine gun. The enemies at this time did not know that they had been targeted by the god of death. He is replacing ammunition for the machine gun and the machine cannon in his hand. Surrender your guns and you will not be killed. Lin Xuan's voice suddenly rang in the ears of a group of enemies who were nervously changing ammunition. The sound scared them immediately. The enemies looked at each other, and then all looked out the gate. Bang! Someone fired a tentative shot. It is hard to see clearly what is hidden in the dark temporary warehouse transfer space. At this time, another enemy made a gesture to keep quiet. Then, he took out a high-explosive grenade, pointed at the grenade in his hand, and pointed to the area outside the gate in front. The rest of the enemies immediately understood. One by one, they took out the high-explosive grenades hanging on their bodies. Then the safety pin was pulled out at the same time. And 25 enemies threw out the high-explosive grenades in their hands at the same time. Court death! Sensing the enemy's movements, Lin Xuan snorted coldly. And at this moment, Lu Qianli had already controlled the metal elements from all directions, and suddenly a metal plate rose from the ground in the direction of the gate. The thick alloy steel plate that suddenly rose from the ground bounced all 25 high-explosive grenades back at once. When the 25 enemies saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed and they were all scared out of their wits. Boom, boom, boom! A loud explosion was heard in the passage inside. In just a moment, there was no sound at all. Lin Xuan and Lu Qianli looked at each other and walked out from both sides of the heavy door. At the same time, the thick alloy steel plate that Lu Qianli had just condensed slowly merged back into the ground and disappeared. Lin Xuan looked forward and saw a horrific scene. But he didn't have any psychological discomfort. This kind of thing was seen many times in the Doomsday world in the previous life. Humans not only have to face vicious zombie attacks, but also a variety of powerful mutant creatures. At the same time, they must face even more brutal opponents. That is, the remaining human survivors themselves. Human beings in the modern civilized world, who have lost control of order and are free from any legal and moral constraints, are no different from barbarians when they have dangerous weapons in their hands. This level of killing happens almost every moment. Even more brutal massacres are taking place around the world every day. Lin Xuan didn't have any time to feel sad about the passing of time. He took Lu Qianli to quickly check the passage. After confirming that there was no danger, he raised his head and looked forward. The straight passage extends forward about 70 to 80 meters. Then there was a wall blocking the way. The road was divided into two parts, left and right. Follow the instructions on the map. If they want to go to the central control center, they must take the road on the right. On the left is the road leading to other areas. Be careful. Lin Xuan glanced at Lu Qianli, reminded him, and then took the lead and walked forward. On the ground. As the big sister of the Brotherhood of Superpowers, Chu Yuqing is commanding her subordinates vigorously to establish a new line of defense along the shelter. He also sent people to work with Lin Xuan's people to repair the damaged protective facilities on the periphery. By the time they finished these tasks, more than half an hour had passed without them noticing. According to the latest intelligence information obtained from reconnaissance, our retreating troops are still about 20 kilometers away from here. The number of zombie hordes has already exceeded 100,000. The current total number is approximately between 130,000 and 150,000. This is already a terrifying scale. If they were allowed to break in, this Longting shelter would be completely destroyed. You two are the squad leaders here, right? What are your names? Chu Yuqing doesn't consider herself an outsider at all now. Even when facing a powerful enemy, she did not get hung up on trivial matters. He went straight to Su Zongqing and Charlie Chen and asked them questions as if he knew the answer. My name is Su Zongqing. Charlie Chan. The two of them looked at Chu Yuqing at the same time and saluted each other. Don't give me that. I'm not a soldier and I don't understand these etiquettes. I just wanted to discuss the next action plan with you. Chu Yuqing glanced at the two of them separately and explained calmly. Action plan? Su Zongqing and Charlie Chan looked at each other. They both looked puzzled. 150,000 zombies. This is the estimated number, but their numbers are still increasing. Tell me, with just the few people we have and the defense facilities here, can we withstand the first wave of zombies? Chu Yuqing asked back. These words silenced Su Zongqing and Chen Charlie. As a man with rich practical experience, Charlie Chen immediately shook his head. I think if we insist on staying here, we will never be able to hold on. Unless Boss Lin Xuan is here. As he spoke, the scene of Lin Xuan killing hundreds of zombies with a huge fireball emerged in his mind.